Chapter 878. The Transformation of the Desolate Ancient Dust Manor. This expansive estate, spanning a radius of 2 kilometers, is situated within the ancient city of Guhuang and was once prepared by the White Tiger Gang as a residence for Xiang Chen, thus earning the name Ancient Dust Manor. Within the cultivation chamber, a radiant glow emanated from Xiang Chen, manifesting a black divine cauldron intricately adorned with patterns and fine fissures, approximately the size of a fist. Upon infusing it with true essence and magical power, the cauldron instantly expanded to a formidable 3 meters in size, its weight exceeding 10,000 pounds. Crashing down onto the ground, the resounding thud reverberated throughout the chamber. Despite the floor being reinforced with adamantine rock and sturdy runes, it succumbed to the impact, fracturing and sinking beneath the weight. Remarkably, as more magical power was channeled into the cauldron, it grew heavier and larger. In a combat scenario, a mere throw could potentially obliterate a martial master. Xiang Chen marveled silently at the immense weight of the cauldron, even at its current mass. A throw would rival that of a mountain crashing down. The enigmatic origins of this cauldron piqued his curiosity. What formidable being had crafted such a treasure? He began to wonder about the cauldron's previous owner and why it had chosen him. "Cauldron brother, can you hear me? Do you possess a spirit?" A mere sound would suffice, perhaps a spring call. Xiang Chen infused his soul power into the cauldron, attempting to elicit a response. However, his efforts were met with silence, as if his voice had vanished into the abyss. It remains the same. Even the dragon throne has its own consciousness, and you should be far superior. Yet you remain mute, Xiang Chen muttered, choosing to dismiss his concerns. He leaped, entering the spatial realm within the cauldron. With a thunderous roar, a force of spatial energy pulled him into a vast, desolate land. Here, the landscape was nearly barren, the sky a muted gray, with twinkling stars suggesting the presence of another world. Xiang Chen surveyed the ground, where numerous potted spiritual herbs thrived, many being top-tier with thousands of years of medicinal potency. Among them, a plant known as the extreme sea dragon snake grass showcased 9 serpent-like leaves, one of which bore a distinctive notch. Previously, he had harvested a portion of this herb to concoct a poison that he administered into the body of Xu Chun, the master of the 1,000 Medicines workshop. The extreme sea dragon snake grass was inherently a potent toxin, activated by energy, making it particularly lethal during critical moments. Naturally, Xiang Chen could also trigger its explosive properties at will. When unleashed, even a martial master like Xu Chun would succumb within mere moments, attesting to the toxin's ferocity. Observing the desolate surroundings, Xiang Chen noted the lack of spiritual energy in this space within the cauldron. He summoned forth a luminous orb of spiritual energy, revealing clusters teeming with extraordinary natural essence. Among these, 2 clusters of the highest quality spiritual energy had reached an exceptional level. These were spirit vein crystals, including 2 of the finest quality, alongside 60 additional lesser spirit vein crystals. Originally, there had been more, but he had dispatched half of the spirit vein sources back to the Great Chu, buried beneath the royal palace's foundation, nurturing the natural essence of the realm. With a swift wave of his hand, Xiang Chen summoned the spiritual veins, transforming them into radiant beams of light that pierced the desolate earth beneath him. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual sources dispersed within a kilometer radius, becoming buried in the soil. As the spiritual essence entered the ground, a rich aura of natural energy emanated from below, enveloping the barren land. Xiang Chen soared into the air, scattering a handful of spiritual herbs, grasses, and flower seeds. Thousands of seeds descended into the soil, each sinking into the ground. Subsequently, Xiang Chen formed a seal with his hands, and the true Yuan energy surged forth, coalescing into mystical patterns as a verdant halo radiated from him. The art of revitalization, the rebirth of all things. A wave of green energy surged forth, expanding across several kilometers. Soon, the spiritual herbs and grass seeds awakened to life. Pop! A thumb-sized green seed cracked open, yielding a tender green shoot that burrowed its roots into the earth. This shoot rapidly grew to over a foot in height, transforming into a 3-leaved orchid. This was a 9-leaved orchid, a 7th-grade spiritual herb upon reaching maturity. The earth itself was instantly revived, transforming into a lush expanse, with various colors of spiritual herbs beginning to sprout, breathing life into the once desolate land. A patch of land sprouted delicate green seedlings, The young shoots of Chuling rice. Beneath Xiang Chen's feet, a golden scorpion emerged, crawling onto a celestial scorpion grass to absorb the spiritual energy it exuded. This golden scorpion was a hidden trump card of Xiang Chen's, kept within his Qianquan ring. Its venom was exceedingly potent. Anyone at the Soul Moon realm would surely perish without Xiang Chen's intervention, and he affectionately named it Little Jean. With another flourish of his sleeve, a buzzing sound filled the air. From the Qianquan ring, a swarm of golden arrow bees emerged, hovering above the newly sprouted herb garden. These golden arrow bees, infused with significant spiritual energy, had been nurtured by him for several years. A coordinated attack from the swarm could easily dispatch even a formidable opponent at the great heaven level of the Soul Moon realm, and for him, the bee larvae were particularly delectable. Meanwhile, the little white tiger dashed across the land, chasing after the golden arrow bees. The barren earth was imbued with newfound vitality. At that moment, Xiang Chun produced a jade bottle, approximately 10 liters in capacity, filled with a faintly azure liquid. This elixir, named Tuan Essence, was a blend of half spiritual spring water and half organic fertilizer derived from Tuan's days of urination. Upon uncorking the bottle, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. Contrary to the anticipated scent, the Chu Kingdom's Tuan brand organic liquid was natural, organic, and harmless. The mysterious talent of Tuan baffled Xiang Chun. Its blood was more nourishing than the finest spiritual herbs, and even its organic fertilizer possessed the astonishing ability to stimulate the growth of spiritual herbs. The true origins of Tuan remained a mystery to him. The Wan I could not penetrate its secrets, but it was undoubtedly not an ordinary human. Perhaps even extraterrestrial. The Qing Ming had claimed that Tuan sprang forth from a meteorite that fell from the heavens. With a swift inhalation, Xiang Chen drew forth a substantial quantity of vitality liquid, and with a vigorous shake of his hand, an explosive surge of energy erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large vial of vitality liquid transformed into countless droplets, cascading down onto the earth. Upon contact, the vitality liquid was immediately absorbed by the roots of the spiritual herbs and seedlings. Before long, numerous spiritual seedlings began to flourish at a visibly rapid pace, and their medicinal potency multiplied exponentially. Xiang Chun observed a particular lingji mushroom, which expanded from the size of a thumb to that of a bowl, instantly gaining a century's worth of medicinal power. Truly remarkable, Xiang Chun could not help but exclaim, while in another area. A vast expanse of Chuling rice had already sprouted ears of grain. Astonishing. It was nearing maturity. Chapter 879. The poison of the azure sky. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was present, it was essential to construct some cultivation sites. I shall let the monkeys handle that. For now, I will focus on mastering the azure sky poison hand. Xiang Chen mused, as he settled beside the extreme sea dragon snake herb, assuming a meditative posture upon a patch of spiritual grass. The extreme sea dragon snake herb sensed his presence and curled up tightly in a ball. Fear not, I shall only take half a leaf from you. Xiang Chun produced a jade knife, and with a swift stroke across a dragon snake leaf, he severed a length of 1 foot. Detaching half of the leaf while the remaining 8 leaves twisted in pain, he directly placed the half leaf, laden with potent toxins, into his mouth and began to chew. How bitter! Xiang Chen's expression contorted slightly. The bitterness was akin to that of gallbladder bile. The dragon snake leaf, rich in medicinal power and the essence of flora, was swallowed into his body, unleashing its toxins. Xiang Chen's entire being radiated with a green luminescence. He was transforming. The green glow was pure venom. Subsequently, Xiang Chun activated the Return to Heaven scripture, initiating the absorption and refinement of the toxins from the dragon snake leaf. The toxic energy permeated his body, morphing into strands of green energy that fused with his essence, fortifying his return to heaven true Yuan power. His divine abode had already ascended to the 5th tier of the Soul Moon realm, with no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Only the accumulation of energy was required. As the medicinal potency was continuously refined and absorbed, Xiang Chen's return to heaven true Yuan was also being strengthened, progressively rising from the 1st tier of the Soul Moon realm and soaring in refinement. Time passed, and a significant amount of dragon snake leaf potency was absorbed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The potency of the Return to Heaven true Yuan was elevated to the 4th tier of the Soul Moon realm, merely from half a leaf. The dragon snake herb was indeed a supreme spiritual medicine, rich in thousands of years of medicinal power. And the half-leaf Xiang Chen absorbed likely contained no less than a century's worth of potency. Xiaojin, come here. Xiang Chen beckoned to the golden scorpion, which scurried eagerly to his palm. Now, deliver a sting. Xiang Chen commanded. The scorpion's venomous tail pierced sharply into Xiang Chen's palm. Hiss! Xiang Chen winced, gritting his teeth as a surge of scorpion venom flooded into his hand. Enduring the pain, he concentrated the scorpion venom within his palm, channeling the return to heaven true yuan into his hand to refine the venom and condense its markings. Within him, the absorbed toxins from the dragon snake herb were also summoned and focused into his hands, which glowed with an eerie blue-green light as special toxic patterns began to emerge, manifesting within his palms. Azure Sky Poison Hand. This is the divine art of the poison path from the sacred scriptures of the return to heaven. It refines myriad toxins, coalescing them into a formidable poisonous force that can strike at enemies from afar. The number of poison patterns on Xiang Chen's hands grew increasingly numerous, and the concentrated venom became ever more potent. During his cultivation, his hands felt as though they were being gnawed upon by countless ants, an excruciating and unbearable ordeal that required immense willpower to endure. Before long, Xiang Chen's palms began to rot, flesh and skin decayed, his hands became drenched in blood, grotesquely mangled, a sight most horrifying. The jagged bones of his fingers were laid bare. With fingers linked to the heart, Xiang Chen emitted agonized cries, his face contorted, teeth clenched tightly. That perverse ape brother, could he not devise some more comfortable method of cultivation? By heaven, should I achieve the Bai Luo Tian poison hand, I would surely deliver a resounding slap to you. In his suffering, Xiang Chen could not help but voice his grievances against ape brother. Gradually, all the flesh on his hands was entirely corroded away, leaving only the bones. Upon these bones, poison patterns coiled like venomous serpents, winding around them with strands of dark blue-black venom swirling. Xiang Chen felt as though his finger bones were being gnawed upon, an unbearable agony akin to the torturous experience of Guan Er Yi's bone-scraping treatment for poison. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, his complexion pale. Yet, he could not afford to faint. If he did, the poison patterns would go uncontrolled and turn against him, putting him at risk of poisoning himself. New flesh continued to sprout, but as soon as it grew to cover his palms, it would be corroded by the poison patterns in turn. In this cyclical torment, the newly formed flesh would adapt, growing stronger until Xiang Chen's palms could withstand the corrosion. Cultivating the poison path was indeed a process of self-mortification. Days passed within the ancient cauldron, layer upon layer of Xiang Chen's palms were relentlessly eroded. Initially, the flesh could endure but a few breaths. Yet gradually it grew more robust, lasting for an incense stick, half an hour, a full hour. Ultimately, the birth poison patterns could no longer corrode Xiang Chen's flesh and meridians. His palms merely itched slightly. He had endured a protracted agony. Rising to his feet, Xiang Chen's legs felt somewhat numb as he gazed at his now pale hands, a smile finally gracing his face. He had succeeded in his cultivation, achieving the Bai Luo Tian poison hand. Thereafter, he reclined backward, collapsing onto the grass, a wave of fatigue washing over him, a weariness of spirit and will. He was uncertain how many days he had persevered, and his mental fortitude could no longer hold out. After sleeping soundly for about a day, he awoke, rejuvenated, and hastened to test his Bai Luo Tian poison hand. Upon emerging from the ancient cauldron, he glanced at the celestial clock of the star and moon wheel outside. It had merely completed one rotation of the heavens, indicating that only a day had passed. The celestial wheel clock resembles a watch from a past life, yet it calculates time based on the magnetic fields of the celestial bodies. Time is divided into breaths, minutes, and hours. 1 minute consists of approximately 30 breaths, equating to 60 seconds. 1 hour is 2 hours, or 120 minutes. Indeed, the passage of time within that space of the ancient cauldron was unlike that of the outside world. He had endured at least 2 months within. Xiang Chen contemplated the fact that the star and moon dial clock within the ancient cauldron would malfunction, rendering him unable to ascertain the precise duration that had elapsed. Dismissing this conundrum, he exited the chamber, and the dragon K demon blade soared forth, humming as it hovered before him. Xiang Chen leapt onto the blade, which transformed into a radiant beam, slicing through the air. The flight speed of the dragon K demon blade rivaled that of a master, capable of achieving 5 times the speed of sound under his guidance, while consuming an exceedingly minimal amount of true essence, allowing for prolonged journeys. Traversing thousands of kilometers, Xiang Chen arrived in the eastern wilderness, specifically in the most desolate expanse of the wild state, a region spanning over 10,000 kilometers. Characterized predominantly by vast grasslands and ancient forests, home to numerous ferocious beasts. Entering the ancient woods of the eastern wilderness, he expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, employing his moon-watching eyes to encompass a radius of 1,000 kilometers in search of his experimental subjects. Eureka! His gaze sharpened as he suddenly propelled himself northeastward, discovering a formidable beast at the entrance of a cave nestled within a colossal mountain, located several dozen kilometers away. Perched atop the ancient peak, Xiang Chen landed at the mouth of a large cave. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a point strike into the cavern, resulting in a resounding explosion of golden light. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the cave, followed by a wave of ominous energy sweeping toward him. Chapter 880. Utterly Ruthless Roar. Within the cave, the roar echoed violently, and a massive creature emerged. It was an enormous savage bear, cloaked in black fur with a collar of white around its neck. Measuring 10 meters in length and exuding an overwhelming ferocity, clearly a beast of the soul moon realm at the celestial level. The bear bellowed, glaring at the diminutive figure at the cave's entrance, and charged directly at Xiang Chen, its colossal paw descending with terrifying force. Xiang Chen deftly sidestepped, evading the bear's blow as it struck the cave entrance, creating a large crater. "Big bear, behold my strike," he exclaimed, his hands radiating a verdant glow. Azure poisonous hand. He then unleashed a palm strike, which coalesced into a green imprint that thundered forth. Upon impact with the bear, it staggered back a few steps, the force of the blow proving insufficient. The bear roared, surging forward to pounce on Xiang Chen. No effect? He mused, slightly taken aback, and promptly retreated to avoid the impending assault. As the bear leapt into the air, poised to strike again, it suddenly emitted a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, crushing a swath of trees in the forest. The bear lay there, its eyes glazed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, utterly immobilized. The neurotoxin had rendered it paralyzed. I had feared it would be ineffective. Perhaps the beast's constitution is too resilient, necessitating a delay for the poison to take effect. Were it a human, they would likely meet their demise instantaneously, Xiang Chen mused, contemplating the underlying cause. Given the potency of the toxin I unleashed, even a master would likely meet a grim fate, assuming I could breach their protective essence. As he withdrew the toxic markings from his palms, he gazed down at the fallen bear, a smirk forming on his lips as he licked them in anticipation. A moment later, a bonfire blazed as a colossal bear lay skinned and disemboweled, roasting over the flames. A massive creature, part wolf and part human, skillfully sprinkled cumin and chili powder while rotating the bear. Beside them, a white tiger lay in wait, its tail swishing and saliva dripping profusely. Golden fat sizzled and dripped, sending a tantalizing aroma wafting far and wide. Soon, the wolf and the tiger began to compete for food. Little White, refrain from eating too much, it's toxic, especially the spicy kind. Howl. Royal translator, I trust you not, stop deceiving the tiger. The feast of the carbon-roasted colossal bear was indeed a grand affair. An hour later, the man and the tiger had feasted heartily, leaving not even the remnants of bones. All was consumed completely. Grateful for nature's bounty and the bear's sacrifice, I savored the meal with delight, invoking blessings as I bowed in respect to the remnants of fur and skin. The white tiger mimicked my gesture, clasping its paws in reverence, and together we departed, leaving behind a smoldering bed of coals, a true display of respect. In the grand hall of the ancient Dust Manor, Murong Tianhua reported, President, we have thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of those 800 classmates. There are no issues. Each has been met individually and expressed their intention to join Yanhuang. Very well, accept them. As for the blood of the heavenly wolf, we shall use the essence from 56 wolf captains. These individuals will henceforth belong to the 4 halls of the heavenly wolf division. I nodded in agreement. Understood. I will gather them immediately, Murong Tianhua replied, then suddenly added, by the way, Tianhua, assist me in summoning the members of each hall. I wish to conduct a special training session. Special training? Murong Tianhua looked at me in surprise, puzzled by my request. Indeed, special training. Should we also summon the members from the various halls of the Great Chu? Bring forth the members of Xuanwu Hall, Guai Sihai, Long Yu from the Divine Dragon Hall, and Qing Ming from the Divine Void Hall. As for the time and place, it shall be at midnight 3 days hence, atop the ancient wild mountains. Understood. I will relay the message immediately. Murong Tianhua nodded, saluting me before turning to leave, refraining from further inquiries. Brother Ximing has written. The falling dust spirit wine has been thoroughly researched. A light, cheerful voice rang through the hall, none other than Qingqing. Oh, so soon? I responded, filled with delight. Let us go and take a look. Eagerly, we stepped outside, transforming into 2 streaks of light, soaring skyward on the ethereal crane, rushing at an astonishing speed of 12 times the speed of sound towards the wild city. By the way, Qingqing, have there been any updates from Elder Wang Yang? I inquired. Qingqing shook her head softly. No news has come from the imperial city. My brows furrowed slightly, a hint of concern shadowing my expression. The absence of news may indicate trouble. Once matters here are settled, I must journey to the imperial city. I need to strategize regarding rescuing Brother Qin Feng. Xia Qingqing nodded and remarked. To revoke the treasonous collusion charges against the abandoned palace would equate to compelling the emperor of the Great Xia to acknowledge his faults through a self-accusatory edict. How exceedingly arduous that would be. Although Elder Wang Yang possesses immense and unparalleled cultivation, it is unlikely that a single individual can persuade this emperor to bow his head. Xiang Chen scoffed, bow his head, be it an emperor or not, to slander the abandoned palace and cast blame, resulting in the demise of so many. I shall ensure he pays for the deaths of Master Xiaozhan, the palace lord, Din Dongfang, and the brothers of Yanhuang. This is not a matter that can be resolved by mere contrition. With an inherent rebellious spirit, he had never harbored any reverence or admiration for emperors, let alone loyalty towards the emperor of the Great Xia. He will come to regret this. The plot is far-reaching, and we must not rush. Qingqing comforted him by holding his hand. Yes, I understand. For now, I am still in my nascent stage and must exercise patience. As they conversed, they drew closer to the abandoned capital. At the Lu family residence, where Lu Ximing dwelled, upon the arrival of Xiang Chen and Xia Qingqing, Lu Ximing rushed over like a lark. Xiang Chen, Sister Qingqing, I have succeeded. The Luo Chun's spirit has successfully been brewed. Lu Ximing exclaimed excitedly, grasping both their hands as she led them to her spirit wine brewing laboratory. The trio entered the courtyard and approached a sealed room, which contained a hidden passage leading to the basement. Several dozen meters below ground, there lay a vast wine cellar, Lu Ximing's personal research cellar. Within, numerous jars of exquisite wine, valued at a fortune outside, filled the space. Lu Ximing guided them to a special jade wine jar, a small vessel resting atop a jade platform resembling a magic circle. Upon unsealing the jar, an alluring aroma wafted forth, invigorating and refreshing, instantly awakening the senses. Inside the jar was more than half, approximately 10 pounds, of wine. Its hue a pale gold, akin to liquid amber. What a fine wine. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he inhaled the fragrance. Indeed, the flavor of Luo Chun's spirit wine is undoubtedly among the finest of medium-level spirit wines, and Lu Ximing beamed with pride. Chapter 881. An unexpected turn of events. A single jar of this wine possesses enough potency for the 3 of us to break through the soul moon bottleneck. Though the brewing process is lengthy, taking about 10 months. Sister Qingqing, Xiang Chen, you must try it. Lu Ximing eagerly poured 2 bowls of spirit wine for them. Haha, I shall not be polite then. Let us savor the delightful craftsmanship of our dear Ximing. Xiang Chen lifted the jade bowl and took a delicate sip. The spirit wine was fragrant yet smooth, gliding down like silk, with an exceptionally pleasing taste, perfectly suited for ladies. As he swallowed, a refreshing chill coursed down his throat, and once it settled in his stomach, a wave of coolness enveloped his entire being. What a splendid wine! Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed. The flavor was indeed a superior example of the cold-type wines. Qingqing, too, praised the elixir after a sip. Soon, within this cup of wine, a unique spiritual energy was birthed, surging into their souls. Xiang Chen's soul moon absorbed this energy, immediately fostering a new surge of spiritual power. Hee, is it not a fine wine? Come, let us toast. Lu Ximing lifted her wine bowl with great bravado, downing its contents in a single gulp. The bowl contained approximately 2 liang of liquid, yet this girl consumed it with remarkable ease. The falling dust spirit wine does possess a slight drawback. Once intoxicated, one cannot indulge again for a month. As the wine is of a yin nature, an excessive consumption by men can adversely affect their yang energy. Ximing savored the lingering taste, smacking her lips in delight. Ah, but wait. Good wine deserves good food. Let me fetch some appetizers, Xiang Chen said, smiling as he promptly ventured out to procure his ingredients. The atmosphere was thick with the aroma of wine, and fire could not be used here, lest it explode. Before long, Xiang Chen returned with a food box containing several delightful dishes, perfectly suited for pairing with wine. The luxurious fried locusts. Fried bee pupae. One could suspect that this fellow raised bees primarily for consumption. There were also spicy drunken peanuts, a simple cold cucumber salad, and shredded chicken wrapped in stomach lining. Fine wine, especially those with a delicate flavor, should not be accompanied by overly strong dishes, as the food's taste may overshadow the wine's essence. Conversely, when consuming strong spirits, one ought to indulge in rich, oily meats. The three of them reveled in the wine cellar, raising their glasses in joyful camaraderie. After consuming over a gin of spirit wine, Xiang Chen felt his soul power surging exponentially. Within the sea of spirits, the yin-yang soul moon resembled a wellspring, continuously generating a substantial amount of soul power. Xiang Chen's soul moon realm advanced swiftly, breaking through the 5th level of the soul moon realm to reach the 6th level. Remarkably, within just an hour, he further ascended, stabilizing at the 8th level of the soul moon realm. Of course, his overall power had not increased. Expelling a breath of turbid air, Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with vitality, feeling his mental strength had more than doubled. What advantages does an increase in soul power provide? Enhanced control over true essence and magical powers, augmented potency of spirit tools and treasures, heightened perception, and a fortification of talents requiring spiritual energy, such as the moon-watching eye. What splendid spirit wine! Haha, Ximing, you have gifted me a remarkable treasure, Xiang Chen exclaimed with delight, casting a gaze at Ximing that shimmered with desire. This fellow was undoubtedly captivated by her wine. Humph, I am far from a mere ornament. I possess my own strengths, Ximing retorted, flattered by Xiang Chen's praise. Feeling quite pleased within, I have also brewed 3 more jars. We can each have one. Alas, this wine requires a lengthy fermentation process, although it can be mass-produced. It necessitates considerable time to mature. Ximing produced 2 jars of wine, handing one to Xiang Chun and one to Qing Qing. Time is not an issue. I have an abundance of it. How much can you produce in a single batch? Xiang Chun inquired, as time was plentiful in the ancient cauldron. Lu Ximing replied, now that my cultivation has strengthened, I can brew 9 jars at once. With assistance, I could produce even more. I can help you. Ximing, you could teach me. Qing Qing interjected, aware of Xiang Chen's intentions to lend a helping hand. Lu Ximing responded, brewing spirit wine requires considerable talent, but if Sister Qing Qing wishes to learn, I can certainly teach you. Hearing this, Xiang Chen stroked his chin, realizing he would need to borrow some manpower from Lu Ximing's father. However, once this individual is borrowed, I fear that Xiang Chen's temperament may resemble that of Brother Yunlong, who borrows arms without the intention of returning them. The individuals are not a concern. I can easily procure some from your father, and as for materials, we have an abundance. We shall brew as much of this wine as possible, as Xiang Chen stated, rising to seek assistance. By the way, Ximing, Xiang Chen suddenly paused, recalling something of significance. He inquired, are you aware of the situation regarding the abandoned palace? The abandoned palace? What of it? Lu Ximing responded, her expression one of confusion. It seemed Ximing, engrossed in her winemaking, was unaware of the events surrounding the abandoned palace. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, but ultimately decided to disclose the grim news of its destruction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ximing was taken aback, unable to believe the truth. Tears streaming down her face, yet her eyes radiated profound sorrow and indignation. Xia Qingcheng, witnessing this heartbreaking scene, gently spoke to Xiang Chen, Brother Xiang Chen, you may go. I will console Sister Ximing. Xiang Chen nodded solemnly and declared, Ximing, I shall avenge the abandoned palace. Everything I do now is in preparation to seek justice for them in the future. Wait for me. With that, he turned to seek Lu Ximing's father, Lu Hao, for assistance. At the Lu family estate, Lu Hao was astonished upon seeing Xiang Chen again. Before their conversation, he dismissed all surrounding servants and issued a strict order of silence. Xiang Chen, it is fortunate that you are unharmed. I am already aware of the situation regarding the abandoned palace. Lu Hao sighed in relief and personally poured a cup of tea for Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen stated gravely, "This is an egregious miscarriage of justice. The abandoned palace is entirely innocent. I naturally believe this, for my younger brother is the dean of the academy. However, there are certain matters you may not be aware of. The members of the abandoned Marquis estate came to inform the Lu family yesterday, stating that all those who participated in the Nine Palaces battle are now listed as rebels and are to be hunted down." Lu Hao revealed chilling news that sent a shiver through Xiang Chen's heart. "Our Lu family has deep roots and connections with the abandoned Marquis estate. It is likely that the warrant for your capture will be issued within the next day or so. All who participated in the Nine Palaces battle will be regarded as wanted criminals. Therefore, you cannot openly enter or exit the Lu family estate. Otherwise, if your whereabouts are reported, the authorities will apprehend you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen felt a cold wave wash over him. It appeared that Elder Wang Yang's efforts to seek justice had not been successful. What is Elder Wang Yang's current situation? Xiang Chen could not help but worry. Is this news from the abandoned Marquis envoy? Xiang Chen inquired calmly, his expression composed. "Indeed. You are a nominal elder of the Lu family and a prodigious talent of the Nine Palaces. During this manhunt, you will likely be a primary target. The abandoned Marquis estate is aware of our connection to you and has instructed us to sever ties and cease all interactions to avoid repercussions. I have already informed my younger brother, and he too will be leaving," Lu Hao concluded, a hint of guilt evident in his demeanor. The Lu family could no longer afford to maintain any overt connections to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen remained silent, contemplating that had he not come here, he might still be oblivious to this dire situation. Chapter 882. The Retreat of Light. The Lu family is not a sanctuary either. Within its confines lie numerous spies. Thus, Lu Hao hesitated to speak, feeling a profound sense of guilt. It was not his intention to drive Xiang Chen away, however. As one of the premier families in the wilderness city, the Lu family attracts all sorts of individuals, and Xiang Chen was indeed ill-suited to remain there. Xiang Chen, however, remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I understand. I shall not linger in the Lu family and become a source of trouble." "What is the attitude of the Wilderness Marquis?" Lu Hao responded, "I am uncertain of the Wilderness Marquis' stance, but as a figure of the government, he must adhere to the commands of the dynasty. Moreover, it appears that he harbors resentment over the loss of his arm at the hands of a senior from the Wilderness Palace. Although he presents himself as magnanimous, his thoughts are insidious and profound. He may treat those of value with apparent courtesy, yet he will show no mercy to those deemed worthless and disposable." Xiang Chen nodded in agreement, recalling how the Wilderness Marquis had been exceedingly cordial upon his triumphant return from the Nine Palaces. Yet, when he annihilated the Wilderness Palace, the Marquis had shown no signs of leniency. Xiang Chen was indifferent. After all, their relationship was merely superficial, and in truth, he contemplated striking back. "By the way, this is 5 million spirit coins that the ancestor instructed me to prepare for you after learning of the situation. It would be wise to depart from this perilous land and refrain from returning home. Take this money and seek a new life in a distant city. Or perhaps venture out to sea," Lu Hao said, presenting a storage ring containing the funds for Xiang Chen's escape. The Lu family had shown a degree of benevolence. Xiang Chen shook his head and replied, "No need. I am not in want of money. Take it as a small compensation from the Lu family." "Accepting it would ease my conscience," Lu Hao insisted. After some back and forth, Xiang Chen reluctantly accepted the offer. "I will pay my respects to Grandfather Lu as a farewell. By the way, I would like to borrow a group of winemakers for a period of 10 years. And I will compensate the Lu family for any losses incurred from their absence." "Borrow winemakers. Do you intend to establish a winery? That sounds promising. Not only can I agree to the loan, but I shall gift you 100 winemakers. Is that sufficient?" Lu Hao generously acquiesced. For the Lu family dominated the entire wine market in the Wilderness Province, boasting a workforce of no less than 8,000 winemakers. "That is more than enough, Uncle Lu." "Thank you. I shall not forget the kindness of the Lu family," Xiang Chen said, rising to express his gratitude with a respectful bow. Lu Hao sighed. "You need not be so formal with me. You have saved my life, as well as the life of our ancestor. It is we who owe you, as the Lu family has failed to protect you. Every encounter is a matter of fate. The Lu family owes me nothing. Kindness is kindness, and enmity is enmity." "I shall remember this," Xiang Chen replied, preparing to visit Grandfather Lu. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Lu Hao said. Joining Xiang Chen in his visit to Elder Lu Qi. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Elder Lu Qi sighed deeply, unable to conceal his regret. He engaged in extensive conversation with Xiang Chen, offering much counsel, treating him as a genuine junior. He genuinely admired Xiang Chen and had hoped to support him, envisioning a future where Xiang Chen's ascent could benefit the Lu family. Now, as Xiang Chen faced adversity, the Lu family had not abandoned him, demonstrating a sense of righteousness. Human nature often finds joy in embellishing the already splendid. However, the true rarity lies in providing aid during times of adversity. When one is in despair, the count of genuine companions dwindles, revealing the essence of true camaraderie. In times of abundance, many may surround you, but it is during trials that one's true character emerges. Though Master Lu Qi has ascended to the rank of a heavenly king and stands as a formidable figure in the desolate city, he pales in comparison to the dynasty and is unable to alter Xiang Chen's fate, offering only a modicum of assistance. After a lengthy conversation, Xiang Chen took his leave, having thoroughly resolved Master Lu Qi's affliction, leaving no trace of danger behind. Go forth, and remember my words. May you flourish and never forsake yourself. Master Lu Qi admonished. Your teachings shall be etched in my heart, Grandfather Lu. Take care, farewell, Xiang Chen replied, stepping back. His hands clasped before his forehead in a genuine gesture of respect. Be cautious in your future endeavors, Master Lu Qi said as Xiang Chen departed. With a heavy sigh, he watched the receding figure, lamenting, what a splendid child, yet fate is unkind. The dynasty has severed a potential pillar of the future. In Master Lu Qi's heart, he believed Xiang Chen could surpass him in strength, perhaps even ascend to that revered realm in the future. Having disguised himself, Xiang Chen and Lu Hao made their way back to Lu Ximing's courtyard. Is there a possibility the dynasty might target my family? Xiang Chen inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. You are merely implicated by false accusations, not guilty of outright treason. The dynasty is ultimately a force of righteousness and is unlikely to harm your family. However, it would be wise to take precautions and consider relocating your family, Lu Hao advised. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. His father was now the king of the Great Chu, and it seemed implausible for him to abandon his kingdom. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare adequately, intending to send Qing Ming back with a warning to ensure they were ready to evacuate if necessary. We have returned, they announced upon entering Lu Ximing's estate. Xiang Chen did not conceal the matter of the bounty. Should it come to fruition, Qing Cheng would become a wanted fugitive as well. Lu Ximing, upon learning this, was greatly distressed. But Xiang Chen reassured her that he was well prepared and would not fall into enemy hands, which provided her some solace. They discreetly arranged for Lu Ximing to seek him out in the ancient desolate city, bringing the winemaker along when she did. After their visit to the Lu family, Xiang Chen and Qing Cheng wasted no time, setting off for the ancient desolate city after donning their disguises. Fortunately, he had been meticulous, ensuring that his connection to the Wan Yao Pavilion remained concealed. Aside from his close associates and the upper echelons of Wan Yao, no one was aware of the burgeoning first-rate power that the Wan Yao Pavilion had become and its ties to him. It seemed that the name Xiang Chen could no longer bask in the light of humanity. Elder Wang Yang had likely encountered troubles of his own. As he stood upon the ethereal crane, gazing at the darkening sky, with hands clasped behind his back, the landscape below whirred past. What does it matter? Whether in light or shadow, I remain present. Qing Cheng embraced Xiang Chen's waist, her head gently resting against his back. Xiang Chen smiled, patting her hand that encircled his waist, saying, with you by my side, darkness cannot prevail. He gazed at the dimming sky, his eyes deep and resolute, declaring, yet, the light and darkness of this world shall one day be dictated by none other than myself. The great Xia dynasty, I, Xiang Chen, shall engage you in battle. With a piercing cry, the spirit crane's sword, amplifying its true essence and vanishing into the encroaching twilight. Indeed, the following day, the Gazette of the Sky in the desolate capital unveiled a sensational piece of news concerning Xiang Chen and his companions. Chapter 883, The Shocking Revelation. The Pavilion of Celestial Observation, ostensibly a force of the martial world, was, in truth, the foremost intelligence agency under the imperial dynasty, overseen by the national master. With its eyes and ears spread throughout the 9 provinces, the great Xia dynasty utilized this agency to disseminate official proclamations, with branches in every major city and first and second-tier urban centers. Xiang Chen had previously arranged for Lin Kai to acquire the branch in the desolate capital, which disseminated news regarding the extermination of the plague locusts. Early this morning, the Gazette of the Sky published the following alarming announcement. The Academy of Desolation has colluded with oceanic demons, causing chaos in the imperial capital, resulting in the capture of Princess Linglong and 1 million citizens, alongside the elite of the 8 palaces. Upon investigation, the Academy of Desolation was deemed guilty of heinous crimes, warranting its annihilation. The wanted individuals are as follows. Director Lu Ming of the Western Courtyard, with a bounty of 2 million spirit coins. A master at the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm. Director Baiming, with a bounty of 2 million spirit coins. A master at the 6th level of the Lingxiao realm. Director Nanting, with a bounty of 2 million spirit coins. Also a master at the 6th level of the Lingxiao realm. All the prominent directors were placed on the wanted list. Additionally, the following fugitives are sought. The prodigy of the Academy of Desolation, Xiang Chen, with a bounty of 500,000 spirit coins. The prodigy, Xiahou Wu, with a bounty of 500,000 spirit coins. The prodigy, Xia Qingcheng, with a bounty of 500,000 spirit coins. The prodigy, Dongfang Yuan, with a bounty of 300,000 spirit coins. In succession, every living participant from the Academy of Desolation in the Battle of the 9 Palaces was listed, with bounties ranging from 500,000 to 50,000 spirit coins. How could it be? How could the Academy of Desolation betray our human race? Surely, there is a hidden agenda. Indeed, our Academy, having striven for years to attain the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, is now unjustly labeled as wanted, with calls for its eradication. There must be an underlying conspiracy. It is utterly outrageous. Where will our children study in the future? What sin have we committed in the desolate province? The Academy of Desolation is innocent. As this news spread, it ignited a tremendous uproar throughout the desolate capital, with countless individuals protesting in discontent. The Academy of Desolation, being an institution of the local populace, had contributed immensely to the cultivation community of the desolate province over the years, garnering widespread support from its citizens. The tragic fate of the Academy and the accusations against it sparked immense dissatisfaction among the masses. Among those were loyal individuals who had emerged from the Academy. Witnessing the devastation of their alma mater, they were incensed, inciting numerous protests and riots. However, such insurrections were swiftly quelled by the Marquis of Desolation's estate, with the leaders of the protests being executed to restore order. In the days leading up to this announcement, several graduates of the Academy had already met their demise. However, while the riots may have quelled, the tempest of public opinion remains unbridled, and the house of the abandoned Marquis finds itself besieged by relentless verbal assaults from the cultivators of the abandoned prefecture, resulting in a fracturing of loyalties. In the Northern Sea Prefecture, upon the azure expanse of the Northern Sea, a passenger spirit ship is embroiled in a fierce battle. A cadre of pirates assails the vessel, only to encounter a formidable resistance. Buzz, a flash of sword light intersected, and the countenance of a pirate at the Soul Moon realm shifted dramatically, as he felt an icy chill encircle his neck. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from his throat, nearly severed in two by a single strike. The blade retracted, returning to the sheath at the waist of a young man clad in white. Across the surface of the sea, more than 30 pirates lay slain, each one dispatched with a precise strike to the throat. The youth bore 2 swords at his waist, one hilt gleaming like polished jade, exuding a potent aura of spiritual energy, while the other was tarnished with age, its hilt worn and incongruous with the young man's appearance and demeanor. Lord Dugu is truly formidable. This band of pirates could not withstand even 10 breaths against your prowess, the captain exclaimed in admiration. This swordsman was merely a hired guard aboard their vessel, yet his swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights among his peers, having dispatched countless would-be marauders along the journey. One could only speculate if he had yet to encounter the legendary pirate, Wang Lufei. The young man remained silent, having dispatched his foes. He proceeded to relieve them of their storage artifacts, then seated himself at the prow of the ship, sword resting across his knees, gazing contemplatively at the rise and fall of the sun and moon, embodying an aura of aloofness and solitude. He was profoundly reclusive, engaging in no conversation, as if his world revolved solely around his 2 swords. His noble bearing and striking features drew the attention of several lovely female passengers, eager to alleviate the tedium of their voyage. Yet, under the chilling gaze of the youth, their courage waned. They often found themselves silenced, their attempts at flirtation stifled by a sense of dread, leaving them too intimidated to utter even the simplest invitation. His name was Dugu Piaoxue, a wanderer of the continent for over a year. His swordsmanship had strengthened through a myriad of challenges encountered along the way, his comprehension of the sword reaching a level of incredulity among his contemporaries. Dugu Piaoxue meticulously wiped the blade of his sword with a pristine white towel. Though devoid of blood, he possessed an acute aversion to dirt. Unexpectedly, one of the 9 palaces, the abandoned prefecture academy, had been annihilated. Suddenly, a conversation among a group of inebriated patrons on deck piqued his interest. Indeed, who would have imagined that the abandoned prefecture academy would conspire with sea demons to disrupt the imperial capital? The influence of these sea fiends has infiltrated our human realm so deeply. As the revelers continued their idle chatter, an overwhelming chill of sword energy enveloped them, and their expressions turned grave. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in white had materialized before them in an instant, startling them profoundly. Lord Dugu. They recognized the youth who had displayed extraordinary abilities throughout the journey, their tone now laced with respect. What did you say? The abandoned prefecture academy has been destroyed? The usually taciturn youth inquired coldly, his gaze sharp as twin blades, emanating an aura of menace. Indeed, the Academy of the Wasteland was annihilated due to its collusion with sea demons, which caused turmoil in the imperial capital, prompting the emperor to command its destruction by the Wasteland Marquis. One man hastily exclaimed, feeling a chill creep into his heart beneath the unintentional sword intent radiating from the youth. Upon hearing this, Dugu Piaoxue staggered, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His complexion paled slightly, and a terrifying sword aura emanated from his being. The few who witnessed this let out cries of despair, retreating in fear as the sword aura carved bloody gashes upon their flesh. The academy has been destroyed. What has become of its people? Dugu Piaoxue demanded coldly, seizing one man by the throat. Most of the academy's members were slain, and the master has perished as well. Only a handful are still fleeing, wanted by the authorities. Young Master Dugu, what has happened to you? The man trembled, intimidated by the aura exuding from Dugu Piaoxue. The Marquis, the Emperor. Dugu Piaoxue's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his thoughts consumed by concern for his sister. With a determined step, he propelled himself into the sky, drawing forth his spirit sword and transforming into a streak of astonishing light, slicing through the air. Chapter 884. The 9 Provinces Suppression, the Blood Rose Tavern. A modest establishment of just 3 stories appeared unremarkable amidst the bustling capital of the wasteland. Yet, those acquainted with the underbelly of the capital's world were well aware of the sinister nature of this place. A slender figure, clad with a black ancient sword upon his back and carrying a round, bulging package, entered the tavern. Inside, numerous burly men adorned with fierce tattoos drank heartily, engaged in games of chance, and shared raucous laughter, while others embraced alluring beauties or shook dice in groups. Spider is back, Brother Spider. Upon his arrival, many patrons immediately nodded in respect. The man approached the counter, setting down his package, from which a bloodied head rolled forth. Bring me a barrel of blood rose, he said coldly. It was the head of Wang Chuang, a formidable master of the 2nd tier of the Ascendant Realm, who had been slain merely 2 days after the mission was issued. Less talk, settle the bill, and bring the wine, the blood spider commanded. Understood. A 2nd tier ascendant's head carries a bounty of 500,000 spirit coins, the slightly plump young man at the counter proclaimed. Then retrieved a hefty bag of spirit coins from a storage pouch, depositing it with a thud on the counter. Brother Spider is incredible. This marks your 3rd master slain, doesn't it? Huh. I reckon you could ascend to a 1st tier assassin in the Bounty Guild of the Wasteland. The surrounding patrons cheered. The Bounty Guild, the largest assassination organization in the 9 provinces, would eliminate anyone for the right price, whether they hailed from the righteous or the underworld. He was known as the Blood Spider, one of the most formidable assassins in the capital's Bounty Guild. The Blood Rose Tavern served as a branch of this guild. A beautiful waitress presented a barrel of wine, its color as red as blood, exuding a faint scent of iron. Named Blood Rose. This wine was crafted from the essence of powerful warriors combined with spiritual spring water and medicinal herbs, providing significant benefits to one's cultivation. However, It had been classified as a forbidden beverage by the Great Xia dynasty. The spider hunter took a sip of the blood-red rose wine, exhaling a breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Leaning against the counter, his gaze drifted toward a wall in the southwest direction. This wall was adorned with numerous portraits of individuals, each marked with a blood-red skull insignia beneath them. These were the targets designated by the Bounty Guild for elimination. Among them were several with bounties in the millions. However, the prowess of these prey was formidable, all renowned masters in the wild land. A bounty of 500,000 spirit coins was placed on those at the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm. The spider hunter's attention suddenly fixated on a few individuals, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Who were these individuals? He took another sip of liquor, pointing at their images. The portly man chuckled, "Brother Spider Hunter, those few are currently the most sought-after targets. They are scions from the Academy of the Wild State. Highly coveted indeed. Already, no fewer than 10 individuals have taken on the tasks, including Lone Wolf. Provide me with the intelligence data," the Spider Hunter said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you want information on all 3? Indeed. Very well, the intelligence data will cost 10,000 spirit coins." The Spider Hunter promptly transferred the required amount, and the man produced 3 scrolls. The Spider Hunter opened one of the scrolls for review. Xiang Chen, a prodigy from the Dragon and Phoenix list of the Academy of the Wild State, renowned throughout the 9 palaces. His cultivation is at the 4th level of the Soul Moon realm, with estimated combat prowess reaching the 9th level. Residential address, South Wild Great Chu Kingdom. Great Chu Royal City, son of Prince Chu Xiang, mother, Su Qing. The intelligence dossier contained extensive information on Xiang Chen's whereabouts in the Wild State, including his status as an elder of the Liu family, with possible sightings in the Liu family estate and Great Chu Royal City. However, his current location remained unverified. The 2nd and 3rd scrolls contained information on Xiahou Wu and Qingqing. How intriguing! 3 young souls at the Soul Moon realm, and their bounties are so substantial. I, the Spider Hunter, shall take on these 3 contracts. After perusing the information, a chilling smirk graced the Spider Hunter's lips. This was indeed a bounty placed by the Marquis House of the Wild. The Bounty Guild, while a clandestine force within the underworld, would accept jobs from anyone willing to pay, even officials of the dynasty. Moreover, certain unsavory tasks that the dynasty found inconvenient to handle were entrusted to them. In this continent, darkness and light coexisted as inherent counterparts. Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Guhuang, within the Wind Dust Manor, in the courtyard, Xiang Chen sat beneath the cool shade of the pavilion, also perusing a bounty list. This list was none other than the wanted poster detailing their heads, featuring Xiahou Wu, Qingcheng, Dongfang Sanqing, and others. The dynasty truly values our heads, offering a bounty of 500,000 spirit coins. Xiang Chen scoffed, handing the list to Qingqing beside him. Qingqing examined the list, her willow-like brows furrowing slightly. This sum is sufficient to entice many masters to take action against us. Indeed, we are fortunate. As long as we remain concealed, no one can locate us. However, our families may suffer repercussions. Xiang Chun acknowledged the series of consequences brought about by this wanted notice. Xia Qingchang remarked, setting aside whether the dynasty will send people to Great Chu to deal with our families. Many urban hunters and even bounty hunters will likely be stirred to action, possibly resorting to underhanded means to force us into the open. Damn it! Who dares to seek trouble at our home in Great Chu? I shall ensure they meet their end. Xiahou Wubbing spoke coldly, a murderous intent crystallizing in the air. Murong Tianhua furrowed his sword-like brows and remarked, as the saying goes, a bright spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. President, we must take precautions regarding the situation in Dechu. Xiang Chen nodded and addressed Xiahou Wu and Qingcheng, saying, Qingcheng, monkey, you two should immediately send a letter back home, instructing Uncle Xiahou and Uncle Xia to take residence in the palace of the Chu King to guard against potential sinister forces from the martial world. I will dispatch strong warriors to ensure their protection. Understood. I will write to my father at once, Xiahou Wu replied, acknowledging that their ventures outside made them most fearful of bringing calamity upon their families. Qingming, you shall personally deliver the message. Also, instruct Zhao Mu and the others not to rush over for special training. Their priority should be to safeguard the Chu King's palace. Xiang Chun further directed Qingming. Very well. I shall set off immediately. Qingming nodded, preparing to depart. Wait, Xiang Chun suddenly called out, and Qingming looked at him in confusion. I will go myself, otherwise I cannot rest easy. I wish to see who dares to trouble me in Chu. Xiang Chen resolved to take this task upon himself to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Unwilling to gamble the lives of his loved ones on the integrity of the imperial court, should the worst come to pass, he would be ready to flee with his family to Donghai Tianyang Island. Dog, we shall return together, Xiahou Wu and Xia Qingqing echoed. Now we too have no home to return to. Brother, let us journey back to Chu together, the brothers from the Dongfang family, who belonged to one of the most powerful clans in the region, added. They had little to fear for their families given their formidable lineage. Very well. We shall return together. Chapter 885. The unmatured decision to return with their decision made. Xiang Chun and the group of fugitives from the Great Xia wasted no time and set off together on the ethereal crane carriage. At this moment, numerous assassins had received the news and were hastening toward the kingdom of Chu. However, Xiang Chun and his companions were evidently faster. The crane carriage could traverse the distance from the wilderness capital to Chu in just over half an hour. In the kingdom of Chu, following the annexation of the Scorpion, Southern Dipper, and Northern Wild nations, its national power had risen to the foremost position among the 9 nations in the southern wilderness. Growing increasingly robust, the spiritual veins and crystal sources Xiang Chun had acquired were largely buried beneath the royal palace of Chu and the lesser martial king's estate, enhancing the spiritual energy of this mighty realm. The cultivators residing in Chu could also sense a significant acceleration in their training speed, as the influx of spiritual energy had greatly increased compared to before. King Xiang had already received news of Xiang Chen's return. When the ethereal crane carriage descended upon the palace of Chu, King Xiang, Zhao Mu, Li Chuan, and others were already awaiting their arrival. Chen'er, King Xiang, accompanied by his close confidants, and Su Qing, came personally to greet Xiang Chun. Father, mother. Xiang Chun leaped down from the crane carriage and knelt in reverence before his parents. Haha, rise quickly. Remarkable, you have reached the 5th level of the Soul Moon realm. King Xiang said as he helped Xiang Chen to his feet. Let your mother have a good look. You have grown taller. We are aware of the happenings in the imperial capital. From now on, you shall not return there. Su Qing stepped forward to grasp Xiang Chen's hand, her eyes brimming with concern. Uncle, Aunt, Uncle Xiang, Aunt Qing, she greeted alongside a group that included Qing Cheng and Xiahou Wu, all of whom bowed in respect. Father, allow me to introduce these 2 gentlemen, the brothers Dongfang Yuan and Sanqing from the Dongfang family of Huangzhou. Xiang Chun introduced the brothers whom his parents were unfamiliar with, while the rest were recognized faces. The Dongfang brothers promptly returned the greeting, and Xiang Wang, smiling sincerely, expressed his welcome on behalf of Chu. The brothers were secretly astonished by Xiang Wang's demeanor. The innate regal authority he exuded made it hard to believe he was merely the ruler of a small nation. We have received news regarding the calamity of the 9 palaces, Xiang Wang remarked. It is indeed fortunate that you managed to escape in advance. Xiang Chun forced a smile, replying, this may unfortunately bring trouble to Chu. We have encountered a more intricate situation. Oh, what matter is this? Xiang Wang was evidently unaware of the destruction of the Huangzhou Academy. The Huangzhou Academy has been annihilated. What? Indeed. Both Xiang Wang and Su Qing's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. Xiang Wang inquired about the situation with alarm. Xiang Chun recounted the events in detail, and upon finishing, Xiang Wang's countenance darkened with fury. The Huangzhou Academy had once been a place of his own cultivation, holding a cherished place in his heart. Now it lay in ruins. His son was wrongfully accused and hunted by the imperial court. How could he not be enraged? Now that you are being pursued, you returned out of fear that some rogue might take your bounty and coerce us into forcing you out. Xiang Wang, ever astute, immediately deduced Xiang Chen's sudden arrival. Indeed, my wanted status will likely stir quite a commotion in the martial world. To prevent any underhanded schemes against you, I must return and prepare accordingly. Lord Xiahou and Uncle Yunlong must be summoned to the palace for precaution. Xiang Chun expressed his concerns. Young master, you need not fret. Our White Tiger inspection guard is more than capable of ensuring the safety of the king and queen, Zhao Mu declared confidently, having risen to the strength of the Soul Moon realm. However, Xiang Chen shook his head, stating, our bounty is substantial. Even masters may be drawn into this. I must return to bolster our defenses. Ah, masters. Zhao Mu's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly fell silent. Their current strength was insufficient to contend with such figures. Xiang Wang reassured him, You can rest assured about your mother and my safety. We are capable of protecting ourselves. However, Xiang Chen, Xiahou, you must bring your parents to the palace. Both Xiang Chen and Xiahou nodded, having already dispatched messages at the fastest speed through the personnel of Shinkong Hall. Xiang Wang patted Xiang Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Well then, you have traveled a great distance. Let us first dine together, and afterward, we shall deliberate on this matter." "Very well, I will heed my father's words." "Brother." At that moment, a girl of about 8, with a delicate and adorable face reminiscent of a porcelain doll, dressed in a red cotton coat and sporting horn braids, rushed over. "Tuanzi." Xiang Chen squatted down, lifting the seemingly unchanged little girl into his embrace. "Brother, I've missed you so much. It feels like ages since you last visited Tuan Tuan." Xiao Tuan Tuan's legs were nestled snugly against Xiang Chen's sides, resembling a koala clinging to its mother. "Brother, you are busy, yet you have returned to see me. Let me show you," she exclaimed. Xiang Chen gazed at the little girl and chuckled. "Why haven't you grown taller yet? You remain as adorable as ever." Xiao Tuan Tuan pouted, replying, "I truly do not know. I have been trying so hard to grow up. I eat so much every day, yet I still do not seem to get any taller. Haha, no wonder you've gained quite a bit of weight. But that's all right. It makes you even cuter," Xiang Chen said, cradling her in one arm as he entered the palace alongside Xiang Wang. A gathering of people were dining, and during the royal banquet, Xiang Chen began to discuss the pressing issues at hand with his father. "The factions in the martial world are manageable. I have the capability to handle them. What I dread the most is the Great Xia dynasty, which may disregard its reputation and strike at the Great Chu," he stated. Xiang Wang shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. The father and son shared a habitual gesture of contemplation. "You overestimate your significance. The Great Xia would not act against us solely because of a few students. Formally, we are also subjects of the Great Xia." He obliterated the abandoned palace to provide an explanation to the other 8 provinces and the academy to find a scapegoat for his own dynasty. However, it is certain that someone from the martial world will take action. What the dynasty refrains from doing will be executed by the martial world. With today's news, I suspect we will soon have visitors at the Great Chu Palace. Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. "I have returned precisely to prevent such occurrences." "Haha, do not worry. Your father can handle it. Let them come if they wish. Just ensure you remain hidden, for showing yourselves would invite trouble. If they send a few, the walls of the Great Chu Palace will soon bear more than a few heads," Xiang Wang remarked confidently, though his gaze was icy. "But father, mother, you must also be prepared. I will set up a special formation to ensure your safety in case of any unforeseen events." Xiang Chun was unaware of his father's current strength and cultivation level. Nevertheless, his father had been engaged in underhanded dealings, sending many valuable items home. Chapter 886. The method of relocation. 400 meters beneath the Chu Palace lay an immense underground chamber, occupying nearly a third of the palace's area. Within this vast subterranean space, Xiang Chen stood, waving his sleeve as numerous earthy yellow crystals appeared before him. The Earth Spirit Stones, numerous in variety based on their energy composition, contained a substantial amount of Earth's spiritual essence. In his hand, he produced a carving knife approximately 1 foot in length. Hundreds of Earth Spirit Stones floated before him, and as he summoned one closer, he focused his true essence and magic, skillfully etching intricate patterns and formation symbols into the stone. The first stone took several breaths to carve, and then he moved on to the second. Over the course of more than an hour, he meticulously inscribed different symbols onto all 480 Earth Spirit Stones. "Gather." With a graceful wave of his large sleeves, Xiang Chen summoned hundreds of array stones, which transformed into radiant beams of light, systematically and elegantly distributing themselves into the earth. "Congeal," he uttered softly. Stepping forward as a circle of array patterns emanated a circular glow, enveloping the entire array base. Boom. In that instant, waves of earthy yellow light radiated outward, covering the ground and enveloping the area within an 80-mile radius beneath the Chu Royal Palace, a unique array of earthly power shrouding the land, merging seamlessly with the heavens. Xiang Chen exhaled softly, feeling a sense of calm within. "What array is this?" inquired Xiahou Wu and others, astonished. Xiang Chen had learned these array techniques from the demon clan's heritage within the sacred classics of myriad demons. These arrays were inventions of the demon race, based on their observations of the laws of nature, yet it was among the human race that they flourished. "This is the Kunfa relocation array," Xiang Chen elucidated. It is a medium-level spiritual array within the 5 elements. Once within the array, activating this talisman will enable one to relocate 3,000 kilometers away through the earthly powers. Albeit the activation coverage is limited to 80 miles, precisely the extent of this Chu royal palace. As he spoke, Xiang Chen produced a collection of spirit jade, each inscribed with array symbols. Everyone take one. Father, Mother, Uncle Xia, each of you should hold one as well. You will reside in the royal palace from now on. He distributed one to his parents, and to Xia Yunlong, Xiahou Ba, and others. The art of arrays demands profound perception and comprehension of the world. I never imagined the prince's mastery of arrays would be so profound. He is truly a prodigy, Xia Yunlong remarked as he received the array talisman. Unable to restrain his admiration, Xiang Chen smiled faintly, possessing the moonlight eyes and practicing the Tai Chi Yin Yang. He regarded the art of arrays merely as a sideline within the vast cosmos, one of the myriad paths of existence. With these preparations, you may rest easy, proclaimed Prince Xiang. Indeed, I feel reassured now. Next, let us see who dares to come to our Great Chu seeking death, Xiang Chen responded with a sinister smile, revealing sharp canines. By the following day, the entire Great Chu royal capital was suddenly populated by dozens of formidable souls at the Grand Heaven realm. These individuals arrived either solitary or in small groups, all of whom had concealed themselves outside the Chu royal palace, clandestinely investigating whether Xiang Chen had returned to Great Chu. As night fell, with the silver moon hanging high and its outline like a crescent, the palace's back garden was suffused with spiritual energy. A beautiful woman clad in light palace attire reclined on a lounge chair, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old girl in her arms, who listened intently to her stories. Su Chun, Little Tuan Tuan. Outside the palace walls, from various locations, figures quietly climbed over the towering walls with ease. A squad of white tiger guards patrolled by, prompting a cloaked figure to quickly merge into the treetops, suppressing their presence. Among them, 3 figures darted directly toward the back garden, merging with the shadows of the night. Undetected as they stealthily approached, at a distance of 200 meters, the trio spotted Su Qing and Little Tuan Tuan in the garden. Indeed, that is Su Qing, the queen of Great Chu and Xiang Chen's mother. Capturing her will certainly compel Xiang Chen to reveal himself. One voice conveyed through spiritual perception, inquiring about the child cradled in her arms. Another responded through thought, speculating that it might be the sister of Xiang Chen or someone of similar significance. But it mattered not. They would capture her nonetheless, as all preparations were in place. The 3 conspired and stealthily approached. Their concealment techniques remarkably adept. Ordinary eyes would be unable to perceive their presence. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. When they were merely 50 meters away, the trio suddenly launched their attack with impeccable synchrony. The air vibrated as their true essence erupted, a spiritual net materializing instantaneously, descending upon Su Qing and the little round figure. At such a close range, the ambush was executed flawlessly, ensnaring Su Qing and the child without a hint of surprise. Meanwhile, in the study of King Xiang, he sat immersed in the pile of documents before him. Undoubtedly, King Xiang was a diligent sovereign, dedicating an hour each day to manage the affairs of the Great Chu, while never neglecting his own cultivation. Outside the study, a shadow stealthily appeared at the window. A figure cloaked in darkness, blending seamlessly with the night, save for a pair of hauntingly green eyes that glimmered like a wolf's. He suppressed his aura, gazing at King Xiang, who was about 20 meters away, as he conjured black spiritual light in his hands, forming a pair of razor-sharp claws that extended 2 feet in length. The claws, akin to those of a wolf, gleamed with a sinister green light, indicating their toxicity. He was known as the Lone Wolf, aptly named for his solitary nature and ruthless demeanor. This individual was undoubtedly among the elite assassins within the bounty guild of the Desolate City. Locking his gaze on King Xiang, he crouched slightly, resembling a predator in the jungle poised to strike. Unbeknownst to King Xiang, who remained engrossed in the documents with his back turned, the Lone Wolf sprang into action, his true essence surging forth in an instant. In a mere fraction of a second, he traversed the 20-meter distance. His claws lunged toward King Xiang's back, not aimed at a vital point, clearly indicating his intent to capture alive. The formidable aura of Master Ling Shao radiated from the Lone Wolf. At that moment, a slight smile curved the corners of King Xiang's lips, mirroring the cunning of Xiang Chen as he plotted against others. with astonishing speed. He drew a war spear with one hand, twisting his body to unleash a counterattack. With a sickening thud, blood splattered across the room, freezing the scene in time. Just as the claws were a mere 2 meters from King Xiang, they froze in place. The spearhead of the Fang Tian painted halberd, over a foot in length, pierced the lone wolf's chest, the tip impaling his heart, while the crescent double blades drove deep into his torso. How could he be so swift? The world around the lone wolf shifted to crimson, the only thought echoing in his mind. Chapter 887. The Assassin's Graveyard. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Scarlet droplets of blood fell upon the mahogany floor as King Xiang, spear in hand, regarded the lone wolf, his expression remaining utterly impassive. He spoke calmly. Having led troops into battle for decades, I vividly remember my first encounter on the battlefield when I was stabbed in the back. The technique I have mastered most thoroughly since then is the reverse thrust with my spear. Ever since that day, no one has managed to harm me from behind. Especially not with your hidden techniques, which I perceive as rife with flaws. Long before you approached me within a 2-kilometer radius. Every one of your movements was already within my awareness. Nevertheless, the allure of Chen's bounty is indeed significant. Enough to attract a small master like you who has attained complete mastery in the celestial realm. As he spoke, the king of Xiang shook his spear with force. Blood gushed from the lone wolf's mouth, his internal organs shattered. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. A dark golden flame descended upon his corpse, and anguished wails echoed from the soul moon, consumed by the flames of reincarnation. In the rear garden, laughter erupted. We've got him. The three rejoiced as they beheld Xu Chun and Xiao Tuan ensnared in a net. Let us spread the word and wait for Xiang Chen to walk into our trap. The leader sneered, moving closer to seize them and escape. But to their astonishment, the two figures in the net dissipated into a cloud of mist. Within the vapor, a flash of brilliance sliced through the air, severing the leader's throat. Blood sprayed forth as he stared in disbelief, clutching his neck. The mist enveloped his body, devouring and corroding his flesh at a visible pace, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome skeleton. Brother. The other two were left pale with fear. The transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, from the darkness, a barrage of arrows shot forth. The two managed to deflect a few, but many struck their bodies. Their anguished cries echoed as they fell, riddled with arrows. The mist coalesced into a faceless figure clad in black, wielding a pair of short, dark spiritual daggers. Qianlong. In the surrounding floral thickets, over 10 white tiger guards appeared, armed with bows and arrows. Pathetic. They dare to invade our Chu King's palace with such feeble assassination techniques. One of the leaders, Li Chuan, scoffed. Their perception was astonishing. The moment these assassins entered the palace, they were already exposed to the guards' beast-like senses. Let us not forget, they were akin to human tigers. Qianlong devoured the flesh and blood of the two, his demonic aura surging as he soared from the 4th to the 6th level of the Soul Moon realm in a frenzy. These three were assassins of the great celestial level, providing him with an immense boost. Somewhere within the palace, another scream pierced the air as an intruding assassin was ensnared by a magical net, followed by arrows raining down upon him. That night, the palace was filled with an incessant chorus of screams, each sound sharp and jarring in the stillness of the night. By the witching hour, around 3 in the morning, no more assassins dared to breach the Grand Chu Palace. Before the palace where Xiang Chen resided, countless corpses lay strewn across the hall. The corpses lay scattered, some reduced to mere skeletons while others remained as mangled remnants, a total of 11 in number. Among them was a black-clad assassin, bound at the wrists, his jaw dislocated. Forced to kneel in the hall under the watchful eyes of the white tiger guard, Xiang Chen reclined languidly in a chaise longue, while he knelt before him, delicately caressing his legs, her graceful form accentuating alluring curves. Young master, the jade token on the assassin. These individuals are predominantly from the same organization. Zhao Mu stepped forward, offering a jade token with both hands. Xiang Chen accepted the token, which bore the image of a bloodied skull, adorned above by a dagger intricately carved in the shape of intertwined gold coins, its patterns woven into the design atop the skull. These were members of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Xiang Chen recognized the insignia, the most notorious assassin organization in the Jiuzhou realm. His gaze fell upon the captured assassin. One leg severed, poison fangs rendered useless by the dislocated jaw, leaving him unable to bite down and commit suicide. a minor master of the Lingxiao realm. Accompanied by 10 grand assassins of the Soul Moon stage, the Bounty Hunter Guild was indeed formidable, capable of deploying such experts merely to eliminate me, Xiang Chen. As he toyed with the jade token, he observed the assassin's icy demeanor, devoid of significant fear, clearly a professional killer accustomed to bloodshed and indifferent to death. Speak. How many men did you send to kill me? Which roles have accepted the mission? Intriguingly, the government would entrust you with such tasks. It appears they still value their own reputation. Xiang Chen straightened, gently tapping the jade token as he inquired. The assassin merely emitted a cold chuckle from his throat, refusing to respond. What is this? Young master is asking you a question. Speak, how many more are there? Zhao Mu raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The assassin's face bruised and bloodied, yet he remained silent. A tough nut to crack, eh? I have a penchant for hard challenges. Little Jean, devour him. Piece by piece, from foot to head, Xiang Chen remarked. As he spoke, a golden scorpion emerged from his sleeve, its radiance shifting until it transformed into a colossal golden scorpion the size of a man. The giant scorpion advanced, its fearsome mandibles glistening ominously. The assassin's eyes widened in terror. The golden scorpion's gaping maw clamped onto the assassin's foot, crunching down amidst a cacophony of bone and flesh, its fangs gnashing relentlessly as it consumed the flesh. The bones of the foot shattered with a sickening crunch, blood gushing forth as the entire foot was devoured. The assassin could no longer contain his agony, cries of despair escaping his throat as he gazed at his leg, witnessing in horror as the golden scorpion methodically chewed through his foot and calf, the sounds of breaking bones grating against the ears. The sight of his body being gradually consumed was far more terrifying than the pain itself. In this gruesome spectacle, the youth's face betrayed no emotion. Lacking any semblance of compassion, cold as a demon. The trials and tribulations of the martial world had long since drowned any vestiges of mercy within him. The assassin, motivated by greed, had come to target his family. Such was the nature of the martial world, where true righteousness and benevolence were but illusions. I can't take it anymore. I'll talk. The assassin could no longer bear the torment, emitting a series of mournful wails as he felt his flesh being gnawed at, now to the extent of his thigh. Xiao Jin, cease your noise, Xiang Chen commanded, beckoning with his hand. The golden scorpion shrank to the size of a palm and crawled back into Xiang Chen's sleeve, entering the Qinkuan ring. Speak, reveal everything you know, starting with your name. Chapter 888. Xiang Chen's decisive strike. Man, he brought Xiang Chen a goblet of exquisite grape wine. Xiang Chen swirled the luminous jade cup, gazing at the tortured assassin sprawled on the ground, fear still etched upon his face. I am Ma Wu, a 4th-tier assassin of the Bounty Guild in the Desolate City. The man spoke clearly from his throat. Assassins of the Bounty Guild are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each containing 9 grades, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. I know of at least 20 assassins who have accepted your task. Among them the 2 strongest, Lone Wolf and Spider Hunter. Both are 1st-tier assassins at the Master Realm. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not heard of these 2. Zhao Mu, unveil the white cloth covering the 3rd corpse, Xiang Chen instructed. Zhao Mu stepped forward and lifted the cloth, revealing a corpse with a ghastly pale visage. Upon this man's neck was a tattoo of a wolf totem. Lone Wolf. The assassin's expression changed dramatically as he recognized the man. He is indeed dead. The assassin was struck with horror, exclaiming, this Chu is formidable indeed, having slain so many in one night, including Lone Wolf. This man was killed by my father. It seems he has broken through to the Master Realm. Thus, there remains one Master-level assassin yet to make his move, Xiang Chen mused. It is indeed Lone Wolf. Does this mean Spider Hunter has yet to show himself? Do you know his whereabouts? Xiang Chen inquired. The assassin shook his head, saying, Spider Hunter operates alone and never collaborates with others. I have no knowledge of his location. Xiang Chen pressed on. What are the characteristics of this individual? Any distinctive skills or martial arts? The assassin replied, I do not know much, only that he has never missed a target. Those marked by him are essentially doomed. Moreover, he is adept in the use of poison, but beyond that, I cannot say. Adept in poison, intriguing. Have you encountered any of your peers? Xiang Chen chuckled lightly upon hearing this. I have shared all I know. Could you grant me a swift end? The assassin gritted his teeth. He no longer wished for the fanciful notion of survival, merely desiring a quick death. having truly feared the previous torment. "Oh, why wish for death? Do you not desire to live?" Xiang Chen inquired playfully. "Do you truly offer me a chance at life?" Ma Wu asked incredulously. "If you perish, you are merely one more corpse. However, should you choose to ally with me, I can not only spare your life, but also heal your injured leg. What will you decide?" Xiang Chen questioned. "Are you Xiang Chen?" The assassin gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Xiang Chen had assumed a disguise. "Indeed," Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. "I submit." Without a hint of hesitation, the assassin declared, "Those who engage in this line of work, devoid of familial ties or emotional burdens, are naturally inclined to accept remuneration for their services in order to survive. You are not, perchance, an internal assassin of the Bounty Guild?" Xiang Chen inquired, for if one were an internal assassin, submission to him would be inconceivable. Such individuals are typically bound by prohibitions that render betrayal a path to certain death. Ma Wu shook his head, stating, "No, we are merely drifters under his command, accepting tasks but not bound by orders." Xiang Chen rose and approached him, placing his palm upon the assassin's head, unleashing a formidable force of absorption. The assassin screamed in agony as strands of spiritual energy were extracted from the soul moon within his head, while behind him, a spider no larger than a fingertip scuttled into a crevice in the ground. This spider traversed its path until, after a considerable time, it emerged from the palace. Finding itself outside, at a tavern beyond the palace walls, on the third-floor windowsill, a gaunt man leaned against the frame. The spider returned to his palm, then ascended his arm, shoulder, neck, and finally crawled into his ear. The man twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and a look of surprise curved his lips. "The lone wolf has perished. How intriguing. This young man, Xiang Chen, has actually returned to the state of Chu," he mused to himself, having gleaned much information from the spider. The spider hunter gazed at the palace and remarked, "It seems this royal palace conceals formidable talents. A remote kingdom's royalty possesses the strength to eliminate masters. However, Xiang Chen, now that I have discovered your whereabouts, how can you evade my grasp?" A sinister smile crossed the spider hunter's face as he licked his crimson lips. He shut the window and vanished into the darkness of the night. The following day, the walls of the Great Chu palace bore 10 severed heads, accompanied by notices declaring them to be assassins who had infiltrated the palace. A throng gathered before the palace gates, pointing and murmuring about the gruesome display. Among the crowd were several hidden assassins, their expressions shifting drastically upon seeing the heads. How could this be? The lone wolf has fallen. Is the Great Chu palace truly this formidable? To have slain so many in a single night. Even the lone wolf has perished. This task is indeed perilous. Many of the lurking assassins began to contemplate retreat. At that moment, a carriage slowly emerged from the Chu palace, prompting the crowd to part and allow it passage. The carriage meandered through the streets at a leisurely pace. Inside, Xiang Chen sat, toying with the dragon K demon blade, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb, dancing nimbly on his fingertips like a playful fish. Beside him sat a man who appeared to be a bodyguard. "Young master, do you believe the adversary will strike?" one man inquired, his expression impassive. "No. This fellow lacks the audacity, let alone any expression," Xiang Chen replied. "Let us observe the fish's patience. Ahead lies our own hot pot restaurant. A quick meal of skewers would be most agreeable." He patted the man's shoulder and commanded the carriage to halt. The two disembarked and entered the hot pot restaurant. After indulging for over an hour, they finally emerged from the establishment. "Big brother, may I have some candied hawthorn skewers?" At that moment, a young girl, no more than 10, approached, holding a string of candied hawthorns skewered on a stick. "How much for a string?" Xiang Chen inquired with a smile as he squatted down. The girl replied, 2 copper coins for a string." With a flicker of gold in his hand, Xiang Chen paid her a gold coin, telling her to keep the change. The little girl departed, beaming with delight. Xiang Chen gazed at the string of candied hawthorns and took a hearty bite. The sweet and tangy flavor of the hawthorn was delightful, and he savored it eagerly. However, the candied hawthorn suddenly exploded with a loud bang, revealing a powerful spirit talisman hidden within. A thunderous light erupted, and amidst the explosion, Xiang Chen's head was blown apart, blood splattering everywhere, leaving behind a headless corpse. A collective gasp of horror resonated among the onlookers, frozen in shock at the gruesome scene. Xiang Chen has fallen. Chapter 889, Riding the Tide Young Master. They are killing. The streets erupted in panic, with the crowd scattering in all directions. The guards beside Xiang Chen were filled with rage and despair, glaring at the surrounding throng. In a flash, a shadow darted past, sweeping over the corpse to snatch a jade token before vanishing into thin air. The guard, cradling the headless body of Xiang Chen, sprinted towards the palace. A kilometer away, atop a building, the shadowy figure paused, eyeing the name on the jade token with a cold smirk. This token belonged to Xiang Chen, and now, with 500,000 spirit coins in his grasp, the next target was Xiahou Wu. The hunter chuckled sinisterly, pocketing the jade token before disappearing into the bustling marketplace. Upon entering the palace with Xiang Chen's corpse, the body underwent a peculiar transformation, dissipating into a cloud of mist that coalesced into a young man. The guard then tore off the mask of illusion from his face, revealing none other than Xiang Chen himself. Qianlan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Your Majesty, I clearly had the opportunity to kill him just now. Why did you not allow me to strike?" Xiang Chen, seated comfortably, poured himself a cup of tea and replied, "I lured him out not merely to kill him. Slaying one hunter would only invite others of their ilk. The more that perish, the greater our bounty becomes, even drawing more formidable foes to hunt me. Why not let him carry our false demise back to obscure the truth? As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden strike. While there may be relentless pursuers, there is no defense against them indefinitely. We must appear dead in the eyes of the world for the entire Great Chu to be utterly secure." His appearance in the market was a deliberate ploy to attract assassins. He was also aware of the mother and child spider probe left by the hunter on the previous assassin, orchestrating this entire scenario. Then what shall we do next? Qianlan pondered, recognizing the brilliance of the king's stratagem over simply eliminating the opponent. Xiang Chen responded, "Since they have taken the contract to kill me, it is highly likely they have also accepted the contracts on Xiahou Wu and Qingcheng. You will impersonate both Xiahou Wu and Xia Qingcheng to deliberately lure them into action. However, do not be too obvious to avoid exposure. Furthermore, ensure they do not obtain your corpse, for that would reveal our ruse. This is the jade token of Qingcheng, as well as that of Xiahou Wu." As the conversation unfolded, a jade token identifying Xia Qingcheng and Xiahou Wu appeared in Xiang Chen's hand, which he handed over to Qianlan. Upon receiving it, Qianlan nodded affirmatively, pledging to accomplish the task. When Qianlan donned the jade token belonging to Xiahou Wu, his appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing instantaneously into that of Xiahou Wu. His physique, expression, and visage became indistinguishable. Even Xiahou Wu's own mother would struggle to discern the truth. Qianlan clasped his fists and bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Observing Qianlan's retreating figure, Xiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. "The Bounty Guild, in the Huanghou Manor. I shall indulge you in a delightful game." Indeed, the following day, Qianlan, masquerading as Xiahou Wu, was ambushed and assassinated within the Xiahou royal residence. The assassin, Hunter Spider, aimed to claim Xiahou Wu's head. However, the spirit talismans on Xiahou Wu detonated, reducing him to mere remnants, while the assassin only succeeded in acquiring the jade token. On the fourth day, while impersonating Xia Qingcheng in a clothing store at the marketplace, Qianlan met a similar fate at the hands of Hunter Spider, who utilized a potent poison. The toxin was so powerful that Xia Qingcheng was corroded into a puddle of toxic fluid, and her identity token was seized by the assassin. After accomplishing his mission, Hunter Spider returned to claim his reward with the identity tokens in hand, oblivious to the fact that he had been ensnared and manipulated by Xiang Chen. His so-called successful assassinations were merely a trap laid by others. Indeed, when Hunter Spider arrived at the Bounty Guild with the 3 identity tokens, it caused quite a stir. Ordinarily, protocol dictated that a hunter must return with the head of their quarry for verification. If the head was unavailable, the next best evidence would be the identity token. The tokens contained the true essence of their owners, making them irrefutable. However, Hunter Spider had only obtained the identity tokens due to unforeseen circumstances, failing to secure the bodies. Given Hunter Spider's reputation and success rate, no one doubted that 3 individuals at the Soul Moon realm could have survived his hands. Thus, the Bounty Guild rescinded the mission to eliminate the trio, declaring them deceased. Within the imposing and majestic Huanghou Manor, a portly man clad in a butler's attire hurried into the study. Inside, the Huanghou, adorned in a black python robe, was engaged in calligraphy. His other arm, severed by Elder Wang Yang, had been replaced with a grafted limb, allowing him to function like an ordinary person, albeit without the strength of his original arm. The Huangho's expression remained indifferent as he did not lift his gaze. "What is it?" The butler approached, presenting a jade tray that bore 3 jade tokens, the identity tokens of Xiang Chen, Xiaohe Wu, and Xia Chen. The butler respectfully announced, "The Bounty Guild's assassin, Hunter Spider, has successfully eliminated Xiang Chen, Xia Chen, and Xiaohe Wu. This is the material evidence we retrieved." Such swiftness. The Huangho expressed mild surprise, setting down his brush to scrutinize the 3 identity tokens. "No doubt, these are the tokens issued by the Huang Palace for the students." The butler chuckled, remarking that the assassin dispatched was a master killer from the Bounty Guild of the Wasteland, renowned for never having failed in his endeavors. It seemed handling 3 youths of the Soul Moon realm would pose no challenge. Lord Huang sighed as he set down the jade token, lamenting the unfortunate fate of 3 promising individuals who could have become formidable powers in the 9 provinces. He had held great esteem for Xiang Chen, intending to recruit him for his own purposes. The butler replied, "Such is their destiny. Who could have anticipated their involvement in such an affair? Shall we continue pursuing the other wanted criminals?" Lord Huang settled into his seat, gesturing for the guard nearby to collect his calligraphy. He continued, "Let the few old fogies in the Lingxiao realm pursue them relentlessly. As for the other wanted students, let those capable of tracking and eliminating them continue. While we dismiss those who cannot, it would serve as a favor to the Dongfang family. As long as Xiang Chun and his companions perish, I am content. In my eyes, they are the only ones who pose a future threat to me. Such prodigies, once offended, must be eradicated without mercy, otherwise they would grow into a calamity. Indeed, I have instructed the observation pavilion to announce their demise." Upon hearing this, the butler bowed respectfully and took his leave. Lord Huang gazed at the identity tokens of the trio, and with a surge of true essence, he shattered the jade tokens into powder, which cascaded down from his fingertips. Chapter 890. The convergence of Yin and Huang. When the news of Xiang Chen's demise was disseminated by the Observation Gazette, it caused considerable upheaval in the wasteland. Fate can be cruel. Alas, a once promising genius destined to soar to great heights has met such a tragic end. Indeed, with the fall of the Wasteland Palace and the deaths of prodigies like Xiang Chun, what future remains for our cultivation community in the Wasteland? To this day, I refuse to believe that the Wasteland Palace would conspire with sea demons. Our disbelief is inconsequential. Ultimately, the fate of this world rests in the hands of the one in the central capital. Many lamented the loss, mourning the fleeting brilliance of a genius from the Wasteland who never had the chance to represent us in the skies. Xiang Chun, have you truly perished as well? In the ruins of the Wasteland Academy, before a graveyard, a young man clad in white, with 2 long swords at his waist, stood silently before the tombs. This stoic swordsman rarely displayed emotion, yet a flicker of anger and sorrow shone in his eyes. "Sister, the Wasteland Palace, Xiang Chun, rest assured, in this lifetime, I, Dugu Piaoxua, shall exact vengeance upon all who harmed the Wasteland Palace, including that so-called Emperor of Humanity." The youth vowed, his gaze resolute and sharp. Dugu Piaoxua bowed 3 times, his white-clad figure gradually vanishing amidst the ruins. The world knew of Xiang Chen's death. Yet the true Xiang Chun had arrived at the ancient wasteland city, at the foot of the ancient wasteland mountain. This mountain, often an ordinary high peak, was the very site where the ancient wasteland spirit realm would open, a rare occurrence once every century. The land surrounding the ancient wasteland mountain, spanning several hundred miles, had been sold off for the next 20 years by the Gu family, a faction under the banner of the Yin and Huang Hall. Typically, this area was desolate, with only a few ordinary mines, holding little development value. However, under the command of Xiang Chen, the Gu family still purchased the site and prohibited ordinary people from entering. Nightfall at the summit of Guhuang Mountain. Towering 10,000 meters high, the peak of Guhuang Mountain pierces the clouds, shrouded in mist, with a biting cold wind. From afar, the overlapping mountain ranges resemble a series of swords thrusting towards the heavens. A young man, clad in white with golden hair, stands with his hands clasped behind him at the mountain's pinnacle, gazing down at the sea of clouds illuminated by the moonlight. Groups of people continuously converge from below, hastening towards the summit, gathering at the peak. The crowd was eerily silent, and within just an hour, no fewer than several thousand had assembled. Among them were over 2,000 members of the Tianlang clan from the 4 halls, including 56 wolf leaders and 299 wolf generals. One had perished in the battle at the Ruins Palace, leaving 300 originally. There were also 1,900 members of the Wolf Fang tribe. Additionally, there were those under the command of Xiahou Wu from the White Tiger War God Hall, which included the White Tiger Guard, White Tiger Supervisor, Zhao Mu, Zhu Qi, and others, totaling 2,000 bloodline warriors of the White Tiger. The Dragon Hall, with Long Yu also present, gathered 1,000 dragon guards. The Divine Threshold Hall, led by Qing Meng, comprised over 1,000 Yuan Yang avian demons. The Xuanwu Hall, under the command of the Little King Turtle, had a total of 1,200 water demons. Furthermore, there was a motley crew known as the Tianyao Corps, which included demon tribes subdued in the Guhuang spirit realm, such as the Fire Lizard Clan, Silver Ape Clan, and various other demon species, totaling around 1,300 Yuan Yang demons. Here, the assembly consisted almost entirely of non-humans. With over 8,000 gathered, a palpable demonic aura enveloped the scene. And at that moment, all gazes were fixed upon the robust golden-haired youth at the cliff's edge. "Master, all have arrived," murmured Murong Tianhua quietly behind Xiang Chen. These individuals should have convened here earlier, but Xiang Chen's wanted status had delayed their special training. Xiang Chen turned, surveying the nearly 9,000 demonic beings present. Kings. At that moment, thousands knelt on one knee in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. "You may rise." Xiang Chen raised his hand, exuding an air of authority and majesty. He addressed the crowd. "Your presence here signifies that you are all my elite and deserving of trust. I have gathered you for a singular purpose." Xiang Chen's gaze swept over everyone looking at him. "Tell me, do you wish to grow stronger?" "Yes." Without hesitation, nearly 9,000 voices responded in unison, the sound echoing far and wide. "That's precisely right, and I have summoned you here to strengthen you. I intend to lead you into a special training session. Soon, I will guide you into the Guhuang spirit realm, into a peculiar space where you shall cultivate for an extended period." Xiang Chen proclaimed to all present, "Enter the Guhuang spirit realm." Many of Xiang Chen's former classmates, now part of the Tianlang clan, were astonished at the proclamation. One recent inductee into the Tianlang asked, "Junior brother Xiang, no, our king, hasn't the Guhuang spirit realm been closed? It only reopens once every century. How will we gain entry?" "He Weibo? You may not be aware of this, but our sovereign possesses a remarkable ability to tear through the fabric of space, allowing us to venture forth once more." Unconcerned by the passage of a century, a member of the Celestial Wolf Legion chuckled, addressing the individual inquiring, who currently bears his bloodline. Although they are all celestial wolves, there exists a hierarchy of bloodlines, with the highest being Xiang Chun, followed by the 56 wolf commanders, then the wolf generals, and finally the ordinary celestial wolf populace. Even the commoners possess a trace of the sacred beast's bloodline, endowing them with combat prowess beyond that of the average individual. Those with lower bloodlines exhibit unwavering loyalty to their bloodline bearer, their superior. This exemplifies the bloodline hierarchy of the demon race, where the emphasis lies on lineage rather than talent, as is the case with humanity. Understanding dawned upon him, and he ceased further inquiries. Xiang Chen addressed the gathered assembly gravely. "Indeed, I possess the ability to rend space, and therefore, I can lead you all back into the ancient wilderness spirit realm for training. The forthcoming special training will take place within a unique space of the ancient wilderness spirit realm, and every detail regarding this training is classified. All present must first swear an oath of mental fortitude to ensure the secrecy of this training." The members of the White Tiger War God Hall complied immediately, focusing intently to cast their oaths. Commanded by Xiahou Wu, the 4 halls of the Celestial Wolf Legion followed suit, swearing their oaths. The Xuanwu Hall also complied. All the leaders diligently urged those under their command. Thousands gathered to form intricate mental oaths, their solemn vows resonating, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The loyalty of these individuals was largely unquestionable. However, for added security, Xiang Chen instituted a second layer of assurance, prompting everyone to swear an additional oath. Upon completion of the oaths, Xiang Chen swept his hand, unleashing a surge of spatial power as the Qian Kuan Law ring soared forth, transforming into a massive spatial black hole, suspended atop the mountain peak. This black hole resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, evoking an aura of unknown terror. "All halls, heed my command. Enter." Chapter 891, Special Training for All. After all 8,000 individuals had entered the space within the Qian Kuan Law Ring, Xiang Chen summoned the power of space, slicing through the void to create a gash, as if tearing a fabric. Subsequently, he stepped into the ancient wilderness spirit realm. Within this realm, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and the peaks stood resplendent, adorned with numerous spiritual herbs. These herbs flourished vibrantly, their hues a riot of purples and reds, and as the breeze swept through, the fragrance of flora filled the atmosphere. Many of these herbs were cultivated by Xiang Chen himself. As the spatial rift opened, the youth emerged onto a towering summit. Standing atop the precipice, Xiang Chen surveyed the world below, recalling that he had not visited this place in nearly 2 years. However, entering the ancient wilderness spirit realm was merely a pretext. A glimmer of spiritual light emanated from within him, and a suspended black ancient cauldron materialized. With a resonating hum, the cauldron expanded to a size of 30 feet and crashed down upon the earth, creating a profound pit. Xiang Chen entered the cauldron and was transported once again to the land he had cultivated within the cauldron continent. This land now thrived with vitality, abundant high-year spiritual herbs, and an intensity of spiritual energy surpassing that of the Central Continent Academy. In this place, 3 exceptional spiritual veins have been buried, alongside several ordinary ones. The Qiankuan ring transformed into a spatial black hole, drawing everyone into this realm with an overwhelming force of spatial energy. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at their surroundings, believing they had entered the ancient wilderness spiritual realm, a secret known only to a select few. The richness of the spiritual energy was astounding. What location in the ancient wilderness could this be? Dongfang Sanqing inhaled deeply, his face a tableau of shock. Indeed, I have ventured into the ancient wilderness before, yet I had never encountered a place so saturated with spiritual essence. It is no wonder this is an alternate space carved out by the venerable beings of the ancient wilderness. So many spiritual herbs. Those unaware of the truth erupted in excitement, scattering and curiously surveying the expanse. Silence, Xiang Chen bellowed. The clamorous crowd immediately quieted, their gazes converging upon him. Xiang Chen proclaimed, "This is a treasure trove within the ancient wilderness. No one is to exceed a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond this range, the spiritual energy dissipates. Here, we will spend a period of cultivation, and I shall assign training tasks." The crowd fell silent, awaiting Xiang Chen's directives. "Wolf Brigade, heed my command. We are here." Wang Ying, Aduo Ya, Yang Bin, and Tian Yu, the 4 leaders of the hall, stood at the ready with 2,000 members of the Wolf clan. Xiang Chen looked upon them, producing a silver scroll and stating, "For the Wolf Brigade. Those beneath the minor celestial level in the Yuanyang realm are to train to reach the major celestial level. Those at the middle celestial level in the Yuanyang realm will have the goal of advancing to the True Dan level. For those above the major celestial level in the Yuanyang realm, the target is to reach the minor celestial level in the Soul Moon realm, with a duration of 1 year." The training tasks announced by Xiang Chen left the assembly astounded. Within a year, they were expected to achieve at least 1 whole celestial level. Furthermore, the scroll I hold is the 7-kill formation, tailored for the Wolf Brigade. The formation, consisting of 7 wolves, is complete and can amplify combat power 7-fold. In the Yuanyang realm, it can be cultivated to a minor completion, boosting power 3-fold. While in the Soul Moon realm, it can be advanced to a major completion level. The 4 hall leaders shall take charge of the formation. The 7-kill formation in Xiang Chen's possession is the ancestral array of the Tianyue Wolf clan, the most formidable battle array of the Wolf clan, and the initial segment of the Killing Wolf battle array. Wang Ying and the others stepped forward to receive the scroll. Additionally, the training target for the 300 Wolf generals is to reach the minor celestial level in the Soul Moon realm, Soul Moon 3rd layer, while the 56 Wolf commanders aim for the middle celestial level, Soul Moon 7th layer, and are to cultivate the 7-kill formation to the major completion level. Do you have any questions? We obey. The 2,000 members of the Wolf Brigade chorused in unison. Following this, similar training tasks were announced for the White Tiger Battle God Hall, the Black Tortoise Hall, the Divine Threshold Hall, and even the Fong and Dark Web factions. The White Tiger Battle God Hall, composed of practitioners of the White Tiger bloodline, is rewarded with the first level of the strongest battle array of the White Tiger clan, the Gung Metal Sword Array. The Black Tortoise Hall is bestowed with the cultivation method of the Water Attribute Battle Array, the Flood Dragon oversee array. The Divine Threshold Hall receives the cultivation battle formation of the Southern Ming Fire Array. The Dragon Hall will cultivate the 8 dragons collapsing heaven array. Fangs and the Dark Web symbolize the eternal night of cultivation, where the true mission lies not in overt battles, but in the covert strategizing and intelligence gathering. The task of cultivation was delineated with clarity, with a grand sweep of his sleeve. Xiang Chen unleashed a torrent of spirit stones infused with the essence of heaven and earth, numbering no less than 3 million, filling the sky in a breathtaking spectacle. A third of the substantial spirit stones obtained from the plundering of the Sea Tribe was allocated to the Great Chu, while another third was retained by Xiang Chen for unforeseen circumstances. The final third was now entirely at his disposal, as a cascade of spirit stones surged forth, emanating astonishing spiritual energy. With his fingertips transforming into talon-like tools akin to chisels, he meticulously inscribed array symbols on a 500 spirit stones, which represented the 5 elemental stones of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After more than an hour, the inscriptions were completed. The 500 spirit stones radiated beams of light, dispersing in all directions. Amidst the resounding roar of spiritual energy, 5 streams of spiritual light converged, coalescing into a magnificent, multicolored solar entity. The luminous rays emanating from this radiant sun were saturated with the rich essence of heaven and earth. Everyone basking beneath this spiritual sun felt waves of energy penetrating their being. Within the realm of cultivation, the 5 elements great array was established. Xiang Chen directly channeled the entirety of the 3 million spiritual energies into the array, as the vast spiritual energy from the spirit stones was drawn forth, flowing into the 5 elements' spiritual sun and transforming into a continuous stream of energy that surged into over 8,000 individuals. What are we waiting for? The first special training of the Guhuang Hall officially commences. A year from now, I shall assess the results and hold a grand martial arts competition for the Guhuang Hall. Departments that fall short shall face repercussions, Xiang Chen declared, gazing at everyone. Xiahou Wu bellowed, "Brothers, let us get to work. A year from now, our White Tiger War God Hall shall seize the top position in Yanhuang. The brothers of the Tianlang department must not be outdone by other departments and halls. I demand 5 hours of cultivation daily, 1 hour of practical combat, and 2 hours of array training. Anyone who dares to slack off shall face severe consequences." Wang Ying similarly issued an edict to his Tianlang North Hall members. "Brothers, let us strive to make our hall the strongest in Yanhuang within a year." The leaders of various halls immediately commanded their subordinates, igniting a fervent atmosphere as they commenced the construction of cultivation rooms and practical training grounds. Embarking on a prolonged period of cultivation, behind Xiang Chun stood a cadre of individuals clad in green, led by Lu Shiming from the Divine Wine Department, accompanied by 100 brewers. "Shiming, the upcoming year will demand your utmost diligence. Our objective is to produce 500 jars of falling dust spirit wine." Chapter 892, Assassination of the Marquis Mansion. "Very well, we shall accomplish the task," Lu Shiming replied with confidence, feeling immense joy at the prospect of supporting Xiang Chun. "Elder Hua, Elder Fong, and all of you," Xiang Chun turned to another group of 400 individuals, the Tianchen Medicine Pavilion. These individuals consisted of pharmacists and alchemists. "Please issue your commands." The elders smiled. "The techniques from the heavenly medicine canon have been imparted to you all. You shall become the future medical squad of Yanhuang, entrusted with the lives of countless brothers." Xiang Chen clasped his hands before the group of pharmacists, his expression solemn. A competent strategic force must possess specialized units for siege warfare, as well as those dedicated to intelligence gathering and medical logistics, which are equally indispensable. Rest assured, throughout this year, we shall undoubtedly master the art of healing. The assembled individuals solemnly clasped their fists in salute. Their medical skills would soon pertain to the lives of many. Unlike Xiang Chen, who directly embraced the inheritance of knowledge, they must glean wisdom from their predecessors' experiences and engage in their own research and practice upon learning the methods. "Master Bauer, you too shall have the opportunity to select those among my ranks who possess the innate talent for alchemy. Feel free to utilize the spiritual herbs here." Striving for all to ascend to the realm of alchemists, Xiang Chun entrusted to Elder Fong, who oversees the alchemy division, as well as to Bauer. "Rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly," Elder Fong replied with a smile, being Xiang Chen's mentor in alchemical arts, having imparted many foundational techniques to him. Naturally, with Xiang Chen's burgeoning prowess, he had now surpassed his teacher in alchemical mastery. Bauer raised her little fist with confidence, declaring, "I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Soon you'll be consuming spiritual elixirs like candy." Among the Guhuang realm, only Bauer could rival Xiang Chen in alchemical prowess, her spirit being a sacred-level potential alchemical furnace. Sheng Tian, the forging and research of divine weapons is entrusted to you and your artisan division. I have prepared a substantial quantity of deep-sea spiritual ores for you. Let us strive for everyone to attain the level of spiritual weapon craftsman within a year. Gongsun Sheng Tian, leading 500 artisans from the artisan division, solemnly pledged his commitment. At the Grand Hall of the Guhuang Palace, there resided the White Tiger War God Hall, the Heavenly Wolf Division, the Divine Threshold Hall, the Divine Dragon Hall, the Black Tortoise Hall, the Fangs, and the Dark Web, all primarily focused on combat or intelligence reconnaissance. In contrast, the Divine Wine Division, Artisan Division, and Tiantian Pharmacy Pavilion, though smaller in number, were essential logistical departments, each with clearly defined roles, collectively forming a comprehensive system of power. Once everyone's roles were delineated, they proceeded to their respective duties. Lu Shiming led her team from the Divine Wine Division to construct the Spiritual Wine Research Institute, while Gongsun Shintian took his Artisan Division personnel to build the smelting furnaces and mining pools. Concurrently, the members of the Tiantian Pharmacy Pavilion set forth to mine useful spiritual herbs and establish their pharmacy. With all arrangements in place, Xiang Chen felt a sense of relief. A complete system for growth and development had finally been established. Let us move swiftly. Time waits for no one, and we cannot afford to lag behind. Xiang Chen remarked to the enchanting figure beside him, who had been quietly standing by. Qing Cheng linked her arm with Xiang Chen's and smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Brother Xiang Chen, you are increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader." "Haha, is that so? I cannot always appear carefree. That is merely for show. Leadership is forged through experience, and with mounting pressure, I must swiftly gain control over a force loyal to me. The days ahead will only grow more arduous otherwise." The two strolled together, for Xiang Chen had already established a sanctuary for their cultivation. Their powers, in harmonious balance, would allow them to cultivate together, thereby enhancing their progress manifold compared to solitary endeavors. Within the ancient cauldron, the passage of time existed in a realm entirely distinct from the outside world. Even a year spent in seclusion, based on previous experiences of cultivation, would translate to merely a few fleeting days in the outside world. However, Xiang Chen was reluctant to allow everyone to remain here for an extended period of cultivation. Numerous affairs awaited them outside. They could not simply set aside their responsibilities to hide away in this sanctuary. At the very least, Xiang Chen himself had a multitude of tasks to attend to. Moreover, indulging in prolonged and uncontrolled cultivation within the ancient cauldron could easily disrupt the delicate balance of power he maintained over his followers. If their strength surpassed his by too great a margin, it might lead to chaos that he could not manage. For the human heart is something that can never be entirely subdued. Only by possessing unparalleled strength among his subordinates could he ensure a firm grip on their loyalty. Additionally, the rate at which one's lifespan was consumed within the cauldron was alarmingly swift. A single retreat might equate to a century passing inside, and those who found themselves stymied at a bottleneck could easily succumb to the ravages of time. The entire Guhuang Hall had entered a state of closed-door training, while the tides of events outside showed no signs of abating. Recently, the city of Huangdu had been rife with major incidents. The Hall of the Wild Marquis had seen numerous powerful individuals slain by a mysterious swordsman, including 2 masters of the Lingxiao realm and 8 guards of the Soul Moon realm. Such audacity to strike against the preeminent force of the Wild Marquis in the region was unprecedented. This stirred considerable uproar within the martial world of Huangdu. Initially, the Hall of the Wild Marquis suspected the Bounty Guild was behind it, but upon investigation, the guild's leader promptly distanced themselves from the affair, leaving the hall in a state of disarray and unease. During the night, within the Hall of the Wild Marquis, the atmosphere was thick with tension as soldiers from the Black Xian army patrolled diligently, ensuring near impenetrable security. In a secluded villa situated in the western section of the estate, a middle-aged man clad in black, known as Yan Han, was diligently cultivating within his chamber. He held the position of a low-ranking elder of the Lingxiao realm and had played a role in the annihilation of the Wild Palace. Suddenly, an ethereal figure clad in white descended soundlessly onto his rooftop. Buzz, a barely audible hum of a sword echoed, followed by the swift descent of a pristine white long sword that pierced through the roof, aiming directly at the seated man below. The speed of this strike was nearly insurmountable. Yet, in that very moment, a dazzling array of spiritual light erupted within the room, intertwining and radiating. As the sword approached within a foot of Yan Han's head, it was halted by a golden spiritual pattern, unable to descend any further. A golden law disc, which had materialized above Yan Han at some point, bore an inscribed defensive array that activated instantaneously. Ha ha ha, you indeed dare to strike at me, Yan Han sneered, lifting his gaze to the sword that could not descend and the figure in white. There was an ambush. The assailant swiftly withdrew the sword, transforming into a beam of light prepared to escape. However, beams of light erupted from the surrounding courtyards, converging into a luminous barrier that enveloped a vast expanse of several kilometers, instantly transforming the area into a prison. Chapter 893, Caught in the Trap, the Enclosure. The sword light collided with the interwoven barrier, only to be repelled back. The figure revealed its true form. Who else could it be but Donggu Piaoxue? Swish, swish, swish. Shadows pierced through the air, standing aloft and exuding the formidable aura of the Lingxiao masters. Kill. From the surrounding mansions, dozens of powerful figures at the Soul Moon realm surged forth, evidently having lain in ambush for a considerable time. No fewer than 8 masters locked their auras onto Donggu Piaoxue, encircling him tightly at the center. Yan Han soared into the air, a cold smile gracing his lips. Little thief, you have finally fallen into our trap. It was he, the one who has committed heinous crimes in recent days? A mere first level in the Lingxiao realm. How could this be? This fellow has just entered the Lingxiao. The 8 masters surrounding Donggu Piaoxue wore expressions of astonishment. Among those he had slain in recent days were individuals of the 2nd and 3rd levels in the Lingxiao realm, all felled by a single sword strike. They had presumed the perpetrator would be a master of at least mid-tier in the Lingxiao realm, yet he was merely a novice. Donggu Piaoxue, sword in hand, cast a calm and piercing gaze at those around him, his demeanor unperturbed by fear or panic. Who are you, boy? How dare you commit such grave offenses within our Huanghai Duke's residence? A master from the Duke's mansion demanded. Donggu Piaoxue replied, his expression devoid of warmth. The people of the Huanghai Duke's residence have lost all moral integrity. I have come merely to uphold justice. Swish. As his words fell, he suddenly unleashed an overwhelming burst of sword energy, transforming into a flurry of white sword lights that surged in all directions. Dare to make a move? Kill him. The 8 masters, incensed, quickly gathered their protective true essence and activated their defensive treasures to withstand the onslaught of flashing sword lights. Suddenly, a white beam aimed at Yan Han unveiled the figure of Donggu Piaoxue. From within Donggu Piaoxue, an essence of sword intent erupted. As if a tempest coalesced into a single sword strike, the sword intent materialized, resembling the caliber of a grand sword master. How could this be? Yan Han felt the terrifying sword intent wash over him, his countenance turning pale with horror. The white sword light tore through the air. His defensive formations and protective essence were effortlessly shredded by a single strike. The sword light cleaved through hundreds of meters, slicing through Yan Han's body, blood splattering forth. At the 3rd level of the Lingxiao realm, a single sword strike was enough to kill. You scoundrel, how dare you? Another master bellowed in fury after barely withstanding the sword energy, wielding a fiery blade that expanded to 10 zhong in size, delivering a devastating downward slash towards Donggu Piaoxue's back. The speed of the blade's attack surpassed 10 times the speed of sound, carrying an extraordinarily searing flame as it descended on Donggu Piaoxue. Donggu Piaoxue transformed his sword into a circular form, unleashing a wave of sword energy that clashed against the blade of the 4th level master. Boom! The blade struck against the sword circle, failing to cleave through. It was repelled. How could this be? He can withstand my full-powered strike. The 4th level master was taken aback. At that moment, other masters and additional Soul Moon realm experts unleashed their attacks and treasures upon him. The youth embodied the essence of sword light, navigating through the barrage of assaults, daring not to confront so many adversaries head-on. Among the 7 masters, one adept in archery focused his gaze and spiritual sense intently on Donggu Piaoxue. his silver bow conjuring arrows imbued with swirling runes of true essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 6 arrows shot forth, only to disintegrate into countless arrow lights. Striking fiercely at Donggu Piaoxue with a speed that rendered evasion nearly impossible. With a mighty shout, Donggu Piaoxue unleashed a single sword strike, transforming into a sweeping sword aura that spanned several dozen meters to counter the barrage of arrows. The collision of sword aura and arrow light erupted with a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of missiles colliding. Yet, amidst this chaos, one golden arrow pierced through the sword aura's defense, brutally tearing through it and inflicting a grievous wound upon the young man. Blood erupted from Donggu Piaoxue as the arrow pierced through his chest. At that moment, another figure bellowed, channeling a powerful surge of true essence, condensing a massive black seal that came crashing down. Donggu Piaoxue met it with his blade in a desperate counter. The seal detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Donggu Piaoxue hurtling back, crashing into a building and shattering it to pieces. Kill. The 6 masters attacked simultaneously from various directions. Amidst the debris of the collapsed structure, the young man's gaze turned icy, blood trickling from his mouth, his white robes and long hair now disheveled. Seizing the sword that had remained sheathed at his waist, he drew it forth. In that very moment, a profound black sword light surged from the scabbard, enveloping him in a terrifying sword intent. All of Donggu Piaoxue's vitality was absorbed into this singular sword. With a fierce roar akin to a beast, he unleashed the blade. A black sword light stretching 100 meters, ripping through the air. The dreadful sword intent clashed against the oncoming assaults, striking one of the masters directly. A scream of anguish erupted as the master faced imminent death, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood before everyone's eyes. Old Xiu, this. The remaining 6 masters stood aghast, utterly incredulous at the sight. A 6th-tier master had been obliterated in an instant. The sword light then cleaved through the surrounding formation, tearing apart the energy barrier. Donggu Piaoxue roared, his eyes glowing a furious red, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming sword intent that threatened to corrupt him. Biting his tongue to maintain a shred of clarity and rationality, he wielded the sword light to break free from the formation and escape. Thief, do not flee. From the depths of the Ho residence, a terrifying aura, surpassing the heavens, erupted in the distance. A formidable king-level expert, clad in gray robes, descended upon the scene. This individual was none other than a high-ranking elder of the Huang Ho residence, a being of king-level prowess. With both hands, the elder unleashed a formidable surge of true essence, propelling a torrent of crimson energy that surged towards Donggu Piaoxue, shattering all in its path. In response, Donggu Piaoxue swung his sword, though this strike nearly depleted his remaining strength. The black sword light collided with the crimson torrent, generating a violent energy whirlwind in a fierce clash. However, in mere moments, the black sword light faltered and was obliterated, the ferocious energy flow crashing into Donggu Piaoxue. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying thousands of meters away, his body resembling a blood-soaked gourd, bones undoubtedly shattered beyond count. Donggu Piaoxue hurtled toward a towering tavern outside the Huang Ho residence, crashing into it with a thunderous roar, eliciting a cacophony of terrified cries. The old man in gray transformed into a streak of crimson light, hovering before the tavern, having entered through the gaping hole created by Donggu Piaoxue. Where is everyone? He furrowed his brow, noticing the absence of Donggu Piaoxue's figure, with only the large hole leading to the first floor remaining. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, the old man descended to the ground floor, only to find a vast pit devoid of any person. Where has the one who just landed gone? The old man grasped the air, coldly summoning a nearby waiter into his palm. Chapter 894, Profound and Unfathomable Eye. I do not know, sir. The dust obscured my vision. I could not see clearly. The trembling waiter stammered, his face flushed, struggling to breathe. The old man's expression turned frigid. With a sudden, forceful grip, he crushed the waiter's neck, discarding the lifeless body carelessly aside. His icy gaze swept over the terrified patrons, confident that Donggu Piaoxue had not strayed far, his formidable spiritual energy enveloping the entire tavern. Suddenly, the ground erupted as a figure lunged toward him, sword drawn from a distance of 3 zhang. The old man sneered, swiftly retreating, and then drew in his palm. A patron was yanked forth, shielding the old man from the impending assault. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the old man unleashed his true energy. Boom! The individual he grasped was obliterated, and a sharp beam of energy shot forth, striking Dugu Piaoxue, who had been advancing with lethal intent. Uft! The energy slammed into Dugu Piaoxue, propelling him backward, his chest torn open, internal organs ravaged by the force. The old man surged forward, delivering a decisive blow to Dugu Piaoxue's neck, then twisting the young man's sword arm. Crack! Ah! The bone of Dugu Piaoxue's arm shattered, the ancient black sword clattering to the ground, yet it transformed into a wisp of spiritual light, vanishing within Dugu Piaoxue's body. Dugu Piaoxue, a figure of unwavering integrity, could have potentially turned the tides had he been more ruthless and disregarded innocent lives in that moment. The old man regarded the youth coldly, remarking, "A mere first-level master, causing such a considerable stir for the Ho family. You have reason to be proud. You old thief. The Ho family unjustly slaughters innocents and annihilates my academy. Retribution will surely come," Dugu Piaoxue retorted through gritted teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. "Haha, retribution? In this world, such concepts are but illusions. Retribution befalls only the weak. The so-called cause and effect are mere self-deceptions of insignificant beings like yourselves," the old man scoffed. Then seized Dugu Piaoxue, soaring into the sky amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, leaving them in a state of uproar. In the days prior, Dugu Piaoxue had made quite an impact. The old man in gray was not inclined to end his life simply, but rather sought to execute him publicly as a warning, to assert the authority of the Ho family. Meanwhile, the tavern's owner, having witnessed the entire ordeal, gazed grimly at the waiter's body before promptly producing a communication talisman to contact someone. The esteemed establishment known as Xiang Chen, situated atop the ancient and desolate mountain, witnessed the reemergence of a spatial black hole from which a multitude of individuals emerged. Within the ancient cauldron, a year had elapsed, marking the conclusion of an intensive training session that consumed over 3 million spirit stones, resulting in significant breakthroughs for all participants. The various factions of the Yanhuang Hall began to depart in succession, while the majority from the Shenlong Hall, Shinkei Hall, Xuanwu Hall, and Baihu War God Hall were tasked with returning to safeguard the Great Chu. Meanwhile, the Tianling faction and those under Xiao Bai's command chose to remain in the ancient wilderness city. As the spatial black hole sealed, a youth, appearing to be 19, retrieved the Qianquan ring. Xiang Chen had also spent a year in cultivation, his prowess now unfathomable, having made remarkable advancements compared to his former self. It is worth noting that only a few days had passed in the realm of the continent. Beside Xiang Chen stood a maiden, her face partially concealed. Yet her beauty was unparalleled, and her cultivation profound, resembling a celestial being quietly accompanying the youth. This special training had greatly amplified the power of Yanhuang, ensuring that the strength of the Great Chu could now rest securely in the western wilderness. Xiang Chen donned the Qianquan ring and walked alongside the enchanting maiden, descending the mountain path step by step. The maiden inquired, "Are you ready to depart?" "Indeed," Xiang Chen replied. "Brother Chen Feng is still imprisoned in Zhongzhou and must be enduring great torment. I must find a way to rescue him. Furthermore, I should also involve myself in the tumultuous affairs of Zhongzhou." Xiang Chen nodded. It was now dusk, and the two traversed the mountain trail, gazing at the setting sun as it sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues reminiscent of crimson blood, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The maiden said, "I shall accompany you, for it would be prudent to have someone to look after you." Xiang Chen shook his head, responding, "As a woman, your presence alongside me would pose numerous inconveniences. It would be safer for you to remain in the Great Chu or the ancient wilderness. Moreover, without a means to alter your appearance, ordinary disguise methods and masks can be easily penetrated by spiritual senses. During the Jiugong battle, many recognized us. I can proceed with the likes of Liao Ye and the dark web." Just as the maiden was about to respond, a figure approached with astonishing speed, breaking through the air. The newcomer was a master of the Lingxiao realm, a woman clad in a white brocade robe. "Jinbai," she exclaimed, "my king. Urgent news has arrived from the Huangdu." Jinbai bowed respectfully before directly addressing the matter at hand. "What is it?" Jinbai replied. "We received word from a tavern outside the Huangdu that earlier today, an individual was captured by the Huangdu's personnel. The Tianwang of the Huangdu even killed one of our staff members and a patron." The person apprehended is none other than the once prominent talent of the Huangzhou Academy. Dugu Piaoxue. What? Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. Dugu Piaoxue has been captured? Jinbai nodded, explaining, recently. Several masters have been assassinated near the Huangdu, and the perpetrator is indeed Dugu Piaoxue. He seems intent on avenging the Huangzhou Academy. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened. He had not expected to hear such news upon his return. Dugu Piaoxue could be considered his friend, and Dugu Yuming was still a part of his Yanhuang Hall. Xiang Chen asked, "Does Yuming know of this?" Jinbai shook her head. "Yuming is likely still unaware. Do not reveal anything to him just yet. Come, take me immediately to the restaurant where the incident occurred." Xiang Chen promptly donned the 100 Illusions mask, altering his appearance. "Qing Cheng, I regret to inform you that you must return to Guchun Manor for now." After changing his visage, Xiang Chen cast an apologetic glance at Qing Cheng, who he had promised to accompany on a leisurely shopping spree. Qing Cheng grasped Xiang Chen's hand and softly replied, "Lives are at stake. Brother Xiang Chen, you must go ahead. Do not concern yourself with me." "Thank you." Xiang Chen enveloped Qing Cheng in his arms, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her cheek before swiftly departing alongside Jinbai, piercing through the air. Riding the ethereal crane, he reached a staggering speed of 15 times the speed of sound. The more profound the essence he infused, the swifter the crane flew. After a year of seclusion in the ancient cauldron, one could only wonder what remarkable heights his cultivation had attained. Upon witnessing Xiang Chen's departure, Qing Cheng ascended into the air, her back manifesting a pair of ice and fire wings. Soaring into the sky with a series of explosive sounds echoing behind her, 10 times the speed of sound. After a year of arduous training, Qing Cheng's prowess had undoubtedly evolved beyond measure. Chapter 895, The Solitary Trial on the very first day of capturing the culprit. The Huanghou mansion could hardly contain its eagerness to announce the apprehension, striving to salvage its dignity. Concurrently, the personal details of Dugu Piaoxue were disclosed by the Gazette of Observing the Heavens. Dugu Piaoxue, a wandering swordsman from the Dugu family, a genius of the Huangzhou Academy, and a former prodigy of the Dragon and Phoenix rankings in Huangzhou, sought vengeance for the Huang Palace by assassinating powerful figures within the Huanghou mansion. Furthermore, it was publicly declared that a public execution would take place the following day, employing the most brutal method of Lingqi, the punishment of 3,600 cuts. As dawn broke on the second day, the bustling streets of Huangdu came alive once more. In the heart of Huangdu, the grandest square was now teeming with spectators. A sea of humanity gazing toward the sprawling execution platform occupying several thousand square meters. Surrounding the platform, over 1,000 members of the Black Mysterious Army maintained order. Behind the platform, a commanding officer clad in armor, exuding an air of authority, presided over the proceedings. This individual was also a general of the Huanghou mansion, named Mo Qin, a master of the Lingxiao realm, a member of the Mo family, and a direct subordinate of the Huanghou. Representing the might of the Huanghou mansion, Mo Qin bellowed, "Bring forth the prisoner." Below, within an iron cage, a young man with his hands bound in iron chains, his wrist bones pierced, and his feet shackled, was being pushed forward, struggling to ascend the execution platform amidst tattered garments and bloodstains. "Move faster," barked a soldier of the Black Mysterious Army, delivering a kick to Dugu Piaoxue, who stumbled, nearly falling. Once the epitome of cleanliness, he now found himself in the most disgraceful predicament of his life. As Dugu Piaoxue was thrust onto the platform, he was kicked by 2 soldiers of the Black Mysterious Army, forcing him to kneel with a thud. He was Dugu Piaoxue, a tragic figure indeed. So young, yet possessing the strength to slay a master. Had he not acted impulsively, he might have ascended to the rank of king in the future. Alas, so many lives have been lost due to the Huang Palace. Why do these individuals fail to understand the value of self-preservation? The dignity of the Huanghou mansion is not to be trifled with. Those who overestimate their capabilities invite their own demise. The crowd buzzed with a cacophony of voices, each opinion varying widely. Mo Qin, with an air of indifference, declared, "The rebellion of the human race against the abandoned palace is now a grim reality. Donggu Piaoshue's audacity to seek vengeance for the abandoned palace and slay the valiant of the Marquis estate is utterly unforgivable. Today, under the orders of the Marquis, I shall mete out the utmost punishment upon the sinner Donggu Piaoshue. The authority of the Marquis estate shall not be challenged. Today, we shall execute a warning to others. Let those from the abandoned palace who wish to intervene witness the fate that befalls this individual. His gaze, icy and piercing, swept over the throngs of onlookers, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Many instinctively averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Beside Donggu Piaoshui stood 2 executioners, each wielding a razor-sharp blade, awaiting the command to administer the punishment of slicing. As the appointed hour arrived, Imoqin glanced at the celestial clock and issued the order to commence the execution. Donggu Piaoshui was hoisted up and bound to a crucifix, while the executioners approached with their blades drawn. The method of execution, slicing, elicited dark anticipations among some onlookers, with wagers being placed on how many cuts the condemned could endure. "I wager 1,000 cuts," proclaimed a cruel-minded spectator. "Fear not, brother. We shall be precise with our strikes. Before you breathe your last, expect 3,600 cuts, not one less," sneered one of the executioners as he seized Donggu Piaoshui by the ear. The first and second cuts would commence from the ears. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from the heavens, unleashing a violent shockwave in an instant. A streak of black and crimson light descended, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space. This blade of light struck the 2 executioners with a swift ferocity, splattering blood as they were cleaved in 2. A massive sword, measuring nearly 6 feet, embedded itself before Donggu Piaoshui, and a figure stood upon its hilt, knees drawn in. The newcomer, with long black hair and yellow skin, bore the visage of a quintessential Eastern individual, strikingly handsome with brows that arched like swords. "Who dares to interrupt the execution?" murmured the crowd in stunned silence before a group of Black Xian soldiers roared in anger, rushing to encircle the unexpected figure. "Indeed, someone is foolish enough to challenge the execution," Imoqin sneered, rising without a hint of trepidation. Donggu Piaoshui lifted his gaze slightly, his disheveled hair obscuring his face. As he beheld the silhouette before him, saw Shui, impressive, one person dares to confront the Marquis estate. "Why did you not reach out to me upon your return to the abandoned palace? Do you truly believe you can handle such a monumental task alone?" The youth turned slightly, casting a calm glance at the encroaching legion of Black Xian soldiers. Though his appearance had changed, that familiar voice and aura of blade energy remained unmistakable. A smile curled at the corner of Donggu Piaoshui's lips. "I had thought you perished, yet here you stand. Quite resilient. Huh. I shall not meet my end until I fulfill my promise to deal with that swine." Donggu saw Shui. "You now owe me a favor. When will you repay it? If not, perhaps your sister could offer herself as recompense," came the retort, revealing the identity of the figure as Xiang Chen, now disguised. With a flourish of his dragon's blade, he severed the chains binding Donggu Piaoshui and effortlessly hoisted him onto his back, gripping his weapon with one hand. "I could sacrifice my life for you, but my sister cannot." "Wait, do you know my sister's whereabouts?" Donggu Piaoshui asked in surprise, perched on Xiang Chen's back. "No need to state the obvious. You have already fathered a brood with me, and now you arrive as the elder brother-in-law," Xiang Chen teased, glancing at the advancing horde of Black Xian soldiers. The weight of Donggu Piaoshui, who weighed over 100 pounds, posed no burden to him. In the face of enemies from all sides, she could serve as a shield. "Kid, are you also a remnant of the abandoned palace? Who are you?" Imoqin asked coldly from a distance, his hands clasped behind his back. "I am your grandfather, a dog of the abandoned Marquis' residence. Today, I shall settle the score with the abandoned palace." The young man smirked, his gaze fierce. "Another fool who does not know his own limits. Release the arrows. Rain down arrows upon him," Imoqin commanded. However, at that moment, before they could react, hundreds of arrows surged forth from the surrounding crowd. The cries of the Black Xian archers filled the air as they were struck down by the sudden onslaught. Heads exploded, chests pierced, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Over 300 generals of the Yanhuang Tianlang army lay in ambush among the throng. The encircling Black Xian soldiers were taken aback, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. "Kill!" they shouted in panic. At that moment, Xiang Chen, carrying Donggu Piaoshui, transformed into a streak of light, wielding the Dragon K demon blade as he charged toward the startled Black Xian soldiers. With a thunderous roar, the blade cut through the air with blinding speed, claiming over 10 heads in a single stroke. In Chapter 896, the unstoppable force of Xiang Chun became evident. Those in the Yuanyang realm could not capture his figure. Even the Soul Moon realm's spiritual awareness could barely perceive a fleeting shadow. Before they could react, Their heads were severed by his blade. With the Azura blade technique, he unleashed carnage upon the world. Xiang Chen ascended like a beam of light, then descended with tremendous force, his foot infused with incredible power. The impact resonated as he stomped down on a Soul Moon Realm minor leader, crushing his skull and sending several others flying. Though this strike lacked the overwhelming force of Xiahou Wu's God of War tread, its lethality was nonetheless formidable. The most terrifying aspect was Xiang Chen's blade. A brilliant crimson light erupted as he swung it downwards. The ground trembled as the blade split into 8 radiant arcs, each extending over 10 meters. Infused with complete blade intent, tearing apart everything in their path. The chilling sounds of the blade piercing flesh filled the air as the cries of the fallen echoed, and dozens of Black Xian soldiers were obliterated. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen transformed into an arrow released from its bow, charging furiously toward Imoqin. "You shall meet your demise," he declared. At that moment, 2 Soul Moon Realm great leaders beside Imoqin roared, unleashing their true essence as they struck with their dual swords. Xiang Chen smirked, gripping his blade with both hands, and at that instant, the terrifying power of the dragon elephant surged within him, igniting the essence of the sun. With a resounding clash, his blade met their swords, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent them reeling. Xiang Chen then shifted to wield the blade with one hand, his other clenched into a fist. Thunder slash, dragon flame strike. The thunderous blade tore through the air with an unmatched swiftness, leaving no time for the opponent to react before it cleaved through the body of the Soul Moon Great Celestial Guardian. With a resounding explosion, this formidable Soul Moon warrior was reduced to mere fragments. A fierce punch, imbued with the ferocity of dragon flames, surged forth, shattering the foe's sword energy defense. A cry of agony escaped the victim as the dragon flame enveloped him, its astonishing force containing searing temperatures that ignited him into a blazing inferno. At that moment, Imoqin erupted with deadly intent, unleashing a powerful martial arts attack. Rising tides of the Azure Sea, he bellowed, hands thrusting forward as potent martial runes accompanied his true essence, crashing forth. The attack transformed into a torrent of roaring flames, a relentless wave of fire and explosive force. "Open!" Xiang Chen shouted, countering with a slicing strike. The thunder blade's luminous arc cleaved through the air, yet was swiftly obliterated by the relentless onslaught of flames, which bore the overwhelming strength of a minor celestial master. With a thunderous impact, Xiang Chen was sent flying. "You little beast, no matter who you are, daring to disrupt this sacred ground shall be your doom." Imoqin roared, channeling his true essence into a volley of blazing fire spears. In an instant, dozens of master-level red flame spears surged towards him. Cataclysmic thunder. Xiang Chen's heart roared in defiance as he swung his blade. In that fleeting moment, the cosmic energies within him clashed, manifesting the yin-yang thunder, releasing waves of black lightning, instantly converting his power into thunderous might. The Dragon K demon blade radiated a dark golden thunderous light, transforming into a blade curtain that stretched for dozens of meters. The blade struck the volley of red flame spears, obliterating them in a series of explosive bursts, while the thunderous energy continued to assail Imoqin, who turned crimson, staggering backward as his internal vitality surged chaotically. However, from beneath him, a figure suddenly emerged, burrowing forth with lethal intent. A child-sized Kunling brandished a spirit weapon, striking down upon his feet. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted forth as Imoqin let out a harrowing scream, his legs severed. Venomous grasp of the azure sky. As Xiang Chen closed in, he unleashed a palm infused with dark, toxic energy, striking Imoqin with overwhelming force. Blood gushed from Imoqin's mouth as he was propelled backward, a terrifying venom coursing through him, swiftly eroding his meridians. With a tremendous crash, his body was flung hundreds of meters away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Kill. Xiang Chen executed a distant strike, the Dragon K demon blade slicing through the air with a swift hiss, embedding itself into Imoqin's chest. Imoqin wailed in agony, pinned by the blade. As his blood vessels writhed like worms, his life force being devoured by the Dragon Quebec. The moon charm coalesced into ghostly mist, enveloping Imoqin's head and consuming his soul moon, eliciting a piercing, anguished scream. Meanwhile, the Kunling gathered the remnants of the battle. The minor celestial master, Ling Xiao, has fallen. What power does Xiang Chen possess now? In the execution ground, the anguished cries and the thunderous roars of battle intertwined, creating a cacophony of despair. The Black Xian army was mercilessly slaughtered by over 300 members of the wolf tribe, their ranks shattered, chaos reigning supreme. A towering figure, masked and formidable, wielded a spear with lethal grace. Within a 10-meter radius, none could approach him. With a resounding thud, Xiahou Wu's foot struck the earth, creating a massive crater. He thrust his spear forward with a singular, devastating strike, the sheer force and explosive speed almost beyond comprehension. His opponent, a deputy general of the Lingxiao realm's second tier, gripped a heavy sword in a futile attempt to defend, but was met with a spear that struck true upon the sword's surface, the terrifying force pushing him back relentlessly. Kill! Xiahou Wu bellowed, his body swelling to an enormous size, the spear's power surging as he swung down, leaving a trail of brilliance in the sky, a streak that pierced the heavens. The speed of this attack reached 12 times the speed of sound. The deputy general, caught in a moment of terror, found his sword shattered in an explosion upon impact, his arms obliterated, and the spear cleaved through his body. In an instant, he was gruesomely bisected. The two masters who had come to oversee were both slain. Amidst the battlefield, a colossal figure of fire emerged, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of molten lava, engulfing those unfortunate enough to be caught within, their demise horrific to behold. Your Majesty, the Black Xian army of the Marquis's estate is advancing in large numbers. We must retreat. At that moment, the voice of Xu Yi echoed from the communication jade pendant around Xiang Chen's neck. Realizing the urgency, Xiang Chen forsook the battle. Saving lives was the priority. He commanded a retreat with a powerful shout. Upon his command, over 300 formidable members of the wolf tribe immediately ceased their assault on the Black Xian army. Soaring into the air, their lunar wolf wings unfurling, transforming into beams of light as they vanished into the distance. Xiang Chen, bearing Dugupiaoxua, also transformed into a gleaming blade of light, cutting through the air as they fled. In the center of the square, only 800 or 900 corpses of the Black Xian army remained, with just over 100 fortunate souls escaping the carnage. Outside the square, the onlookers had retreated to a safe distance, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the ruthless figures who had suddenly descended upon the execution site. The Black Xian army had been crushed, their defeat as brutal as that of slaughtering livestock. In mere moments, thousands of Black Xian soldiers had been nearly annihilated, and 2 masters had been killed. Who were these individuals? Their audacity was astounding. Chapter 897. Dugu's sword. What kind of force is this? How could so many dare to openly oppose the Marquis's estate? Their strength is formidable. 1,000 Black Xian soldiers, nearly an entire battalion, almost wiped out. The Marquis had concealed such a force? How audacious to confront the estate. It was evident that these individuals had come to rescue a student of the Guhuang Academy. Likely an organization formed by former students banding together out of loyalty, especially given the previous instances of unrest. The spectators were rife with speculation. But within half a stick of incense, a large contingent of Black Xian army reinforcements from the Marquis's estate arrived. Among them was a gray-clad elder, the very same who had captured Dugu Piaoxua, one of the top-tier experts of the Marquis's estate. Damn it! Where are they? Where are the prisoners? How could so many have perished? The gray-clad elder, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, was instantly consumed by fury. Return, Elder Su. The person has already been rescued by the thieves, a lieutenant of the mid-tier Soul Moon realm whispered. Rescued? What about Mo Qin? The elder in gray wore an exceedingly grim expression. The lieutenant, trembling with fear, replied, Mo Qin has also perished. Damn it! Who dares to provoke the dignity of the Ho residents in such a manner? Immediately relay orders to seal off all city gates and search the entire city. The elder roared, his face flushed with anger. This was a blatant affront to the Ho family, and the Lord would undoubtedly be furious. As the one responsible for suppressing the remnants of the Wild Palace, he feared he might also be implicated. The Little Tsang Mountains, an area spanning hundreds of kilometers, were well known within the Wild Capital and were where Xiang Chun and his companions had initially settled upon their return. Over 300 individuals slipped into the Little Tsang Mountains, traversing dense woods until they arrived at a serene pond at the foot of a verdant hill. The pond, merely a few hundred meters wide, shimmered emerald green and was fathomless amidst the trees. With a splash, Xiang Chun plunged into the water, followed by the group. Within the pond, schools of palm-sized crucian carp swam gracefully, surrounded by lush aquatic vegetation. At the bottom, some 10 meters deep, lay a concealed river cave, leading into an underground waterway over 200 meters deep. At the entrance of the underground river, a tunnel excavated by the Darknet Rat clan provided access to the pharmacy of 10,000 medicines and beyond the city limits of the wild capital. Meanwhile, Dugu Piaoxue, unconscious on Xiang Chen's back, was carried through the underground passage to the headquarters of the pharmacy of 10,000 medicines, specifically to the basement of his residence. Inside the basement, a beautiful woman clad in a purple dress paced anxiously. Dugu Yuming had been waiting there for quite some time. Suddenly, with a rumble, the stone door opened from one side. As the door swung open, she hurriedly approached Xiang Chen and the others. Big brother. Dugu Yuming's eyes were red as she rushed to support her brother, who was covered in wounds. He is gravely injured, with 80% of his meridians damaged, internal organs wounded, and 38 broken bones. I must treat him immediately, Xiang Chen stated firmly. Dugu Yoming's tears streamed down her face as she nodded in understanding and stepped back. Xiang Shidi, please ensure my brother's safety, she implored. Xiang Chen smiled gently, reassuring her with a pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. This is not a particularly severe injury for me. The King of Hell cannot claim him. Rest assured. Let my brother treat Dugu Shixiang properly, a duo Ye comforted, holding Dugu Yuming's hand. After casting a glance at her brother, Dugu Yuming retreated with the others. Xiang Chen focused on Dugu Piaoxue, channeling his celestial essence into him to restore his meridians. Indeed, Dugu Piaoxue's injuries were severe, inflicted by the energy of a heavenly king, requiring medicinal herbs of grade 7 or higher for complete recovery. Fortunately, Xiang Chen possessed a substantial reserve of high-grade elixirs, even up to grade 9. Half an hour later, Dugu Piaoxue awoke. As soon as he regained consciousness, he sat upright, instinctively summoning his spirit sword with a hum, his reflexes alert. He has awakened. As I observed, Xiang Chen sat nearby, a series of spiritual needles persistently stimulating the acupoints on his arm. Dugu Piaoxue secretly exhaled in relief, lowering his guard, fully aware that he had been rescued and was now safe. Thank you, he said, moving his arm and noticing that the severed limb had already healed at the bone. Xiang Chen removed a needle with irritation, saying, I say, Snow, could you please refrain from repeating the same phrase? Let us have something more substantial. Dugu Piaoxue paused momentarily, then fell silent. He reached to touch his chest, and suddenly a glimmer of light emanated from it as a spiritual ring materialized from his flesh, landing in his palm. Here are 500,000 spirit coins, earned from my years of killing. This is for you, he offered, extending the ring forward. Do you think I covet such a trifling sum? My enterprises generate far more than this in a single day, Xiang Chen scoffed, refusing the gesture. With a cheeky grin, he leaned closer to Dugu Piaoxue and added, How about offering your sister as a token of gratitude? You would become my brother-in-law, and we would be family. Thus we need not speak in such formalities. Dugu Piaoxue furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, his spiritual sword was suddenly at Xiang Chen's throat. In a cold voice, he warned, No? You may take my life, but my sister is off limits. No such transactions. Goodness, can't you see I was joking? Lower your sword. Xiang Chen's lips twitched. This fellow truly lacked social awareness. Dugu Piaoxue cautioned, Do not harbor any ill intentions toward my sister, or we shall no longer be friends. All right, brother. Could you please lower the sword? It's blinding, Xiang Chen pleaded. Only then did Dugu Piaoxue sheath his sword and rise from the bed, stating, Regardless, you have saved me once again. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would face any peril without a second thought. By the way, is there a place to bathe? He glanced at the dirt covering his body, his expression one of distaste. In the next room, Xiang Chen replied, speechless. This fellow truly had a penchant for cleanliness. The first thing he thought of upon recovering was a bath. Xiang Chen approached, wrapping an arm around Dugu Piaoxue's shoulders with a grin. While I was healing you, I sensed an extraordinary sword aura within you. What treasure is that? Show me. During the healing process, he had come into contact with that sword, and at that moment, the ancient cauldron had reacted unusually and intensely. He had never witnessed such a strong instinctive response from the cauldron before. Dugu Piaoxue's brows furrowed slightly, but he still summoned his true essence, causing a black ancient sword to materialize in his hand. The sword was mottled and covered in the rust of ages, appearing to be an ordinary rusted blade. Its brilliance subdued. Xiang Chen gazed at the sword in astonishment. Is it truly this dilapidated? He reached out to touch it, but a terrifying sword intent erupted, striking against his palm. Xiang Chen gasped, quickly retracting his hand, as it was lacerated by the sword intent, drawing blood deep enough to reach the bone. What a fearsome sword intent! Xiang Chen was taken aback. The mere release of a strand of sword intent was enough to injure his flesh. He was currently in the form of a powerful being, his physical strength rivaling that of spiritual weapons. Chapter 898. The Ancient Cauldron's Anomaly and This Rusted Sword. Emanating even a sliver of sword intent was truly terrifying. Buzz, destruction. At that moment, the ancient cauldron within Xiang Chen began to stir restlessly, vibrating incessantly as if it yearned to break free from his body, causing his vital energy to surge tumultuously. Quick, retract it. Xiang Chen's complexion shifted slightly as he urgently instructed. Dugu Piaoxue cast a puzzled glance at Xiang Chen, whose demeanor had become somewhat abnormal, and promptly sheathed her sword. As she did so, the ancient cauldron within Xiang Chen settled down, and the tumultuous energy within him also gradually calmed. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow in silence, attuning his senses to the ancient cauldron within. How could this be? Just now, the cauldron emitted a peculiar wave of intent. It seemed intent on obliterating that rusted sword. What is the origin of a sword that even the cauldron wishes to destroy? What troubles you? Dugu Piaoxue inquired, observing Xiang Chen's momentary daze with confusion. It's nothing. How did you come by this sword? Of course, if it is inconvenient to share, that is perfectly fine. Xiang Chen snapped back to reality and inquired about the sword's origins. Dugu Piaoxue pondered briefly before responding, My acquisition of this sword is indeed thanks to you. Thanks to me? What does that have to do with me? Xiang Chen questioned, utterly bewildered, as he had never even seen this sword before. Dugu Piaoxue continued. Do you remember Qiufeng Lake? Of course, the Qiufeng Lake of the Academy is a magnificent sight in autumn. Xiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Dugu Piaoxue elaborated. You sent me tumbling into Qiufeng Lake, and while I sank to the bottom, I discovered this sword. I drew it forth and claimed it as my own. Ever since obtaining this sword, my comprehension of the sword intent of heaven and earth has become remarkably sharper. Xiang Chen was left speechless upon hearing this. Is it truly possible for such a thing to happen? Why didn't I venture in to take a look? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Could the terrifying sword intent that erupted in the lake and the subsequent earthquake have been caused by this very sword? Dugu Piaoxue nodded without reservation, confirming that the commotion had indeed occurred when he drew the sword. Goodness! With such a significant disturbance, this sword must be an extraordinary treasure. Yet, how did it end up at the bottom of Qiufeng Lake? Quite peculiar, Xiang Chen muttered, intrigued by a sword that even the ancient cauldron sought to obliterate. However, since the sword was now in Dugu Piaoxue's possession, he could not stoop so low as to seize a friend's treasure. Brother! At that moment, Dugu Yumeng re-entered the basement, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Dugu Piaoxue able to rise. Sister! A rare smile graced Dugu Piaoxue's usually stoic visage as he embraced his sister, who had rushed toward him. Brother, you have finally awakened. I was so worried about you. I apologize for not being able to protect you while you were unconscious. Xiang Chen watched the heartfelt reunion of the siblings and discreetly exited the basement to grant them some privacy. In the main hall, everyone had gathered. Xiang Chen took his place at the head of the table, while Xiahou Wu inquired, Brother, what shall we do next? Should we return to the ancient wasteland or head back to the Great Chu? Morong Tianhua added, Currently, the Black Xian army is conducting widespread searches, sealing off the city gates and skies, and has issued a ban on aerial travel. If we wish to leave the city, we must resort to the underground passages. It won't be long before this place is searched as well. Xiang Chen gazed at the crowd and spoke. We have now become fugitives and can no longer act as we once did. The scrutiny in the wasteland is stringent. Let us return to the ancient wasteland. Tianhua, I entrust you with the plans for conquering the underworld surrounding the 4 cities of the wasteland. Morong Tianhua inquired, What about you, Hall Master? Will you not join us? Xiang Chen shook his head and replied, I must remain in the wasteland. Soon, I intend to journey to the imperial capital. The crowd was astonished by his words. Xiahou Wu questioned, What purpose do you have in the imperial capital? Is it not more perilous than the wasteland? Xiang Chen closed his eyes slightly, his expression cold as he stated, There are matters I must resolve personally. I cannot avoid the imperial capital. I will accompany you. The more, the merrier. Xiahou Wu stood up. I too will join you. Tian Yu also rose. No, you all must stay. I will bring the dark web personnel when the time comes. You need to assist Tianhua and Uncle Bai. I am not going to battle, and it is unnecessary to bring too many along. Seeing that Xiang Chen had made up his mind, they ceased to discuss the matter further. Xiang Chen turned to Lin Kai and asked, Lin Kai, is the identity jade token prepared? Lin Kai nodded, producing a jade token and a golden true Dan, saying, it is ready for your inspection, Hall Master. This is the identity jade token and true Dan of Elder Tang Yu from the Qinyao workshop. You merely need to activate the identity jade token with the energy from the true Dan to create a perfect imitation. Xiang Chen accepted the items. Examining the fist-sized true Dan, which contained the surging true essence of a master. Undoubtedly, Tang Yu had been killed by the people of the Wan Yao Pavilion. Tang Yu was the brother of the corpulent Elder Tang. I have indeed met him. It appears I must use his identity in the wasteland from now on. Xiang Chen accepted the identity jade token, as his own was no longer usable. Report. Hall Master. The personnel of the Black Xian army have arrived at the Wan Yao Pavilion. At that moment, a member of the Dark Web hurried in and knelt before Xiang Chen to report. It seems the inspectors have come. Let us retreat. We must leave the wasteland at once. Xiang Chen rose, and the others followed him to the basement, exiting through the underground passage. Meanwhile, Lin Kai went to confront the inspecting Black Xian army. The siblings, Dugu Piaoxue and Dugu Yuming, also joined them, escaping through the underground passage that extended over 1,000 meters deep. This underground passage spanned several thousand kilometers, a formidable engineering feat, not achievable without the efforts of numerous rat tribes, and it had consumed several million spirit coins and materials. Half an hour later, the group exited the wasteland, arriving at a desolate mountain cave over 800 miles away from the city. Dugu, what are your plans next? Xiang Chen asked Dugu Piaoxue as they emerged from the cave hidden in the forest. Dugu Piaoxue replied, I plan to continue my journey to hone my swordsmanship. The influence of worldly imperial power is too heavy. I wish to enter the true realm of cultivation. Brother, I will go with you. Dugu Yuming quickly clung to his arm, fearing separation from her brother, with whom she had shared her life since childhood. The outer heaven. Xiang Chen expressed some surprise, realizing Dugu Piaoxue was referring to the outer heaven. Indeed, that world is far more perilous and exhilarating, unbound by the dominion of imperial power, and it is more suited for me. Indeed, you have now ascended to the esteemed rank of Lingxiao Master, possessing the qualification to embark upon the path to the heavens. With that, we shall part ways, and may fate grant us the opportunity to meet again. Xiang Chen halted, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Dugu Piaoxue. Very well, Xiang Chen. If ever you find yourself in need of my assistance, shatter this jade talisman, and I shall come to you, no matter the distance. Dugu Piaoxue produced a unique white jade talisman shaped like a sword. Xiang Chen accepted it, expressing his gratitude solemnly. Junior brother Xiang, I appreciate your care during this time. Dugu Yuming stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xiang Chen. As Xiang Chen assisted her to her feet, Dugu Yuming unexpectedly enveloped him in an embrace, seemingly reluctant to part. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. After exchanging heartfelt farewells, the group watched as the siblings soared into the sky on their swords. Xiang Chen, too, was ready to initiate his forthcoming plans. Chapter 899. The Such Old Father in the Grand Palace of the Great Chu, within the royal chambers of King Xiang. Xiang Chen had come to bid farewell to his parents before venturing to the imperial capital. Xiang Wang and Su Qing sat together, with a few dishes of delicacies, braised pork, peanuts, marinated beef, and cold cucumber, adorned on a fragrant sandalwood table, alongside a jug of fine wine. Have you made up your mind? Are you truly set on wading into this murky water in the imperial capital? King Xiang poured a cup of wine for Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen nodded, raising his cup in salute to his father, then downed the drink in one gulp before placing the cup aside. Brother Chen Feng has aided me immensely. During my oppressive time in the Shang royal family, it was thanks to his support that I managed to navigate and survive. Now, he has been imprisoned for 2 years. Out of loyalty and duty, I must rescue him and assist him in reclaiming his title. But Chun'er, what can you achieve alone? This involves the entire struggle for imperial power across the realm. Su Qing expressed her concerns, unwilling for her son to tread this treacherous path. Xiang Chun smiled wryly, Mother. A man born in this world must act with purpose, embracing both obligations and opportunities. I cannot betray the kindness shown to me. If I do not rescue Brother Chen Feng, I shall never find peace in my heart. King Xiang declared, since you have made your decision, your father will support you. You are correct. One cannot measure certain matters solely in terms of benefits and future prospects. Sometimes, one must act from the heart. Thank you, father. Xiang Chen stood and bowed, then resumed his seat. Ah, you two sons, Su Qing sighed, choosing not to press further. Rest assured, mother. I possess the means to ensure my safety, Xiang Chun replied with a smile. An eagle that has not weathered the storm can never soar to greater heights. Go. Venture to the imperial capital, to the realm beyond, and explore the grand martial arenas of this world. Your mother and I shall always stand as your unwavering support. Haha. With such words from my father, I feel at ease. Let us drink heartily tonight, in celebration of your journey. That evening, Xiang Chun and his father indulged in many drinks and conversations before departing from the royal chambers. Chenner, caught in this whirlpool of power, my heart cannot find peace. Su Qing leaned against King Xiang's shoulder, still troubled. Ah, children will have their own fortunes. Worrying excessively serves no purpose. Chenner is destined for greatness. Let him forge his path. Perhaps one day, we shall unite to elevate the great Xia, and you shall reign as the revered Empress Dowager. Xiang Wang chuckled as he gently patted his wife's shoulder. Su Qing retorted with a cold huff. I have no desire for the title of Empress Dowager. All I wish is for both you and our son to remain safe. As Xiang Wang gazed at Xiang Chen's departing figure, he remarked, however, this lad has a penchant for recklessness, and it is only natural that you feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps we should consider having another child? Su Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly responded, what are you saying? Chenner resides in the adjacent chamber. What if he overhears us? Xiang Wang laughed heartily and stood up, declaring, that is easily remedied. I shall just knock him out. Just as Xiang Chun entered his room, his father followed closely behind. Father, is there something else? Xiang Chun inquired, puzzled. My dear son, allow me to show you a treasure, Xiang Wang said, producing a brilliantly gleaming golden brick. Do you recognize this, Chenu? He asked with a grin. Isn't this the mountain ceiling seal of Elder Fong? Xiang Chun recognized it immediately. By the way, what do you see in your room? Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun turned to look. There is nothing here. At that moment, Xiang Wang brought the brick crashing down upon Xiang Chen's head with a resounding thud. Stars danced in Xiang Chen's eyes, having consumed quite a bit of wine. He was rendered unconscious by the blow, darkness enveloping him. The following day, at midday, Xiang Chen finally regained consciousness, his head still somewhat foggy. He felt utterly perplexed as to why his father had suddenly struck him with a brick. Unable to comprehend the situation, he mused that perhaps his father had been intoxicated and chose not to dwell on it further. Once his mind cleared, Xiang Chen opened a section of his spatial ring, unleashing a surge of spatial power. On the bed, radiant light flickered and a crimson glow enveloped a stunning woman clad in a red dress, who lay sleeping peacefully. Her features were exquisite, with golden red hair and brows, and her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breath, indicating she was merely in slumber. Hong Shui. The slumbering beauty had been in a deep sleep for several months after being fed a potent wine by this individual. There was no other option, without incapacitating her. How could he explain his identity as Xiang Chun in the desolate land under her watchful eye? To claim he was the reincarnated son of the moonlight demon queen born from a golden crow egg would be far too implausible. Hong Shui was no naive little demoness easy to deceive. Xiang Chun retrieved a specialized detoxifying pill and placed it in Hong Shui's mouth, then exhaled a breath of true essence to aid her digestion. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he released the aura of the golden crow while he waited. Half an hour later, Hong Shui leisurely opened her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering before she abruptly sprang to her feet, soaring into the air and scanning her surroundings warily. Sister Hong Shui, you are awake? Xiang Chen exclaimed. Young master. Hong Shui's formidable spiritual sense rapidly enveloped the entire Chu King's palace, only to retract moments later as her gaze settled upon the youth by the bed. What has happened to me? She asked coldly, discreetly checking her own body. The essence remained intact. She had not been violated by Xiang Chun. You were intoxicated. Having slept for quite some time. The wine we consumed was quite unique. The first time one drinks it, it induces a prolonged slumber. Xiang Chen began to fabricate a story. Hong Shui regarded him with suspicion. Could it be that the young master has drugged me? Exposed, Xiang Ergu remained unfazed, asserting, "Why would I drug you? Am I capable of harboring ill intentions towards Sister Hongxue? My mother, Xiaoya, has made it clear that you are mine. There is no need for such underhanded tactics." Hongshua's expression remained indifferent, not dwelling on the matter. She inquired, "Where are we? The spiritual energy here is so abundant." "This place is known as Chu," Xiang Ergu replied. "While you were intoxicated, I encountered a friend named Xiang Chen on the road. Unfortunately, we later fell victim to human strife, and he perished while trying to save me. I have assumed his identity to visit his homeland and pay respects to his family, and to secure a verifiable human identity for my own convenience." Xiang Ergu began to weave another tale. "Sister Hongxue, I beseech you to stay here for a while and protect my friend's family." This was the true purpose behind Xiang Ergu awakening Hongxue, given her formidable strength. He found it impractical to carry out his plans with her in tow, thus seeking her assistance in safeguarding his parents. "Absolutely not," Hongxue firmly declined. "The Demon Queen has entrusted me with your protection. Your safety is of utmost importance." Xiang Chen's countenance darkened as he unleashed the pressure of his bloodline. The three-legged golden crow, commanding, "Hongxue, this is an order you cannot refuse." Due to a system glitch, Chapter 899 was incomplete. It has now been restored for those who have read it. In Chapter 900, The Dark Divine Beast, the pressure Xiang Chen exerted made Hongxue feel a slight discomfort. Yet her superior realm rendered Xiang Chen no match for her. With a calm demeanor, Hongxue replied, "Your anger is futile, young master. My allegiance lies with the Demon Queen, prioritizing your safety above all else." Xiang Chen's pressure dissipated as he sighed in resignation. "What if we compromise on 3 years? Just protect Chu for 3 years." "Not even 1 year." Hongxue maintained her obstinate stance. Frustrated, Xiang Chen thought it would have been better had he not awakened her. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. "How about this? You protect Chu for 2 years, and I will grant you a drop of pure golden crow blood to aid your evolution into a golden crow." Hongshue's true form was that of a heavenly sunfire crow, with only about 40% of golden crow bloodline within her. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed slightly, clearly indicating the allure of Xiang Chen's proposition. The evolution of life and bloodline was an irresistible temptation for all demonkind. "But what if something happens while I'm not by your side?" Hongshue's resolve began to waver, her tone softening. Seeing an opportunity, Xiang Chen grinned. "With my ingenuity and multitude of abilities, how could anything go awry? And do not forget, I possess the power left behind by our golden crow ancestors. Should I unleash it, even the Emperor of Humanity would be swiftly dealt with." "What is unleashing?" Hongxue asked, intrigued. Xiang Chen continued, "Rest assured, Sister Hongxue, it is merely 2 years. After that, I will undoubtedly assist you in your evolution into a golden crow." Hongxue appeared conflicted, pondering for an extended period as Xiang Chen continued to persuade her. Ultimately, she could not resist the allure of his offer. "Very well. I shall protect this place for 2 years, but you must not disclose this to the Demon Queen. If she finds out, she will undoubtedly blame me." Reluctantly, Hongxue acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen was filled with joy. With such a formidable protector safeguarding the Great Chu and his parents, he felt entirely reassured to venture forth and pursue grand ambitions. Suddenly, Hongxue was engulfed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying true essence and magical energy. Her complexion flushing repeatedly, she expelled a radiant orb, within which was contained an astonishing reservoir of magical power, coalescing into a fist-sized sphere of energy. After releasing this energy form, Hongshue's face paled slightly as she spoke. "This is a demon talisman infused with my demonic essence. When activated, it unleashes my full force in a single blow. Young master, keep it with you. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, release it, and I will sense it and arrive to rescue you with utmost swiftness." Xiang Chen cradled the golden red talisman in his hands, nodding gratefully as he replied, "Sister Hongxue, rest assured, I shall also take good care of myself." He stored the demonic essence talisman within his Qianquan ring. It felt akin to wielding a miniature nuclear bomb. He also arranged for Hongxue to assume the role of his personal attendant in the Great Chu, facilitating her unimpeded access to the royal palace. With all arrangements in place, Xiang Chen prepared to return to the wilderness capital shortly to address certain lingering threats before departing from the wilderness province. That night, in his modest estate, Xiang Chen leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool, gazing vacantly at the luminous moon above, while he stood behind him, gently massaging his back. When would he be liberated from the constraints of this world, to explore the vast sea of stars beyond, and to witness the grand universe that his elder brother had described? Fixated on the resplendent night sky, Xiang Chen's curiosity about the world beyond this continent swelled. He yearned to discover the realm of divine beings and powerful clans that his elder brother spoke of. Did such extraordinary figures exist, comparable to cosmic entities? Perhaps his elder brother had already ventured into such a world. With a sigh, he recalled the guide on his path through the realms of demons and magic, his elder brother. His true mentor, the one who had led him out of despair. "No, pig. Young master, what are you pondering? You seem rather discontent," he inquired, dressed in her snug attire as she continued to knead his arms. Xiang Chen turned to see his devoted maid, her figure exquisitely alluring, her fair skin partially exposed, accentuating her captivating curves. He had also ascended to the soul moon realm, showcasing her formidable prowess. "I'm thinking of you. Do not busy yourself. Tomorrow, young master must depart once more." A mischievous smile crept across Xiang Chen's lips as he pulled her close, eliciting a soft gasp from as she found herself enveloped in his embrace, their skin brushing together. "Young master." His cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed up at him. "Today, young master shall fulfill your wish and pluck this little lotus." Xiang Chen tilted her chin upward and leaned down to kiss her, prompting a soft whimper from as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Outside, the moon appeared to blush, as if embarrassed by the springtime fervor of the earthly realm, retreating behind a veil of clouds with a mumbled reprimand. After an hour, he clung to Xiang Chen like an octopus as they practiced their cultivation techniques. Xiang Chen's lunar energy flowed into he, assisting her in transforming her physique. His current state has transcended to a far deeper level compared to before. The essence of the moon's shadow has grown stronger and more profound, as the source of myriad shadows surges into Manha's being, causing her spirit and even her bloodline to undergo a transformation. With a roar reminiscent of an ancient beast, a powerful sound emanates from Manha. Within her, a dormant bloodline hidden in her genes is awakened, manifesting as a creature enveloped in dark flames. Resembling both a cat and a tiger, adorned with azure stripes and 7 plush tails trailing behind. Manha's physique has also undergone alterations. Her ears have transformed into feline appendages, and sharp claws have emerged from her fingers, while the 7 fluffy tails swish gracefully behind her. Wherever this dark flame engulfs, the spring water is silently corroded, obliterated by a wave of dark matter. The dark divine beast, the 7 absolutes of the shadow cat. Xiang Chen perceives this surge of bloodline power, and from the ancient cauldron, a similar aura is released. Manha has evolved. Sensing her transformation, Xiang Chen immediately continues to channel the sacred method of 10,000 beasts to assist her in further refining her bloodline. Many humans possess traces of beastly blood within them. Harking back to the ancient times when humans and beasts were one, their lineage intermingling through generations. Some individuals can awaken the spirit of beastly entities, a phenomenon rooted in this very reason. The innate talent for awakening the bloodline of beasts becomes the spirit. Further still, this leads to the awakening of their bloodline. Evidently, with the assistance of the source of myriad shadows and the sacred method of 10,000 beasts, Manha, who originally harbored the spirit of the dark celestial cat, has successfully awakened the latent power within her bloodline, further amplifying it. As she opens her eyes, they transform into a mesmerizing emerald hue, her pupils morphing into those of a beast, exuding an enchanting allure that is both beautiful and otherworldly. Chapter 901. A visit to the tiger's den. Manha gazes at her hands, now adorned with elongated tails, and gasps in shock. "Young master, how have I become like this?" The sudden appearance of 7 tails leaves her astounded. Xiang Chen gently pats her back, chuckling. "Fear not. This is merely the manifestation of your bloodline. It will dissipate once you rein it in. The true form of my bloodline. All right, I shall try." Manha focuses, realizing indeed that a formidable bloodline power has awakened within her. She then endeavors to harness this power, attempting to retract the bloodline energy. Gradually, the 7 tails shrink and vanish into her spine, while her claws and feline ears revert to their normal state. Seeing herself restored, she breathes a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed as she casts a shy glance at Xiang Chen, who is teasingly observing her. "I hope I didn't frighten you, young master." I had no idea I would transform like this. I apologize, she exclaims, quickly wrapping her arms around him. Haha, no need for apologies. I, the king of 10,000 beasts, am unfazed. But were you not pleased just now? Xiang Chen replies, embracing her delicate waist. Indeed, Manha whispers, her face aglow, still lingering in the moment. Rest assured, young master will never abandon you, he reassures, stroking her smooth back, understanding her worries as a devoted maid. In this world, not sharing a chamber with her master often implies that the maid is not truly trusted as a confidant. Manha rested her cheek against his shoulder, expressing her desire for him to remember her in the future. She hoped to remain by his side, accompanying him on his journey. I assure you, once your ambitions are fulfilled, I will grant you a rightful place, Xiang Chen promised. Manha's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The notion of a rightful place was something she had never dared to dream of. In this world, some were born to be kings while others were destined to be servants. Her parents were mere subordinates, and the concept of inferiority had long been ingrained in her mind. Thank you, my lord, she said softly. Foolish girl, there is no need for such gratitude. My trust in you is evident. I could entrust you with the oversight of my affairs, Xiang Chun replied, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. He rose, lifting Manha in his arms as he made his way back to the room. The water in the hot spring now evaporated. Xiang Ergu had also ventured further down the path of the emotional beasts, guided by the teachings of Beige. Proximity to the swine leads to a tarnished character, just as proximity to the ink darkens the soul. Thus, the significance of a mentor is paramount. Leaving Hongxue to safeguard their family in Dazhu provided Xiang Chun with a sense of tranquility. The following day, he did not rush to depart, but instead spent quality time with Manha, treating her with the affection due to a beloved rather than as a mere servant. On the third day, Xiang Chun set out alone towards the desolate city, having altered his appearance and assumed the identity of Tang Yu. Fortunately, Tang Yu was also a strikingly handsome youth, unlike his elder brother, who was rather portly and aged. The identity token was seldom required, only when officials conducted inquiries or when one needed to submit documentation to join a faction. In the desolate city, along a bustling street, he found an unremarkable alley. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the ground was littered with filth, where numerous beggars had made their abode. Within this alley stood a tavern, a common sight in such districts. The sign above the establishment bore the ominous name, Blood Rose Tavern. As Xiang Chun approached the tavern, the raucous noise within was already audible. Stepping inside, he found a throng of individuals steeped in the ways of the underworld, engaged in drinking and boisterous games. At the counter, a corpulent man clad in black was busily manipulating an abacus, the beads clattering rhythmically. Upon his entrance, a hush fell over the crowd, and piercing gazes were directed towards him. This was no ordinary tavern. Those who navigated the treacherous waters of the desolate city knew it to be a den of assassins. Only two types of people frequented this place: assassins and those seeking to place bounty contracts. Xiang Chun approached the proprietor at the counter, stating directly, "I wish to post a bounty." The proprietor's eyes widened at his words, a broad smile spreading across his plump face as he responded, "My esteemed guest, what value would you place on this task? Bounties begin at 10,000 spirit coins for a mortal level, 100,000 for an earth level, 1 million for a celestial level, and 10 million for a royal level. Celestial level, 5 million spirit coins," Xiang Chun declared without hesitation. The mention of 5 million elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding assassins. Such a bounty was indeed substantial. The proprietor's smile grew even wider. A lucrative endeavor. According to our regulations, a third of the bounty must be paid as a deposit. And, may I inquire, who is the target of your assassination? Could you provide personal profiles? As long as the target does not exceed value, we can proceed. A smirk appeared at Xiang Chen's lips as he declared, "I want to eliminate the spider hunter. You are all quite familiar with this individual, correct?" "What? The spider hunter? Brother kills spider. This fellow is here to stir trouble, isn't he?" Upon uttering these words, the entire tavern fell into a state of astonishment, with curious glances directed at Xiang Chun. To come to the bounty guild and issue a contract to kill one of our own assassins? Indeed, even the portly tavern keeper's smile froze, growing somewhat colder as he remarked, "Sir, you cannot be jesting, can you? Our bounty guild adheres to certain regulations. We never accept contracts to eliminate our own." Xiang Chun retorted with a mocking smile, "Your bounty guild has always been driven by profit, and you speak of regulations? 10 million. The tavern keeper's heart quivered slightly as he replied, rules are rules. They cannot be broken. 20 million. Xiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he raised the price by another 10 million, which already fell under the category of a king-level task. Capable of summoning a heavenly king to act. Many assassins around, upon hearing this sum, felt their eyes turn crimson with greed. Energy rippled from Xiang Chen's palm, conjuring a massive chest that landed with a thud. The lid flew open, revealing a dazzling array of spirit coins, likely numbering in the millions. The gazes of the onlookers turned entirely avaricious. Had they not been unable to discern Xiang Chen's cultivation level and background, they would have likely succumbed to the urge to seize the treasure. Xiang Chen stated, since these are your regulations, I shall not contravene them. However, this 10 million is sufficient to demonstrate my financial power. Whoever can discreetly bring me the head of the spider hunter shall receive this sum. After speaking, Xiang Chen closed the lid, casting a glance at the greedy assassins around him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Before gathering the chest and turning to leave, the value of the spider hunter's head is worth such a sum. In that instant, whether or not they had ties with the spider hunter, a hint of sinister intent blossomed in everyone's heart. As for Xiang Chen's motive for wanting to eliminate the spider hunter, it was undoubtedly profound. The fact that Xiang Chen was still alive posed a potential flaw in the spider hunter's cover, regardless of whether the spider hunter had grown suspicious. He had to be dealt with. Moreover, this individual was indeed perilous. He had successfully hunted targets disguised as Qianlan in the Great Chu, and could also hunt genuine targets. Possessing parasitic insects and the mother spider explorer, he had already gleaned insights into the Great Chu's defense systems. Such a person, Xiang Chen deemed, must be eliminated for peace of mind. Of course, his ostentatious arrival here bore even deeper implications. Chapter 902. The Assassin, Spider Hunter having departed from the Blood Rose Tavern. Xiang Chen arrived at a secluded dwelling belonging to the Qingping Mountain Villas Inn, located over 10 kilometers away. Throughout his journey, he did not conceal his whereabouts, making it easy to ascertain his residence. On the third day, in the evening, a figure entered the alleyway of the Blood Rose Tavern, clutching a round, bulging package. The newcomer was clad in black attire, a black hat concealing their features, and a mask obscuring their face. A glimpse of a spider tattoo could be seen on their neck, and their eyes held a chilling glint. The spider hunter, having completed a hunting mission. The spider hunter returned to the Blood Rose Tavern once more. The spider hunter's true cultivation level was that of a second-tier master in the Lingxiao realm. However, his exceptional hunting skills had led to the remarkable feat of eliminating a fifth-tier master in the same realm. At that moment, four figures clad in black garments approached, their heads wrapped in dark cloth. Brother Spider, you have returned. One of them, a man with a scar resembling a centipede across his face, remarked with a grin. This individual, known in the underworld as Centipede, was also a master assassin at the Lingxiao level, a second-tier earth grade, only slightly inferior to Brother Spider. The latter responded with a curt nod, remaining silent. Centipede, eyeing the package in Brother Spider's hands, remarked, "You've completed another job. Impressive indeed. Your capabilities earn our admiration." As he spoke, the three companions of Centipede subtly parted, allowing Brother Spider to pass through their midst. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, Brother Spider walked past Centipede, when suddenly, Centipede's gaze turned icy. In an instant, two crescent-shaped blades appeared in his hands, slicing through the air towards Brother Spider with deadly precision. At such a close range, evasion seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Brother Spider executed an uncanny maneuver, his form shifting to the air above, narrowly dodging the lethal assault. Boom. Meanwhile, the other three unleashed their attacks simultaneously, three beams of spiritual light hurtling toward him, a spirit sword, three flying daggers, and a spiked club-like artifact. All three were formidable warriors at the soul moon level, and even a master would be severely injured by such a combined onslaught. In response, Brother Spider summoned a surge of dark blue true essence, which erupted from within, transforming into a colossal ethereal form that enveloped him, condensing energy. In an instant, he was encased in a black spider-like energy armor, characterized by 8 sharp appendages extending outward, with Brother Spider himself stationed at the head. This was the manifestation of his innate spiritual form. Boom. The three attacks collided with him, the tremendous impact propelling him several hundred meters away. However, the black spider armor remained unbroken. Kill. Centipede's dual blades transformed into 2 white streaks of light, slicing through the air with lightning speed. Brother Spider, invoking his spiritual form, unleashed a black energy web that spread forth, resilient and sharp. The dual blades struck the energy web, creating ripples, yet it did not yield immediately. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Brother Spider propelled himself forward like a streak of light. In his hands, he manifested two dark, curved crescent blades, reminiscent of a spider's pincers. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating hundreds of afterimages at an astonishing speed. Clang! The two engaged in a fierce clash of blades. Sparks flying as energy slashed through the air, leaving deep fissures in the alley. With a resounding crash, a nearby building was cleaved in two by the force of a blade's light. Whoosh! From the ground, two nearly imperceptible strands of energy spider silk shot up, entwining around Centipede's legs. These fine threads, as sharp as the finest blades, pulled tight, eliciting a pained scream from Centipede as his legs were severed. The other three rushed forward, but Brother Spider, gathering energy in his palm, unleashed a barrage of energy silk that swiftly sliced across their necks. Blood gushed forth in a spray, three heads soaring from their necks, as the bodies of the three assailants collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, countless tiny spiders emerged from the pant legs of the hunter spider, enveloping the three corpses. In mere moments, the lifeless bodies were consumed, reduced to white bones, which were then entirely devoured. From a black leather pouch at the hunter spider's waist, a palm-sized spider, adorned with striking black and red patterns, crawled out, expanding to a size of 10 feet as it approached a centipede, whose legs had been severed and were ensnared by venomous webs. The expressionless hunter spider advanced toward the centipede, its voice cold and hoarse, indistinguishable in gender. "Why did you attempt to kill me?" The centipede sneered, the scars on its face twisting into a more grotesque visage, and replied in a low, chilling tone, "Your head is worth 20 million. Someone is willing to pay that price for your life." "Who?" The hunter spider inquired further. The centipede chuckled darkly, poised to respond, when suddenly it flicked its tongue, unleashing a razor-sharp black needle aimed at the hunter spider's brow. Yet, the hunter spider vanished, becoming a fleeting shadow that evaded the strike. The black needle pierced a wall hundreds of meters away, corroding it upon impact. With a swift motion, a black blade slashed through the air, separating the centipede's head from its body, blood gushing forth. "Within 3 paces, none can ambush me," the hunter spider scoffed, seizing the horrified head with wide eyes. Still clinging to life, with a flick of its wrist, the head was caught in the jaws of the enormous spider nearby, which then crushed and devoured it. The colossal spider crawled toward the centipede's carcass, its sharp legs tearing flesh, consuming pieces in a gruesome display. TSK, TSK, TSK. I mentioned that someone would inevitably challenge Spider Brother, yet I never expected it to be the centipede. This highlights the disparity between the first and second ranks. Spider Brother has surely qualified for heavenly missions, ascending to the status of a heavenly assassin. Outside the Blood Rose Tavern, a crowd witnessed the fierce confrontation, harboring no sympathy or pity for the fallen centipede. Simultaneously, they gained a clearer understanding of the hunter spider's formidable power. As the hunter spider approached, the crowd parted with haste, allowing a clear passage. "Anyone who desires my head may step forward and try," the hunter spider stated, its tone indifferent. "We dare not." The onlookers quickly averted their gazes. Upon reaching the counter, the hunter spider unwrapped a parcel, revealing a woman's severed head. "I shall forego the bounty. Instead, inform me of the whereabouts and residence of the one who seeks my life." Before the portly tavern keeper could respond, the hunter spider thrust a knife into the counter. Its voice icy. The tavern keeper smiled. "Spider Brother, that individual is unfathomable. Their power is beyond detection, and with such wealth to pursue your life, I suggest you consider retreating. Enough of your prattle, speak," the hunter spider demanded coldly. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the tavern's upper level. A figure of graceful stature, approximately 180 centimeters tall, adorned in a crimson cheapao, with a daring slit revealing her long, snow-white legs. These limbs could easily captivate the hearts of many a man. Upon her swan-like neck rests a visage of striking beauty, exuding a mature allure. Her scarlet lips blaze like fire, while her enchanting eyes possess an irresistible depth. Esteemed lady, the surrounding onlookers bowed respectfully, their expressions tinged with reverence. Daring not to linger upon her exquisite form, nor to gaze into her mesmerizing, water-like eyes, Among them, a newly inducted assassin, seemingly entranced by her presence for the first time, found himself transfixed, his throat tightening with a sudden surge of primal desire. Such enchantment. The assassin's reaction was palpable. The woman, stepping forth in blood-red crystal heels, moved with a serpentine grace. As she passed the entranced assassin, she flashed a sultry smile, lifting his chin with a delicate finger, and inquired, "Do you find me beautiful?" "Indeed, you are breathtakingly beautiful. I have never encountered anyone so exquisite," the assassin murmured. Lost in admiration, the woman erupted into a cascade of melodic laughter. Yet as she did, sharp fangs emerged suddenly, and she provocatively asked, "Would you be willing to die for me?" "Without hesitation, I would brave fire and water for you," he replied fervently. "Then go forth and perish," she commanded, before sinking her fangs into his neck. The assassin's expression morphed into one of rapture, yet he quickly withered, transforming into a lifeless husk. His form reduced to mere skin and bones. The corpse crumpled to the ground, bones cracking audibly, presenting a ghastly sight. "Newcomers seldom grasp the rules," a voice murmured, unaware that our esteemed master detests being stared at. The other assassins felt a chill as they gazed upon the lifeless body. Blood Rose, known in the underworld as the Bloodthirsty Rose, was the proprietor of the Blood Rose Tavern and a principal figure in the Bounty Hunters Guild. "Master of the tavern," the assassin known as Hunter Spider said with a fist salute, "it is also a rule not to accept tasks concerning the guild's own assassins." Blood Rose took her seat at the counter, snapping her fingers. The rotund innkeeper understood immediately and poured her a glass of the finest Blood Rose wine. She savored a sip, the corners of her mouth curling into a captivating smile as she remarked, "This rule applies solely to the guild's internal assassins. You, however, are merely a contracted assassin and thus outside of this regulation." Hunter Spider scoffed. "Ah, so you are interested in my business then? 20 million is no trifling sum and holds some allure for me." Blood Rose's slender finger tapped rhythmically on the table as she regarded him. "However, I see greater potential in you. Should you choose to join the Bounty Hunters Guild under my command, I shall not only rescind this task, but also assist you in eliminating the one who issued it." Hunter Spider retorted with a cold smile. "Join your ranks only to be bound by a life and death curse, becoming your puppet?" Blood Rose elegantly sipped her wine, her movements graceful and enchanting. "That is your only path forward at present." Hunter Spider's expression remained inscrutable. "And what if I refuse?" A sinister laughter erupted from dozens of assassins within the tavern, all eyes fixed menacingly upon Hunter Spider. "Do you believe you can escape from here?" Blood Rose rested her chin on her hand, her demeanor languid. With a sigh, Hunter Spider conceded, "Very well, if it must be so, I have no choice." Suddenly, he struck violently, his claw aiming for the throat of the Blood Rose. "I'll eliminate you first." The Hunter Spider dared to take the initiative. The Blood Rose let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, her jade hand shot out with lightning speed, her beautiful red nails sharp as blades, faster than ever, clasping around the Hunter Spider's neck. Bang! As she squeezed, however, the Hunter Spider instantly disintegrated and exploded into countless tiny spiders that crawled over the Blood Rose's arm. The small spiders, with their sharp mandibles, gnawed at her arm, but were thwarted by a powerful, resilient energy that shattered numerous spiders into juices. The Hunter Spider was no more, or rather, it was never truly the Hunter Spider. It was a substitute insect. The Blood Rose furrowed her delicate brows and sneered. "No wonder you are a killer I hold in high regard. You managed to outwit me. But can you escape?" Whoosh! As she spoke, the Blood Rose transformed into a streak of crimson light, bursting through the door. Outside the tavern, in an alley a kilometer away, the Hunter Spider lay in a corner, spitting blood. The substitute insect had been destroyed, causing him some backlash. He immediately unleashed his true essence, becoming a shadowy figure in his flight. Just moments ago, after finishing a battle with the centipedes, he had concealed his true form, leaving it behind, using the substitute insect in its place. He was an exceedingly clever and cautious individual, having risen from a street-side beggar to a renowned assassin, his intellect surpassing that of ordinary men. The art of shifting forms was one of the 9 supreme martial arts of the Great Chu. In his youth, he had saved a critically injured elder, from whom he learned these martial techniques. Ultimately, he accumulated resources through assassination, gradually rising to become the Hunter Spider he was today. He was astute, meticulous, and decisive, yet sometimes, intelligence could be a double-edged sword. Having hunted masters, His arrogance led him to be exploited by Xiang Chen in the Great Chu. As the hunter spider fled, the blood rose pursued with terrifying speed, the distance between them closing. At 300 meters, she waved her jade palm, unleashing 5 blood-red beams that tore through the air with a thunderous roar. A chill ran down the hunter spider's spine as he unleashed his shifting form technique, narrowly evading by 3 meters. Boom. The location he had just occupied was torn apart. A massive chasm opening in the 20-meter-wide street, with 5 fissures stretching over 10 meters deep, while 7 or 8 people were shredded into pieces by a single claw strike. Splurt. A remnant of the beam still grazed the hunter spider's back, causing him to spit blood as a gaping wound tore open. Without looking back, he hurled 3 fist-sized orbs behind him. Boom. The 3 orbs exploded, revealing 3 remarkably powerful spiritual talismans. As they detonated, arcs of lightning intertwined, while black poisonous mist spread over hundreds of meters. The crowd on the street screamed in horror, countless innocents struck down by the thunder. Succumbing to the agonizing embrace of the toxic fog, the blood rose, covering her face, quickly retreated from the poisonous mist, her vision and perception obscured. Soaring into the air, she looked down, only to find the hunter spider had vanished from sight. "You little devil, how did you escape from my grasp?" The blood rose's brows knitted slightly, a hint of frustration evident. She then disregarded the casualties on the street and turned to leave. In a clash of divine beings, mere mortals suffer the consequences. Just moments ago, the fierce battle between 2 powerful practitioners claimed the lives of no fewer than 20 or 30 ordinary cultivators, illustrating the fragility of life for the weak. 500 meters away, an elderly man pulling a dung cart gazed at the devastation in the street with a sigh, before continuing on his way, the foul odor emanating from the massive dung barrel. From within, a figure quietly emerged. On the 904th chapter of the tale of the Spider Hunter, a silhouette stood atop a distant skyscraper, its eyes resembling 2 radiant moons, silently observing the chaotic scene below. Half an hour later, the setting shifted to a verdant landscape, where a 2-meter-deep brook meandered through the woods, flanked by willow trees and shrubs. At the foot of the green hills stood a humble thatched cottage, adorned with blooming flowers in its front yard. A figure, reeking of filth, leapt into the river to cleanse itself of the grime. She shed her stinking black garments, revealing a fair back, smooth and delicate, marred by a long, gruesome wound, flesh torn and exposed. As she removed her concealing hat, her long, dark hair cascaded into the water, while her exquisite form was unveiled to the air. Her brows were elegantly arched, her face reminiscent of a peach blossom, with symmetrical azure markings adorning her cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and though not conventionally beautiful, she radiated a charming grace. Intriguingly, spider-like patterns wound around her neck, trailing to her nape. This spider hunter was, in fact, a woman disguised as a man. At that moment, a figure darted from the thicket. "Who goes there?" The spider hunter flicked her hair, twisting her body as a flying knife shot from her hand with the speed of lightning. Swish! The black blade pierced a large tree, startling a small white dog that was resting at its base, the knife barely missing it. Upon seeing the little puppy, the woman immediately relaxed her guard. The small dog, trembling, scampered over to the riverbank, watching her bathe, its tail wagging adorably. The woman approached, her graceful form mostly exposed to the air, and reached down to grasp the puppy by the scruff of its neck. "Who has seized the reins of my fate?" The puppy's tiny paws flailed, pressing against her chest as it whimpered. Rising, a shimmer enveloped her, and a set of ethereal garments emerged from her storage ring, enveloping her beautiful figure. The puppy ceased its whining, nestled against her chest, its tongue playfully licking her neck, endearing itself to her. However, in a startling twist, the puppy suddenly clamped its jaws around the woman's neck, unleashing a terrifying aura, its form instantly transforming into a massive silver wolf, towering a full yard in height. The woman found her neck ensnared by the wolf's sharp fangs, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a powerful bite, the moon-swallowing wolf shattered her cervical vertebrae, rendering her incapacitated. The merciless beast tossed her aside, her body convulsing, her neck twisted as she gazed, incredulous, at the small dog that had transformed into a fearsome wolf. The celestial wolf demon, enveloped in a swirling aura, transformed into a strikingly handsome youth clad in a white robe, his long silver hair cascading elegantly. A playful smirk adorned his face. Meanwhile, The woman lay on the ground, twisting her neck to gaze at him with astonished eyes, which soon settled into a calm demeanor. To think that such a renowned assassin was merely a delicate beauty, truth be told, I found myself wavering, unable to bring myself to strike. With a wicked grin, Xiang Chen approached her, squatting down to caress her smooth visage before squeezing. A sharp crack echoed as he dislocated her jaw to prevent her from biting down on the poison. Xiang Chen, the spider huntress struggled to utter, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld this man. Wasn't this the very person she had been tasked to kill not long ago? Correct. How about a kiss as a reward for your correct answer? Xiang Chen teased, holding her chin just a foot away, inhaling deeply the fragrance that lingered on her body, mixed with an unpleasant odor that was imperceptible to the average person. How is this possible? You're alive, she exclaimed, incredulity lacing her voice. Was the one I killed that day not you? Just a stand-in? Xiang Chen released her, fanning his nose as he frowned. Could you possibly wash yourself with soap? You're far from clean and still reek of refuse. The spider huntress retorted, Xiang Chen, as he roughly seized her long legs. What do you intend to do? If you're going to kill me, do it swiftly. Her neck had been severed, and the central nervous system was compromised. Her lower body lay paralyzed. I'm giving you a bath. You smell far too unpleasant, he replied nonchalantly, dragging her towards the river by her ankle. Enraged, she ground her face into the dirt, tasting the mud with her lips. Following a series of audacious maneuvers, he produced a specially formulated soap capable of eradicating all traces of scent and began to scrub her down by the riverbank, his hands wandering with impudence. After a moment, satisfied that the foul odor had dissipated, he assisted her in donning her clothes and tossed them onto the riverbank. What do you truly desire? The spider huntress asked coldly, her humiliation palpable, for her body had been thoroughly groped by this scoundrel. Xiang Chen perched upon a stone by the riverside, inhaling deeply before remarking with satisfaction. A beauty ought to smell delightful, otherwise it detracts from their allure. He regarded the icy gaze of the spider huntress, who glared at him like a venomous serpent, and calmly queried, Do you know why I sought you out? Leaning against the stone, she replied icily, You are the one who placed a bounty on my head. Indeed. He chuckled. What does it feel like to be the target of a bounty? I put a price of 10 million on your head, you know. Reflecting on the moment she had attempted to eliminate Xiang Chen, she responded coldly, Are you here for revenge? Then why not grant me a swift end? With his elbows resting casually behind him, Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, I initially intended to rid myself of you entirely. However, witnessing your escape from a king-level assassin's clutches, coupled with your beauty, softened my heart. Would you prefer a chance at life? Submit to me and serve my interests. Absolutely not. Just kill me. She scoffed with a cold laugh. Xiang Chen paused, taken aback by her unexpected defiance. Did she not fear death? Very well, I shall oblige. With a wave of his hand, a blade of energy coalesced and cleaved through the air. Thud. Blood splattered as a delicate and beautiful head was severed from its neck. Ruthless. The huntress stared wide-eyed, her head rolling a few times, gazing at her own body, the neck gushing blood, her soul instinctively freezing, trembling in fear. Her vision began to darken, and she saw a gaping black vortex approaching, ready to devour her very essence. So this is what death truly feels like, terrifying beyond imagination. As her sight faded to black, she gradually lost the light of the world before her. However, an hour later, when her consciousness awakened once more, she found herself lying in one of her temporary shelters, a grass hut. Her neck was immobilized by a circle of white plaster-like material. Hell. The huntress scanned her surroundings in confusion. Wasn't this her own hut? Stop overthinking. This was not hell, but a realm far more grotesque than hell itself. What was it like to have died once? Just then, a voice, chilling enough to send shivers through her soul, reached her ears. Chapter 905. Overthrowing the heavens beside a simple wooden bed, a young man sat in a wicker chair, the one who had severed his head. On a small table, a diminutive cauldron bubbled with a medicinal potion. You, what is happening? Am I not dead? The huntress exclaimed, staring at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Indeed, I did sever your head, but that does not imply you have perished. Feel the venom of the devouring spider within you, the young man replied indifferently, exhaling a breath of warmth before pouring a bowl of greenish liquid. Upon hearing this, the huntress furrowed her brow, channeling her soul's energy to sense her inner self. A hint of suspicion crossed her face, a mixture of joy and shock. Within her, There was a terrifying spider venom, a product of her cultivation method, which erupted every half-month, corroding her soul to the point of suffering. If left unchecked, it could completely erode her essence. The youth continued. The poison you practice is indeed formidable, yet it bears great drawbacks. You must continuously consume spider venom. Every half-month, the venom will manifest. Your poison has thoroughly eroded all the nerves connected to your head. Hence, you require a spirit herb known as the jade spider ghost orchid to suppress it. And this herb, a 7th-grade spirit medicine, is worth 300,000 spirit coins each. This explains your incessant killings to fulfill bounty tasks. As Xiang Chen spoke, he brought the medicinal concoction closer, pinching the huntress's mouth to force it down her throat. She coughed a few times after being compelled to swallow the bitter potion. Asking in astonishment, "How do you know? Are you a pharmacist?" Xiang Chen set the bowl aside and reclined back in his wicker chair, crossing his legs. "Indeed. Aside from a pig, I am the most skilled pharmacist on this continent. Your poison can no longer be removed by ordinary means. I severed your head, disconnected the corrupted nerves, excised the decayed meridians, and then reattached your head." The youth's words left the huntress in a state of shock, staring at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Severing a head, and then reattaching it. What manner of medical skill was this? Surely, even the greatest immortals could not boast such mastery. She recalled the gruesome image of herself, bloodied and beheaded, the terror of death flooding her mind. As she thought of the man who had plotted against her, decapitating her before reattaching her head, a profound chill took root within her. Fear. For the first time, she felt fear towards another person. The hunter of spiders coldly inquired, "Why have you done this? Why not simply kill me?" The youth, resting his chin on one hand, gazed at her with mockery and said, "I am a man of base desires and frivolity. I cannot bring myself to harm such a beautiful maiden. Would it not be a delightful tale to have you by my side to explore the intricacies of life together?" The hunter of spiders scoffed, clearly unconvinced. She considered herself merely a first-rate beauty, not a paragon of allure, and there were countless others in the vast wilderness far more exquisite than she. "Ahem, well." Xiang Chen coughed, noticing her disdainful expression. "The value of your life to me far exceeds that of a mere corpse. My ranks lack individuals with your exceptional assassination skills. Should you choose to ally with me, not only can I ensure that your spider venom never manifests, but I can also impart my techniques to elevate your cultivation and strength. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement." The hunter of spiders replied coldly, "I chose this profession precisely because I dislike living under another's roof, and it is not solely due to my poison. I cannot submit to you." Furrowing his brow, Xiang Chen retorted, "What if I could make your existence worse than death?" "Then feel free to employ any means you wish," she responded, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. "How challenging this is," he muttered, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "What would it take for you to yield to me? You have but 2 paths before you. Refuse to submit, and I assure you, I will not allow you to live." She cast a glance at Xiang Chen, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "Are you of the demon race?" "One might say so." He nodded. "But your records indicate you belong to the righteous human race. What relevance does that have to your current proposition?" The hunter of spiders stated, "You are an alchemist. You must possess expertise in poisons as well. If you can surpass me in the art of toxins, I shall submit to you." Xiang Chen chuckled, finding her challenge fortuitous. Few on this continent could claim mastery over poisons as he had. "Very well. How do you propose we compete?" Without a word, she summoned a circle of spiritual energy at her brow, and from a pouch at her waist emerged a black-red patterned spider that settled in her palm. The crimson phantom spider. Xiang Chen immediately recognized this rare spirit insect, known for its formidable toxicity. A single incense stick's worth of time would transform its venom into a lethal liquid. The hunter of spiders regarded the venomous creature with a chilling gaze. "This spider is the result of years of my cultivation in the art of toxins. Should you manage to neutralize its venom, I will acknowledge your superiority." "Huh. How difficult could that be?" He laughed, extending his palm. The crimson phantom spider leaped into his hand and bit down fiercely. The sharp fangs pierced his skin, injecting a substantial amount of venom that swiftly coursed through his body. Xiang Chen winced in pain, feeling his arm grow numb, nearly immobilized. His expression instantly froze as he realized the strength of the paralysis effect within this spider's venom. Astonished, he felt his mouth twitch, caught in a state of shock. "Huh. You have fallen into my trap, young one." The spider hunter sneered, saying, "Do you believe that the venom within it is merely that simple? Qiyu, eliminate him. With a roar, the Qiyu wolf spider transformed into a massive, towering creature, landing on the ground. Subsequently, two razor-sharp, spear-like legs lunged towards Xiang Chen's head. However, a radiant aura enveloped Xiang Chen. Roar! A colossal white tiger, standing 10 feet tall, suddenly emerged, its roar resonating like thunder. The venomous spider's blade struck against the tiger's paw, resulting in a tremendous explosion of force. The Qiyu wolf spider was sent flying, crashing through the wooden house and landing several dozen meters away. With a swift motion, the little white tiger approached, its fearsome claws pressing down. With a thunderous thud, the Qiyu wolf spider was pinned to the ground, ground into the earth beneath it. Utter domination. The spider hunter was left astounded, while Xiang Chun chuckled mockingly. The azure-green glow flickering on his arm as the Bai Luo heavenly poison hand absorbed the spider's venom, swiftly neutralizing it. He reached out, pinching the spider hunter's cheek, and said with a grin, "So do you yield? What manner of creature are you?" The spider hunter gasped in astonishment. Rising to his feet, Xiang Chun pointed towards the heavens with unrestrained ambition, declaring, "I am the man who aims to conquer the heavens." Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from the sky. Lightning erupting as a great tree outside the wooden house was obliterated in an instant. "Heavenly Master, I heard someone wishes to overthrow me. Do not strike me. Handsome Heavenly Master, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it seriously." The spider hunter stared in disbelief at the youth, bowing and smiling at the sky, realizing he had fallen into the hands of such a person. Chapter 906. Marching towards the imperial capital 2 days later, on a certain street in the desolate capital, two figures walked in succession. One was Xiang Chun, who had altered his appearance, and the other was the now subservient spider hunter, cloaked in black attire. For precautionary measures, while the spider hunter was unconscious, Xiang Chun had administered various soul-controlling and heart-controlling techniques. Xiang Chun arrived at a tavern known as the Red Dust Pavilion. With over 100 establishments in the desolate capital, the Red Dust Pavilion boasted immense financial power, overseen by Murong Tianhua and Lin Kai. Upon entering a private room, Xiang Chun was followed by the spider hunter as he sent someone to notify Jin Bai and Qianlan. Soon, the two arrived to pay their respects to Xiang Chun. "Qianlan, I have found you a master," Xiang Chen smiled at her. The ordinary-looking youth, Qianlan, looked in surprise at the spider hunter beside Xiang Chen. This is the spider hunter, a level killer from the Bounty Guild. However, given her capabilities, she is more than sufficient at the heavenly level. From now on, you and the members of the Fangya shall learn from her the arts of poison and assassination. Xiang Chun introduced the spider hunter. The spider hunter, the top assassin of the Bounty Guild in the desolate capital. Upon hearing this, Jin Bai exclaimed in alarm, immediately becoming wary of the individual, clearly having heard of the spider hunter's infamous reputation. "Yes," Qianlan nodded, speaking little but with purpose. "Is this the person you referred to as the mist demon?" The spider hunter scrutinized Qianlan. Xiang Chun nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, Qianlan can transform into mist, ever-changing. If you can train him well, his assassination skills will surpass yours. To be honest, the Fangyao lacks true masters of assassination. My intent in subduing the spider hunter was to provide a mentor for the Fangyao, to teach them various assassination techniques. Transform into a small dog for us to see." The spider hunter's interest was piqued as she gazed at Qianlan. Without uttering a word, Qianlan's form suddenly dissipated into a swirl of black mist, which then coalesced into the shape of a black dog. The spider hunter exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly remarkable. Your disguise technique is quite sophisticated. It is indistinguishable from reality. However, should you encounter someone meticulous, you will inevitably fail, for you lack the essence of a dog. It is tangible, spirited, yet devoid of scent. Had I encountered the three of you, Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu, and Xing Cheng, earlier and recognized your presence, I would not have been deceived." She referred to how Qianlan had impersonated them and tricked her. Qianlan reverted to his human form, without contesting the spider hunter's words. "See, this is professionalism. You should learn from her," Xiang Chun remarked with a smile. "One must understand the virtue of humility and the importance of seeking knowledge," he added. "Indeed." Qianlan clasped his fists and turned to the spider hunter, asking, "How can I remedy this?" The spider hunter replied, "It is quite simple. If you wish to imitate an animal, you must observe their typical behaviors, their essence and actions, even live and eat with them, allowing their scent to permeate you. For instance, to compensate for a dog's scent, applying a bit of dog urine would suffice. Qianlong pondered this thoughtfully and sincerely responded, I am grateful for your guidance. Master. Xiang Chen, witnessing this exchange, smiled slightly and turned to Jin Bai, saying, from now on, the intelligence network in the wasteland will be entrusted to Xu Yi. Take a portion of the Dark Web's Rat clan and accompany me to the central Zhou dynasty. That is where you will truly showcase your talents. Jin Bai, filled with excitement, inquired, Your Majesty, are we advancing into the central Zhou dynasty? Xiang Chen nodded. Indeed, I will need your assistance as my eyes in the shadows. Yes, I shall gather the troops immediately. Jin Bai was eager, for she had yet to visit the heart of the world, the most prosperous land, the capital of the central Zhou. And what about me? The spider hunter asked. Xiang Chen replied, You will remain by Qianlan's side, assisting me in training an impenetrable dark army. I appoint you as the chief instructor of the Yan Huangfangya. The spider hunter nodded, finding this position quite appealing. After giving these instructions, Xiang Chen returned to the ancient wasteland city to reunite with Qing Cheng. Meanwhile, the White Tiger War God Hall and the Tianling Division, under the leadership of Xiao Bai, Xiahou Wu, and Murong Tianhua, were fervently conquering the surrounding cities of the wasteland's underworld. The underground world around the wasteland was quietly undergoing a transformation, with old factions being replaced or submitting, while new forces were rising. On the roof of the ancient Chen Manor, which stood over 80 meters high, two figures lay gazing at the vast night sky adorned with stars, as the gentle spring breeze caressed them. Are we leaving tomorrow? Qing Cheng's head rested in Xiang Chen's embrace. Xiang Chen, absorbing the ethereal essence of the moonlight, replied, Indeed. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Xia Qingcheng spoke softly. The waters of Zhongzhou are far deeper than those of Huangzhou, and the powerful abound here. One must act with utmost caution, avoiding unnecessary attention, for beauty can be a source of calamity. Xiang Chen, hearing her words, let out a helpless smile and turned to plant a gentle kiss on her exquisite cheek. In moments shared alone, Qingcheng did not wear her mask. Rest assured, with such a beautiful maiden waiting for me in Huangzhou, how could I ever find another woman worthy of my gaze? Brother Xiang Chen, do you truly believe I would take you at your word? Qingcheng turned her gaze towards him. Under the watchful eye of the formidable tigress, Guzi immediately shrank back, averting his eyes. Sighing softly, Qingcheng suddenly leaned against Xiang Chen, her cherry-red lips seeking his in a kiss. Xiang Chen, taken aback, soon embraced her, and they shared a tender kiss. After indulging in this sweet torment for several breaths, Qingcheng nestled against Xiang Chen's chest, enveloped in silence. The two remained entwined on the rooftop until dawn, engaging in no further tangible actions, thus wasting the beauty of the scenery. The next day, outside the city of Huangdu, a figure wielding a massive heavy blade soared through the air, vanishing above a canopy of mountains. The youth traversed the winds, guiding his blade across the heavens, transforming into a streak of black and red light as he journeyed toward the vast expanse of the world. Zhongzhou Imperial Capital. Brother, I have arrived. Huangzhou lay no less than 100,000 kilometers from Zhongzhou, a distance requiring the crossing of numerous mountains, rivers, and seas. Thankfully, Elder Yang's starry spirit plate and the unscrupulous system's navigation made the journey less perilous, for one could easily lose their way. Xiang Chen's thoughts lingered on another matter. He was concerned about Elder Yang's well-being. After seeking justice from the human emperor, the Huanghou Manor had ignored Elder Yang's warnings days later, which raised his fears that something might have befallen the elder, possibly of a dire nature. Contemplating this, Xiang Chen's figure on the blade appeared burdened, weighed down by his thoughts. The injustices of the Chun Feng case, the plight of the Huang Palace, the lives of nearly 100,000 classmates, the murder of a teacher, the fate of Elder Yang. These burdens rested squarely upon his shoulders. The Qing King, the Yu King, and even the human emperor. These despicable schemers were all enemies he longed to eliminate. With this departure, he bore heavy responsibilities and numerous tasks. No one demanded he undertake these matters. However, his own sense of justice, the bonds of teacher and student, and the ties of brotherhood compelled him to act. One may navigate life with cunning and guile, yet one must not allow their sense of morality and principles to warp and vanish. To the secular world of the continent, he challenged imperial authority, aiming to overturn the heavens of this mundane realm. Chapter 907. The gluttonous king covering a distance of 100,000 kilometers, Xiang Chun journeyed tirelessly. traversing renowned mountains and great rivers, spending several hours even with the aid of the celestial crane before finally arriving. On the following day, at dawn, a vast and ancient city emerged on the distant horizon, appearing before the youth's eyes. Zhongzhou, the imperial capital. Beyond the capital lay a sprawling black wall stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, towering thousands of meters high. Standing beneath the Great Wall, one could feel an overwhelming sense of ancient majesty and pressure enveloping them. If mere mortals could construct such a wall, how much more could the cultivators of this world, whose capabilities exceeded the imagination of ordinary beings? The central capital, renowned as the foremost city of the 9 provinces, stretches across thousands of kilometers from north to south, encompassing an area of no less than 10 million square kilometers. It is rich in mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, boasting a population exceeding 1 billion. The capital alone occupies a quarter of the entire central region, with dozens of city gates situated in every direction. Xiang Chen entered the city through the southeastern gate number 5, where a constant flow of people and bustling trade caravans filled the entrance. Numerous soldiers stood guard, inspecting the identity jade tokens of incoming travelers, with an entry fee of 10 spirit coins required. The soldiers, formidable in strength, were primarily of the Guhuang realm, with a master-level officer overseeing the gate. As Xiang Chun joined the throng, he presented his jade token and paid the entry fee, thus gaining access to the capital. Upon entering, he was greeted by a broad street, approximately 40 zhang wide, around 120 meters, stretching into the distance, alive with a ceaseless flow of pedestrians and vibrant shops. Towering buildings adorned the skyline, with structures reaching heights of over 100 meters and even 1,000-meter brick and wood edifices commonplace. The atmosphere was bustling and vibrant. This was not Xiang Chen's first encounter with the splendor of this premier city of the 9 provinces. The streets were teeming with cultivators, with Guhuang practitioners as numerous as dogs and soul moon cultivators prevalent. Only masters could stand out. Xiang Chun ambled along the street at a leisurely pace, each step covering over 10 meters, utilizing a minor form of spatial manipulation known as small-scale spatial movement. The enticing aroma of freshly baked pancakes and savory python beef pancakes wafted through the air, accompanied by the sweetness of candied hawthorn fruit, tempting passers-by to indulge. The street was alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, the air rich with the fragrance of diverse culinary delights, igniting the appetite of Xiang Ergo, who prided himself on his discerning palate. He approached a street-side noodle stall, a modest yet fragrant establishment run by a kindly elderly man of modest cultivation. At the second level of Guhuang, surrounding the stall were long tables mostly occupied by patrons. The old man ladled a bowl of aromatic noodles, pouring over it a rich broth simmered with tender meat, the enticing scent causing mouths to water. Finding an empty seat, Xiang Chun inquired with a smile, "How much for a bowl of noodles, esteemed elder?" "Ah, young sir, the Mongshan beef noodles are 10 spirit coins per bowl. One bowl will invigorate you and satiate your hunger," the old man replied cheerfully. "I shall have 100 bowls," Xiang Chen declared, pulling out a large handful of spirit coins, 1,000 coins in total, and placing them on the table. In this capital, where no ordinary person dwells, spirit coins served as the standard currency among cultivators, while gold coins were relegated to the lower-tier kingdoms like the Chu. "Haha, what a hearty appetite. Please wait a moment," the elder said, slightly taken aback, as surrounding diners turned their attention to Xiang Chun, astonished by his order of 100 bowls. Surely, he must have the appetite of an elephant. The old man began to prepare the noodles, and indeed, he possessed bowls large enough to rival a bathtub. Moments later, he levitated the noodles using his true essence, gently placing a colossal bowl before Xiang Chun, its size resembling that of a giant basin. The noodles were generously drenched in savory broth, adorned with minced beef, and sprinkled with a layer of aromatic scallions and cilantro. Finally, a drizzle of sizzling oil was poured over, releasing an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. The infusion of hot oil with scallions fully awakened their essence, and a touch of peanut butter added a delightful finishing touch. This bowl must have weighed several hundred pounds, topped with a few fried eggs the size of ostrich eggs. "Thank you. I shall indulge now," said Xiang Chun, swallowing hard. A good bowl of noodles cannot lack spice. So he retrieved a large jar of his homemade chili oil and generously poured it over, enhancing the flavor further with the peanut butter. With long chopsticks, he stirred the noodles, which absorbed the rich broth, lifting a hefty bundle to his mouth, yielding an exquisite smoothness. As he slurped the noodles, the broth mingled with his taste buds, dancing upon his tongue. With each chew, the glistening, tender noodles showcased the quality of the dough and the precision in cooking time. The flour, likely sourced from superior grains, seemed to harbor a hint of vitality, offering both nourishment and healing properties. Delicious. What a skilled hand, old man, Xiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gave the elderly man a thumbs up. The old man, busily preparing noodles for others, beamed with pride at the compliment. Ha! My noodle shop has been around for over 100 years. In a 10-mile radius, no one can rival the taste of my noodles. I'm glad you enjoy them. Young master, Xiang Chen continued to devour the noodles with fervor, swiftly consuming more than half of the substantial bowl. His eating speed left those around him astounded, internally exclaiming in disbelief. The little white tiger, having caught the enticing aroma, leaped from Xiang Chen's arms, prompting him to ask the old man to prepare another 100 bowls. The weariness from their journey faded significantly in the wake of such delectable noodles. However, at that moment, a large group of individuals clad in blue armor, riding fantastical sea horses, floated into view, causing surrounding vehicles and pedestrians to hastily make way, their gazes filled with both fear and disdain. These figures wore blue-scaled armor, their skin a pale blue hue, humanoid in shape with gills beneath their ears. Aquatic folk, Xiang Chen realized, astonished at the presence of these sea dwellers. Suddenly, the lead sea beast halted, and a young man with human-like features and a blue robe leaped down, commanding, "Get lost, commoners. Oldly, prepare noodles for me and my men." It was him, Shark Tong, the ambassador from the South Sea tribe. The surrounding patrons muttered curses under their breath, yet could do little but retreat as dozens of sea warriors approached for their meal. The old man's eyes flickered with disgust and resignation. Once again, he had to cater to this group of entitled diners. With everyone else having cleared out, only a striking young man with black hair and eyes, bearing an Eastern appearance, remained at the long table, immersed in his meal, accompanied by a massive white tiger. "Kid, move aside," a sea warrior barked, shoving towards Xiang Chen. Unmoved, Xiang Chen continued to eat with one hand using chopsticks while the other reached out, gripping the warrior's hand, twisting and snapping. Crack! A scream pierced the air as the sea warrior's wrist was broken. Chapter 908. Master of explosive power, the sea warrior let out a wretched scream as his wrist was shattered, his body contorting in agony. With a gentle push from Xiang Chen, the warrior was sent sprawling aside, while Xiang Chen continued to savor his noodles, slurping contentedly. "You dare to break my arm, you barbarous human," the anguished sea warrior shouted. Xiang Chen paid him no heed, taking a generous sip of soup and burping with satisfaction. "Are you seeking death, boy?" At that moment, 7 or 8 other sea warriors encircled him, their gazes icy, exuding a palpable murderous intent. "I detest being disturbed while I eat. This is human territory. Such insolence from you outsiders is intolerable." Xiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he lifted a piece of egg soaked in broth to his lips, relishing the delightful flavor. Although he bore the blood of a demon, he was, after all, half human and naturally possessed a human sentiment. "Cut him down." The surrounding sea warriors, enraged, unsheathed their magical blades, each shimmering with an ethereal light as they lunged towards Xiang Chen. Onlookers at the noodle stall turned their heads slightly at this unfolding scene, bracing themselves for the imminent sight of the youth being slaughtered, their expressions betraying a reluctance to witness the brutality. Yet, from Xiang Chen's form, a flash of knife light erupted, a small blade, no larger than a palm, transformed into a streak of lightning, darting like a nimble fish as it zipped past the descending arms of the assailants, its speed too astonishing to discern. With a series of sharp sounds, blood erupted forth. Before the sea warriors could cleave downwards, their arms were severed at the elbows, falling to the ground amidst the clatter of blades. In an instant, 8 sea warriors found themselves maimed. Stunned for a brief moment, they all simultaneously let out horrified cries as blood gushed forth, clutching their severed limbs in agony as they stumbled backward. One even collided with a large pot, nearly tumbling into the noodle cauldron. How swift! The spectators gasped in astonishment at the spectacle. Having finished his last sip of soup, Xiang Chen set down his bowl, a massive black-red heavy blade hovering beside him. "Oh, that was satisfying. I'm full and ready for action now." Xiang Chen turned to face the group of sea warriors. The dozens of sea warriors, now devoid of appetite, stood in unison, their expressions dark as they glared at the young man. The elderly vendor at the noodle stall, taken aback, hastily retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, it became evident to all that this seemingly unassuming youth was, indeed, a formidable adversary. The sea warrior clad in blue-scaled attire spoke coldly. "Boy, who are you? Do you even comprehend who we are? Those who dare to injure my esteemed self, do you wish to meet your end?" Seated on the bench, Xiang Chen surveyed the hostile sea warriors surrounding him with a faint smile. "Are you not just a bunch of foul fish and rotten shrimp? What you are matters not to me. This is human territory, and you outsiders have no right to act with such arrogance." "Well said," cheered some human cultivators within the crowd, quietly applauding his defiance. "Impudence," one burly sea warrior retorted sharply. "We are from the South Sea Embassy, and this is young Master Shark Tong, the ambassador's son. Even the imperial court treats us with respect. What are you, boy?" Suddenly, Xiang Chen made his move. In an instant, the figure surged forth like a released tiger, unleashing a terrifying force with a single punch that pierced through the throng of onlookers, violently striking the robust sea warrior's chest. With a resounding thud, the sea warrior let out a blood-curdling scream as his chest caved in and exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Before he could utter another word, he was sent flying by Xiang Chun's blow, tumbling far from the scene. Although he was a formidable master at the Soul Moon realm, he had no chance to react before being catapulted by Xiang Chun's fist. Xiang Chun pursued relentlessly, delivering a vicious kick to the warrior's face, shattering his teeth and driving his head mercilessly into the diamond bricks of the street. "Keep your foul mouth shut if you wish to fight," Xiang Chen sneered, pressing down with his foot until the warrior's head was buried into the ground. "Kill him!" The sea warrior's youth roared, his face twisted with rage. "Kill!" echoed the cries of dozens of sea warriors surrounding them, all rushing towards Xiang Chen. The lower-ranked were at the Yuanyang realm, while the higher-ranked boasted mastery of the Soul Moon realm. "Hey, little white, are you full? Time for some exercise. Sing them a chilling song." Xiang Chen glanced at the white cat perched on his shoulder. "Roar." "Not full." The reluctant little white tiger leapt down, its body swelling to a towering height of 10 feet. With a mighty roar, the little white tiger unleashed a thunderous growl that reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath the charging sea warriors. "Ah!" The individuals within 1,000 meters cried out in agony, clutching their ears, while those directly struck by the tiger's roar suffered even more grievously. The sea warriors at the Yuanyang realm found their souls shattered, blood gushing from their orifices as they crumpled to the ground in spasms. The Soul Moon warriors also fell to the ground, howling in despair, their eardrums ruptured and their spirits shaken, robbed of their fighting prowess. With one thunderous roar, dozens of sea warriors collapsed. The youth from the sea tribe displayed a look of shock, while a tall, slender man beside him darkened his expression. In an instant, he surged forward, unleashing the profound essence of a master. With a sweeping motion, a blue beam over 20 meters long tore through the air toward the little white tiger. Boom! At that moment, Xiang Chen moved, his foot striking down like a dragon, his fist crashing forth with power erupting from his spine and waist. Dragon elephant, dragon fist. Collapsing dragon force. With the ferocity of 10 dragons, the tumultuous fist energy coalesced into a dragon-like shadow, launching forth. Boom! The attack from the sea warrior was obliterated by Xiang Chun's punch, a torrent of raw, unyielding force smashing into the sea master's form. The master, at the second level of the ascending sky realm, was staggered back, his blood surging, eyes filled with disbelief. In a flash, the youth wielded a blade, unleashing a flurry of over 100 sword shadows, the light of the blades reaching a pinnacle of speed. The sea master, grasping a battle spear with both hands to defend, found himself pushed back incessantly. However, Xiang Chen's blade was too swift, piercing through his defenses and tearing into his chest. The sea master screamed in agony, blood gushing forth as he was forced to retreat in a state of turmoil. With a decisive step, Xiang Chen advanced, one hand forming into a palm poised to strike down with a terrifying force of millions. Boom! Ah! The Sea Clan master let out a piercing scream as an overwhelming force struck him, pinning him to the ground like a wooden post. The street cracked beneath him, fissures forming in the pavement. His cervical vertebrae snapped with a resounding crack, rendering him incapacitated, leaving only his head exposed above the street. The young Sea Clan member was taken aback, his face pallid, He was merely at the celestial level of the soul moon realm and was no match for the youth. What an extraordinary young man. Who was this noble? Around them, the crowd erupted in cheers, their hearts exhilarated by the spectacle. As the Sea Clan members lay scattered, Xiang Chen approached the young Sea Clan member, who, in terror, retreated, his voice trembling yet fierce. You. What do you intend to do? Do you know who my father is? In an instant, Xiang Chen appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap. The young Sea Clan member screamed in agony as his teeth were knocked out, spinning a full 360 degrees before landing on the ground, utterly dazed. Your father can't be Li Gang. I care not for your lineage. What's your name? Little Sand Sculpture, is it? Should you ever dare to flaunt your arrogance in the territory of my people again, I shall teach you a lesson each time we meet. Do you understand? Xiang Chen sneered, lifting the young Sea Clan member by the neck as if he were a mere chick. The young Sea Clan member, panic-stricken, felt his head ringing. Do you comprehend? Xiang Chen demanded. The young Sea Clan member, still dazed, received another 2 sharp slaps. Did you hear me? After being reduced to a state akin to that of a pig's head, he finally regained his senses and trembled, clutching his head as he cried, I heard you. Please. No more. I was wrong. Xiang Chen scoffed before tossing him aside. Well done, young master. A true hero. The onlookers cheered, many having longed to teach the Sea Clan a lesson. Old man, I've damaged quite a few of your tables and chairs. Here is the compensation. Xiang Chen tossed 100 spirit coins towards the elder before shouldering the Dragon K demon sword and striding away, while the little white tiger, now the size of a kitten, leapt onto his shoulder. The elder stared in astonishment at the spirit coins in his hand. Go, go. The young Sea Clan member hastily lifted the master who had been struck down like a gopher and fled in a panic, his figure vanishing into the throng. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen meandered through the streets until he arrived at an imposing estate. This manor likely spanned over 100,000 square meters. Surrounded by towering walls, with formidable guards stationed at the entrance, their spiritual senses ever vigilant. At the entrance, a gatekeeping beast, a 2-meter-long linsher, with azure scales and sharp fangs, was tethered to a massive iron pillar. Above the entrance hung a plaque, Mu Ho Mansion. This was the residence of the esteemed Mu Ho, one of the marquises of the Great Xia dynasty. Qinya, the sister of Chen Feng, resided here. Having been personally escorted by Xiang Chen sought entry, but was intercepted by the guards. Hey you, what place do you think this is? Do you think you can just barge in? Beware of the Lin Shi, it might just devour you. A guard obstructed Xiang Chen, preventing his entrance. I am a friend of Princess Qinya. She invited me in, Xiang Chen explained. Huh, do you possess the token for entry into the Marquis's residence? If not, you shall not pass, the guard scoffed, clearly skeptical, having never seen Xiang Chen before. You still do not believe me? Xiang Chen, feeling exasperated, refrained from forcing his way in and instead approached the formidable Lin Shi that lay dozing on the ground, extending a hand to stroke its head. This lion possesses remarkable qualities, with a hint of Qilin bloodline, Xiang Chen mused as he caressed the Lin Shi's head. The guard sneered, making no attempt to intervene, confident that once the Lin Shi awoke, it would devour this boy. Suddenly, the Lin Shi opened its large, bell-like eyes and, upon noticing a youth petting its head, let out a roar, revealing its sharp fangs, exuding an aura of ferocity. Truly, it was a guardian beast of the Lingxiao level. No wonder it belonged to a prominent family. The spectators among the guards watched with bated breath, not daring to intervene. Yet, Xiang Chen issued a sharp command, sit. His eyes ignited with a supernatural glow, an indescribable pressure emanating from him, enveloping the Lin Shi. Startled, the Lin Shi gasped, its fear evident as it gazed up at Xiang Chen before promptly squatting obediently on the ground. Well done. Let us shake hands, Xiang Chen grinned, training the Lin Shi as one would a dog. To his astonishment, the Lin Shi complied, shaking hands and rolling over at his command. Is this truly happening? The guards stood in disbelief, for this was a spirit beast of the Lingxiao realm. It behaved as submissively as a dog to this young man. Xiang Chen even produced a large bone from a ferocious beast, tossing it to the Lin Shi, treating it as if it were a mere pet. At that moment, a voice filled with uncertainty rang out. Is that you, Xiao Chen? At the entrance appeared a woman clad in an elegant white palace gown, her beauty striking and demeanor graceful, accompanied by a maid. It was none other than Qinya and her maid, Xiao Luo. Princess Qinya. The guards around her quickly bowed. Xiang Chen patted the Lin Shi's head, standing up with a smile. Sister Qinya, it's me. Indeed, it is you. Qinya exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried toward him. Although Xiang Chen had altered his appearance, his voice remained unchanged. He had just used a communication talisman to contact her. Xiao Chun, I was so worried about you. I heard in the imperial capital that your residence in the wild had been accused of colluding with sea monsters and was destroyed by the Marquis' household. I am so relieved to see you safe. Throughout the journey, Qinya continued to communicate through whispers. Xiang Chen's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, Indeed. The wilderness palace has been destroyed, but it has been wrongfully accused. There was no collusion with the sea demons. Rather, the dynasty sought a scapegoat to mask its own defensive failures. Alas, our wilderness palace, lacking in status and connections, was trampled upon and sacrificed. We have truly been wronged. Qinya gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment, noticing his somber demeanor, and was at a loss for words of comfort. She sighed. The world of politics is inherently dark. Wasn't my elder brother a victim of such treachery as well? But what matters most is that you are safe. As they conversed, they soon arrived at Qinya's residence, which was a separate courtyard covering several hundred square feet. I have come to the imperial capital to rescue my brother Qinfeng and to avenge the wilderness palace. Sister Qinya, I hope you can assist me, Xiang Chen expressed earnestly. Upon entering the courtyard, the maid Xiao Luo promptly closed the gate. Qinya, filled with excitement, inquired, Could it be that you have discovered the whereabouts of my brother? Chapter 9:10. News of Wang Yang brother Qin. Look who has arrived. Qinya said to a tall, imposing figure clad in black martial attire, wielding a dragon-tongued spear, who was practicing in the courtyard. Qin Ming, the captain of Qinya's guard. Benefactor. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Qin Ming immediately recognized him, rushed over, and knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute. I pay my respects to my benefactor, and thank you for saving my life. Previously, Qin Ming had suffered severe injuries and lost an arm, but Xiang Chen had saved him and even healed his injury. You honor me, brother Qin. Please rise, Xiang Chen urged, helping him to his feet. Qin Ming, a 6th-level master, possessed considerable strength. Qinya smiled and said, Come, let us discuss inside. Benefactor, I have also heard about the wilderness palace. Seeing you safe brings me much relief, Qin Ming remarked as they settled into the living room. Xiang Chen sighed. It is a long story. Sister Qinya, brother Qin, how have you fared at the Muho residence? Qinya replied, The Duke Mu is my adoptive father and treats me exceedingly well. I am safe here. By the way, Xiao Chun, have you discovered my brother's whereabouts? Where is he? Xiang Chen inquired. Sister Qinya, are you familiar with the Tianwang Trading Company? Qinya nodded. Of course, the Tianwang Trading Company is one of the largest trading firms in the 9 provinces. Why? Does it have something to do with my brother? Indeed, Xiang Chen confirmed. I have found that brother Qinfeng is being held at the headquarters of the Tianwang Trading Company. I suspect that this company may have ties to the Qingwang. Qinya furrowed her brow deeply. My brother is imprisoned at the Tianwang Trading Company. This complicates matters. Their power is formidable, and they hold a high status within the dynasty. Rescuing him will be quite challenging. Xiang Chen replied, While rescuing him is indeed difficult, it is not impossible. However, I am unfamiliar with the Tianwang Trading Company. If I could have the opportunity to thoroughly investigate their layout, any formations or traps, I am confident I could rescue brother Qinfeng. Qinya remarked, I have had little interaction with the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, and I am not acquainted with anyone within. It is indeed a challenging situation that requires careful strategizing. Miss, how about I infiltrate the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce tonight for some reconnaissance? Proposed Qin Ming. No. Xiang Chen interjected hastily. Brother Qin, you must not act rashly. Your identity could easily be exposed. If reconnaissance is to be conducted, it should be I who goes. Qinya sighed. Xiao Chen, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you. Please extend my thanks to my brother. She rose and bowed to Xiang Chen, who promptly supported her. Sister Qinya, there is no need for such formality. My bond with brother Qinfeng is one of deep friendship, akin to that of brothers. It is fate that my brother has the privilege of knowing you, but unfortunately, as a mere woman, I possess no substantial power to assist you. Xiang Chen inquired. Has Qin Yu made any moves against you recently? Was he not also released by the Sea Tribe? Qin Yu, who had previously been captured by the Sea Tribe, was the brother responsible for the plot against Qinfeng and now held the title of the young lord of the Jinho Mansion. Qin Yu shook her head. Since my arrival here, he has not dared to act out of line. Moreover, due to the turmoil caused by the Sea Tribe, They have suffered some repercussions and faced reprimand from the human emperor, resulting in a period of relative calm. Xiang Chen further queried, has there been any unusual activity in the imperial capital lately? For instance, regarding the palace? We have an elder from the Huang Palace who personally came to the imperial capital seeking justice from the human emperor. Has there been any response from the palace? Upon hearing this, Qinya pondered momentarily before exclaiming in surprise, could you be referring to the recent battle in the palace? Indeed. A significant incident occurred when a formidable individual stormed into the palace with great fury, injuring both the Qing Wang and Yu Wang. However, this provoked the unparalleled experts within the palace to intervene, resulting in a fierce battle. As for the outcome, I am not entirely clear, but it is said that the troublemaker was either killed or otherwise dealt with. What? Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, his face darkening. Elder Yang was killed? His countenance grew grim. How could such a remarkable powerhouse be unable to contend with the palace? It seems the imperial family of the 9 provinces is indeed unfathomable. Qinya continued. Subsequently, news of the Huang Palace's collusion with the sea demons surfaced. Upon receiving this information, we were deeply concerned for your safety. I even saw your name on the wanted list across the 9 provinces. That wretched human emperor. One day I will certainly present his head before the spirits of my deceased teachers and classmates in the Huang Palace to atone for my grievances. Furthermore, I will have a word with Qing Wang, Yu Wang, and the Huang Ho. I will not let them go unaddressed. Xiang Chen declared with a fierce glint in his eyes, his rage palpable, uttering words that left both Chunya and Qin Ming visibly shaken. Xiao Chun, be cautious with your words. Chunya glanced around the room, wary of their surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen stated, the matters concerning the Huang Palace are a grave miscarriage of justice. We of the Huang Palace have betrayed no one from the human race. Sister Chunya, as long as you are well here, I shall find peace of mind. I will venture to the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce for a reconnaissance. There is no rush. Let us dine and plan tomorrow. You have come a long way and deserve to rest. There is no need to hurry this day, Chunya suggested, noting that it was nearing midday, a time unsuitable for stealthy exploration. At that moment, a voice resounded from outside. Young master Yu, the young lady is currently occupied with pressing matters. Pray, remain where you are. Step aside, I seek Yar. How dare a mere servant obstruct my path? A commotion erupted from outside, and a figure boldly entered, revealing a strikingly handsome youth clad in a golden-threaded white robe, adorned with violet ethereal boots. Flanked by 2 attendants in gray, the youth's sunken eyes fixed upon Xiang Chen, before shifting to Chunya, as he smiled and said, Yar, I heard from the gatekeeper that you have a guest, so I came to take a look. Upon the arrival of an outsider, Xiang Chun's demeanor swiftly altered. Brother Muyu. Chunya rose and offered a slight bow to the newcomer, followed suit by Qin Ming and the others. This is Muyu, the 3rd son of my adoptive father, known for his somewhat arrogant disposition. Just avoid provoking him, Xiao Chun. Chunya discreetly conveyed to Xiang Chun about the newcomer's background. Xiang Chun nodded slightly, refraining from bowing. Chunya calmly stated, Brother Muyu, your news travels swiftly. This is a friend of mine, visiting the Mu Ho residence today. Oh, a friend, is it? Muyu approached Xiang Chun, his gaze appraising. Young Master Mu. Xiang Chun clasped his fists in greeting. Muyu smirked coldly. Pray tell, from whence does this friend hail? What is his name? And what purpose does he have in visiting my yard? Xiang Chen frowned, sensing a familiar hostility, jealousy from a man. This fellow must have misconstrued my relationship with Chunya. Such individuals are not unfamiliar to Xiang Chen. Indeed, Muyu had misjudged the situation. He harbored feelings for Chunya and had rushed over upon learning she was holding hands with a man. I am Zhen Deshuai, Xiang Chen introduced himself. Zhen Deshuai? Muyu's brow furrowed, and he coldly inquired, where is your identity jade token? Let me see it. Chunya's expression soured. Brother Muyu, what is the meaning of this? My friend is not a criminal. Why must you demand his jade token? Muyu replied with a smirk. Yar. Given the recent turmoil caused by sea monsters, it is prudent to be cautious. I am not targeting him specifically. He then directed a mocking glance at Xiang Chun, secretly thinking, I am indeed targeting you. Show me your identity jade token. Xiang Chun, uninterested in squabbling, produced it and tossed it to Muyu. Upon inspecting the name inscribed, Muyu's expression darkened. Brat, are you jesting with me? This says Zhen Deshuai, yet it should read Tang Yu. Xiang Chen replied playfully. Deshuai is merely my nickname. I never claimed it was my true name. As I traversed the world, acting with righteousness and possessing a dashing appearance, people have taken to calling me the truly handsome. Is that a problem? Mu Yu's mouth twitched in anger. How shameless could one be? I care not whether you are truly handsome. Your origins appear dubious. Guards, expel him at once. The two attendants behind him advanced towards Xiang Chen. Presumptuous. Who dares lay a hand? Qinya bellowed at the attendants, her countenance darkening. Brother Mu Yu, are you truly targeting me? Hearing this, Mu Yu's displeasure deepened. Was he really defending this pretty boy? Yar, I am concerned for your safety. This individual is deliberately deceiving us, and I sense something amiss. Qinya replied coldly. If you wish to expel him, then you must expel me as well. I will personally report this to my adoptive father. No. Mu Yu's expression shifted slightly at her words, and he quickly forced a smile. It's not a significant matter. There's no need to involve my father. He cast a glance at Xiang Chen, contemplating settling the score later, and said, since you trust this fellow, I shall also place my faith in you. By the way, this evening, President Ouyang of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce is hosting her daughter's betrothal banquet at the Tianwang restaurant, and we have been invited to the Muho mansion. Let us attend together. I shall not go. Qinya expressed her disinterest and declined. Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. A thought struck Xiang Chen, and he promptly exclaimed, let us go. Mu Yu glared at Xiang Chen, displeased. What concern is it of yours, brat? Sister Qinya, this is an excellent opportunity for reconnaissance. Xiang Chen communicated telepathically to her. Qinya immediately grasped the implication, realizing it was indeed a chance to investigate the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. I will go, but I wish to bring my friend along. She indicated towards Xiang Chen. Mu Yu's irritation deepened. He huffed. Do as you please. With that, he turned away, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Xiang Chen chuckled, observing his retreating figure. That fellow seems to be quite the jealous type. It adds a layer of intrigue. Qinya reassured him. Do not be upset. Mu Yu has been spoiled. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. I excel at dealing with such pampered youths. It will be an opportunity for him to learn about the harsh realities of life. Qinya remarked, President Ouyang's betrothal banquet feels like an unexpected opportunity. We can take this chance to visit the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, it is a perfect occasion. Many prominent figures from the central continent are likely to attend. After enjoying a midday meal at Chinya's place, Xiang Chen rested there, awaiting their evening excursion to the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. In the evening, the Muho mansion assembled several resplendent carriages, with the Muho himself intending to attend personally. The Muho was a slender middle-aged man with a kindly demeanor, presumably possessing the strength of a heavenly king. This was the first time Xiang Chen had encountered the Muho. As the carriage procession from the Muho mansion made its way to the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, Xiang Chen accompanied Qinya in one of the carriages. The Tianwang Chamber of Commerce is situated in the most bustling commercial district of the imperial capital, the Jialong district. The Tianwang restaurant is a magnificent structure of brick and wood, soaring to great heights. The bricks are no ordinary bricks, but precious materials, adorned with golden ore. And the wood is spirit wood. The entire edifice gleams with opulence, embodying the grandeur of the finest establishment in the imperial capital. Numerous carriages gathered in the plaza before the Tianwang restaurant, and the attendees today are all either affluent or noble, members of the upper echelons of society. The entire Tianwang restaurant has been festooned in vibrant red decorations for the occasion. The Ouyang family, the ruling family of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, is led by a current patriarch who, though merely a count, oversees a financial and martial power that surpasses many marquis families. Noble titles represent a hierarchy of aristocracy, ranging from highest to lowest: king, duke, marquis, count, viscount, and baron. Without noble titles, one belongs to the humble class, the common folk. However, even among the populace, distinctions are made: highborn, middleborn, and lowborn. The highborn are landowners and affluent individuals, while the middleborn represent the ordinary citizens. The lowborn, on the other hand, are akin to fallen slaves, those of the lowest standing. Individuals such as the son of the emperor, like the Qing Wang, are naturally bestowed with titles of nobility, such as dukes, while figures like the Mu Ho Yi belong to the ranks of marquises. In the grand realm of Chu, there exists a hierarchy of titles. Yet the three tiers of the common folk have been abolished by Xiang Chen. Upon entering the Tianwang restaurant, one is greeted by a soft, red carpet that cushions each step, reminiscent of walking upon clouds. crafted from the pelts of formidable beasts. Every guest is issued a VIP badge, a necessary token for unrestricted movement within the Tianwang Merchant Association on this day. The restaurant's grand hall spans no less than 6,000 square meters, adorned with golden glass chandeliers and an abundance of red lanterns. Tables laden with spiritual fruits, exquisite delicacies, and fine wines are surrounded by numerous elegantly attired individuals engaging in amiable conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At the center, a robust middle-aged man clad in a vivid red garment is engaged in jovial discourse with another distinguished figure donned in a python robe. It is none other than the renowned Huang Ho, Mo Huan. The individual conversing with the Huang Ho is none other than the president of the Tianwang Merchant Association, the current head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jinfeng. Beside them, a pair of young lovers can be seen, the young man brimming with youthful exuberance. Around 21 or 22 years of age, none other than the young Marquis, Mo Xiang. He is dressed in a celebratory red robe, accompanying a beautiful woman with an oval face clad in a red gown, Ouyang Lanlan. Today's betrothed couple is indeed Mo Xiang and Ouyang Lanlan. It is evident that Ouyang Lanlan's lineage may soon position her as the primary wife of Mo Xiang, while the betrothed Liu Shimeng may only be granted the status of a secondary consort. Chapter 9:12. What can you do to me? Young Marquis, in the future, our Lanlan shall be entrusted to your Mo family, placed in your capable hands, Ouyang Jinfeng said, clasping his daughter's hand in that of Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang exchanged a glance with Ouyang Lanlan, their eyes filled with affection, as he declared, "Father-in-law, rest assured, I shall treat Lanlan with utmost care for the rest of my life." "Haha, I believe that," the Huang Ho replied with a chuckle. "Dear-in-law, why still refer to me as Huang Ho at this juncture?" Ouyang Jinfeng laughed heartily, reciprocating the sentiment. At that moment, a loud call resonated. "The Mu Ho Yi has arrived." A flurry of activity ensued as people turned to the entrance, where a contingent from the Mu Ho mansion made their entrance. The Mu Ho mansion presents a gift of 2 million in gold and a pair of exquisite spiritual jade auspicious symbols. With mirth, the Mu Ho Yi proclaimed, "Ouyang brother. Mo brother, congratulations, congratulations. I apologize for my tardiness. Please accept this humble token." Leading the group, the Mu Ho Yi entered with flair. "Your presence is a great honor." Mu brother, Ouyang Jinfeng promptly welcomed the engaged couple. "It has been a while," the Huang Ho added with a respectful salute. A group of individuals greeted one another with polite bows and exchanged a few pleasantries. Lord Mu turned his gaze toward young Lord Mo Xiang and Ouyang Lanlan, smiling as he remarked, "So this is young Lord Mo Xiang. Truly, a match made in heaven with Lanlan, a perfect pairing." Lord Mu, Mo Xiang, and Ouyang Lanlan promptly offered their respects as juniors. Meanwhile, the disguised Xiang Chen furrowed his brow upon seeing Mo Xiang, realizing with dismay that the protagonist of the engagement was none other than this fellow. Among the students of the Zhongzhou Academy, those with substantial backgrounds had already been released in their dealings with the Sea Tribe. "Miss Chinya, it is a pleasure to see you here." A dashing young man clad in white approached and greeted Chinya. It was Ouyang Tuo, the brother of Ouyang Lanlan. "Young Master Tuo," Chinya replied with a faint smile. Ouyang Tuo seemed eager to engage in further conversation, but Mu Yu, displaying a displeased expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Chinya, revealing his jealousy. "Lord Mu, please take a seat in the esteemed guest area. Gentlemen of the Mu residence, this way please." Ouyang Jin welcomed Lord Mu to the most distinguished table at the banquet. In contrast, Xiang Chen, Chinya, and the other juniors were relegated to different tables, clearly lacking the qualifications to sit among the prominent figures of the imperial capital. The seating arrangements were meticulously crafted, with even the simplest of seats reflecting various ranks and statuses, distinguishing between the upper and lower seats, as well as those of lesser status. The young lord of the Jin Ho residence, Chen Yu, has arrived, bearing a gift of 200,000 in gold and a pair of 7th-grade spirit ginseng. At that moment, another group entered to offer their congratulations. Upon hearing the name, Chen Yu's brow furrowed slightly. "Chen Yu." Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them as he beheld a distinguished middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Chen Feng. Chen Yu, the brother who had usurped power and plotted against Chen Feng. He was indeed the one. Xiang Chen recognized him as one of Princess Linglong's former associates, though at the time, he had been unaware that this was Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu held the title of young lord, It was common knowledge that after Chun Feng's mysterious disappearance, he had become the future heir of the Jin Ho, an individual of extraordinary status. In the Great Xia, there existed 5 primary noble titles: Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and 2, represented by the Jin Ho, Mu Ho, Kuei Ho, Yin Ho, and Kuan Ho, respectively. These 5 lords, being first-ranked nobles of the current dynasty, commanded the 5 military legions within the imperial capital, wielding immense power and influence. Chen Yu's presence was also to extend his congratulations, as he joined a table filled with prominent figures. The ability to attract several lords from the imperial court spoke volumes about the connections and influence of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce and the Ouyang family. Although rooted in the underworld, their power was not to be underestimated. As Xiang Chen sat beside Qinya, his attention seemed wholly absorbed by the delectable dishes laid out before him. With chopsticks in hand, he indulged heartily, even resorting to tearing into the leg of a fiery spirit chicken with his bare hands, while the little white tiger perched on his shoulder eagerly devoured a roasted bird. Those dining with him frowned in disapproval. After all, they were there to forge friendships, with eating and drinking merely a backdrop, yet this fellow behaved as though starved, devouring everything in sight with a cacophony of clattering and slurping sounds. "Ah, delightful," he exclaimed with satisfaction. Xiang Chen let out a belch, swallowing down a mouthful of fine wine with little regard for decorum. In truth, his moon-gazing eyes, along with his auditory and olfactory senses, were extending their reach, enveloping the entirety of the Tianwang Tavern and the surrounding territory of the Tianwang Commerce Association, including its establishments and residences. However, when his perceptive abilities encircled the location where Chun Feng's elder brother was imprisoned, it felt as if he had entered a void, unable to sense anything at all. Is there some sort of array interfering? Xiang Chen pondered. Brother Mu, who is this fellow? He seems utterly uncouth. Is he one of your people from the Remarkably? A young nobleman, observing Xiang Chen feasting beside Qinya, frowned in disapproval. How could someone so boorish possibly belong to the Remarkably? He is merely a wandering rogue, a con artist who has deceived Ye into bringing him along. Lu Han, why don't you teach him a lesson for me? I find this brat quite displeasing. Mu Yu remarked to the young man in blue beside him. Lu Han replied, "It's a banquet, not the right time for such matters. Let us find a chance later. I'll slip him some medicine and help you deal with him. Remember, I am a pharmacist, capable of dealing with him discreetly." "Very well," Mu Yu replied with a cold smile. The two communicated through soul transmission, yet, given their proximity and their own limited cultivation, it was impossible to hide their intentions from Xiang Chun's keen senses. Xiang Chun took a bite from a chicken leg bone, then, with a swift motion, he spat it out, infusing it with energy. Whoosh! Bang! Ah! Mu Yu let out a scream as the bone struck him directly on the forehead, causing a painful lump to form between his brow and nose, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "What are you doing, you brat?" Mu Yu shouted in anger, clutching his forehead and pointing furiously at Xiang Chun. "Apologies, I miscalculated my aim. I intended to spit it into the trash bin, but it seems I hit you instead." "Young Master Mu, please do not take offense," Xiang Chun said nonchalantly, crossing his legs and taking a sip from a jug of wine. "I see you did that on purpose," Mu Yu retorted, furious. "Who spits bones while infusing them with true essence?" "Oh dear, you caught me. How astute of you," Xiang Chun replied with an expression of mock surprise, further enraging Mu Yu. "You little brat, are you looking for death?" Lu Han interjected coldly. Xiang Chen smirked, raising a hand to give them both the middle finger. "What will you do if I am seeking death? This is a banquet for an engagement. Do you dare to make a move against me? What can you do?" Mu Yu's fury blazed within him. Yet he truly dared not act in such a public setting. "Who do you think you are? With that snarl, you resemble a husky. If you have the ability, come over and bite me," he sneered. "You may evade the initial encounter, but you cannot escape forever. Even with Ye shielding you, your fate is sealed." Chapter 913. A familiar flavor. What are you discussing with Mu Yu? Qinya discerned their silent communication. "Nothing much, just a bit of banter," Xiang Chun replied with a faint smile, then wiped his mouth, pouring 2 cups of wine as he rose, making his way toward the banquet where Mo Shang and Ouyang Lan were circulating with drinks. "Banter?" Qinya echoed. "Congratulations, young Master Mo. You truly make a splendid couple. A match made in heaven, akin to Shimin pairing with Jin Lian, or Song Song with Rong Rong." In the past, Xiang Chen laughed and said, "Come, allow me to toast you with a drink." "Haha, thank you." One does not strike a smiling face, Mo Xiang replied with a grin as he accepted Xiang Chen's offering. Xiang Chen continued, I am Tang Yu, the distant relative of the young Marquis Chen Yu from the Jinho residence. It is our first meeting, so I raise my glass to you. Oh, I see. You are the second uncle of young Marquis Chen Yu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mo Xiang responded as he received the drink, and the two shared a toast. Humph, just a sycophant, Mu Yu sneered, observing the exchange. By the way, young Marquis Mo, I have heard some matters that I am uncertain whether to share. At that moment, Xiang Chen leaned closer and whispered into Mo Xiang's ear. Oh, please do, Brother Tang. Mo Xiang urged, leaning in to listen. Xiang Chen lowered his voice. Mu Yu is actually fond of Miss Ouyang. Upon learning that you intend to marry her, he has developed a grudge and is conspiring with Lu Han on how to deal with you. You must be cautious. What? Mo Xiang's expression darkened, and he cast a cold glance toward Mu Yu and the others. Brother Tang, do not deceive me, he said, furrowing his brow. I merely overheard this. It seems he intends to drug you, as Lu Han appears to be an apothecary. Young Marquis Mo, be wary. I am merely offering this warning. It is best if it turns out to be unfounded, Xiang Chen concluded before stepping back. As he moved behind Lu Han, a cup of wine unexpectedly splashed onto Mu Yu and Lu Han's backs. Kid, what are you doing? Mu Yu exclaimed, startled. I'm sorry, my apologies. Xiang Chen replied with a feigned look of regret, hastily attempting to wipe the spilled wine from them. Get away. Mu Yu shoved him aside. Xiang Chen shrugged and returned to sit beside Chunya, engaging in close conversation, leading Mo Xiang to believe he truly had connections to the Jinho residence. What's wrong? You look unwell, Ouyang Lan Lan inquired with concern. Mo Xiang shook his head and replied, It's nothing, Lan. How is your relationship with Mu Yu? Ouyang Lan Lan frowned slightly and said, Why do you ask about him all of a sudden? We have known each other since childhood, having grown up in the same circle. Mo Xiang, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly. Childhood friends, childhood sweethearts, falling in love over time. Is it? Just then, Mu Yu and Lu Han raised their glasses with smiles to offer a toast. Young Marquis Mo, I toast to you, wishing you and Lan Lan eternal bliss. Mu Yu proclaimed cheerfully, with Lu Han joining in the toast. Eternal bliss? How hypocritical, Mo Xiang thought bitterly, his expression remaining indifferent as he remarked, Brother Mu, you haven't slipped anything into your wine, have you? Mu Yu's smile faltered as he responded, What do you mean, Mo? Mo Xiang replied coolly, Do you dare to assert that there is no poison in your drinks? Mu Yu's expression grew angry as he retorted, Mo Xiang, what are you implying? I came here with good intentions to toast you, and you suspect me of poisoning the wine? Mo Xiang sneered, whether it is true or not. Do you dare to drink it yourself? What do you mean? Mu Yu felt perplexed and turned to Ouyang Lan Lan with an annoyed expression. Who are you calling Lan Lan? Mo Xiang shouted in anger, feeling irked by the intimate way Mu Yu addressed her, suspecting something was amiss between them. People at surrounding tables looked over in surprise, questioning. What is happening? Mo Xiang, what is wrong with you? Ouyang Lan Lan wore a face of astonishment and doubt. Haha, very well, you are quite impressive. Today, for Lan Lan's sake, I shall not hold it against you. Mo Xiang, if you find me displeasing, we shall settle it later. Mu Yu, suppressing his fury, drank the toast he had poured for himself. His emotions were in turmoil. Having come with goodwill to offer a toast, he was treated in such a manner, driving him to the brink of madness. Had he misjudged the situation? Mo Xiang, noticing that the other party drank his wine, could not help but feel perplexed. Lu Han quickly intervened with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Could there be a misunderstanding here? Young Lord Mo, allow me to raise a glass to you. I believe you may have misinterpreted Brother Mu. Young Lord Mo calmed down, not wishing to escalate matters as Mu Yu was indeed the son of Lord Mu. He accepted Lu Han's toast and drank. Subsequently, he proactively poured another glass, addressing Mu Yu. Brother Mu, there may have been a genuine misunderstanding. I raise this glass to you, and also take one for myself. Humph, not worth my time. Mu Yu sneered, raising a hand to spill the wine, then cupping his fists in respect to Ouyang Lan Lan before returning to his seat. Mo Xiang, look at you. Today is a joyous occasion for us. What are you doing? Ouyang Lan Lan expressed her displeasure. Mo Xiang's expression darkened as he replied, I just received word that Mu Yu intends to harm me with poison. I was merely testing the waters. Who said that? You wouldn't have been deceived, would you? Ouyang Lan Lan frowned. It was Chun Yu's second uncle. Mo Xiang indicated towards Xiang Chen, who was sitting beside Chunya. Chun Yu's second uncle? Ouyang Lan Lan appeared bewildered, unfamiliar with him. Never mind. Let us toast to other guests. Mo Xiang shook his head, then accompanied Ouyang Lanlan to toast to others. Upon reaching Chen Yu's table, they raised their glasses to him. Chen Yu smiled. Brother Mo, congratulations. Thank you, young Lord Xiao, for your hospitality. I apologize for any shortcomings, Mo Xiang replied. Toasting and exchanging pleasantries before turning to greet other guests. Spray it. Suddenly, Xiang Chen swiftly controlled a mystical rune within young Lord Mo's body. A surge of energy erupted unexpectedly, without warning, directly bursting forth from the valley gate. Thud. The sound was excruciatingly piercing, causing his robe to flutter. And a wave of gas surged towards Chen Yu. The latter, while drinking, found his smile frozen, his hair blown into disarray. An indescribable odor enveloped him. It was the same familiar concoction, the same familiar scent. Around several tables, silence fell instantly, as everyone turned to Mo Xiang and Chen Yu with peculiar expressions. Mo Xiang's heart sank, his face turning crimson. Ouyang Lanlan stood in shock beside him. Mo Xiang, feeling awkward, was about to speak when, plop, plop. The valley gate erupted again, releasing a series of gaseous bursts. The hair of everyone at Chen Yu's table was sent flying. The noxious gas enveloped them, mingled with the unmistakable scent of digested garlic and leeks. Ugh! Subsequently, someone at the table could no longer contain themselves and began to retch. They had been caught in the aftermath of a gaseous explosion. Chen Yu and his table were immediately thrown into chaos. At that moment, the gaze of hundreds of dignitaries in the hall was irresistibly drawn towards Lord Mo, their attention fixated upon him. It was a well-known taboo among the myriad of demons to refrain from drinking the toast offered by Ergo. Chapter 9:14. The contest of humiliation. The once lively atmosphere was abruptly silenced by a series of thunderous flatulence, leaving the crowd with bewildered expressions as they turned to look at Lord Mo and the dazed expression of the young lord from the Jin family, Chen Yu. The ambience shifted to one of peculiar awkwardness, where laughter and reprimands were equally inappropriate. At this moment, Lord Mo's countenance was particularly vivid, his face flushed with embarrassment, and his inner turmoil was indescribable, as if countless frustrations were trampling through his spirit. Yet, it was Chen Yu's expression that was most remarkable. His face darkened by the humiliation, his temper rising swiftly in response to what he deemed an unforgivable insult. Brother Chen, I did not mean to, Lord Mo stammered. His face red as he hastily tried to explain, bowing repeatedly to Chen Yu. However, fate conspired against him. With another explosive sound, a gust of wind erupted, careening towards the table behind him. To his misfortune, it landed squarely upon the wild lord, striking his father as well. Silence fell once more, leaving everyone stunned. Their eyes fixed on the wild lord, his hair billowing in the air. Father I. Lord Mo was nearly in tears from the acute embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The wild lord, having traversed the world for centuries, had never encountered such an incident, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ahem, everyone. Mo Xiang has unfortunately suffered a bout of indigestion today. Please do not take offense. My apologies, Mo Xiang. Come with me. Ouyang Jinfeng was the quickest to react, bowing to the guests as he swiftly took Mo Xiang's hand to lead him away. Little did they know, as Mo Xiang walked away, he continued to unleash a series of flatulent sounds, each one perfectly timed, exacerbating the awkwardness to the point where he hastily summoned his energy to escape. Reaching the entrance in no time, equally embarrassed, Ouyang Lanlan hurriedly followed, while the wild lord and Ouyang Jinfeng remained behind to entertain the other guests. Attempting to divert attention from the earlier incident, the guests could hardly contain their whispers, incredulous at the outrageousness of such an occurrence during an engagement banquet. Chen Yu's mood soured further. He had lost all desire for drink and conversation, having experienced such an unprecedented humiliation. Meanwhile, at one of the tables, a certain schemer had sealed off all his senses, still managing to enjoy his drink. Brother Xiang, what is the matter with you? In such an important setting, do you wish to make a name for yourself in the imperial capital? Ouyang Lanlan exclaimed angrily, her own dignity greatly compromised. Mo Xiang, mortified, replied, I do not know. It was not my intention. I could not control myself. How could someone of my cultivation experience such earthly disturbances? Some individuals truly possessed vile and insidious methods, utterly contemptible. At that moment, a voice from a nearby seat broke the tension. The speaker had intent, and the listener was keen. Mo Xiang suddenly recalled something. his gaze drifting toward a nearby table where Mu Yu was laughing and chatting with Lu Han, relishing in the misfortune. Indeed, he recalled that Mu Yu had intended to harm him, and having partaken in their toast, was it possible they had tampered with it? Certainly. It was evident that they dared not poison him directly, but resorted to such despicable means to humiliate him. Young Lord Mo Xiang, under the influence of certain individuals, swiftly arrived at this conclusion. Mu Yu, you have conspired against me. Fury surged within Mo Xiang. He stormed toward Mu Yu and Lu Han, his anger palpable. Mu Yu, he seethed, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he approached. You seem to be in rather poor spirits today, Mu Yu taunted, relishing in Mo Xiang's previous insult. His voice dripping with malice. With a fierce roar, Mo Xiang unleashed a powerful punch. Thud! The blow landed squarely on Mu Yu's face, sending him crashing backward and shattering a nearby table. The sound of plates and utensils clattering to the ground filled the silence that enveloped the banquet. Blood gushed from Mu Yu's mouth, several teeth knocked out, as he lay dazed, having just demolished a jade table. What are you doing, Mo Xiang? Mu Yu bellowed, scrambling to his feet. Mo Xiang, his face flushed with anger, charged at him once more, delivering another devastating blow while shouting, You despicable scoundrel! How dare you betray me? Stop! Young Lord Mo, cease this madness. The onlookers, initially stunned, rushed to intervene. Xiang, stop! The Duke of Huang bellowed in protest. Lu Han too attempted to mediate. However, Mo Xiang retaliated with a slap that sent Lu Han reeling. You are no better. How dare you conspire with him against me? Mo Xiang accused, pointing an angry finger at Lu Han and Mu Yu. What? Me? Lu Han exclaimed, bewildered, clutching his face, utterly confused about his involvement. How outrageous. At this moment, the Duke of Huang swiftly approached Mo Xiang, delivering a sharp slap, his face dark with fury. The sound echoed, leaving a mark on Mo Xiang's cheek. Rebellious son, what is the meaning of this uproar? The Duke shouted at Mo Xiang. The Lord of Mu, equally displeased, positioned himself protectively in front of his son, Mu Yu. Mo brother, what is your intention? He inquired coldly, his tone laced with discontent. The Duke of Huang, on the verge of exploding with rage, glared at Mo Xiang. Father, he plotted against me. It was he and Lu Han who conspired to harm me. Mo Xiang protested, covering his face, indignantly pointing at Lu Han and Mu Yu. You're talking nonsense. Mu Yu roared back, his temper ignited by Mo Xiang's accusations. What does my action have to do with you? If you have a grievance against me, say it directly. Dare you deny it? I drank the toast you offered and was immediately afflicted. It must be your doing, Mo Xiang insisted, resolute in his accusations against Mu Yu and Lu Han. The Duke of Huang, his expression darkening, questioned, Are you suggesting that someone used underhanded methods against you? Indeed, father. It was him. Otherwise, how could I have been overwhelmed by the cycle of misfortune? Mo Xiang asserted, feeling wronged. Mad Dog, provide evidence if you have the audacity. What you are doing is merely reckless accusation. Mu Yu retorted, sheltered by the protection of the Lord of Mu. Around them, the guests exchanged bewildered glances, as what was meant to be a joyous banquet devolved into a chaotic confrontation. How dare you say it's not you? You have an affair with Ouyang Lanlan. And now that I intend to marry her, you seek revenge on me. In a fit of rage, Mo Xiang's words became reckless. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jinfeng's expression darkened immediately. Mu Yu was also taken aback. How could he possibly be involved with Ouyang Lanlan? Where did this accusation come from? Mo Xiang, what nonsense are you spouting? Ouyang Lanlan, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, angrily questioned. The atmosphere, which had been filled with joy just moments before, inexplicably devolved into a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, a hidden observer, who reclined comfortably with a drink in hand, savored the unfolding drama with amusement. Chapter 9:15. The price of betrayal. Enough, you wretched child. What are you rambling about? The Marquis of Huang was furious and struck Mo Xiang again. In such a public setting, amidst so many witnesses, how could Mo Xiang dare to utter such slander? Even if there were some truth to it, it was utterly inappropriate to speak of Mu Yu and Ouyang Lanlan in such a manner. No, Mo Xiang. Clarify what you mean by saying I have an affair with Mu Yu. Ouyang Lanlan pressed, refusing to let the matter drop. Mo Yu covered his face, feeling deeply wronged and indignant. Mo Xiang, you are nothing but a crazed dog. The cold demeanor of Ouyang Jinfeng shifted as he remarked, If my daughter is unworthy of your esteemed status, kindly state, so directly rather than humiliating her in front of everyone. He was a notable figure in the capital. How could he allow such disgrace to befall his daughter and the Ouyang family, as well as the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce? Brother Ouyang, it's all a misunderstanding. The Marquis of Huang hastily interjected. The scene was chaotic, and other guests began to murmur among themselves, relishing the unfolding scandal. Xiang Chen remained composed, observing the situation from his seat, orchestrating the chaos from the shadows. Mo Xiaohou is still too naive, compared to Xiang Ergo. He is far too inexperienced and easily manipulated into revealing his emotions, he mused. Xiao Chen, what on earth is happening? Qinya, bewildered by the turmoil, inquired. Xiang Chen took a sip of his drink and smiled. Sister Qinya, let us simply enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, Mo Shang regained some composure, though his anger simmered. Father, Ouyang father-in-law, I apologize. I did not mean to cause offense. I was set up earlier. It was Mu Yu and Lu Han who conspired against me. Father-in-law, he continued, if this matter is not clarified today, I fear I shall bear the weight of this misunderstanding. Ouyang Jinfeng's expression was cold, indicating his displeasure. The Marquis of Huang's face shifted slightly at these words, realizing that Ouyang Jinfeng seemed to be considering calling off the engagement. Mo Shang, you are speaking nonsense. I did nothing of the sort. Mu Yu vehemently denied the accusations. The Marquis of Mu's eyes darkened, his expression icy. Mo Shang, you must provide evidence for your claims. Do you believe the Mu family is to be trifled with? Brother Mu, this is clearly a misunderstanding. There must be some miscommunication here. The Marquis of Huang awkwardly chuckled, attempting to smooth things over. Lu Han and I did nothing. On what grounds do you accuse me? Mu Yu glared at Mo Shang, indignantly pointing a finger. However, at that moment, a small pouch of medicine slipped from Mu Yu's sleeve and fell to the ground. Ah, young Master Mu, what have you dropped? At that moment, a voice unexpectedly interjected. It was none other than Xiang Chen. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the small pouch that had fallen at his feet. Barely the size of a thumb, Mo Shang swiftly picked it up, demanding, Mu Yu, what is this? Do you dare to deny it? Mu Yu glared at the object in Mo Shang's hand and retorted angrily, this does not belong to me. How am I to know what it is? Mo Shang smirked. This item just fell from your sleeve. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Dare you claim it is not yours? Mu Yu's face turned a shade of ashen, at a loss for how to refute him. The others regarded Mu Yu with suspicion. Could it truly be that he had administered the drug? Since you claim it is not yours, are you brave enough to consume it? Mo Shang pressed further. I will not eat it. Who knows what it contains? What if you secretly placed poison upon me? Mu Yu, naturally, was not foolish enough to ingest it. Master Wang. At that moment, the Marquis of Huang suddenly called out. Your Excellency. An elderly gentleman clad in white promptly approached. The Marquis of Huang instructed, examine what is contained within the pouch. Yes, young master, the old man replied. Taking the pouch from Mo Shang's hand, he tore it open to reveal a crystalline powder, nearly transparent. Dipping his fingertip into it, he tasted it delicately, savoring the flavor. All eyes were riveted upon him and the substance he held, especially Chun Yu, who was particularly concerned, as he had been a victim of the cascading misfortunes. After a few moments, Master Wang declared, Your Excellency, I have a rough idea of what this is. It is not poison, but rather a gas-inducing powder, useful for alleviating bloating in the stomach. However, it has been laced with 1,000-year-old poisonous bean powder. Even a deity would find it difficult to resist the urge to expel gas. At that moment, Master Wang himself let out a loud fart, causing those behind him to quickly retreat. His face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered, one cannot help but release such gas. Upon hearing this, everyone understood at once. Indeed, it was Mu Yu's doing. Mu Yu, how do you explain this? Mo Shang's eyes blazed with indignation, emboldened by the evidence. No, this is not my doing. I did not administer the drug, it is not mine. Mu Yu's face turned pale as he took 2 steps back, gesticulating in protest. However, no one believed him. It was evident that Mu Yu sought to embarrass Mo Shang. Mo Shang is the victim. Qin Yu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Mu Yu. You wretched scoundrel. How dare you commit such an act? The Marquis of Mu's dignity was shattered, and he erupted in fury. Father, before Mu Yu could utter another word, the Marquis of Mu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Mu Yu let out a cry as he was sent sprawling several meters away, his head ringing. In that moment, Mu Yu resembled a child who had soiled himself. It was a disgrace. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Huang, and Ouyang Jin Feng wore grim expressions, suppressing their ire. Brother Mo, Brother Ouyang, today's incident is my son's fault. I shall ensure that this ungrateful child comes to apologize in due time. I must take my leave now. The Marquis of Mu also felt embarrassed. He clasped his fists towards the two and then turned to approach Muyu. With a mournful expression, Muyu was attempting to rise from the ground when the Marquis delivered a kick that sent him flying out the door. Bring someone to break this ungrateful son's legs and take him back to the Marquis's residence. The Marquis commanded the guards beside him. Upon hearing this, 2 guards approached and, without hesitation, broke Muyu's legs. Amidst his anguished screams, Muyu was then carried away. Sigh, let us depart as well. Chunya remarked with a knowing glance at Xiang Chen, her tone laden with a hint of resignation, as if she had already surmised something significant. She was aware of Xiang Chen's remarkable medicinal skills. Xiang Chen nodded and rose to accompany Chunya as they left. Thank you, Brother Tang. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark about who conspired against me. Young Lord Mo Shang expressed his gratitude to Xiang Chen, his eyes glimmering with appreciation as he communicated telepathically. Xiang Chen, exuding an air of nobility, waved his sleeves and proclaimed, "No need for thanks. It is my principle to assist others. I detest insidious individuals like Muyu the most. Your face? Are you going to let it go? Chunyu's uncle is truly a good person." Young Lord Mo gazed at Xiang Chen with deep appreciation as he followed Chunya in her departure. Foolish child, being sold out and still counting the money for others, he mused. Chapter 916. The beauty scheme. After departing from the Tianwang Commercial Association, Chunya, Xiang Chen, Qi Ming, and the maid Xiao Luo shared a carriage. The carriage moved steadily along the bustling street, with Qi Ming at the helm. "Xiao Chen, what have you discovered?" Chunya inquired of Xiang Chen, her keen intellect refraining from questioning whether the earlier events had been orchestrated by him. Xiang Chen's expression grew somber as he replied. Brother Chen Feng is held in a place shielded by an exceptionally powerful formation, making it impossible for any probing senses to penetrate. I plan to investigate personally tonight. Chinya's complexion shifted, filled with concern. This Tianwang Commercial Association is fraught with danger. It would be perilous for you to go alone. We should deliberate further. Indeed. Master Chen, your safety is paramount. Xiao Luo echoed her mistress's sentiments. Xiang Chen lifted the carriage curtain, gazing out at the vibrant throngs on the street. His eyes clouded with worry. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Even if I cannot rescue Brother Chen Feng, I possess the ability to extricate myself at the very least. I must ascertain his condition within. Chunya felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. As his sister, she felt inadequate in contributing significantly. By the way, I once spoke with Ouyang Tua and inadvertently learned that the location you mentioned is near where he resides. Under his jurisdiction, Chunya suddenly recalled something. Ouyang Tua? Is he the young man from the Ouyang family who toasted you earlier? Yes, precisely him. He is Ouyang Lanlin's elder brother, the eldest son of Ouyang Jin Feng, and has already attained master-level cultivation at a young age, Chunya confirmed. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as an idea took shape in his mind. Sister Chunya, could you arrange a meeting with Ouyang Tua tonight? Chunya paused, realization dawning upon her. You intend to leverage Ouyang Tua for your advantage? Indeed. He is the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Chunya pondered slightly. No problem. I will invite him out for dinner. He will surely be willing. As he harbors some affection for me, it would bring me joy to assist in saving my brother. Very well, we shall act tonight. Xiang Chen's mind was set. At that moment, a commotion arose from the street outside. The Qingwang mansion is recruiting pharmacists of the 4th rank and above, with generous benefits. If one can cure the prince's ailment, a reward of 30 million awaits. A man clad in azure armor was affixing a notice while calling out to the gathered crowd, which had swelled considerably. 30 million in reward, an increase. What sort of illness has the prince contracted? Indeed, during the last recruitment, the prize was only 20 million. The crowd buzzed with speculation, gathering in large numbers. Sister Chunya, what is happening? Is the Qingwang unwell? Xiang Chen peered through the window at the posted notice. Chunya replied, the news I've received suggests that both the Qingwang and the Yuwang are gravely ill. The Qingwang seems to be seeking renowned physicians far and wide for treatment. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and stroked his chin. Could it be that the Qingwang's condition is? Suddenly, he recalled something. Right. Both the Qingwang and the Yuwang had their meridians destroyed by Elder Wang Yang, rendering their martial prowess utterly wasted and unusable. The Guhuang is incapacitated. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xiang Chen's gaze, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. This is an opportunity. Upon returning to the Muho mansion, poor Mu Yu found himself punished by his father, who had broken his legs, confining him to a half-year of house arrest. The incident where he had drugged the young Lord Mo at his engagement banquet, causing a comical disaster for Chen Yu, had become a source of amusement among the elite, resulting in few within their circle daring to invite Mu Yu for a drink, lest they fall victim to his schemes. Little did he realize that the one who had led him to such a pitiful state was Xiang Chen. That evening, at the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, in a lavish mansion, Monsieur has invited me for dinner. A handsome man clad in a white robe with golden trim revealed a hint of joy as he gazed at the letter still imbued with the scent of ink. Ouyang Tua, Mo Shang's brother-in-law. Upon receiving the letter, Ouyang Tua was immediately elated to accept the invitation. He had long harbored feelings for Chunya, and any normal man would not refuse such an opportunity. Thus, Ouyang Tua arranged for a carriage, accompanied by 2 guards, to fulfill the appointment. This dinner was to take place not at Tianwang Restaurant, but rather at a cozy and elegantly designed establishment, perfect for couples and intimate gatherings, named Yirin Restaurant. Nestled within a rose garden, this restaurant was surrounded by a sea of flowers for a kilometer, creating a truly romantic atmosphere. Ouyang Tua alighted from the carriage and entered Yirin Restaurant with his 2 attendants. Inside was an exceptionally luxurious yet elegantly appointed private room, with a purple bookshelf placed in the northwest corner. The warm rays of the setting sun filtered through the intricately carved crimson wooden windows, casting scattered light upon an ancient guqin that stood poised. The pink beaded curtains danced with the breeze, allowing petals to drift in and caress the strings, akin to the tender kiss of a lover, while the incense burner released fragrant wisps of smoke. On a low table lay an array of exquisite delicacies, including osmanthus cake, almond crisps, and several plates of wine and dishes, accompanied by a pot of fine wine. Dressed with a subtle touch of makeup, Chunya appeared even more enchanting, her pink low-cut gown adding a hint of allure that caught Ouyang Tuo's eye. "Princess, you look stunning today," he exclaimed sincerely, pouring him a glass of wine. Chunya smiled warmly. "At a private gathering, there is no need for such formality. Calling me princess feels distant." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tuo's heart stirred, perceiving it as a potential hint for deeper intimacy. He chuckled. "Then I shall take a step further and call you Yer. You may simply address me by my name. Then I shall call you Brother Tua. Brother Tua, I raise my glass to you." The term Brother Tua sent a delightful shiver through Ouyang Tua, who immediately accepted the drink and downed it with gusto. Without any further prompting from Chunya, Ouyang Tua eagerly launched into conversation. However, within moments, he felt an overwhelming dizziness. A wave of potent medication washed over him, bringing forth fatigue and drowsiness. His vision blurred, and he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Chunya regarded him coldly, setting her glass down and rising from her seat. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, revealing several figures: Xiang Chen, Qin Ming, and the others, including Jin Bai and Qian Lan. "Little Chen, it's your turn now." Chunya stepped aside. "Watch me," Xiang Chen sneered, gazing at the unconscious Ouyang Tua sprawled across the table, extending his hand. Chapter 917. Terrifying methods. In Xiang Chen's palm manifested a swirling black vortex. This was the devouring talent of the foolish fish, divine soul. The black vortex expanded, hovering above Ouyang Tuo's head. A low, mournful scream echoed in Ouyang Tuo's subconscious as strands of his soul force were forcibly extracted by Xiang Chen. Meanwhile, Chunya employed her true essence to muffle the sound, as 2 powerful guardian masters remained outside. Xiang Chen concentrated, summoning azure runes in his palm. The soul force transformed into a blue light, continuously drawn out and condensed, forming a plump soul insect from the essence cultivated over the past 2 years. Subsequently, Xiang Chen pinched the soul insect between his fingers and consumed it in one swift motion. This was the first time Qin Ming witnessed such a scene, sending chills down his spine. However, the soul insect tasted cool and lacked flavor, akin to inhaling a breath of minty smoke. Soon after, the vast expanse of memories accumulated over the past 2 years flooded into Xiang Chen's mind. His brows furrowed as he meticulously absorbed these memories. Among them were Ouyang Tuo's recollections of bullying and debauchery, alongside memories of cultivation and family responsibilities. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a memory of Chun Feng. Years ago, Chun Feng had been secretly escorted to the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce and subsequently imprisoned in a water dungeon. Within the memories, Xiang Chen recalled personally torturing Chun Feng to extract the Golden Marquis order, the methods employed being exceedingly cruel. These fragments of memory ignited a surge of anger within Xiang Chen, his eyes darkening with fury. After a brief moment, Xiang Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the icy demeanor of Ouyang Tuo. "I have found brother Chun Feng," Xiang Chen stated. "How is my elder brother?" Qinya inquired hastily. Xiang Chen replied, "He is imprisoned in an underground water dungeon, but his life is not in danger." Qinya's eyes reddened. The thought of her brother being confined in such a place filled her with dread. "Qianlan, he is yours now. Devour him, seize his memories. For you will need to masquerade as him in the future," Xiang Chen said coldly. "Thank you, Wang." Qianlan's eyes sparkled. Ouyang Tuo was a master of the fourth heaven. His essence and spiritual power were immensely nourishing. Qianlan dissipated, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that enveloped Ouyang Tuo. Ouyang Tuo's consciousness emitted a series of haunting screams as the black mist slowly corroded his body, rendering him incapable of resisting with his true essence. The dark vapor entered through his nostrils and mouth, invading his spiritual sea to consume his soul. In a matter of moments, Ouyang Tuo's flesh began to decay visibly, until he was reduced to a ghastly white skeleton. This chilling scene sent a shiver down Chunya and the others' spines. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's palm continued to absorb the power within him. The overwhelming energy of the fourth heaven master was devoured by the foolish fish spirit and refined into pure energy. Within Xiang Chen's inner sanctum, a pure white sphere of energy emerged. This energy orb contained the entirety of Ouyang Tuo's life force, and after refinement, 1/3 of it remained as a formless and attribute-less essence, ready for direct absorption and cultivation. Upon consuming Ouyang Tuo, Qianlan's aura surged dramatically, ascending to the level of a second heaven master. The elemental demon race, indeed favored by the heavens, could elevate swiftly with sufficient energy, a rate of advancement that even Xiang Chen found a tinge of envy for. The skeletal remains were collected into the Qiankuan ring, to be given to Kuan Ling for consumption. Qianlan donned Ouyang Tuo's garments, the mist coalescing and transforming into his visage. This transformation astonished Chunya. "It is time to deal with those two guards," Xiang Chen remarked, glancing towards the door where Ouyang Tuo's two master guards awaited. Chunya dispelled the true essence barrier, and Qianlan cleared his throat, imitating Ouyang Tuo's voice, calling out, "Jiansu, Jiandong, please come in." Qianlan possessed a terrifying gift. By consuming another's soul, he could grasp the majority of their memories. Biological memories reside within the neurons of the brain, and once the neurons become powerful through cultivation, they transform into a spiritual body, serving as a repository for memories. The soul-controlling Gu could also devour others' memories. Xiang Chen pondered how many lives these dark and enigmatic techniques had claimed, and how long his brother had spent researching such arts. Knowledge gained on paper feels shallow. True understanding often comes at a cost. Creak. The door swung open, and two gray-clad master guards stepped inside, casting puzzled glances at Ouyang Tuo. "Young master." The two approached, slightly bowing in respect, awaiting orders. Ouyang Tuo stepped forward with a smile, suddenly extending his hands. In his grasp, two sharp beams of light emerged. Uft, uft. Two ebony spiritual daggers suddenly pierced the throats of two individuals, penetrating deeply. The two masters of the sixth realm were taken aback, clutching their necks, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at their young master. Their bodies swayed, staggering backward. Meanwhile, a sinister vine from Xiang Chun's grasp ensnared one of the assailants, swiftly devouring their flesh until nothing but bone fragments remained. Emerging from the depths of Xiang Chen's malevolent seed, a fifth, even more formidable vine sprouted slowly, enshrouded in ghostly mist. Yumei had also consumed the soul of the other master, while Kuan Ling dealt with the remains. The two formidable sixth realm masters were effortlessly slain in the shadows. Xiang Chen's mask morphed, taking on the visage of one of the guards, Jiansu. Yumei, manipulating the ghostly fog, transformed into Jiandong's form. Although Yumei possessed the ability to mimic appearances, she was ultimately a spirit without true flesh, making her easily recognizable upon physical contact. Assuming the guise of the guard Jiansu, Xiang Chen remarked, "With this, We can discreetly approach and rescue Brother Chinfeng. Chinya, regaining her composure from Xiang Chen's mysterious methods, exhaled deeply, slightly bending her body in a respectful gesture. Xiao Chun, I entrust this to you. It is my duty. Xiang Chen replied. Qianlan, let us proceed. Jinbai, you accompany us. The trio of substitutes departed the room, while Ouyang Tua had already been erased from existence. After their departure, Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine, exhaling a cold breath. Miss, do you not think that the methods of our benefactor Xiang are exceedingly enigmatic? Clearly, the recent events had startled him. Chunya gazed out the window at the figures of Xiang Chun and his companions who had just exited, her eyes reflecting a depth of insight. Indeed, this brother Xiang is no ordinary person. His recent actions can only be described as sinister techniques, which are intolerable by the righteous path of humanity. However, I have complete faith in his character. You must keep what transpired just now in your heart, understood? I understand, and I too trust in the integrity of Lord Xiang. Chapter 918. Utterly tragic. The Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. The headquarters of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce resembles a small city, sprawling over several hundred square kilometers. Housing members of the Ouyang family, guards, and servants, totaling no less than several 100,000 individuals. Without the Ouyang family as token, ordinary people cannot enter the headquarters. Xiang Chun and his associates, in their disguises, boldly passed through the gates without any guards daring to question them, making their way into the heart of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. Following their memories, they first headed to the residence of Ouyang Tua. This residence, a traditional Chinese villa covering an area of 700 to 800 square meters, was currently bustling with a large crowd. Xiang Chun and his companions were taken aback by the sheer number of people present. My king, why are there so many people? Qianlan, transformed into Ouyang Tua, inquired in surprise. Xiang Chun replied calmly, do not panic. There may be a significant event occurring. Young master, it's truly a relief to see you unharmed. A man clad in black guard attire approached, visibly relieved upon spotting Ouyang Tua. Qianlan recognized him as Ouyang Jun, a member of the Ouyang clan at the Soul Moon Realm. Emulating Ouyang Tuo's tone, Qianlan inquired, Ouyang Jun, what brings you here? Ouyang Jun, wearing a distressed expression, replied, young master, I am on duty at the Soul Hall today. I noticed your soul lamp had unexpectedly extinguished, which alarmed me, prompting my immediate arrival. The soul lamp. How could I have forgotten about that? Upon hearing this, Xiang Chun felt a slight heaviness in his heart. It had indeed slipped his mind. In prominent families, a soul hall is established where individuals of the Soul Moon realm and above allocate a fragment of their soul to ignite a soul lamp. When one passes away, the lamp is extinguished. Since Ouyang Tua had fallen prey to Qianlan, his soul lamp had naturally gone out. Impudent! Xiang Chun, disguised as the guard Zhan Su, bellowed, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap to Ouyang Jun's face. Ouyang Jun, struck, dared not retaliate. Zhan Su rebuked, the young master is alive and well. Are you wishing for his demise? Ouyang Jun's expression shifted as he hastily explained, Lord Zhan Su, I would never. I merely feared there might be a malfunction with the soul lamp. Ouyang Tua waved a hand dismissively. Enough, do not blame him. There may indeed be an issue with the lamp. Lead me to investigate. We shall reignite it with spiritual energy. Yes, thank you for your understanding, young master. Ouyang Jun replied, bowing his head and promptly leading the way. The group proceeded to a grand hall known as the Spirit Hall, adorned with numerous lotus lamps emanating an eerie blue flame. Each lamp bore a flickering flame at its center, inscribed with names. Indeed, Ouyang Tuo's soul lamp had extinguished. Qianlan stepped forward, exhaling a breath of spiritual energy, reigniting the lamp with a flicker of his soul fire, cleverly concealing the truth. From an outward perspective, all soul lamps appeared identical. At that moment, a guard approached from outside, bowing respectfully to Qianlan. I report to you, young master. The head of the family requests your presence at the water dungeon. You are to resolve that matter within 3 months. Unfazed, Qianlan responded, I understand. Please inform my father that I shall complete it promptly. Yes, I take my leave, the guard replied, bowing before departing. Qianlan then transmitted a thought to Xiang Chun. Your Majesty, according to my recollections, Ouyang Jin has summoned me to interrogate Chun Feng once more. Xiang Chen's eyes brightened, a cold smile forming. Perfect. This provides an opportunity to assess Brother Chin Feng's situation. Let us go at once. Indeed, Qianlan agreed. leading Xiang Chen and Yu Mei to the location where Chen Feng was confined. The place of Chun Feng's detention was not far, merely a kilometer from Ouyang Tuo's residence. Marked by a towering stone tower over 20 meters high, this tower served as a prison, typically housing family members who violated clan rules, as well as enemies captured by the Ouyang family, yet unexecuted. The tower was fortified with powerful formations and guarded by formidable sentinels. Upon arrival at the towering entrance, two masters performed a bow, verifying their identities through jade tokens before allowing Qianlan and the others to enter, temporarily deactivating the tower's protective formations. The first floor of the tower was lined with stone doors, leading to various cells. The group approached an underground staircase, descending into the depths where the significant prisoners were held. Upon reaching the basement, two more powerful guards stood watch. "You may step aside. I wish to interrogate the prisoner," Qianlan instructed the station guards. "As you wish, young master." The two vigilant guardians departed to stand guard at the stairwell. A few individuals traversed the dimly lit basement, where Xiang Chen discovered no fewer than 3 concealed and deactivated formations, including a lethal array. Approaching a vast black water pool, he beheld a figure bound to an iron pillar, half submerged in the murky depths. The figure's long hair hung disheveled, their tattered garments barely clinging to their form, and their head hung low. Upon sighting this individual, Xiang Chen's heart ached, and he stepped closer, the foul stench of the stagnant water assaulting his senses. The pool, a deep obsidian hue, exuded a repugnant odor, and there, submerged to the chest, was Chen Feng. This water prison, one of the cruelest dungeons, subjected its captives to the torment of prolonged immersion, leading to the slow decay of flesh and the agonizing demise of the soul. The prisoners were forced to relieve themselves in the very waters that imprisoned them. Ordinary water would not suffice to decompose a master like Chen Feng. The water was laced with a noxious substance. Xiang Chen observed that the lower half of Chen Feng's body lay in a state of complete decay, with maggots writhing atop the putrid flesh, consuming him. His ankles and feet were now mere darkened, malodorous bones. It is said that hell is terrifying, yet the savagery of humanity often surpasses even the most dreadful of infernos. "Brother," Xiang Chen's voice trembled as he witnessed this harrowing scene. The once composed Chen Feng, who had always projected an air of confidence and ease during their time in the Grand Merchant Association, now bore the marks of unimaginable suffering. Xiang Chen noted that every finger on Chen Feng's hands had been severed into 2 segments. Aside from the thumb, human fingers typically consist of 3 segments. Furthermore, one of Chen Feng's eyes had been brutally gouged out, leaving a gaping, hollow socket teeming with maggots. What torment had he endured? The Qin King, the Tianwang merchants. Chenyu. As Xiang Chen meticulously examined these wounds, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. At that moment, the dejected Chen Feng slightly lifted his head, his remaining eye gazing at the 3, while his nearly rotting lips quivered. "In my suffering, I implore you. Marquis Jean has decreed that I cannot divulge anything to you. Please, just kill me." His voice, low and hoarse, was laden with despair and agony. "Brother, it's me. It's really me." Unable to contain himself, Xiang Chen rushed forward, disregarding the foul odor and the filth that clung to Chen Feng. He enveloped Chen Feng in an embrace, his eyes brimming with tears, nearly spilling over. In that moment, he regained his true form. You are little Chen. Chapter 919, Striving for Strength. Chen Feng's body trembled slightly as he gazed in disbelief at the youth before him. "Brother, it's me. I am little Chen." Xiang Chen looked into the hollow face of Chen Feng, striving to muster a semblance of a smile, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. "How did you end up here? Did that wretched Qin King's people capture you as well?" Anger flashed across Chen Feng's face. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, he felt not joy but concern, fearing that his brother had been ensnared alongside him. Xiang Chen hastily clarified, No, I am here to rescue you. I encountered Sister Chunya and discovered your presence here, which is why I have come to save you, brother. Allow me to lower you down first." As he spoke, the Dragon K demon blade materialized in his hand, poised to sever the iron chain and free Chen Feng. "Wait," Chen Feng interjected urgently, "do not attempt to save me. If you cut this iron chain, the runes will activate and the alarm will sound. You will not be able to escape. Quickly tell me how you arrived here and how you knew I was here." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen refrained from severing the chain. "Damn that Ouyang family. Rest assured, brother, I will certainly rescue you. I came to the imperial capital and met Sister Chunya, from whom I obtained your soul lamp. Through some special methods, I discerned your location. Xiang Chen pointed to Qianlan. This person is under my command, known as Qianlan. We eliminated Ouyang Tua, and Qianlan disguised herself as him, allowing us to infiltrate here. Qianlan, her mist swirling, transformed back into her true form and clasped her fists. I pay my respects to you, Chen Feng. Chen Feng regarded her with incredulity, astonished by Xiang Chen's words. Xiao Chun, what realm have you attained now? Peak of the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Chen replied candidly regarding his cultivation. Peak of the Soul Moon realm. Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock, which soon transitioned into joy. How wonderful. In just a year or two, your power has advanced so significantly. The future holds great promise for you, perhaps even legendary status. How is your faring? Xiang Chen produced a vial of revitalizing dew and applied it to Chen Feng's wounds, simultaneously stating, Sister Yer is doing very well. It's quite a twist of fate. When I encountered her, she was being pursued by Chen Yu's men. She is now residing safely in the Muho residence. By the way, here is a communication jade from Sister Yer. You can contact her now. He presented a communication jade, placing it against Chen Feng's forehead. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from Chen Feng into the jade, which promptly responded. Big brother, a choked female voice echoed through. Third sister. Chen Feng bit his lip, tears streaming from his right eye. Big brother, I am so sorry. I am powerless and could not come to rescue you. How are you faring? Hearing her voice, Chen Yu was already in tears. Do not cry. I am well. As long as you are safe, I have no worries. It is I who must apologize for being away from you for 10 years without being able to care for you. As the siblings conversed, Xiang Chen listened on, his heart heavy with emotion. After a while, Chen Feng withdrew his spiritual energy, leaning silently against the iron pillar, stifling his sobs. Brother, do not worry. I will definitely rescue you, Xiang Chen urged, quickly wiping away his tears. Chen Feng suppressed his emotions, shaking his head. The risk of saving me is too great. Xiao Chun, seeing your current cultivation and knowing that Yer is safe brings me solace. He then opened his mouth and expelled a golden light, which transformed into a golden jade token. This token was none other than the coveted Marquis token of the Golden Marquis, a military symbol capable of commanding the Golden Marquis Legion. The token was unique. Once refined, it could only be passed on to descendants if the owners so desired. Forcibly extracting it would result in the owner's death and the token shattering. Chen Feng had spent years refining himself, and only upon preparing to return to the imperial capital did he complete the process. However, before he could reach his destination, he was intercepted and captured by the people of the Wild Marquis and the Blue King. He summoned the Gold Marquis's decree and said, "Deliver this to Yer, so she may inherit the title and thwart the schemes of Chun Yu and the Blue King." Xiang Chen gazed at the decree, shaking his head in refusal. "I cannot accept this." "Why? Brother, if I take it, can you still survive?" This question from Xiang Chen rendered Chen Feng momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had intended to end his own life upon relinquishing the decree. Otherwise, Xiang Chen would face significant peril in his attempt to save him. Chen Feng sighed bitterly. "I am but a shadow of my former self, enduring torment in this in-between state. Death would be preferable." Xiang Chen's heart ached at these words, and he exclaimed, "Brother, you speak foolishness. If you die, Yer will be heartbroken. Do you not trust my abilities? I will surely rescue you and heal all your wounds. Brother, believe in me." The sincerity in Xiang Chen's words ignited a flicker of hope within Chen Feng's eyes. He looked into Xiang Chen's resolute gaze and inexplicably felt a surge of trust and confidence. "In just a few months, I will rescue you, brother. Please, hold on a little longer. Death is easy. It is the act of a coward. You have borne the weight of vengeance for 8 long years. Does a brief span of time matter to you?" Chen Feng felt a twinge of shame at his brother's conviction, gritted his teeth, and accepted the Gold Marquis's decree. "Very well, I believe in you, Xiao Chen. However, you must promise me that if you cannot rescue me, do not let your emotions burden you. Take the decree and, should it come to that, ending my life would be a release." Xiang Chen remained resolute. "I will rescue you, brother." Chen Feng sighed deeply, a smile breaking through his somber demeanor. "I never anticipated that our encounter would lead us to this day. It seems fate has not entirely forsaken me. Even if destiny abandons us, we must not abandon ourselves, brother. You must have longed for the taste of fine wine and the pleasures of earthly delights. Let us share a drink." Xiang Chun produced exquisite wine and an array of delicacies, personally feeding Chen Feng. After enduring such torment for so long, savoring these earthly flavors reminded Chen Feng that he was still alive, existing in a world that resembled hell. For Xiang Chen, enjoying food was a reminder that this world held more than mere cold ambitions and power struggles. There were also the joys of cuisine, brotherhood, love, and family, beautiful existences worthy of cherishing and protecting. Time may heal all wounds, but so too can culinary delights. When faced with overwhelming challenges, a simple meal can provide the strength to persevere. While his body still moved and breath still lingered, he would continue to battle fate. For perhaps the turning point in life begins at that very moment. The universe is set. We are both dark horses. As long as the heart remains unyielding, the fight continues. A positive outlook will always surpass stagnation. After spending over an hour with Chen Feng, Xiang Chen meticulously eradicated the toxic maggots from the pool, neutralizing the poisonous water before departing to contemplate a method to rescue Chen Feng. In Chapter 920, Assault on the Grandmaster, upon exiting the prison tower, Xiang Chen's expression remained stoic, yet a tempest of emotion surged within him. He spoke in a grave tone. From now on, you shall assume the identity of Ouyang Tuo. You are Ouyang Tuo. Remain hidden here and ensure the safety of my elder brother. Do you understand? Qianlong solemnly vowed. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will undoubtedly safeguard the safety of Lord Chen Feng. Master, what are your plans? Yu Mei inquired from the side. Xiang Chen's gaze darkened. I intend to orchestrate a grand chaos, and, amidst the turmoil, rescue my elder brother Chen Feng. We will settle the scores with the Ouyang family. The Qing Wang, Chen Yu, and the Huang Ho. One by one, we will account for everything. Qianlong returned to the residence of Ouyang Tuo. Leveraging the memories he controlled to fully immerse himself in the role of Ouyang Tuo for a period. Xiang Chen departed from the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce and, in a secluded alley, reverted to the identity and appearance of Tang Yu. He wielded the Longke demon blade, slicing through the air towards a familiar destination, the Dun Mountain Range. This mountain range, located in the heart of Zhongzhou, was where Xiang Chun and his companions had once trained collectively before the Nine Palaces battle, marking a place of his significant breakthrough. Remarkably, less than half a year had passed since he last visited this site. He descended upon a mountain peak, gazing at the rocky terrain transformed into volcanic stone. This was indeed where he had previously cultivated and achieved his breakthrough. Yet, amidst the stark, barren lava stones, resilient blades of grass emerged from the crevices, their fresh green testifying to the tenacity and adaptability of life. Xiaobai, assist me in safeguarding my practice. Xiang Chen retrieved the slumbering white tiger from his bosom and set it down beside him. The little white tiger let out a disgruntled whine, slowly opening its drowsy eyes. Kunling also merged with the earth to protect Xiang Chen. Sitting cross-legged upon a stone, Xiang Chen began to circulate the energy within his body. With a roar, a heavenly wolf spirit surged forth, exuding an aura of majesty as it unleashed the power of the true essence. With a cry, a three-legged golden crow soared into the sky, releasing the force of the sun, enveloping the area in a blaze of true fire. The roaring flames engulfed the mountaintop, turning the tender green grass into ashes in an instant. The grass lamented, "What grievance, what hatred! I am but a nameless blade of grass." Such is fate. Despite its fervent efforts to absorb nutrients and break through the rock in this scorched earth, it had only just managed to sprout. Yet a sudden mishap, a single flame, reduced all its endeavors to naught. Nevertheless, it had once strived for growth and added a touch of color to the world. Having absorbed the energy of several mid-tier grandmasters, Xiang Chen prepared to advance and transcend into the realm of the grandmaster, reaching the Lingxiao stage. Within Xiang Chen, three glowing orbs of energy, refined from the foolish fish spirits, floated like small stars. The true Yin essence and the true sun essence resemble the sun and moon, suspended in the vast space of his divine abode. This divine abode was, in essence, a dimensional energy space. From the outside, it resided at the position of the human dantian, a place no larger than a palm. In truth, the energy space of his birth is already immensely vast. However, the dimensionality of this space can only accommodate energy entities, spiritual artifacts, and magical treasures. Being a special kind of energy entity, can integrate into the human body. Yet, this space is currently incapable of supporting three-dimensional living beings, that is to say, humans and the tangible physical objects we can perceive. The Taiyin True Dan and the Taiyang True Dan manifest as energy entities within the divine storage space, appearing as colossal forms, reminiscent of diminutive suns and moons. However, when drawn into the three-dimensional reality, they reduce to the size of an egg or a fist. The energy released by Xiang Chen transformed one half of a mountain peak into ice and the other half into magma. To ascend to the Lingxiao realm, several essential conditions must be met. In addition to the mastery of true Dan cultivation reaching this stage, one must also attain a profound understanding of a certain heavenly law's true essence, reaching the realm of great accomplishment. Xiang Chen's power has already reached this pinnacle. With his comprehension of true intent, arrow intent, sword intent, and the true intent of wind being perfected. Moreover, he has also grasped the essence of thunder. Xiang Chun is poised to penetrate the Lingxiao realm with his sword intent, aspiring to become a master of swordsmanship. Foolish fish, refine it for me. Xiang Chun roared within, urging the silver fish to devour 3 orbs of power. Thunderous sounds erupted from the orbs as vast energy was unleashed, subsequently expelled from the mouth of the foolish fish. Absorbed by the 2 Great True Dawn. Buzz, buzz. The Taiyin and Taiyang True Dawn continuously absorb the power, transforming it into their own strength. Open! Xiang Chen's spirit cried out, and within the divine storage space, an illusory shadow of sword intent coalesced, embodying perfected sword intent. The sword intent converged, transforming into an ethereal dragon-like sword shadow, forcefully cleaving toward his own divine storage space, expanding his realm. Thunderous roars echoed as the sword intent struck, causing the divine storage space to tremble. The impact of the sword intent fractured the space, akin to shattering glass, continuously expanding and opening. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 5 zhang. In this attempt, Xiang Chen successfully cleaved an expanse of 5 zhang, his power's richness and capacity further enhanced. Open, open, open. Xiang Chen focused his soul's energy into the sword intent, relentlessly striking to cleave his divine storage space. Given his 2 streams of power, his divine storage must be expanded to a size greater than that of an ordinary person, twice, or even 3 or 4 times larger. Yet, the further he expands, the more challenging it becomes. Even a single strike of true intent can only carve out a few meters, severely depleting his mental energy, nothing like the ease experienced by a prodigy such as Qianluan. Time passed gradually, from the rising sun in the east to the setting sun in the west. Xiang Chun labored tirelessly, striving to transcend his own limits. The Taiyin True Dan and the Taiyang True Dan also expanded alongside the divine storage, continuously growing larger, absorbing more of the power refined and expelled by the foolish fish's spirit. If the divine storage does not expand, what would happen when the power increases? Naturally, it would lead to an explosion. Xiang Chun dared only to absorb the power derived from the bloodline of the deceased Golden Crow, wary of the terrifying residual power that could rupture his divine storage and consequently lead to his own destruction. Through his continual application of sword intent, Xiang Chen's comprehension of it deepened with each passing moment. Every individual's perception is distinct, the essence of the sword, the spirit of the blade. Many strive to cultivate these. Yet each interpretation varies. Some wield their blade with a calm steadiness, as immovable as a mountain, while others exude a formidable and overwhelming presence. There are those whose sword intent burns like a fierce fire, and others whose demeanor is chillingly enigmatic. Yet, Xiang Chun's sword intent embodies the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, blending the cold and the bizarre with overwhelming masculinity, encompassing all. In his quest for understanding the sword, he simultaneously delves into the path of his own cultivation. On the 8th day, a torrential rain descended from the heavens, with raindrops evaporating upon contact with the energy present in the vicinity. The energy atop the mountain grew ever more potent. By the 13th day, a group traversed this area, sensing the energy fluctuations and seeking to investigate, only to be ruthlessly driven away by the small white tiger. On the 14th day, a substantial number of individuals made their way here, numbering no less than several dozen, including those of considerable cultivation who soared through the air. Master Lingxiao, are we nearing the location you spoke of? Do not attempt to deceive me. The leader, a man clad in a blue robe, impatiently inquired. Brother Yan, there can be no mistake. With the presence of a rare beast and such a powerful energy fluctuation, It must be that a spirit object of grade 7 or higher is about to reveal itself, a portly man assured confidently. Pray tell, what level of cultivation does this rare beast possess? The master inquired. As for its cultivation, we could not discern. Yesterday, 3 of my companions fell to it, leaving only my brother and I to flee. Its strength likely rivals that of a master, yet against you, Brother Yen, it would surely be outmatched, Nyosi responded, standing upon a circular flying artifact and displaying a fawning demeanor towards Master Yen. Indeed, our esteemed brother is a 5th-tier master, with our combined might. No beast shall stand a chance. Another master of the Lingxiao realm, a man in purple, scoffed. This purple-robed master was formidable in his own right, possessing a 3rd-tier mastery of the Lingxiao realm, fully realizing the minor heavenly position. To his right stood a man in green, also a master, yet at the 2nd tier of the Lingxiao realm. This assembly comprised over 20 individuals, all of Soul Moon realm cultivation or higher, with 3 being masters. Should the rare beast be of master-level strength, the treasure it guards would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Master Yin felt a surge of interest. They belonged to a faction known as the Yin Gang, a third-rate force within the martial world of the imperial capital. Nyosi then proclaimed, "Not far ahead lies the rare beast, a magnificent white tiger. If we could capture it alive, it could fetch a handsome price. Prepare yourselves, brothers," the Yin Gang leader commanded, channeling true essence from his core into his meridians, radiating a brownish glow. The others also summoned their magical artifacts. As they approached within 10 kilometers, they sensed a powerful energy wave that resonated with the forces of heaven and earth. What a formidable fluctuation of the natural order. It appears a spirit object truly is manifesting, the Yin Gang leader exclaimed joyfully, urging his companions to hasten their pace. However, at that moment, a roar echoed from the distant mountains, reverberating waves of sound crashing towards them. Many pressed their hands to their ears, reeling from the painful resonance. In the vast expanse, the roar of the dragon echoed, and the tiger's growl resonated deep within the mountains, startling the birds of the forest into flight. Thunderous sounds followed, accompanied by a powerful demonic wind sweeping through the air. Amidst the dark azure tempest, a golden figure emerged, commanding the fierce winds with an overwhelming presence. Before a gathering of individuals, a colossal white tiger adorned with golden stripes appeared, its blue eyes gazing coldly upon them, exuding an aura of terrifying divine might. What an imposing presence! At that moment, a group of Soul Moon practitioners, beneath the realm of masters, found themselves transfixed by the sight of this seemingly unassuming white tiger, their faces reflecting sheer horror. The overwhelming pressure made their very blood tremble, instilling a profound sense of fear that extinguished any courage to fight. The might of the tiger. This was a force of life that dominated them entirely. Even the leader of the Rock Sect, along with his companions, were taken aback, feeling the weight of suppression. Yet, they could discern that this tiger had not yet reached the master level. To exert such pressure without having attained mastery, what lineage of tiger was this? The leader of the Rock Sect, astonished yet elated, contemplated the prospect of taming such a majestic creature, envisioning the fortune it could fetch among the nobility. The little white tiger, with its icy gaze, unleashed a thunderous roar. The practitioners at the Soul Moon level clutched their heads in agony, their very souls rattled. Under the might of this tiger's roar, they were rendered incapable of action. What a magnificent tiger! I must have it, the leader of the Rock Sect exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, the little white tiger lunged forth, its speed surpassing the sound barrier tenfold, and then some. In a flash, 2 Soul Moon practitioners found themselves disoriented, their heads exploding like watermelons under the tiger's powerful paws. Retreat. The others paled in terror, realizing the sheer velocity of this demonic tiger. As they withdrew, the little white tiger continued its relentless assault, its golden claws rending flesh, tearing through one individual's chest and exposing his innards. No. The unfortunate soul stared in horror at his own entrails as he plummeted to the ground. With a flick of its tail, the little white tiger summoned a tempest, coalescing into a sharp gust that sliced through 3 more individuals. Blood sprayed into the air as their heads were severed by the cutting wind. The dragon rides the clouds. The tiger commands the winds. The little white tiger was truly born to wield the power of the storm. Damn beast! The purple-clad master seethed with rage. From the onset of the battle, they had already suffered the loss of 6 men. Kill! The purple-clad master gathered his formidable essence, igniting true fire that coalesced into a towering flame fist, roaring as it surged toward the little white tiger, its terrifying heat capable of incinerating mountains. Roar! The little white tiger retaliated with a ferocious paw strike, unleashing the tempestuous power of the golden white tiger, meeting the flaming fist head-on. Boom! 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 The flame fist was shattered upon impact, dissipating into a shower of embers, while a tremendous force reverberated through the purple-clad master, causing him to spit blood and stagger back. His expression one of astonishment. In truth, the little white tiger's cultivation level is merely at the 7th stage of the soul moon, yet its combat prowess is truly formidable. The white tiger is not casually referred to as the god of slaughter among sacred beasts. Even Xiang Ergo must concede that he cannot match the little white one within the same realm. Whoosh, 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 surrounding them. Over a dozen magical artifacts surged forth from all directions, imbued with potent spiritual energy. Consequently, the little white tiger inhaled deeply, summoning a powerful whirlwind that enveloped these artifacts. Its body swelled to a size of 10 zhang, devouring all the spiritual blades and swords in one gulp. Then, as it opened its jaws, the essence of metallic energy erupted forth. Crack, crack. Over a dozen magical treasures were effortlessly chewed as if they were mere crispy beans, shattered into fragments. My treasures! The onlookers gasped in horror, each one retreating, spitting blood. Retreat! At that moment, the master in green flung his expansive sleeves, unleashing a cloud of black mist that enveloped the area. The toxic mist surged toward the little white tiger, penetrating its body. However, after absorption, the little white tiger merely felt a slight dizziness, showing little effect from the poison. Its speed hardly diminished as it continued its assault. How is this possible? The master in green's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. Anyone of the mid-heaven rank would succumb to such a toxin without a prior antidote. Yet, this demon tiger appeared largely unaffected. Whoosh! Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, swift as the wind, poised to strike at his face. Just then, an almost transparent binding rope suddenly manifested, ensnaring the little white tiger's hind legs and restraining it. Back off! Roared the leader of the rock clan, pulling the binding rope to halt the little white tiger's advance just in time to evade the claw of the master in green. Wretched beast, die! The master in purple seized the opportunity to strike a furious punch upon the little white tiger. Chapter 922. Touching the reverse scale. Flames surged, coalescing into a glowing orb several zhang in size, capable of obliterating a mountain, and it descended violently upon the little white tiger. Boom! The impact exploded upon the little white tiger, the ferocious force thrashing it, flames searing its fur. The little white tiger was indeed hurled away, its coat slightly disheveled. However, it suffered only minor harm. This creature, the master in purple, was once again astounded. A mid-heaven rank master struck directly would surely be gravely injured. Yet the creature's life force showed no signs of decline, as if its vitality remained intact. Roar! Bound by the spiritual ropes, the little white tiger struggled incessantly, attempting to break free. The binding ropes began to fray, showing signs of yielding. 3 spirit bindings. The leader of the rock clan's expression shifted. This wretched beast possessed terrifying strength. He then waved his sleeves, sending forth 2 beams of spiritual light, launching another pair of binding ropes that ensnared the little white tiger's limbs. Whoosh! He also stepped into the void, propelling himself forward, revealing a 5th-grade spiritual sword in his palm. The red sword brimmed with formidable sword energy, and then it plunged down with fierce intent. Thud! The blade plunged fiercely into the back of the little white tiger. The formidable spiritual sword, empowered by the essence of a 5th-tier grandmaster, finally pierced through the tiger's skin and muscle, striking the central nervous system and meridian along its spine. A thunderous roar erupted as the little white tiger writhed in agony. Losing nearly 70% of its strength, its body crashing into the forest below. With a resounding boom, a vast expanse of woodland was crushed under the impact. The other 2 grandmasters released their essence, conjuring binding chains of magic that ensnared the little white tiger, enveloping it completely. The creature was captured. The 3 of them sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. This wretched beast possessed extraordinary power. Alone, it would have been a formidable challenge to subdue. The leader of the rock clan placed his foot upon the tiger's head. Brother, we are in for a windfall. "This demon tiger is worth at least 8 million," exclaimed the Grandmaster in purple. "Indeed, such immense strength and remarkable appearance warrant that price," concurred the Grandmaster in green. The leader of the Rock clan sneered. 8 million? You underestimate its worth. A noble who cherishes tiger beasts would easily offer 10 million for this creature. The little white tiger continued to struggle and roar amidst the heavy chains of magic. Suddenly, a massive golden blade of light erupted, breaking free from the restraints and striking the Grandmaster in purple. Caught off guard, he widened his eyes in shock as his body was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. "Second brother." "No." The leader of the Rock clan and the Grandmaster in green were paralyzed with fear at this sight. The sword light then reversed direction and aimed at the two remaining men. "Wretched beast, you seek death," the leader of the Rock clan bellowed, slamming his palm down on the spiritual sword embedded in the tiger's back, channeling all his strength. With a crack, the joint of the spine was shattered, piercing through to the other side. The little white tiger let out a pained whimper, and the concentrated sword light dissipated with a resounding crash. "Second brother." The Grandmaster in green wept, cradling the severed body. "You are forcing my hand." The leader of the Rock clan's eyes reddened as he withdrew the sword, a stream of golden blood gushing forth. He raised the sword, poised to strike the tiger's neck, intent on murder. Suddenly, a terrifying energy column erupted from a distant mountain peak, soaring 1,000 meters into the sky, radiating astonishing power. The sight stunned everyone. Then, with unparalleled speed, a figure rushed forth, moving at 13 times the speed of sound. They beheld a striking young man clad in white, standing in midair. His expression frosty and his eyes icy, even turning crimson. "Rower." Xiang Chen gazed at the gravely injured little white tiger. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and his eyes turned bloodshot with rage, a violent aura emanating from his chest. "You shall pay," he roared from deep within his throat. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling forward. "Who dares to act with such impunity?" shouted over a dozen members of the Rock clan, determined to intercept him. Yet, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye, unleashing a fist imbued with terrifying power. Dragon Elephant Fist. Elephant Fist, shattering heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, the resounding force of the fist coalesced into a colossal dragon-horned elephant, surging forth with unparalleled might, a 10-jong-tall behemoth of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming surge of true essence shattered, enveloping the 8 individuals in its force. They felt their bodies violently compressed and struck. Then, with a cataclysmic roar, the 8 figures were obliterated, blood and flesh scattering like confetti. 8 elite practitioners of the Soul Moon Grandmaster realm were annihilated by a single punch. The crumbling sky dragon elephant. This formidable technique could only be wielded by those who had barely attained the realm beyond the Lingxiao level. The remaining few were left in utter shock, instinctively retreating in fear. "You little beast." The furious master in green was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Xiang Chen charged forward, his speed exceeding all expectations. With a swift claw, sharp as a wolf's, he struck, sending 5 razor-like air blades slicing through the opponent's body. Splatter, splatter. The master in green was torn to shreds by a single claw. Third brother, the leader of the Rock gang, witnessing this scene, felt his rage boil over. He kicked the small white tiger away, unleashing a tempest of true essence as he furiously approached Xiang Chen. At this moment, Xiang Chen exuded the aura of a peak practitioner at the first level of the Lingxiao realm, yet even the Rock gang leader sensed an impending danger. Xiang Chen's cultivation method consumed an inordinate amount of energy and was exceedingly dark. The total energy expended to reach the Lingxiao realm was greater than that of others who had progressed to the 3rd level of the same realm. Moreover, the divine space within Xiang Chen had expanded to an impressive 500 zhong, making his power exponentially more profound than before. Master. He had truly become a minor grandmaster. A master is like a dragon, unparalleled in the imperial capital, and such figures are exceptional, often establishing their own sects in smaller nations. "Do you comprehend the grave transgression you have committed against me?" Xiang Chen's aura surged, his gaze fierce as he advanced step by step towards the Rock gang leader. He was unaware of the man's identity, yet he was determined to exact vengeance. Rower was the most painful scar in his life. His feelings for Xia Qingcheng could not compare to those he harbored for Rower. After all, there were years in his life when Xia Qingcheng was absent, while Rower had been cherished in his hands since childhood. The death and rebirth of Rower into a white tiger had left him with profound guilt. Now, someone had dared to injure Rower gravely before him. "You killed my third brother, you little bastard. I care not who you are. I will have your life in retribution." Chapter 923. The Grand Master of Blade Techniques for the leader of the Rock Gang. The individual Xiang Chen had just slain was also his sworn brother. Thus Xiang Chen had become his target for vengeance. Such is the world of practitioners, where disputes can lead to bloodshed. Few who toil for power would waste time on reasoning. After all, what need is there for reason when one possesses strength? Fists are the true measure of truth. Kill. Both men shouted in unison, charging at one another. The Rock Gang leader wielded his spiritual sword, unleashing a sword light that spanned dozens of meters, cleaving the earth and forests, leaving a long chasm in its wake. Thunderstrike. Xiang Chen swung his blade, unleashing the full essence of his technique. A burst of thunder illuminating the scene as a silver thunderous blade curtain tore through the air, colliding with the oncoming attack. Boom. The clash of blades resonated through the air, unleashing a tempest of violent sword energy that shattered trees within a radius of several kilometers. The leader of the Rock Clan ascended with a sword raised high, transforming into a multitude of fiery streaks of light resembling shooting stars as they descended. Xiang Chen, moving with the swiftness of thunder, evaded across the terrain, while the ground trembled under the booming explosions, creating numerous sword-shaped craters several meters deep. Thunderous. With a swift slash, Xiang Chen propelled himself skyward like a streak of lightning, covering vast distances in a single, furious strike. The speed astounded the leader of the Rock Clan, whose expression shifted to one of alarm as he immediately raised his sword to defend. The sound of clashing steel echoed as sparks flew, and within a heartbeat, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes exceeding 100, showcasing an astonishing velocity. In a desperate maneuver, Xiang Chen's blade tore upward, bypassing the opponent's defenses and striking the Rock Clan leader, rending through his energy barrier. Yet, to Xiang Chen's astonishment, the leader's body emanated a radiant aura, his skin transforming into a color akin to indestructible metal, remarkably resilient. With a sharp crack, the blade merely scraped against him, producing sparks but failing to deliver a fatal blow. Xiang Chen's heart raced with surprise. "Kill!" roared the leader of the Rock Clan, unleashing a powerful palm strike that manifested as a colossal imprint descending upon Xiang Chen. Boom! The palm descended with overwhelming force, akin to the crushing weight of the 5 elements mountain upon Sun Wukong, relentlessly pressing down on Xiang Chen. The ground erupted as the tremendous hand struck, obliterating a mountain peak in a cataclysmic explosion. Flash! The leader immediately followed up with another strike, a fiery blade descending with ferocity, creating a deep gash in the earth stretching several hundred meters, the air crackling with energy. Where is he? The leader's senses swept the area, but he found no trace of Xiang Chen, his expression shifting uneasily. At that moment, he sensed movement behind him, as a blade of light pierced through the fabric of space, hurtling towards him. A chill swept down his spine, and he could barely react. Yet the radiance within him surged, transforming his skin once again into that indomitable metal hue. Boom! The blade struck his back, propelling him forward with tremendous force, though the tip penetrated only half an inch deep before halting. Xiang Chen emerged, observing the leader of the Rock Clan, who had been sent flying. His brow furrowed in concern. Such formidable defenses. The leader, maintaining a distance of several thousand meters, regarded Xiang Chen with icy resolve. "My spirit is of the profound iron, unyielding and indestructible. I stand invincible, and you, mere wretch, shall be torn apart piece by piece." His furious proclamation was followed by a barrage of fiery sword lights raining down upon Xiang Chen. "Indestructible, you say?" Xiang Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he evaded the onslaught, simultaneously raising his blade. "Let us see how you fare against this." Gripping his sword with both hands, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from within him. In that instant, a terrifying aura of sword intent radiated from Xiang Chen, manifesting as a swirling maelstrom of black and white thunderous sword energy, coalescing into a blade of yin and yang. This essence, the transformation of sword intent into an ethereal realm, a master of swordsmanship. The leader's countenance shifted dramatically as he gazed at Xiang Chen in disbelief. The sword intent emanating from Xiang Chen had intensified several-fold, and the blade's edge became exponentially sharper and more formidable. Upon entering the realm of true intent, one transcends into the realm of transformation. The true essence reaches a state of transformation, allowing for a boundless cultivation towards the lofty pinnacle of the great master. Those who attain this transformative essence are often referred to as grand masters. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed a strike that approached speeds exceeding 10 times that of sound, his figure seemingly vanishing in an instant, followed by a thunderous blow. This blade tore through countless fiery sword lights before striking fiercely upon the body of the rock gang leader. The power of the spirit surged. In a moment of furious defiance, the rock gang leader unleashed his full spiritual might, his body becoming entirely as resilient as black iron. Yet, as the blade crashed into his chest, sparks erupted, and with a sickening sound, he was torn asunder. Blood gushed forth, shattering his ribcage. The rock gang leader staggered back, his face contorted with horror, the defense of his spiritual power shattered. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chen roared, his form expanding into that of a celestial wolfman, his strength magnifying exponentially. He unleashed a wave of lunar light that struck with devastating force. Boom! The lunar light wave crashed into the rock gang leader, causing his body to explode, blood splattering as his organs were obliterated. With the celestial wolf grip on his blade, he delivered a strike that radiated 10 zhang of blinding light. Thunderous fury cleaved the heavens. With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through the rock gang leader's chest, cleaving him in twain at the torso. The blade's light fell amidst the mountains. A thunderous explosion, resounding as a peak, was violently split apart. The rock gang leader's severed body fell, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. His upper half consisted only of arms, a chest, and a head, while below the chest, he had been brutally severed. His body crashed into the forest, energies erupting in chaos. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he reverted from his celestial wolf form back into human shape. The leader is dead. Flee! Flee for your lives. The remaining gang members were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color as they hastily fled, lamenting their lack of wings. Xiang Chen soared towards the little white tiger, still ensnared by heavy magical chains. With a single stroke, he severed the chains, releasing the spiritual locks binding her. Little white tiger. Xiang Chen gazed at the deep wounds upon her back, his heart pierced with anguish as he quickly embraced her, pressing his palm against her injury. Within him, streams of rejuvenating energy flowed into the little white tiger's wound. She licked his face with her tongue, for she was not in mortal danger. Such an injury would not be her demise. I am sorry, it was my negligence. Xiang Chen held the little white tiger, guilt flooding his heart. Had he not entered a meditative state to comprehend the blade's intent after his breakthrough, she might have remained unharmed. Hungry. The little white tiger conveyed a thought. Not of pain, but of hunger. Xiang Chen, both exasperated and resigned, realized that even in her injured state, she was preoccupied with her appetite, having turned her into quite the glutton. Wait, that fellow has a 5th-grade spirit artifact. I'll find it for you to eat. Embracing her, he stepped forward, leaping several hundred meters to land before the rock gang leader. Help me, save me. The half of the rock gang leader's body clawed at the ground, his face twisted with the terror of impending death. Chapter 924, 9 Heavens and Fish. Within Xiang Chun, the devouring sky evil vine transformed into a spear, piercing directly through the leader's skull, ending his suffering. As the 5th vine of the devouring sky evil vine sprouted from the seed, it emerged grotesquely from the skin on Xiang Chen's back. With a piercing roar, this vine exhibited an eerie nature, blooming with clusters of vivid red buds, while its tips remained as sharp as spears. What lay hidden within those buds remained a mystery to all. Along the vine's body, a multitude of mouth-like orifices were present, each filled with razor-sharp fangs capable of ensnaring and devouring prey. Xiang Chen picked up the opponent's spiritual sword and handed it directly to the little white tiger. This was a 5th-tier spiritual sword, valued at several 100,000 spirit coins. The little white tiger, upon receiving it, clutched it with its paws and gnawed at it like a sweet cone, consuming the entire sword and absorbing the essence of its refined gold energy. The wounds on the little white tiger's back visibly healed. Xiang Chen removed the storage ring from the fallen foe, discovering within it an assortment of ordinary spiritual pills, around 1 million spirit coins, and some low-tier martial arts sword techniques. The opponent's spirit was devoured by the foolish fish, while Xiang Chen collected the true Dan, which could later be refined into potent spiritual sources. After thoroughly scavenging the bodies of the others, Xiang Chen obtained 3 Master True Dawn. He directly fed the finest one to the little white tiger, which then nestled into Xiang Chen's arms to sleep and refine its energy. As for the other 2 Master True Dawn, he consumed them himself. Soaring into the sky, Xiang Chen felt the true essence coursing through his meridians, a repelling force enabling him to break free from the earth's constraints and ascend. He gazed at the lofty heavens, and in that moment, an impulse surged within him to break through the firmament and soar into the cosmic expanse. Theoretically, his abilities were already sufficient to reach outer space. Today, he would put this to the test. With a silent determination, he took a step forward. Boom! A powerful gust erupted from the Yongquan acupoint beneath his feet, propelling Xiang Chen skyward like a rocket, reaching speeds of 13 times the speed of sound. A white shockwave rippled through the air as he pierced the clouds. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. At 20,000 meters, or 20 kilometers above the ground, the oxygen in the air had thinned dramatically, and the temperature plummeted below freezing. Xiang Chen continued his ascent. 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters. At 100,000 meters, approximately 200 miles above the earth, the land below became invisible, obscured by dense clouds. Xiang Chen pressed on, the temperature in the atmosphere growing increasingly frigid, now below 30 degrees Celsius. At 500,000 meters, the temperature plummeted to a chilling -100 degrees. A shiver coursed through Xiang Chen as he reached 600,000 meters, then 700,000 meters. The higher he ascended, the colder the atmosphere became, filled only with icy currents and howling gales. The gale force, imbued with powerful wind energy, was capable of tearing apart even a master. As the pressure of the upper atmosphere intensified, Xiang Chen's ascent slowed. At 800,000 meters, the surrounding atmosphere began to shift. Here, he was already 1,600 miles, or 800 kilometers, from the ground. Thunder rumbled above as arcs of lightning surged, the formidable energy sending a shiver of trepidation through him. The thunderbolt resembled a cascade of silver serpents, densely filling the heavens. Beneath the thunderclouds, Xiang Chen understood that he had arrived beneath the billowing layers of thunder. Traversing 100 miles through the tumultuous thunderclouds, he was approaching the heights that existed beyond the heavens. This realm beyond the heavens was revered as the true domain of cultivation in this world. In the imperial capital, there also existed a path to ascend to the skies, yet it was guarded by the royal guard, leaving one to wonder the intensity of the thunderous energies above. Xiang Chen hovered in the air, gazing at the thick thunderclouds that enveloped the higher skies. The atmosphere here was exceptionally frigid, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. Such terrifying cold could instantly freeze any cultivator beneath the sole moon. For cultivators, temperatures of a few degrees below zero were far more dreadful than those of several thousand degrees, for they could freeze the very blood and vitality of living beings. Suddenly, a flicker of light darted past him in the void ahead, moving with astonishing speed. Subsequently, from the surrounding icy clouds, numerous shadows converged upon him. These shadows revealed themselves to be peculiar creatures, some measuring a yard or even several yards in length, while others were merely a few feet, all cloaked in a pristine white. Their heads and bodies were fish-like, their tails serpent-like, adorned with a pair of enormous fins, and their jaws bore sharp, ice-like teeth resembling lethal blades, beneath which lay a mouth bristling with jagged fangs. Surrounding him were no fewer than several hundred of these creatures, circling in the void, exuding a formidable icy power. The ice-glass swordfish. Xiang Chen recognized these bizarre beings. The ice-glass swordfish, imbued with the essence of ice, thrived in the high-altitude frigid currents, consuming cold energy and classified as fierce beasts. Moreover, the flesh and blood of these creatures were renowned for their beautifying and skin-rejuvenating properties, highly coveted by female cultivators, and ranked among the top 100 delicacies in the spirit cuisine repertoire. In various esteemed taverns, even the most ordinary dish featuring ice-glass swordfish could demand a price of over 1,000 spirit coins. Truly a gourmet ingredient, it appeared utterly delectable. As Xiang Chen observed the approaching ice-glass swordfish, their predatory gazes made it evident they were eager for a feast. Suddenly, these ice-glass swordfish transformed into razor-sharp, icy rainbows, charging towards him. their spiritual energy ranging from the feeble levels of the Yuan-Yang realm to the formidable strength comparable to the Soul Moon realm. Haha. Let us see who devours whom. Xiang Chen grinned wickedly, unleashing a dazzling display of demonic light. With a roar, amidst the golden radiance, a magnificent three-legged golden crow emerged, adorned with splendid wings and measuring several yards in size. The burning sun flame. The three-legged golden crow unleashed an onslaught of intensely scorching rays of sunlight, igniting into pure solar flames that swept in all directions. In an instant, the multitude of charging ice-glass swordfish was enveloped. Under the terrifying temperature, they wailed and struggled, only to be cooked. Within 100 zhang radius of the three-legged golden crow, hundreds of ice-glass swordfish were instantly rendered to perfection. The three-legged golden crow opened its vast beak, and with a mighty inhalation, it drew in the roasted fish, devouring them whole. The flavor was exquisite, tender, and succulent, with a hint of sweet creaminess, remarkably delectable even without the addition of any spices. Indeed, it was a top-tier delicacy. The three-legged golden crow's eyes glimmered with fervor, while the other ice-glass swordfish gazed upon this magnificent avian embodiment of the sun's flames in sheer terror, for the energy it exuded was their ultimate nemesis. Hundreds of ice-glass swordfish were consumed and refined, transforming into a substantial quantity of dark elemental force. Boom! The true essence of the sun's elixir voraciously absorbed this energy, causing an explosive surge in power. In that fleeting moment, the true essence of the sun's elixir experienced an unprecedented leap in strength, ascending to the second tier of the Lingxiao realm. The true essence of the sun's elixir devoured the lunar wolf's body, breaking through its cultivation. This is truly the exclusive delicacy of my wolf bloodline. Fish, do not flee. Come forth into my maw. Chapter 925. Fish chase bird escape, do not run. The speed of these ice-glass swordfish was indeed astonishing, yet it paled in comparison to the three-legged golden crow. With a burst of its wings, its velocity surged to a terrifying 20 times the speed of sound, rivaling the full throttle flight of a celestial king. Still wishing to escape? Cosmic spatial ring, heed my command. The three-legged golden crow pursued a swarm of fish, and the cosmic spatial ring shot forth. Boom! The cosmic spatial ring transformed into a vortex spanning 10 zhang in size. Although the cosmic spatial ring lacked offensive power, it possessed formidable devouring capabilities, capable of ensnaring even masters with its current usage of true essence. A powerful spatial absorption force enveloped 100 zhang of space, and one by one, the fleeing ice-glass swordfish were drawn into the cosmic spatial ring. A single school, nearly 1,000 ice-glass swordfish, was completely consumed by the cosmic spatial ring. The three-legged golden crow beamed with delight. I shall carve out a fish pond within the ancient cauldron to raise these fish. Given the time dilation within the cauldron, I shall amass a vast school in just a few short years outside. Haha. At that time, I can utilize them as resources for my brethren's cultivation. The three-legged golden crow, lost in thought, couldn't help but salivate at the prospect of feasting on such delectable fish, whether barbecued, fried, steamed, or braised. How could one resist such culinary delights? Moreover, I could even administer aphrodisiac potions to facilitate their rapid reproduction. I am truly a genius in aquaculture. As the golden crow reveled in its unashamed musings, it unleashed its ocular prowess, momentarily diverting its attention from the celestial realm to focus on fishing. With its immense gaze, it instantly detected numerous ice-glass swordfish scattered across a 1,000-kilometer radius. Just what I seek. The three-legged golden crow transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring northeastward. 300 kilometers later, it stumbled upon a massive school of fish, no less than 700 or 800 in number. After a brief interlude, amidst the vast expanse of icy clouds, a myriad of pure white, translucent ice-glass swordfish flitted through the frost-laden atmosphere, consuming the chill. Suddenly, a golden light surged forth as the three-legged golden crow ferociously plunged into the icy cloud, unleashing the cosmic spatial ring. The formidable spatial absorption power of the cosmic spatial ring was unleashed, and the bewildered 700 to 800 ice-glass swordfish were swiftly engulfed, along with a substantial amount of cold air and icy clouds. Having captured this school of fish, the golden crow turned toward another direction, eager to pursue its third school. This creature had truly transformed into a master fisherman. The fish school was no ordinary sight. It was led by a formidable fish king. This regal creature possessed a cultivation level comparable to that of a celestial master at the apex of the Lingxiao realm, its speed akin to lightning. Wielding the power of frost and ice with its sword-like rays, 3 piercing beams of icy sword light erupted from the maw of the massive ice-glass swordfish, targeting Xiang Chen with a velocity surpassing 20 times the speed of sound. With a thunderous flap of its wings, the 3-legged golden crow unleashed a torrent of blazing solar fire, engulfing the 3 beams of ice light. The concentrated icy energy, as hard as a spirit sword, met its nemesis in the solar flames and was instantly incinerated before it could reach the golden crow, disintegrating into mere cold vapor. As the overwhelming solar fire enveloped the scene, the ice-glass swordfish emitted a mournful cry, its body ablaze, and promptly turned to flee. "Can you escape from my grasp?" sneered the 3-legged golden crow, unfurling its wings and transforming into a streak of golden light, while the Qianquan law ring shot forth, creating a spatial vortex to ensnare its prey. The colossal ice-glass swordfish let out a thunderous roar before being devoured by the Qianquan law ring. Subsequently, the entire school of fish was similarly captured by the relentless 3-legged golden crow. In a mere day, it scoured an area of over 1,000 kilometers, capturing no fewer than 20,000 ice-glass swordfish. With unwavering enthusiasm, it continued its fishing endeavor, moving from one locale to another as it cleaned out each spot. On the 4th day, while walking along the riverbank, one could hardly avoid getting their shoes wet. It was then that the 3-legged golden crow encountered a formidable opponent. Beneath the icy sky, amidst the frosty clouds, a streak of golden light darted towards a distant place. Boom! Behind it, a massive ice cloud erupted, revealing a terrifying figure that pursued relentlessly. This was an astonishingly large ice-glass swordfish, measuring 100 meters in length, adorned with platinum scales. Its body reminiscent of a serpent with a head and tail, radiating brilliance. Its sword-like bone extended a staggering 40 meters, constituting a third of its entire length. Behind its serpentine form, it sported a pair of abdominal claws unlike any other ice-glass swordfish, bearing a resemblance to dragon talons. Its roar was thunderous, echoing like the call of a dragon. This was indeed a beast king of the exalted realm. Its speed far surpassed that of the 3-legged golden crow, approaching 30 times the speed of sound. "Good heavens, you've been chasing me for half an hour. Can't you give it a rest?" the 3-legged golden crow retorted, glancing back at the rapidly approaching ice beast king. Boom! Suddenly, a massive maw, lined with sword-like teeth, lunged forward, threatening to consume the very space where the 3-legged golden crow stood. Yet, with a surge of spatial energy, the golden crow vanished in an instant. Moments later, it reappeared 10 kilometers behind the ice beast king. Its ability to leap through space was growing ever more refined. While it was easy for a ruler of the exalted realm to defeat it, capturing or killing it was a different tale. The ice beast king quickly pivoted, resuming its pursuit, intent on confronting Xiang Chen, who had captured its offspring. However, each time when Xiang Chen is on the verge of being captured, he adeptly utilizes the power of space to elude his pursuers. The ice-glass swordfish king possesses an astonishing speed, despite Xiang Chen creating a 10-kilometer distance. It can close the gap in no time. I remarked, "Dear sister, is it merely one offspring that you seek? With such ample proportions, surely you could spawn a brood of 10 or 8. Why persistently pursue me for this?" The 3-legged golden crow, upon noticing the relentless chase, was compelled to make another spatial leap, widening the gap once more. Nevertheless, the ice-glass swordfish king, with its enormous eyes reminiscent of an elephant's, emanated an aura of ferocity as it continued the pursuit. "This cannot continue, otherwise my stamina will be entirely depleted." Suddenly, the 3-legged golden crow altered its course, plunging toward the earth, breaking through layers of icy clouds. Surely, the ice-glass swordfish would not follow me onto land. Below lay a picturesque countryside town, adorned with verdant hills and clear waters, devoid of the deceit and bloodshed characteristic of urban life. The diligent farmers, toiling at the lowest echelons of society, were tending to the summer crops under the landlord's watchful eye. Abruptly, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky, illuminating a vast expanse of forest below. The townsfolk gazed in astonishment as a colossal fish descended from the heavens, crashing into the woodland miles away, causing the earth to tremble. The residents of the town were left dumbfounded. "Mother, didn't you say that fish live in water?" You deceived me. Chapter 926. The Beast Mastery Incantation. At this moment, a mother and her child, strolling through the town, found themselves in a state of disbelief. The adorable child tugged at his bewildered mother, chastising her for her earlier claims. Look, how did that fish fall from the sky? You're a liar. The mother, equally astonished, gazed skyward, murmuring, how did that fish come down from the heavens? The entire town erupted in chaos, exclamations of awe filling the air, with some even kneeling in reverence, invoking the fish deity. My dear, fish reside in water, while birds fly in the sky. Yet the child's mother remained reluctant to accept the reality before her, suspecting it to be an illusion. Suddenly, the ground before them began to silently dissolve, and a majestic golden bird emerged from the earth. This sight left the mother and child utterly speechless. Little one, do you have many questions? Mother, are you still in disbelief? You deceived me again. Birds can fly from the ground. The mother stood there, dazed. Her understanding of the world irrevocably altered. The three-legged golden crow soared between heaven and earth, yet the ice-glass swordfish king continued its relentless pursuit. It had intended to employ earth evasion techniques to escape on land, but upon noticing the numerous villages, it feared causing collateral damage and opted to ascend once more. Indeed, the ice-glass swordfish king could descend to the land, but its powers waned significantly in that realm, and it typically refrained from doing so. Why persist in the chase? The three-legged golden crow glanced back to see its adversary closing in once more. With determination, it accelerated upward, piercing the heavens and soaring towards the icy cloud layers. In this instance, Xiang Chen surged directly towards the higher layers of the thunderclouds. At an altitude exceeding 1,000 miles, the tumultuous thunderclouds roared ominously. A beam of golden light penetrated into the heart of the storm. As Xiang Chen plunged into the thunderclouds, the surrounding ferocious lightning transformed into bolts that struck him incessantly. The speed of these electric flashes was beyond evasion, as they converged upon him like vengeful serpents, delivering blows against his form. Fortunately, the initial onslaught of thunder within the clouds was not overly fearsome. It was capable of inflicting significant harm upon those at the Soul Moon realm. Yet it could not damage his sacred beast physique. Upon entering the thunderclouds, the ice-glass swordfish king hesitated momentarily, a flicker of trepidation reflected in its immense eyes. As if sensing something within that it feared. Being of the ice attribute, it was particularly susceptible to lightning strikes. And the atmospheric conditions within the thunderclouds were decidedly detrimental to its well-being, even posing a risk of injury. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, it pressed forward with fierce determination. After all, though traditionally viewed as the weaker sex, it was a formidable mother, embodying strength beyond measure. As Xiang Chen soared through the thunderclouds, the deafening roar of thunder filled his ears, while bolts of lightning relentlessly assailed his form, causing explosions amidst his feathers. The further he ascended, the more potent the thunderous force became. The three-legged golden crow glanced back, observing the ice-glass swordfish king bravely ascending amidst a torrent of lightning, attracting a considerable amount of thunderbolts, a truly spectacular sight. Humph, you dare to pursue? You shall regret it, the golden crow scoffed. Suddenly, the power within it surged forth, as the true essence of the Een released its might, transforming into patterns of thunder. The Een essence morphed into a tempest of Een lightning. In that instant, the thunderous power within a radius of several dozen miles converged. Xiang Chen, too, swiftly transitioned from his avian form into that of a human, adopting the guise of the celestial warrior, brandishing the dragon-s blade. Break the heavens with wild thunder, Xiang Chen bellowed, thrusting the blade skyward, unleashing a cascade of thunderous energy and lightning. A tremendous amount of thunder converged into his blade, amplifying the energy of the wild thunder-s cutting force to unprecedented heights. With a roar, the ice-glass swordfish king, battered by 1,000 lightning strikes, unleashed a colossal beam of icy sword light. In that fleeting moment, the 100-foot-long blade of light tore through the air, striking at Xiang Chen with terrifying ferocity, capable of cleaving mountains asunder. Break the heavens with wild thunder, slash. Xiang Chen roared, delivering a decisive downward stroke, releasing a surge of lightning. The air erupted with a blinding golden-silver lightning curtain, summoning the thunderous forces of the surrounding heavens, transforming into a 100-foot blade of light. The might of this strike, augmented by the environment and celestial energies, transcended Xiang Chun's own realm. The clash of two brilliant energies ensued as the thunderous blade met the icy sword light, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the skies. A powerful shockwave of released energy crashed against Xiang Chun, propelling him backward with a violent force, causing him to spit blood as he was forcefully thrown away. Yet, the miracle created by his unleashed strike shattered the ice-glass Swordfish King's attack, cleaving through its protective icy barrier, causing it to explode in a dazzling display. The ice-glass Swordfish King roared, struck upon the head by a thunderous blade, causing its scales to shatter and its flesh to become a gruesome sight, blood oozing profusely. The thunderbolt left it momentarily dazed. Ha ha ha, it serves you right. Xiang Chun, witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter before steadying himself and seizing the opportunity to plunge downward. In his grasp, there now lay an ancient black cauldron. With a hum, his true essence surged into the cauldron, which instantly expanded to a towering height of 10 zhang, resembling a small mountain, imbued with an overwhelming gravitational force. Crush it! Xiang Chun bellowed, seizing one leg of the cauldron and bringing it down fiercely upon the ice-glass Swordfish King, which had been paralyzed by the electric strike. Boom! The ancient cauldron, weighing tens of millions of pounds, accelerated downwards, amplifying its already terrifying impact. Thud! The cauldron struck the ice-glass Swordfish King's head with a resounding crash, shattering its skull and causing a torrent of blood to erupt, inflicting grievous injuries. The ice-glass Swordfish King let out a mournful cry, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Its massive body, brimming with energy, floated in midair. Goodness! Such a single strike, and the power is off the charts. Hitting a fragile human king's body would surely result in obliteration. Xiang Chun observed this spectacle, a look of ecstatic delight gracing his face. It was his first time using the ancient cauldron in such a manner, and he was astonished at the sheer destructive potential of this simple physical blow. The sensation was exhilarating. Little did he know, a legendary figure from an era that dominated the universe had once wielded a cauldron to achieve cosmic supremacy. When the heavenly cauldron emerged, it targeted the weak. And under its might, who could stand against it? Seeing the ice-glass Swordfish King rendered unconscious, Xiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and promptly descended, landing at the mouth of the creature's colossal form. TSK, such a tragedy, what a waste. Xiang Chun marveled at the broken head of the creature. So large, it would surely make for a delectable dish of chopped pepperfish head. Now it was his turn. A glimmer of demonic light ignited in Xiang Chen's eyes as he conjured a series of soul runes, transforming his gaze into a duality of yin and yang, reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol. He locked eyes with the ice-glass Swordfish King's unconscious stare, and waves of soul runes erupted from his own eyes, surging directly into the creature's essence. Beast Mastery Spell. Chapter 927, Xiang Chun and the Enchanting Maiden. The Beast Mastery Spell is also a method from the sacred canon of all demons, placed alongside the Beast Control Spell as a technique for taming magical beasts. However, the differences in life systems between the demon and ferocious beast tribes necessitate distinct controlling spells. What, then, distinguishes the demon beast tribe from the ferocious beast tribe? This inquiry must be traced back to the origins of the universe, where chaos first divided into two energies, pure and turbid. The pure energy gave rise to the spiritual essence of the world, encompassing the 5 elemental energies and even higher forms of power. The turbid energy birthed malevolent forces, including wickedness and demonic energy. The ancestors of the ferocious beast tribe emerged from this malevolent essence. Within the diverse energies of the universe, similar races could arise. For instance, the dragon race. There exists the divine dragon tribe belonging to the demon race, as well as the malevolent dragon tribe of the ferocious beast lineage. Humans who cultivate the ethereal energies of heaven and earth are referred to as true cultivators or celestial cultivators, while those who harness the dark energies are known as demon cultivators or wicked cultivators, following the same principle. Similarly, both the demon race and the human race emerge from pure chi, sharing a common origin and root. Indeed, a significant portion of humanity has evolved from the simian tribes within the demon lineage. However, throughout history, living beings have perpetually engaged in mutual slaughter, with different races perpetually clashing. Even within the same race, various factions, nations, and sects are embroiled in relentless strife. Whether human or demon, Both have been ensnared in a cyclical history of self-destruction, endlessly repeating their violent patterns with unabated zeal. When the demon race ascends to supremacy, internal conflicts arise among their own factions, such as the scale-bearing dragon clan, the bird-like phoenix clan, and the beastly Kirin clan, who are all embroiled in continuous warfare. Similarly, when humanity holds dominion, various sects and nations find themselves in ceaseless conflict. The driving forces of rivalry, power, greed, ambition, and survival are the principal reasons for the incessant disputes within the universe, serving as an everlasting theme of the world. Xiang ergo, having acquired the ancient Cauldron, forcibly enacted the beast mastery spell upon the beast soul of the ice-glazed swordfish while it lay unconscious. In a state of awareness, he would have had no chance. Not only would he be unable to overpower it, but the opponent's spiritual strength was also superior, rendering him helpless against its soul's resistance. This creature, astonishingly, had awakened half of its glazed dragon bloodline. When Xiang Chen cast the beast mastery spell, he discerned that the ice-glazed swordfish king possessed the glazed dragon bloodline within. The glazed dragon, also known as the fish dragon or glazed kiss, is one of the 9 auxiliary branches under the dragon clan. Although it is classified as a dragon, it possesses mixed blood, and while some of its abilities rival those of true dragons, certain branches are even more formidable. The glazed dragon lineage, being one of these 9 branches, boasts the most powerful ice attribute talents. The East Wilderness Sea was cleared of a red glazed dragon, a fire attribute entity, by Xiang Chen, though it too could manipulate water. In contrast, the bloodline within the ice-glazed swordfish king belongs to the cold glazed bloodline, the strongest talent of the glazed dragon lineage. With half of this bloodline, it could potentially evolve into a complete cold glazed fish dragon with refinement. As Xiang Chen's thoughts flowed, he continued to chant the spell. The opponent's soul was exceedingly powerful. After a considerable amount of time and the expenditure of much of his spiritual energy, he finally succeeded in casting the spell. Yet, this creature remained unconscious. Xiang Chen then retrieved the revitalizing dew and poured it over the creature's head, which had been smashed into a deep crater, aiding in its recovery. Remarkably, such a deep pit would have spelled doom for any human of the same realm. It was indeed fortunate for this creature. Moments later, the eyes of the ice-glazed swordfish king regained their brilliance, and it awakened. Upon awakening, an irresistible force within its soul compelled it to obey Xiang Chen's commands and draw closer to him. The ice-glazed swordfish king let out a soft whimper, extending its dragon tongue to gently lick Xiang Chen's face, displaying a submissive demeanor. In the mortal realm, fierce beasts possess limited intelligence, with instinctual awareness dominating their consciousness. Most fierce beasts find it exceedingly difficult to transform and attain enlightenment. However, those that can transform are undeniably fearsome. Given that this is a female, I shall henceforth refer to you as Little Li. Xiang Chen affectionately stroked the creature's head, adorned with massive scales, feeling an exhilarating thrill within. This was a beast of the king level, a truly remarkable companion. Such formidable beings number no more than 100 throughout the entire desolate state. While in the central region of the 9 states, they are undoubtedly powerful and extraordinary creatures. With such assistance, who could I possibly fear in my leisurely pursuits? The key is that they are obedient, unlike the red snow. After all, she is the offspring of the golden crow, and trust cannot be easily bestowed upon all. Standing atop the fish head, Xiang Chen laughed triumphantly. However, a hint of regret lingered within him as he realized he could not use it to prepare a spicy fish head dish. Otherwise, indulging in it would surely be a great tonic for him. If the icy swordfish king were to know that its master was still coveting its head, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross its mind. Little Li, go fetch your school of fish. I shall find you a new home. Fear not. I shall not consume your offspring, Xiang Chen coaxed while gently stroking its head. The icy swordfish king commanded a vast school of fish, numbering in the tens of thousands. With a soft whimper, the colossal head of the icy swordfish king nodded and turned to plunge into the icy clouds in search of its companions. As Xiang Chen watched it depart, his gaze shifted to the surrounding tumultuous thunderclouds. Onward. I am eager to witness the extent of my sacred beast's potential and experience the legendary realms beyond. His eyes shone with fervor as his form transformed into a one-zhang-tall, 3-legged golden crow, continuing its ascent through the stormy clouds. Higher he soared. As the terrifying power of the thunder increased exponentially, revealing flashes of azure lightning capable of obliterating ordinary masters. Even the three-legged golden crow felt the sting of the lightning, and he finally understood that even masters must tread the path to ascendancy to be safe. The thunder grew increasingly potent, causing the feathers of the three-legged golden crow to stand on end. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning streaked through the sky, moving with astonishing speed. A piercing cry shattered the air, unmistakably the call of a bird. A colossal bird, enveloped in purple lightning and adorned with pale lavender plumage, descended upon him with a terrifying velocity, emanating a force that sent shivers down the spine. This magnificent creature, with a wingspan of 10 zhong, radiated with lightning. Truly a sight to behold. Ancient records reveal the identity of this creature, the purple thunder eagle, a superior spirit-level beast. With a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the Ling Xiao realm, a favored denizen of the thunderclouds. With a resounding boom, the purple lightning struck the body of the three-legged golden crow, causing its feathers to bristle and unleashing a powerful current within, surging with no less than 8 or 900,000 volts. A cry of agony escaped the three-legged golden crow as it was caught off guard by this sudden assault. The purple thunder eagle swooped down, its massive, sharp talons gripping the three-legged golden crow's form. "Ha ha, what a beautiful little darling. What is your name, sweetheart? Let us mate." The purple thunder eagle spoke in a voice laced with mischief. Regaining his composure, the golden crow erupted in fury, retorting, "I shall mate with your mother. I am a male bird, a male." The purple thunder eagle was momentarily taken aback by the response, glancing at the three-legged golden crow, its violet eyes narrowing in distaste. "A male? And yet, you look so splendid. How utterly repulsive. Since you are male, there is no need to spare you." Chapter 928. Bloodline Domination. The purple thunder eagle opened its massive beak, intent on devouring the three-legged golden crow. However, the three-legged golden crow suddenly radiated an intense, domineering, and masculine brilliance, akin to a miniature sun, coalescing into true solar fire that surged forth, instantly enveloping the purple thunder eagle. With a piercing cry, the purple thunder eagle's feet were seared to a fiery red, compelling it to relinquish its grip. Swiftly, the three-legged golden crow broke free from its talons, swiftly creating a distance of several thousand meters. The purple thunder eagle promptly utilized its thunderous demonic essence to dispel the solar flames from its claws, its pale violet eyes glinting with a chilling glare directed at the three-legged golden crow. "Golden-feathered sparrow, your demise is imminent," the purple thunder eagle declared coldly, unleashing violent waves of pale purple lightning that crackled ominously. Upon hearing this, the three-legged golden crow displayed a hint of derisive amusement. Attack! In an instant, the purple thunder eagle unleashed dozens of colossal bolts of lightning toward the three-legged golden crow, the thunderous roars reverberating with terrifying might, rivaling even the onslaught of low-tier celestial kings. Such a rapid assault left Xiang Chen no room for evasion. However, he harbored no intention of retreating. "You wretched creature of lowly bloodline, blind to the divine." From within the three-legged golden crow, the devouring celestial vines erupted forth, enveloping its form entirely. Boom! The tremendous force of the lightning strikes collided against him, yet the devouring celestial vines effectively absorbed the impact. Subsequently, the vines unfurled, and the three-legged golden crow surged forward with astonishing speed, the oppressive aura of its golden crow bloodline radiating forth. In an instant, a supreme avian divine bloodline aura enveloped the purple thunder eagle. The purple thunder eagle was suddenly seized by a primal fear, akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat or a great serpent facing a true dragon. Its very essence felt suppressed, its internal power confined by half. Although it had yet to fully evolve into the formidable sun golden crow, the current pressure of its bloodline utterly overwhelmed the purple thunder eagle. How could such a force exist? The purple thunder eagle's expression betrayed its terror, its body seemingly immobilized as it beheld the three-legged golden crow charging forth. 7 suns descend. The true solar essence within the three-legged golden crow erupted alongside the true fire, coalescing into 7 radiant orbs of sunlight that surged forth like 7 blazing suns toward the purple thunder eagle. By the time the purple thunder eagle sought to evade, it was already too late. Boom, boom, boom. 7 earth-shattering explosions resonated as the 7 suns collided with the purple thunder eagle, the catastrophic force akin to that of 7 powerful missiles. The purple thunder eagle emitted a wretched cry as its form was hurled away, feathers scattering in the aftermath of the explosion. Yet, being a high-tier demonic beast, it survived the assault. The three-legged golden crow unleashed a blade of light. With a sharp sound, the Dragon K demon blade transformed into a torrent of slicing energy. Swish! The now evolved 6th grade spirit weapon, the Dragon K demon blade, struck fiercely against the purple thunder eagle, cleaving through its feathers and inflicting a massive wound upon its body. Swish! 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 The Dragon K demon blade continued to circle around the purple thunder eagle, slashing and tearing, as the creature screeched in agony, blood gushing forth from its numerous lacerations. "Ah, brother! Please, spare me. Have mercy!" The purple thunder eagle cried out repeatedly, numerous wounds appearing upon its body. Originally, in such a setting, his strength could contend with even the lower-tier heavenly kings. However, under the oppressive might of the three-legged golden crow's bloodline, his powers were stifled, leading to his swift defeat, each strike being mercilessly suppressed. The Dragon K demon blade relentlessly attacked, severing most of the meridians of the purple thunder eagle, rendering its prowess nearly obliterated. Ultimately, the three-legged golden crow retracted the Dragon K demon blade, leaving the purple thunder eagle suspended in midair, drenched in blood and on the brink of death. Its feathers reduced to tatters and numerous wounds marring its form. The three-legged golden crow approached, one claw gripping the foe's head, sneering, "Eagle, do you yield?" The purple thunder eagle, feeble and terror-stricken, responded, I yield, great brother, spare my life. I am but a fool who failed to recognize your divine presence." The three-legged golden crow tightened its grip, and then, from its eyes, a demonic light surged forth, coalescing into mystical runes of demonic energy. Ancient beast control spell. No. Please. The purple thunder eagle, recognizing the runes from its bloodline memories, cried out in terror, realizing that being ensnared by them would render it a mere pet. "You have no choice." Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, as two streams of demonic light shot from his eyes into the purple thunder eagle's gaze. "Ah!" The purple thunder eagle shrieked in agony as the runes of demonic light fused into a thunder soul moon within its spiritual sea, which resisted the encroaching energy with all its might. Still daring to resist? The three-legged golden crow spat out the Dragon K demon blade once more, transforming its strike into a crushing blow. With a resounding thud, the enormous blade slammed against the purple thunder eagle's head, causing its soul to tremble. Its vision filled with stars, and its spiritual resistance diminished significantly. The beast control runes forcefully integrated into the creature's soul, binding it completely. When the purple thunder eagle regained consciousness, it felt the presence of the controlling force within its soul and displayed a bitter smile, acknowledging its subjugation. "Master." It gazed up at the three-legged golden crow, bowing its head. "What is your name, little feathered one?" The three-legged golden crow released its grip, regarding the massive purple eagle. "I am Lei Yu, a demon residing in the realm of thunder," the purple thunder eagle replied respectfully. "Lei Yu is a fitting name. Tell me, how far is it to the outer heavens from here? What is the potency of the thunder above?" inquired the three-legged golden crow. The purple thunder eagle looked up at the overlapping thunderclouds above and replied, "We are merely 100 miles from the outer heavens. One can step into that realm from here. However, the thunder above possesses the power to slay heavenly kings, so I advise against any rash attempts, my master." Capable of slaying heavenly kings. Upon hearing this, Xu Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. It was no wonder that entering the outer heavens required traversing the path to ascend. The path to ascend was guarded by imperial forces and without a special pass. Ordinary folk could only attempt the journey once a year. After venturing forth, returning would necessitate waiting another year. It was precisely this method that regulated the flow of people between the outer heavens and the mortal realm, preventing chaos that could destabilize the empire's dominion over the world. Xiang Chen was eager to ascend and witness the wonders above, yet he dreaded the thought of being trapped there for an entire year, as he had many affairs to attend to. Thus, he refrained from taking the path to the heavens. Contemplating the potential of employing the lunar and solar energies to manifest lightning techniques, he pondered whether he could withstand their might. The three-legged golden crow furrowed its brow. Recognizing the inherent risks, after all, it did not possess a true affinity for thunder attributes, and though it could manipulate lightning techniques, it might not endure the overwhelming power of such forces. Its gaze shifted to the purple thunder eagle. Lei Yu, as a spirit bird of thunder, you should be able to withstand the lightning above, correct? Upon hearing this, the purple thunder eagle understood the intentions of the three-legged golden crow. I can endure it, though it will be quite painful. My lord, you do not intend to venture into the outer heavens, do you? The golden crow nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Since you can bear it, please take me in your beak and carry me aloft. Reluctantly, the purple thunder eagle acquiesced, unable to refuse Xiang Chen's command. The golden crow diminished in size, transforming into a creature akin to a canary, and nestled within the eagle's beak, standing atop its tongue. With a mighty cry, the purple thunder eagle soared upward as a streak of lightning, piercing through the billowing thunderclouds. The thunderous roars echoed around them. Its speed was remarkable, even surpassing that of Xiang Chen. Not even a monarch-level warrior could hope to catch it. The higher they ascended, the more intense the lightning became, enveloping them in a tempest of electric fury. The purple thunder eagle felt the sting of agony, yet Xiang Chen, shielded by the insulating barrier, remained largely unscathed. My lord, we have arrived. After a brief moment, the purple thunder eagle announced. The three-legged golden crow emerged from its beak, gazing in awe at the breathtaking vista before it. Below lay an endless expanse of tumultuous thunderclouds, while above, an immense celestial landmass resembling a vibrant, colorful planet awaited, seemingly within reach, yet separated by hundreds of kilometers of void. How exquisite! Is this the outer heavens? Mused the three-legged golden crow, marveling at its first glimpse of the world beyond the continent since its rebirth. In truth, the relationship between the continent and the outer heavens resembled that of a mother star to its offspring. The outer heavens had emerged from the continent, rising into the ether. The continent served as the maternal body, while the outer heavens represented its progeny. However, the outer heavens, drawing upon celestial essence, namely, the power of the stars, attracted the energies of the earth, infused with the quintessence of the five elements. The atmospheric pressure there was immense, with a rich diversity of spiritual energies, interlaced with various cosmic radiations. Thus, the outer heavens were suitable only for cultivators of innate realms or higher, rendering them inhospitable to mortals. Shall I venture into the outer heavens? Will you accompany me? Inquired the three-legged golden crow of Lei Yu. The purple thunder eagle recoiled slightly. Apprehensive, I dare not, for much of the outer heavens is claimed by the human race, making it easy to be captured and slain for alchemical purposes. The golden crow regarded it with disdain. Coward, I shall go alone. You may await me amidst the thunderclouds. With that, the golden crow transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the true realm of cultivation, the outer heavens. However, as it drew nearer, a formidable gravitational force began to tug at its form, drawing it rapidly downward. Boom! As the tension heightened, a formidable energy surged forth, accompanied by an ear-piercing explosion. Xu Chun suddenly beheld a fierce battle unfolding in the heavens above. Several figures unleashed terrifying primordial energy, their cultivation levels undoubtedly at least on par with the Celestial King. As the powerful primordial force erupted, creating a tumultuous airflow. Goodness, could my luck be this unfortunate? The three-legged golden crow's expression shifted dramatically, his form being drawn towards the battleground by the gravitational pull of space. Ming Tsong, meet your demise, roared a burly man, clasping his hands together as a torrent of primordial energy erupted, imbued with a fearsome incendiary force. In an instant, a colossal flame sword, stretching 100 meters in length, coalesced and struck downwards. This blow possessed the might of a high-ranking king, and, as fate would have it, Xiang Chen was abruptly yanked toward the fray by the spatial force. Esteemed dignitaries, I am merely passing through. Please do not strike me. I shall evade. The three-legged golden crow, too, unleashed his spatial power, instantaneously traversing several kilometers, narrowly avoiding the path of the descending sword. Cold heaven palm. Yet, at that moment, another furious shout echoed in his ears. A terrifying chill surged forth as a massive energy hand, dozens of feet in size and teeming with frigid energy, descended upon him, landing squarely on the evading Xu Chun. Boom! What enmity do I bear to deserve this? How could this possibly strike me? Xu Chun shrieked in anguish. His body propelled like a ball by the force of the blow, the overwhelming chill enveloping him, causing thick ice to crystallize upon his surface. He was encased in ice. Xu Chun was transformed into a frozen meteor, hurtling towards the vast expanse of the outer realms. This peculiar occurrence ensued because, upon his first entry into the outer realms domain, he carried with him the spatial power of his continent, which was subsequently drawn by the outer realms spatial force. What misfortunate entity did I just strike? No matter, old thief, prepare to pay with your life. The king who had inadvertently struck Xiang Chen was equally bewildered. Within the confines of Tianzong Tianyu, any intrusion by outsiders into the conflict was strictly forbidden. At that moment, a chilling female voice resonated from the vastness of the outer realm. Boom. Following this, an enormous hand, hundreds of feet in size, materialized, unleashing a terrifying force that sent ripples through space. This colossal hand descended, mercilessly striking several of the battling kings. "Spare us, esteemed elder," the kings cried out in horror, as the power of the hand enveloped them, extending over 10 kilometers. Bang, bang, bang. The unfortunate beings were sent flying, blood erupting from their bodies, propelled into the void of space. The kings were swatted away as if they were mere flies. This strike left no doubt that it could annihilate an entire town with ease. Had Xiang Chen been present, he might have been obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, he himself had already transformed into an icy sculpture, soaring towards the vast world of the outer realm. This realm was adorned with majestic mountains, suffused with spiritual energy. The mountains were resplendent, towering thousands of feet high, each peak a marvel. Upon these mountains stood ethereal palaces, shimmering with celestial mist, resembling the abodes of deities. Beyond the mountains lay vast cities, akin to those of the mortal realm, yet populated solely by cultivators, devoid of common folk. In many regions, one can frequently observe cultivators engaged in fierce battles, utterly devoid of any legal jurisdiction. On a towering mountain, majestic palaces rise prominently. This is a small lake, enveloped in ethereal mist and celestial aura, spanning merely over 10 kilometers. Surrounding the lake are beautiful peach trees, their blossoms exuding a delightful fragrance. Many of these trees bear luscious, crimson peaches, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy. A mere bite could perhaps grant a mortal longevity. Could this lake, along with the peaches, be the fabled Yaoqi, the heavenly paradise? Suddenly, a massive chunk of ice, shaped like a meteor and several meters in size, plummets from the sky, carrying a golden figure frozen in a state of bewilderment, crashing violently into the lake. The impact sends splashes of water soaring, producing a thunderous sound. Subsequently, this icy meteor sinks gurgling to the bottom of the spiritual lake. The lake is not shallow. It is over 10 meters deep, its floor covered with pristine pebbles. Remarkably, these pebbles also contain a certain degree of spiritual energy, serving as low-grade spiritual stones that carpet the lake bed. Within the icy meteor, a palm-sized, resplendent golden bird retains the startled expression it bore when frozen. Chapter 930. Encountering the wealthy again. How unfortunate am I? Upon entering the realm beyond, I have encountered such misfortunes without having committed any heinous acts. The Prime Minister of the Haiqing Kingdom claimed I was blessed with fortune. That old man is utterly untrustworthy. Misfortune seems to accompany me like a constant shadow. Inside the ice, Xu Chun cursed with frustration. This ice is no ordinary frost. It is a formidable condensation of a powerful being's essence, exuding chilling energy beyond the capacity of any thermometer. Xu Chun finds himself immobilized, his meridians frozen, blood and qi unable to circulate, and even the power of space challenging to summon. Meanwhile, within his divine sanctuary, the Taiyin True Dan operates vigorously, absorbing the frigid air from the ice. The absorbed cold energy is gradually incinerated by the Sun True Fire, forcing him to resort to this rudimentary method of thawing. In the cosmos, the sun traverses its path, the stars rotate, and time gradually passes. From dawn to dusk, several hours have elapsed. The ice encasing Xu Chun has diminished significantly, and perhaps by tomorrow, he may be liberated. At this moment, a splashing sound resonates from the spiritual lake, jolting Xu Chun from his reverie. He extends his perception through his eyes and senses. In the crystalline waters of the lake, a graceful figure bathes, entirely unclad. Xu Chun is momentarily entranced. A woman appears a mere 10 meters away, with flowing hair cascading down her back, her figure exquisitely delicate, skin smooth and luminous like jade, emitting a faint glow. Her long, dark tresses tumble like a waterfall, reaching her slender waist. As she turns, an extraordinarily beautiful visage presents itself. With skin as soft as cream, brows like wisps of smoke, exuding an air of refined elegance. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmer with starlight, radiating a hint of aloofness. Her countenance imbued with an air of detachment that keeps others at bay. She is truly unparalleled in beauty, her ink-black hair flowing like clouds, cascading down to her waist, exuding a sense of grace and an ethereal quality, as pure as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Urga's gaze fixated entirely upon the woman's chest and her pair of elegantly straight legs. Had he not been frozen in place, it is likely that both drool and blood would have flowed from him. A breathtaking beauty, indeed. This visage, this figure, Xiang Urga's heart was in a frenzy. For the woman's beauty rivaled that of a city's most enchanting. Yet, beyond her stunning appearance lay a formidable aura that surpassed even the strongest of warriors in the realm. However, after the initial astonishment, Xiang Chen was soon gripped by terror. The energy fluctuations emanating from this woman were far beyond those of a celestial monarch. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she detected the icy barrier at the lake's bottom and almost instantaneously appeared before Xu Chun. It was the true essence of those who had fought outside the cosmos earlier. The poor canary must have been innocently caught in the freeze. The woman murmured softly, her voice akin to the delicate sound of jade beads striking the ground. Melodious and enchanting. She extended her slender, alabaster fingers, and with a deft touch on the ice, a well-controlled azure flame ignited. The very ice that had posed a challenge to Xiang Chen dissipated in an instant, liberating Xu Chun. Though freed, Xu Chun dared not flee. The woman's power was too daunting. He suppressed all traces of his bloodline and energy fluctuations. What a beautiful canary, the woman remarked. Her fingers gently caressing the head of Xu Chun, her cold eyes softening with warmth. Canary. Xiang Chen narrowed his golden-hued eyes. This woman seemed to consider him a canary. Chirp chirp. Xu Chun, in a fitting response, chirped twice before diving towards her chest, chattering incessantly, as if to express gratitude for her rescue. Goodness, this creature. How amusing. Can you speak human language? The woman chuckled lightly, her smile illuminating the entire spirit lake. She reached out to grasp Xu Chun, who chirped, "Thank you, big sister, for saving me." In an audacious display, Xu Chun altered his tone, transforming it into that of a shy, youthful boy. Truly beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely canary. From now on, you shall remain by my side. The woman giggled, as a glimmer of light emanated from her fingertip, conjuring a pill the size of a soybean. By the heavens, a 7th-grade spirit-nurturing pill to feed a bird. What wealth! Xiang Chen was taken aback, immediately opening his beak to consume the precious elixir, which was worth hundreds of thousands, and one he could scarcely afford. Thank you, big sister, you are truly kind. Xu Chun shamelessly expressed his gratitude, standing atop her palm, and even flying over to rub his head against her cheek. The woman, adorned in ethereal luminescence, donned a graceful white palace gown that cloaked her enticing figure. With her powers coalescing, she conjured a birdcage that enveloped Xu Chun. Upon sight of the cage, he felt a wave of exasperation. In his lifetime, he had been treated as a dog, slumbered in a fish tank, and now found himself within a birdcage. What other tribulations had he yet to endure? Nonetheless, the cage door remained unlatched, allowing him the freedom to fly in and out. The woman lifted the birdcage and exited the spirit lake, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, resembling a blooming lotus emerging from the water. The expanse of several dozen miles appeared to be the private domain of women. Apart from a few female servants, Xu Chun saw no other people. However, these female servants were exceedingly beautiful, each possessing distinct charm, making Xiang Chen wonder if he had stumbled into a realm of daughters. Master, a woman, carrying a birdcage, walked along a path paved with low-grade spirit stones, and the passing servants would kneel in reverence upon seeing her. Such opulence! What an extravagant display of wealth! Paving a road with spirit stones. I thought I was wealthy enough, but now, in comparison, the disparity between rich and poor is overwhelming, causing my mentality to crumble. As Xu Chun gazed at the spirit stones beneath him, his eyes sparkled with desire to claim them all. However, upon noticing the surrounding peach trees laden with fruit, his mouth watered. A millennium-old spirit peach. These peach trees were each over 3,000 years old, yielding peaches of the 8th grade in spiritual fruit. Who was this beautiful lady, the leader of such a sect? Such affluence. Xiang Chen overheard the surrounding people addressing the woman, and could not help but speculate. Furthermore, he noticed that none of the servant girls were below the Lingxiao realm. The celestial realm is indeed a world where various sects flourish, with the status of a sect leader comparable to that of an emperor in the mortal realm. Master. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, respectfully greeting the woman. This newcomer was also a woman, clad in garments of blue and purple, adorned with colorful tassels. Her beauty was breathtaking, her form enchanting, and the contours of her figure seemed to burst forth with majestic allure. Upon seeing her, Xiang Chun was instantly mesmerized, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Sister. Chapter 931. Reunion with Sister. The newcomer was none other than Yi Tianjiao, a familiar presence to Xiang Chun. He knew every inch of her skin. Disciple pays respects to Master. Yi Tianjiao greeted the woman referred to as the sect leader. Zijin gazed at Yi Tianjiao with a gentle smile, saying, Jia, it has been a while since you last came to pay your respects. It seems your recent seclusion has borne fruit, as you have advanced to the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm. Yi Tianjiao glanced at the birdcage held by her master, noticing Xu Chun, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and a tremor coursed through her. Such a familiar gaze. Master, why have you taken to raising birds? Yi Tianjiao, regaining her composure, couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at Xu Chun. Zijin, the sect leader, replied, I encountered it by the back lake. Its charm and spirit compelled me to keep it. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, and it even has 3 legs, Yi Tianjiao remarked, reaching out to touch Xu Chun. The golden canary promptly pecked at her gently, though he dared not reveal his true identity to her at that moment. Yi Tianjiao was unaware that Xiang Chun belonged to the demon clan. You have arrived just in time. Let us dine together, Zijin announced, lifting the birdcage with a thread of true essence, no longer needing to carry it by hand. With a nod, Yi Tianjiao followed alongside, her delicate willow-like brows slightly furrowing, a hint of worry creasing her brow. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Zijin inquired, What troubles you? Yi Tianjiao replied, her brow furrowed, Master. I wish to return to the mortal realm for a visit. Why? Zijin asked. You are currently in the prime of your cultivation, and returning to the mundane world would squander your precious time. Yi Tianjiao's countenance was not favorable. She spoke with evident concern. Disciple has heard that the academy where I once cultivated has been destroyed by the empire. I wish to return and see for myself. The elder was already aware of this matter. Previously, during the mundane realm's 9 palaces war, your senior sister Lu Yin descended, only to encounter the chaos wrought by the Sea tribe, resulting in her capture. The Empire's provided narrative was that the Wild Palace colluded with the sea demons to betray humanity, leading to its annihilation as a warning to others. The sect leader, Zijin, spoke calmly, having long known the events. Yi Tianjiao, her emotions surging, exclaimed, This is slander. I trained in the Wild Palace for years. It would never betray humanity. This is merely the Empire's deception, seeking a scapegoat. The master and disciple entered the exclusive jade dining hall, constructed of crystalline materials. Zijin, with indifference, remarked, Whether it is slander or not, the Wild Palace has perished. Discussing it now serves no purpose. This is a matter of the mundane world, and our heavenly sect traditionally refrains from intervening in the affairs of the royal realm. Do you intend to descend to seek justice for the Wild Palace? Yi Tianjiao nodded without reservation. Indeed, I must descend to advocate for the Wild Palace, and moreover, I seek a person, someone of utmost importance to me. Concern filled her gaze as she thought of Xiang Chen, the singular man in her life. The sect leader was surrounded by attending maidens who presented exquisite delicacies, all extraordinary in nature, meats from formidable beasts and rice of spiritual origin. Zijin, occupying her rightful seat, firmly declined. No, your current identity represents the heavenly sect and me. Furthermore, your cultivation has not yet reached the threshold for worldly affairs. The heavenly sect has regulations that prohibit excessive interference in mundane royal matters. Standing resolutely, Yi Tianjiao insisted, I must go. I am willing to withdraw from the sect. Impudent. Zijin's voice rang out sharply as she set down her chopsticks, her beautiful eyes turning icy. The heavenly sect has its own rules. What foolishness is this? Do you think you can simply resign at will? My affection for you does not equate to indulgence. Depart. As Zijin's anger flared, the energy in the surrounding space surged. Crackling with thunderous sparks, A formidable pressure enveloped the area, causing the maidens to kneel in fear. Depart, then. Yi Tianjiao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she turned to leave. Senior sister, please do not go. Let me see you a little longer, Xiang Chen silently called out, casting an irritable glance at Ji Jin. That wretched woman dares to scold my beloved. He cursed inwardly, envisioning 1,000 scenarios of teaching this sect leader a lesson. Ji Jin, witnessing Yi Tianjiao's departure, sighed and shook her head, her appetite waning. Let it all be cleared away, she gestured dismissively. Wait. So many delicious dishes. This entire spread must be worth tens of thousands of spirit coins. Xiang Chen felt a pang of regret, reluctant to see the feast go to waste. Sect leader sister, I wish to eat. Ji Jin turned to Jin Wuchen and smiled. You are still a little glutton. If you wish to eat, then indulge. Thank you. Sect leader sister. Jin Wuchen immediately soared from the cage, transforming into a size akin to that of a rooster, appearing increasingly magnificent. Could it be that you possess the bloodline of a superior spiritual beast? The master of the Purple Jinx sect expressed mild astonishment. For only beasts of superior bloodlines could alter their size to a certain extent. Jin Wuchen, in a whirlwind of motion, merely nodded in acknowledgement at the items on the table. The master of the Purple Jinx sect murmured to herself about superior spirit beasts, contemplating a visit to the Spirit Pet Palace the following day to establish a beast control ring for Jin Wuchen, with hopes of nurturing it into a guardian spirit beast for the sect. As it opened its mouth, food flew into it, leaving the maidens utterly dumbfounded. Upon finishing its meal with a sense of satisfaction, Jin Wuchen felt that the spiritual energy consumed was equivalent to 10 days of his cultivation efforts. Do you believe I am in the wrong? The master of the Purple Jinx sect suddenly inquired. Jin Wuchen responded, Are you referring to your disciple mistress? Indeed. Her talent is exceptionally high, arguably the greatest among my disciples. I have been nurturing her as a potential successor, but my excessive indulgence has also rendered her somewhat willful. The master of the Purple Jinx sect rested her chin on her hand, her delicate fingers playfully toying with Jin Wuchen's tiny feet. Jin Wuchen nestled in her embrace, relishing the affection of the powerful sect leader, remarked, From the perspective of my master and the heavenly sect, you are not at fault, but viewed through the lens of kinship and reason, your approach seems somewhat lacking in compassion. The master of the Purple Jinx sect sighed deeply, stating, In this realm beyond the heavens, one cannot afford to indulge in too much sentimentality. I act for her benefit. Jin Wuchen remained silent, contemplating how to extricate himself from her grasp while endeavoring to provide solace to his senior sister. The master of the Purple Jinx sect carried him back to her chamber. It is said that the Canary clan possesses an enchanting singing voice. Sing a song for me, she requested, her mood less than cheerful as she reclined on her jade bed, her hand caressing Jin Wuchen's feathers. With no choice but to comply, Jin Wuchen opened his mouth to sing, careful not to provoke the formidable figure before him. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp, Why do you carry a bomb on your back? I am going to blow up the school. The teacher does not know. Classmates, run fast, boom. The school is doomed. Meanwhile, the master of the Purple Jinx sect leaned back in her chair, her eyes closed, listening to the canary's song. Whether drifting into slumber or entering a meditative state remained uncertain. She quieted, while the scheming of Erguzi was about to commence. Chapter 932. Mooncharm's mortal enemy Jin Wuchen quietly departed from the cage, flying out of the window. He inhaled the scents in the air, quickly locating Yi Tianjiao's presence, and took flight. Young master, I finally remembered. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in Xiang Chen's mind. It was the voice of Yu Mei. Oh, what did you recall? Xiang Chen communicated with Yu Mei through thought. As he soared through the air, he realized the vastness of the territory where this woman resided. The entire Spirit Mountain, spanning hundreds of miles, was the private domain of the master of the Purple Jinx sect. Moreover, the richness of the spiritual energy here surpassed that of the Central State Academy by several magnitudes. In such an environment, even a pig could transform into a spirit beast. Xiang Chen also sensed numerous areas fortified with powerful formations, places he dared not fly recklessly. Yu Mei continued, Some fragments of my memories from my past life have suddenly awakened. It seems to be a case of seeing a scene and recalling memories. This is the heavenly sect, the Batian sect. What? This is the Batian sect? Jin Wuchen exclaimed in surprise, finding it hard to believe. The Batian sect is indeed well known, one of the most formidable sects of the human race, so powerful that even empires cannot compare. It serves as a significant force for humanity in the realm beyond the heavens. Indeed, the woman we encountered moments ago is the leader of the Batian sect. Young master, you must exercise caution. The leader's cultivation is among the elite of the realm beyond the heavens. Yume's tone was grave. To my astonishment, I have found myself directly within the Batian sect, reduced to being the leader's pet. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Xiang Chen's mind, a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. He inquired further, do you have many memories of the Batian sect? Before her demise, Yume was a disciple of the Batian sect, sent to the lower realms for training, only to be betrayed by her peers. Her resentment so profound that she perished and became a spirit in the shadowy underworld. Not many, though I vaguely recall some prominent figures. As I have been dead for many years, Yume's voice carried an unspoken loneliness. In her time, she was a prodigious talent of the Batian sect. Yet she never anticipated being harmed by her fellow disciples upon descending to the mortal realm. Sensing Yume's melancholy, Xiang Chen refrained from probing further. After a brief flight, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was quite spacious, featuring an inner garden that spanned over 1,000 square meters. Within the courtyard, Yi Tianjiao was wielding her spiritual sword, the runes on the blade coalescing yet remaining dormant, embodying immense power. Since her arrival, due to her astonishing talent and constitution, she had garnered the leader's favor and was accepted as a direct disciple. In just over a year at the sect, her cultivation had progressed remarkably. Now stepping into the realm of a grandmaster, a diminutive golden crow alighted upon a branch of a spiritual pear tree, observing Yi Tianjiao practice her swordsmanship. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, despite seeing her, he could not reveal his identity. Oh, it's you. Yi Tianjiao noticed the golden crow's descent and extended her hand. The crow flapped its wings and landed softly on her palm. Little canary, what brings you here? Did the master send you to see me? She asked, gently stroking its feathers. Indeed, did the master send you? The crow suppressed the urge to reveal itself and responded. Yi Tianjiao sighed, saying, I was too disrespectful to the master before. However, she is unaware that the destruction of the abandoned palace was a grave injustice. There are very important people there to me. The crow inquired, who is it that occupies your thoughts so much, beautiful sister? Upon recalling him, a charming smile graced Yi Tianjiao's lips as she gazed dreamily towards the horizon. He is a little rascal, but I truly miss him. The crow was speechless, wondering if she was referring to him. Was it truly appropriate to label oneself a little rascal in front of others? Nonetheless, he felt a surge of emotion, realizing that even in such a splendid environment, Yi Tianjiao had not forgotten him. Knock, knock. Sister Tianjiao, are you there? A gentle male voice resonated from outside. Yi Tianjiao furrowed her brow upon hearing the voice, raising her hand as the golden crow took flight, landing on her shoulder. Is it the senior brother? What does he want? The man outside chuckled. Sister, won't you let me in to speak? Yi Tianjiao raised her hand, and a beam of spiritual light shot towards the courtyard gate, causing the runes inscribed upon it to flicker and fade, slowly parting the doors. Subsequently, a tall and imposing figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, with a face as exquisite as jade, clad in a sky-blue robe, entered the room. He was an exceptionally handsome young man, none other than Shangwan Jinghong. Meanwhile, within Jin Wuchen's mind, the thoughts of Yume surged forth, instantly unleashing a wave of hatred that Xiang Chen could perceive. What? Do you recognize him? Xiang Chen communicated through thought. Yume replied with gritted teeth. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. Shangwan Jinghong was the one who once harbored sinister intentions towards me. He was also the one who took my life. After my demise, this beast even desecrated my remains and ultimately discarded my body into an abandoned well. Upon hearing this, Jin Wuchen's eyes darkened with cold fury. Indeed, he was a creature beneath contempt. Rest assured, my master shall avenge you. I will ensure his demise, Xiang Chen vowed. He then focused on sensing Shangwan Jinghong's cultivation, only to be taken aback. Goodness, a celestial king. This man was indeed a king of the carefree realm, and his prowess was exceedingly profound even among the kings. As Shangwan Jinghong approached, his demeanor was warm and inviting, exuding an air of elegance with his flowing hair and ethereal attire, giving off a sense of otherworldliness. Senior brother, is there something you need? Yi Tianjiao's expression remained calm, her tone indifferent, as she intentionally maintained her distance. Junior sister, I heard you had a minor disagreement with the master. I came to check on you. Are you all right? Shangwan Jinghong inquired softly, his eyes filled with concern. Were she an ordinary woman, she might have already succumbed to the charm of such a dashing figure. Renowned within the sect for his promising future, Yi Tianjiao took a step back, maintaining a 3-meter distance. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am well. You should go check on the master. Noticing her intention to keep her distance, Shangwan Jinghong felt a flicker of anger rise within him, yet his smile remained unwavering. At this time, the master is likely engrossed in cultivation or resting, and it would be inappropriate for me to disturb him. By the way, junior sister, there will be a lantern festival tonight at the Sect's marketplace. Would you care to join me? As he spoke, he subtly stepped forward once more. Yi Tianjiao furrowed her brow and flatly refused. No, senior brother, you can go explore on your own. Shangwan Jinghong did not show any sign of anger. Instead, he naturally produced a jade porcelain pill bottle and said with a smile, "This is a dispelling pill I obtained from the esteemed Dan Huang. It can assist you in enhancing your comprehension of true intent." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Yi Tianjiao's hand, attempting to persuade her to accept it. However, as his hand was about to make contact, the Xu Chun perched on Yi Tianjiao's shoulder sprang into action. Chapter 933. Confronting the gale, Yi Tianjiao was momentarily distracted by the dispelling pill, while Shangwan Jinghong's hand inched closer to grasp hers. At that moment, the Xu Chun soared above his head, its tail raised, revealing a gaping maw. Face the gale, fire. With a splat, a mass of black and white droppings was unleashed, landing squarely on Shangwan Jinghong's forehead. With a slap, the droppings splattered across his face, creating a large, dripping mess. Shangwan Jinghong was momentarily stunned, the droppings sliding down and even landing on his lips. He touched his forehead and gazed at the excrement on his hand. This is bird droppings? Shangwan Jinghong was nearly beside himself with rage, gazing up at the sky. However, as he lifted his head, the golden sparrow, Xu Chun, opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of scorching solar flames that struck his face. Ah! Shangwan Jinghong cried out in agony, his entire visage engulfed in a searing pain, his hair and eyebrows igniting in an instant. Yi Tianjiao stepped back a few paces, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment at this unforeseen assault by the golden canary on Shangwan Jinghong. Immediately, Shangwan Jinghong summoned his true essence to extinguish the solar flames consuming his head, leaving his face charred and his hair reduced to a bald pate, devoid of eyebrows. In a most disheveled state, even the most handsome of men appeared comically ridiculous at that moment, akin to a bald figure emerging from a coal mine. "You insolent beast! You seek death!" Shangwan Jinghong bellowed, a resounding hum emanating from within him as a formidable sword aura erupted from his hand. Swish! Xu Chun swiftly alighted upon Yi Tianjiao's shoulder. "Senior brother Shangwan, stop!" Yi Tianjiao urgently interjected. Shangwan Jinghong's furious gaze locked onto Xu Chun, who retorted with a cold smirk, flicking its tail in defiance. "How dare you pursue my woman? Come, bite me. Junior sister Tianjiao, seize it. I must slay this vile creature." Shangwan Jinghong's crimson eyes seethed with fury. "No, you cannot. This golden sparrow is Master's pet. It cannot be harmed." Yi Tianjiao swiftly responded. Her words momentarily tempered Shangwan Jinghong's rage, revealing his astonishment. "This golden sparrow belongs to Master? Indeed, if you dare to harm it, Master will undoubtedly seek retribution," Yi Tianjiao hastened to explain. As Shangwan Jinghong's true essence gradually dissipated, he glared at the golden sparrow, his teeth clenched in frustration. When did Master acquire such a bird? Infuriating, uncouth creature. "Being uncouth is preferable to a heartless beast like you," Xu Chun retorted defiantly, now the size of a canary. "What did you say, you wretched creature?" Shangwan Jinghong shouted in outrage. "I said you are a beast with a human face, a vile creature. Did you hear that clearly?" Xu Chun continued its tirade. You. Shangwan Jinghong's lips trembled as he struggled to contain his fury. "Senior brother, look." Yi Tianjiao quickly produced a mirror for him to see. Upon gazing into the mirror, Shangwan Jinghong was horrified to behold his bald, blackened face, devoid of eyebrows, both grotesque and comical. "Ah!" He gasped in shock, covering his face and swiftly fleeing through the air. He had never seen such a version of himself. If others were to witness it, he would become the subject of ridicule. "Junior sister, you must not speak of this incident." Shangwan Jinghong's voice echoed as he vanished into thin air. Yi Tianjiao shut the gate to the courtyard, exhaling a sigh of relief. Why did you suddenly act that way towards him? She queried, glancing at Jin Wuchen, surprised by its unexpected aggression toward Shangwan Jinghong. I do not believe he is a good person, Jin Wuchen replied evasively, though it was merely a manifestation of jealousy. Yi Tianjiao sighed helplessly upon hearing the words, a bitter smile gracing her lips. You cannot treat him this way. Although you are the favored pet of our master, he is the eldest disciple. If he were to lose control and harm you, he would only face a reprimand from our master. Jin Wuchen dismissed her concerns with a chuckle. He cannot kill me. However, this fellow is certainly no good. I implore you to keep your distance from him. Yi Tianjiao replied, I share your disdain for him. Yet we are all siblings in the sect. We cannot avoid interacting with each other in our daily lives. How do you know he is not a good person? Jin Wuchen retorted, I have seen him frequently intrude into the rooms of other female disciples at night, coercing them into relations. He even steals the undergarments of elderly women. Truly, he is a twisted individual devoid of moral integrity. Yi Tianjiao gasped in shock. She had heard rumors about Shangwan Jinghong's flirtatious nature, but never imagined him to be so depraved. Her already unfavorable impression of him morphed into outright aversion. She had no reason to suspect that this canary before her was deliberately tarnishing Shangwan Jinghong's reputation. However, with such a blatant disregard for virtue, it seemed prudent to limit her interactions with him. Yi Tianjiao nodded in agreement. Just then, Jin Wuchen descended, retrieving a broken alchemical bottle from the ground. He uncorked it and poured out a plump, white pill that exuded a fragrant aroma. The pill bore 9 intricate spiritual patterns, an exquisite 9th-grade elixir, worth over 100 million. And indeed a rarity. Such a remarkable pill, crafted into a 9th-grade elixir, Yi Tianjiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as Jin Wuchen placed it into her palm. This elixir was refined by the esteemed Pill Emperor, one of the 4 great alchemists beyond the heavens. Wait, something does not seem right. Suddenly, Jin Wuchen furrowed his delicate brows, inhaling the scent of the pill with scrutiny. What's wrong, little canary? Yi Tianjiao inquired. With a chilling tone, Jin Wuchen replied. This scoundrel indeed harbors ill intentions. The pill contains aphrodisiac and hallucinogenic properties. What? Yi Tianjiao's expression shifted, her demeanor darkening. Is that truly the case? Can you sense it? Jin Wuchen nodded. I possess a natural talent for discerning medicines. How despicable. This man seeks to do me harm. Yi Tianjiao was not naive. It was evident to anyone that Shangwan Jinghong had ulterior motives. I will return this pill and confront him. Yi Tianjiao pocketed the pill, fuming with indignation, intending to use it as evidence against Shangwan Jinghong. Wait, don't discard it. The aphrodisiac's effects can be neutralized. The pill itself is still a fine elixir, simply tainted by his added ingredients. Jin Wuchen hastily intervened, asserting that they could not rely solely on this to confront a sect master's disciple. He exhaled a breath of pure essence, infusing it into the pill to dispel the illusionary properties that did not belong. Little canary, I am grateful you are here. Otherwise, I fear I would have fallen victim to his scheme. Yi Tianjiao gently stroked the canary, her attitude now imbued with gratitude. Chapter 934. Smuggling back and forth in a world where others offer flattery without reason, one must remain vigilant. Dear Miss Tianjiao, you must keep your wits about you in this sect's tumultuous environment. Jin Wuchen reminded. The human heart is treacherous. I fear that my woman may inadvertently fall prey one day. The allure of such sweet traps holds a formidable power over all. Even if Yi Tianjiao manages to remain loyal, she cannot escape the machinations of others. Henceforth, it is prudent to refrain from accepting elixirs from others, he advised. Yi Tianjiao nodded in agreement. Jin Wuchen continued, why not? However, it is best to have an expert examine it before consumption. You can rest assured that this broken magic pill is safe for you to take now. Yi Tianjiao gazed at the golden canary and suddenly burst into laughter. You remind me of my little rogue at home. He too is one who never shows mercy to others and never suffers losses. Jin Wuchen teased. You often speak of your little rogue. What kind of person is he? With your beauty, he must surely be a striking figure, charming and dashing. Yi Tianjiao paused, feeling the awkwardness in his words. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, to put it simply, he is indeed exceptionally handsome. I have yet to encounter a man more handsome than him. His personality resembles that of a petty rogue. He knows how to win my affection, is playful, and enjoys flirting. Xu Chun was rendered speechless, pondering if his image in her eyes was so unflattering. Yet, does she not possess some self-awareness regarding her own character? Yi Tianjiao continued with a smile. However, he provides a strong sense of security, and I cherish the feeling of being with him. This statement finally brought a smile to Xu Chun's face. Indeed, men with a hint of mischief are often more appealing to women. In this distorted world, how many are fond of honest, simple men? Yi Tianjiao decided to cease her cultivation and return to her room. Xu Chun watched her enter, choosing not to follow, instead standing guard beneath the pear tree throughout the night. Dear senior, focus on your cultivation here. When your little man becomes strong enough, he will come to reclaim you openly. Xu Chun murmured to himself as he gazed at her room, then spread his wings and took flight. He returned to the residence of the master of Zijing. Having arrived at the Batian sect in the outer sky, Xiang Chen resolved to linger for a few more days, familiarizing himself with the environment before departing. Eventually, he too would formally venture into the outer sky, treating this as a preliminary reconnaissance. The survival conditions in the outer sky are far more brutal than in the mortal realm. It is a place inhabited by cultivators, where various powers vie for dominance, frequently engaging in fierce battles over resources, realms, and opportunities. Though the Batian sect is formidable, it does not hold undisputed sovereignty. Two other human sects can rival its strength: the Lingma sect, primarily composed of demonic cultivators, and the Danding sect. While the three sects maintain a facade of restraint, their subordinate factions and allied forces often clash violently. Furthermore, the outer sky is home to the powerful forces of the demon clans, particularly the Tianyao sect, which is predominantly composed of demon cultivators. Daily, Xiang Chen accompanied the master of Zijing, whose shrewd and endearing personality endeared him to her, often eliciting hearty laughter from the centuries-old woman with his amusing anecdotes. However, he also paid a price. The sovereign of the Zijing sect had customized a beastmaster ring for him. Though she cherished the spirit bird, rules are rules. In order for humans to dominate the demon race, a beastmaster ring must be employed. After all, humanity adheres to the belief that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts, and possessing a beastmaster ring serves as a safeguard. The sovereign of Zijing led a rather leisurely life, engaging in cultivation and alchemy, occasionally taking Xiang Chen out for strolls. She need not concern herself with sect affairs, as there were specialized institutions under her command to handle such matters. Having spent over 10 days in the Baishan Song, Xiang Chen had become somewhat familiar with the surroundings. Everyone knew the sovereign had acquired a spirit bird, which she named Xiang Yu. Meanwhile, every time Shangwan Jinghong came to pay respects to her master, the sovereign of Zijing, and laid eyes on Xiang Chen, her fury was palpable. Her gaze seemed to wish to capture him and roast him alive. Each day, Xiang Chen would accompany Yi Tianjiao, adopting a different identity to spend time with her. After half a month, he resolved to return to the mortal realm. Although the environment of the outer heaven was splendid, he had numerous affairs left unresolved in the mortal realm, and it was not yet the proper time for him to advance there. The Beastmaster ring around his neck posed a challenge. It could adjust in size with his physique, and he was unable to remove it himself. With this item in place, the sovereign of Zijing could take his life in an instant, even from thousands of miles away. However, this item was of little concern to the little white tiger, which was capable of utilizing the essence of the heaven's metal to assist him in refining this treasure and dismantling the spiritual patterns within, effectively rendering it useless. The little white tiger's ability to easily shatter and destroy various spiritual artifacts stemmed from its mastery of the heaven's metal. After a fortnight, Xiang Chen ascended from the spirit lake, traversing several hundred miles to escape the atmospheric confines of the outer heaven, entering outer space where he beheld the southern barbarian continent, also known as the Southern Star Continent. His journey led him through a realm of thunderclouds, and once he reached the outer region of the continent's thundercloud layer, he used the Beastmaster incantation to contact the purple thunder eagle, waiting for a while until the majestic eagle arrived to escort him back. Concealed within the eagle's beak, he traversed the formidable thunderclouds capable of striking down deities, entering the spatial domain of the continent. Upon entering the icy cloud layer, he instructed the purple thunder eagle to return, having tamed it, thus acquiring another means of traversing to the outer heaven in the future. Back within the icy cloud layer, Xiang Chen encountered the ice-glass swordfish king, a fierce beast whose prowess in the icy cloud layer rivaled that of a human king. He named it Shaoli. The vast schools of fish gathered by the ice-glass swordfish king were also collected into the ancient cauldron, alongside a significant absorption of the icy cloud's cold essence. Within the ancient cauldron, Xiang Chen had constructed a fish pond spanning 1,000 miles, utilizing spatial barriers to absorb a wealth of icy spiritual energy and icy cloud formations, nurturing the hundreds of thousands of ice-glass swordfish he had amassed. Apart from the ice-glass swordfish king, Xiang Chen intends to utilize the other ice-glass swordfish as strategic resources for cultivation, nurturing them first and later integrating them into the training resources for his ever-growing retinue. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing in the bustling urban district. A young lad, bearing a dark red heavy blade upon his back, with a white feline perched upon his shoulder, made his way toward a certain destination. Shortly thereafter, a grand edifice emerged before Xiang Chen, Wanhua Fort, the insidious force of the demon clan embedded within the human race. Chapter 935, Bearing the Blame Alone. The sea demon turmoil refers to the catastrophic event orchestrated by the sea and demon clans in a grand scheme known as the Nine Palace Catastrophe. The Sea Clan, with shallow roots on the continent, was aided by the Demon Clan, who were once the sovereigns of the land, though ultimately vanquished. Their clandestine foundations run deeper than those of the Sea Clan. The success of the Sea Clan during that calamity was largely attributable to the intelligence and timing provided by the Demon Clan, allowing them to infiltrate the human realm and retreat safely, unnoticed. Beneath the surface of this seemingly earth-shattering event, myriad demons concealed within the human populace conspired and laid their schemes. This, indeed, is a mark of shame for the dynasty. It is likely that the most problematic faction within the Nine Palaces is the Central State Academy, which has probably been infiltrated by demons. The demons need not act directly. They can cultivate a cadre of human assassins, embedding them within the human ranks to turn humans against one another. In times of national peril, treachery may arise from within. And in the realm of cultivators, human hearts, methods, and supernatural abilities are all the more intricate. Although the sea demon turmoil has led to the blame being placed upon the abandoned palace, the true perpetrators wielding the blade are still within the human ranks. The dynasty is aware that the abandoned palace is most likely innocent, yet they must eliminate it to quell the discontent of the human cultivators towards the dynasty. As the saying goes, those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do yourself. The abandoned palace, therefore, has become a scapegoat in the political machinations of the dynasty due to its relatively insignificant status. Regarding Wanhua Fort, Xiang Chen has no intention of exposing its true nature, for its potential for utility is far greater. He has transcended the confines of racial divisions. The demons are adversaries he can confront, as are the humans. His ultimate ambition is to forge a power capable of embracing both humans and demons, establishing himself as a sovereign within this vast universe, with its myriad races. To view existence solely through the lens of one race is to adopt a narrow perspective. Wanhua Fort remains vibrant, with a continuous influx of patrons seeking pleasure. Even prominent figures from the dynasty occasionally frequent this establishment, which provides the demons with invaluable intelligence. Esteemed sir, please step inside, beckoned a group of enchanting women, drawing Xiang Chen into the establishment as soon as he arrived at the entrance. Upon entering, he was attended to by a server. Xiang Chen ascended to the third floor, reserved a private chamber, and casually summoned a musician. When the musician arrived, Xiang Chen wasted no time, presenting a token of fealty bestowed upon him by Madame Butterfly, signifying his status as an elder. Upon seeing the token, the young woman in green was startled and immediately bowed respectfully. Greeting, I pay my respects to the elder. Please summon Madame Dying or Fairy Yunu to see me. Xiang Chen picked up a cup of tea from the nearby table and reclined in his chair, calmly stating, Very well. The young woman dared not delay and promptly went to fetch them. These individuals were of the human race, albeit nurtured by the demon tribe. Xiang Chen sipped his tea and nibbled on pastries as he awaited their arrival. Before long, the door to the private room opened once more, revealing two figures. One was a mature and alluring woman, who had surpassed 30 years of age yet was, in truth, several centuries old, elegantly clad in a purple gown. This was Madame Dying, the matriarch of the 10,000 Flower Castle. The other was a beautiful young woman dressed in a pure white gown, exuding a fresh and refined aura, known as Yunu, the chief musician of the 10,000 Flower Castle and the daughter of Dying. Xiang Chun had already restored his true appearance. Young Master Chun, is it truly you? The mother and daughter approached, their expressions filled with astonishment. Xiang Chun rose and clasped his fists, smiling. Elder Dying, Fairy Yunu, it has been quite a while. The mother and daughter returned the gesture with graceful bows. For Xiang Chun was the son of the demon queen, holding a higher status than they in the current demon hierarchy. Young Master Chun, we are relieved to see you unharmed. After our last encounter in the wilderness, your sudden disappearance left us quite worried, Fairy Yunu said, stepping forward with a smile. As Xiang Chun was indeed her savior. You must not act so recklessly in the future, young Master Chun. If anything were to happen to you, we would find it difficult to explain to the East Sea's demon queen. After the sudden disappearance of the wilderness palace from the Sea Clan's prison, we lost contact with you. I even personally visited the East Sea to plead for forgiveness from the demon queen. Thankfully, she was aware of your safety. Madame Dying added with a hint of wryness. Apologies for causing you both concern. I am quite well, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. In truth, the wilderness palace's departure was orchestrated by me. I led the people from the wilderness palace away, intentionally provoking the dynasty's suspicion, which ultimately led to the palace's downfall. Xiang Chen explained, revealing a startling truth in order to secure trust for his forthcoming actions, taking the blame upon himself. What? The destruction of the human wilderness palace was your design? The mother and daughter were indeed taken aback. Xiang Chen motioned for them to take their seats, nodding in acknowledgement. In reality, it was of little consequence to him. His primary intention was to rescue individuals, as the dynasty merely used this as a pretext to strike at their own. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and admiration. Madame Dying exclaimed, Young Master, your calculations are remarkable. You utilized the human race's excessive suspicion to completely eliminate an esteemed academy, a cradle for human power. I am in awe. Xiang Chun accepted the blame with composure, responding, We all strive for the revival of the demon race. It is of no great matter. It is you who are formidable. Having dealt such a significant blow to the dynasty, Madame Dying concurred, indeed. This operation has diminished the human race's potential heirs by at least 30% for the next century. Among the other 8 palaces, aside from those with transactional value, many promising talents without backing have been slain by the Sea Clan. Sha Tongtian is indeed decisive and ruthless in his actions. Xiang Chen reminisced about Princess Linglong and inquired, What of Princess Linglong? Has she been released? Indeed, she has been set free. By the end of this year, Princess Linglong will be wed to the Nanhai tribe, came the reply. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, recalling the poetic and composed princess, feeling a twinge of regret for her fate bound by political marriage. Yet, every individual has their own destiny. If the human emperor is willing to proceed in this manner, there is little he can do to intervene, and in truth, it does not bear much significance. Will the Daxia dynasty so readily capitulate? Xiang Chen questioned, his brow still knitted in concern. Regardless of their sincerity or hypocrisy, as long as Daxia stagnates for this year, it will not be long before the landscape of the continent undergoes a dramatic transformation. That will also be the moment when my demon kin reclaim the land, Lady Dying remarked with a cold smile, suggesting that deeper conspiracies lurked behind the current events. Xiang Chun discerned some of the implications, surprised yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. At present, I have devised a plan that requires your assistance. Chapter 936. Intrigues and Stratagems. When Xiang Chun unveiled his scheme, both mother and daughter were taken aback. Attacking the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce? This plan is exceedingly bold. Lady Dying exclaimed, her eyelids quivering in shock at Xiang Chen's audacity. Indeed, Brother Chun, the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce is a formidable force within the imperial capital. The Ouyang family is already powerful, and with their allied forces and connections, even if we were to launch a full-scale assault, our chances of success are slim. Moreover, if the demon clan intervenes, other factions will undoubtedly join in the fray, and with the imperial army's arrival, we would be utterly doomed. Yunu, now more familiar with Xiang Chun, expressed her astonishment as well, her address becoming increasingly affectionate. Xiang Chun smiled faintly, exuding confidence. It is not so much an attack as it is a disruption. My people have already infiltrated the inner workings of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. All you need to do is to publicly draw away their strong forces. In due time, my associates will seize the chamber's treasury and bank from within. The spoil shall be divided equally among us. Acquiring such resources would indeed be of immense benefit to you. His proposition prompted Lady Daying to ponder deeply. The Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, one of the mightiest human merchant guilds in the Jiuzhou, possessed unimaginable wealth. If they could successfully plunder the chamber, they would undoubtedly gain a substantial influx of resources and funds. To cultivate talent, establish clandestine networks, and expand influence, all of this hinges on profit, she mused. The stakes are too high for me to decide unilaterally. I must confer with several other demon lords. Lady Daying continued, in Wanhua Fortress. There are a few other demon lords, such as the Silver Ant Demon Lord and the Thousand Legs Demon Lord, both of whom are renowned and possess remarkable strength. Xiang Chen inquired, where might these elders be? Could you introduce me? I wish to speak with them personally. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, after a moment's hesitation. Lady Daying nodded in agreement. You have met the two elders before. I will reach out to them. Lady Daying produced a purple communication spirit jade, channeling her soul energy into it to establish contact with the two elders. At the same time, Madame Daying remarked, these two elders usually cultivate elsewhere and are not present here. Young Master Chen, it seems you may have to wait a little longer. No problem, I have ample time. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, raising a teacup to sip as he awaited his guests. Both Yu Nu and Madame Daying could not help but inquire about his detailed plans. Although Xiang Chen's scheme was audacious, if the individuals he had placed within the Tianwang Merchant Association were truly reliable, it might not be unfeasible. The trio then departed for the private residence of Wanhua Fortress, where only members of Wanhua Fortress were present. After more than half an hour, two figures entered the hall together from outside. The newcomers were two men. One was clad in a silver-white robe, his stature slight and diminutive at approximately 5 feet tall, yet he appeared remarkably sturdy, with silver hair and a middle-aged visage. The other, in stark contrast, was tall and stout, standing over 6 feet, bald, and possessing a face brimming with flesh, the kind that could frighten a child on the street. The shorter of the two was the Silver Ant Demon King, known as Feng, while the taller one was the Thousand-Leg Demon King, Mahai. Both belonged to the insect demon category. One was a variant ant, and the other a type of centipede-like creature, much larger than its common counterpart. Uncle Ma. Yu Nu stepped forward to pay her respects, and Xiang Chen also rose, clasping his fists in greetings, esteemed seniors Feng and Mahai. As the two entered, they scrutinized Xiang Chen, having met him before. We have seen young Master Chen, they returned the courtesy, with the Thousand-Leg Demon King's plump face breaking into a smile. Young Master Chen, it has been a while. I did not expect your cultivation to have advanced so profoundly. You truly are the son of the Moonlight Demon Queen. Xiang Chen did not conceal his cultivation level, being at the second tier of the Lingxiao realm. The last time they parted, they had witnessed Xiang Chen's prowess, which was within the upper echelon of the Soul Moon realm. The esteemed names of both seniors resonate in my ears, Xiang Chen replied. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, they took their seats. Madame Daying said, I have also shared young Master Chen's plan with the two elders. What do you think? The two demon kings pondered for a moment, with the usually reticent Silver Ant King stating, Young Master Chen, is the position of your informant within the Tianwang Merchant Association reliable? The Thousand-Leg Demon King added, Indeed, could you share more about this individual's circumstances with us? Xiang Chen responded, My informant holds a high-ranking position within the Tianwang Merchant Association, capable of accessing many core secrets. However, for his own safety, I cannot disclose his specific identity to you. Nonetheless, I assure you that with Wanhua Fortress's assistance, I have a 90% certainty of success, and all parties will emerge unscathed. He could not reveal the identity of Qianlan to Wanhua Fortress. One must always keep a hand in reserve, just in case. The Silver Ant King remarked, In the end, young master, you have yet to present any tangible evidence. It is challenging for us to place our trust in you. It is not a matter of disbelief in you, but this matter is indeed of great significance. At this moment, Xiang Chen had merely a set of explanations without concrete proof. Naturally, they would not act without evidence. A radiant light shimmered in Xiang Chen's hand, revealing a scroll that detailed the impending 3-day schedule of trade between the Tianwang Commerce and the Tianwaishan realm, including the aerial routes traversed and the defensive measures in place. It was evident that the Wanhua Fortress had some foothold in Tianwaishan as well. With the information contained within this scroll, it would not be arduous for you to dispatch personnel to track and verify these details, thereby demonstrating the capabilities of my associates. Xiang Chen handed the scroll to Madame Daying, who opened it to reveal meticulously documented routes, timings, personnel, and even the specifics of the goods entering and exiting during the trade between Tianwan Commerce and Tianwaishan over the next 3 days. Such information was indeed classified, accessible only to high-ranking individuals, namely, the family heads, the internal elders of the Ouyang clan, and the designated heir, Ouyang Tua. Upon reviewing the details, the two demon kings exchanged astonished glances. The depth of Xiang Chen's infiltration was remarkable. Wanhua Fortress could easily verify the authenticity of this information, thus determining my capabilities. Xiang Chen reclined confidently in his chair, legs crossed, hands clasped over his abdomen, exuding an air of assuredness. Madame Dying and the two demon kings exchanged discreet glances and communicated silently before nodding in agreement. The thousand-legged demon king remarked, "If the information is indeed accurate, then we at Wanhua Fortress shall lend our support to young Master Xiang's plan." 6 days later, in the imperial capital, at the Ascending Heaven Road. This road is situated at the heart of the capital, within the grand Ascending Heaven Square, where the majestic Mount Wangtian rises. This mountain towers 30,000 zhang, piercing the clouds 9,000 meters high. For mere mortals, its summit remains unseen and unattainable. Above the mountain, wisps of clouds weave through the air, and the mountain spans hundreds of kilometers. A garrison of 30,000 troops safeguards Mount Wangtian. Above it, a colossal energy channel manifests, resembling a vast vortex. Ascending through this passage, one is shielded from the icy chill of the ice clouds and the ferocity of the thunder clouds, allowing formidable beings of the Lingxiao realm to traverse unharmed. On the wide, flat mountain path, vehicles drawn by exotic beasts and demonic creatures travel back and forth, conducting trade between Tianwaishan and the mainland. The path is guarded, requiring registration for entry, and each crossing of the Ascending Heaven Road incurs a toll of 10,000 spirit coins. After all, the maintenance of this route necessitates substantial resources. Operating as a grand array, commercial convoys possessing special permits may traverse freely, while ordinary cultivators are restricted to a single passage per year. A convoy composed of hundreds of vehicles, drawn by exotic beasts, ascends the mountain, eventually reaching the ascending station at the summit, where they rise into the clouds. This convoy belongs to the Tianwan Commerce, transporting a shipment of local specialties valued at over 4 billion, including spirit iron, 5-element spirit crystals, medicinal herbs, specialized fabrics for crafting magical garments, and even spiritual rice and tea. Before the caravan stood a man clad in black, riding a creature adorned with scales and endowed with the form of a griffin, possessing the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle. This was Ouyang Xiao, a high elder of the Ouyang clan and a sovereign of the human realm at the boundless stage. The presence of a sovereign-level powerhouse personally escorting the convoy suggested that there were more than just one such figure among them. With a thunderous roar, the immense caravan ascended into the heavens, a grand procession of over 1,000 warriors, all of whom were no less than the Soul Moon realm. Along the path to the Celestial Gate, energy conduits provided protection, allowing even those of the Soul Moon realm to soar to great heights with the aid of magical artifacts. However, without such artifacts, these warriors could not reach the heights of the celestial realm merely through their innate powers. The sight of the caravan ascending was nothing short of magnificent. The celestial road was exceptionally wide and featured numerous aerial conduits leading to various spatial stations beyond the earthly realm, stretching nearly 2,000 miles. The road to the outer heavens required an additional 800 miles to reach the inland areas of the celestial expanse. Due to the immense spatial pressure and gravitational forces at play, the speed of flight was several times slower than that on the ground. After half an hour, the caravan finally departed from one of the conduits of the celestial road, poised to venture into the vast skies of the outer heavens. However, amidst the void, behind a floating meteor of considerable size, a flurry of light burst forth, revealing a hidden ambush of no less than several hundred individuals. Among them, a short man clad in silver robes unleashed a torrent of formidable essence, akin to the might of mountains and seas, as his silver energy clashed powerfully against the sky. A meteor hammer, initially a yard in size, suddenly expanded to dozens of yards. The heaven-shaking hammer, despite the seemingly diminutive form of the silver-sealed Ant King, he unleashed a terrifying force surpassing that of ordinary beings by more than tenfold. With a thunderous crash, This hammer transformed into a blinding beam of light, hurtling through the air at speeds exceeding that of sound, crashing into the caravan. The horrific scene that unfolded was one of devastation. A beast of celestial rank was obliterated in an instant. Flesh and blood splattered, bones and entrails were shattered. Amidst the anguished cries of dozens of warriors of the Soul Moon realm, including more than 10 from the celestial realm, bodies exploded, unleashing a shockwave of terrifying power. "This is bad. We are under attack." Ouyang Zhao's expression shifted to one of shock as the hammer continued its relentless assault towards him. A glimmer of spiritual light erupted from within him, transforming into a colossal golden shield to defend against the impending strike. However, before he could infuse it with sufficient essence, the hammer, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, collided with the shield. With a deafening boom, the spiritual shield was utterly shattered, and the violent force surged forth, striking both Ouyang Zhao and his griffin companion. Blood spewed from Ouyang Zhao's mouth, his eyes widened in fury. As the bones within his body cracked under the impact, a grievous blow indeed. Even as an 8th-tier sovereign, he found himself unable to withstand a single strike from the silver-sealed Ant King, the mightiest of the insectoid races on the continent, whose power surpassed that of any being in the same realm by more than tenfold. The Ant clan possesses innate strength capable of lifting objects dozens of times their own weight. If we were to equate this to similar weight and size categories, an ant weighing 1 ton could effortlessly obliterate an elephant weighing 5 tons. Kill. Under his command, hundreds of formidable warriors, each wielding enchanted bows, unleashed a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows whistled through the air, striking the caravan. Thud. A powerful warrior at the Lingxiao realm was instantly pierced through the skull by a magical arrow, meeting his demise. Simultaneously, hundreds of elite members from the Tianwang Merchant Association fell victim to the onslaught. The silver-sealed Ant King injured Ouyang Zhao. Upon seeing the frail figure wielding a massive meteor hammer, felt his soul nearly escape from fear. The name Silver-Sealed Ant King is a legend among the royal races of the continent, among all the kings across the continent and the realms beyond. His strength ranks within the top 10, one of the 10 legendary kings. Given the vast number of kings both on the continent and beyond, being recognized within the top 10 signifies the terrifying prowess of an entity capable of rivaling the ancient titans above the kings. Headquarters. We have been attacked by the Silver-Sealed Ant King of the demon race, requesting support from headquarters. Ouyang Zhao roared into a communication crystal. At the headquarters of the Tianwang Merchant Association, Ouyang Jinfeng was engrossed in painting landscapes. Suddenly, his communication crystal emitted a buzzing sound. Ouyang Jinfeng set down his brush, channeling his spiritual energy into the crystal, which conveyed Ouyang Zhao's urgent plea for help. What? The Silver-Sealed Ant King. Ouyang Jinfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately shouted, "All elders of the family, assemble." His voice resonated like thunder, startling countless clansmen at the Tianwang Merchant Association headquarters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful figures emanating the aura of the free realm ceased their tasks and swiftly made their way through the air. In mere moments, commands echoed throughout the Tianwang Merchant Association. 1st Guard Unit, assemble. 3rd Guard Unit, assemble. 5th Guard Unit, assemble. 7th Guard Unit, assemble. Nearly half of the formidable Soul Moon Realm Guards of the Tianwang Merchant Association were mobilized, led by 9 warriors of the King Realm, hastening towards the path to the heavens. Chapter 938, Assault on Tianwang. What is happening? For out of the 10 guard units have gathered. Indeed, what significant event has transpired? Many members of the Tianwang Merchant Association gazed in astonishment at the assembling units. The association boasts 10 guard units, each comprising 500 individuals, all of whom possess strength at or above the Soul Moon realm. Previously, 2 units were utilized for transport missions. Hey, brothers, I have some insider information. Some who were aware of the situation couldn't help but boast to others. Others gathered around to inquire. As the man continued, my brother-in-law is a squad leader in the 1st Guard Unit, and I just received his message stating that a shipment worth billions, escorted by 2 major guard units, has been ambushed. What? Ambushed? That was a shipment guarded by 2 major units. Who would dare to be so audacious? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Uncertain, they were merely following orders. Yet those daring to engage in such actions must indeed possess formidable criminal power. Countless members of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce were engaged in fervent discussion regarding this matter. At the entrance of Ouyang Tua's residence, Qianlong, disguised as Ouyang Tua, and posing as the guard Xiang Chen, gazed up at the gathering of protectors in the sky. "Your Majesty, the silver-sealed Ant King has made his move," Qianlong remarked. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "In half an hour, the thousand-legged Demon King will strike. We should prepare ourselves for the prison tower." "Indeed," Qianlong nodded, adjusting his appearance. Then proceeded with Xiang Chun and Yu Mei towards the prison tower. The group moved unimpeded, arriving at the prison tower and entering the underground cell. Within the subterranean chamber, 2 guards of the Lingxiao realm greeted the newcomers with respect. "Young master, do you wish to conduct an interrogation?" one inquired. Ouyang Tua smiled, "Yes. You two have worked hard. Please stand guard at the entrance. As is our duty, please proceed with your interrogation," they replied respectfully before departing. Xiang Chun and Yu Mei exchanged a glance as they watched the 2 guards leave. In Xiang Chen's hand, a black-red dragon K demon blade materialized silently. Similarly, Yu Mei wielded a spiritual sword. "Act," Xiang Chen commanded. In an instant, both moved. Xiang Chen appeared behind one guard, the dragon K demon blade striking forth. A soft sound pierced the air as the Lingxiao realm's 6th-layer guard widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the blade's tip protruding from his chest. His vitality was rapidly consumed by the Dragon K demon blade, transforming him into a lifeless husk within moments. "Ah!" The other guard let out a muffled cry as Yu Mei pierced his heart from behind with her sword. Suddenly, she transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist. Surging into his body, he let out a few low, pained gasps as his soul was devoured by Yu Mei, draining his life essence. Yu Mei's aura surged uncontrollably, her ghostly power ascending to the 6th layer of the Lingxiao realm. "Brother," after dispatching the 2 guards, Xiang Chun hurried towards Qinfeng. Qinfeng looked up, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Xiang Chun. "Xiao Chen, you've arrived." "Brother, endure for just a moment longer. I will rescue you shortly," Xiang Chen replied, refraining from severing the magical chains binding him. "All right," Qinfeng nodded, asking, "Do you have confidence? If not, prioritize your own safety." Xiang Chun wiped the blood from his brother's face, reassuring him, "Brother, do not worry. I have made all the necessary arrangements. I will surely get you out safely." At the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, at the gate tower, a stout and imposing man with a shiny bald head gazed at the headquarters with a chilling smile. "The 10 guardian squads, 6 have been reassigned. This time, the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce shall face misfortune." The thousand-legged demon king sneered, then took a step forward. With a thunderous sound, a surge of dark green demonic energy surged forth towards the gate of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. The dozens of guards stationed there had yet to react when a wave of dense energy crashed upon them. "Ah!" The guards screamed as their bodies were sent flying. The toxic power within the dark green energy swiftly claimed their lives, rendering their corpses charred and lifeless. "Kill! Roar!" The thousand-legged demon king roared, soaring into the sky as his form transformed into a colossal giant towering 10 zhang high. In his hands, 2 enormous spiritual blades materialized, and he charged towards the Tianwang Merchant Association. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him followed hundreds of individuals, each radiating immense energy, rushing towards the headquarters of the Tianwang Merchant Association, among whom were no less than 5 formidable demon kings of the carefree realm. "Kill!" This throng surged towards the Tianwang Merchant Association, unleashing chaotic slaughter. The thousand-legged demon king cleaved with both hands, sending forth a lethal arc of his blades that ripped through the air for dozens of meters. Boom, boom. Towering buildings were shattered by his strikes, the sheer power terrifying. Many individuals still trapped within those structures were obliterated, resulting in the gruesome deaths of hundreds. "Kill!" The hundreds of powerful figures from the Wanhua fortress also rampaged, wreaking havoc and destruction. Meanwhile, the thousand-legged demon king charged towards a specific direction, the treasury of the Tianwang Merchant Association. Enemy attack. In an instant, cries of fury and alarms echoed throughout the headquarters of the Tianwang Merchant Association. Who dares to provoke the Tianwang Merchant Association? From 4 directions, for powerful auras of king-level strength surged forth. In the Lord's residence, Ouyang Jinfeng also soared through the air. "Ha ha ha, Tianwang Merchant Association. Your ancestors of the demon race have come to demand some funds. The thousand-legged demon king laughed heartily, cleaving with his blades, unleashing the terrifying demonic power of the carefree great heaven, as the twin arcs of light slashed toward the incoming forces of the Tianwang Merchant Association. Over a dozen Lingxiao masters charged forth, only to be obliterated by a single strike. Demon, how dare you? Ouyang Jinfeng roared in fury. 3 ninth-grade spiritual swords materializing behind him, emanating a terrifying might as they transformed into 3 golden beams, striking towards the thousand-legged demon king with lightning speed. Ouyang Jinfeng, I shall face you. The thousand-legged demon king sneered, his demonic energy swirling as he transformed into a colossal creature over 30 meters long. This monstrous being resembled a giant centipede, with 1,000 sharp legs akin to daggers and a faint golden exoskeleton enveloping its body. Boom! The demonic energy erupted like a volcano as the massive creature charged forth. The 3 spiritual swords struck against its hardened exoskeleton, leaving only shallow marks without penetrating. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of toxic gas, engulfing over 100 individuals. These people screamed in agony as the poisonous mist enveloped them, their eyes corroded and exploding into blackened, toxic fluid. Thousand-legged demon king. Ouyang Jinfeng's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the creature, a renowned demon king among the demon race, infamous for participating in the Sea Demon Uprising. With a deafening roar, the thousand-legged demon king, clad in iron armor, charged towards Ouyang Jinfeng, its legs slicing through the air like razors, releasing sharp demonic light aimed at him. All clansmen of the Soul Moon shall engage in battle. Chapter 939. The plunder of great wealth. The resounding declaration that all clansmen of the Soul Moon shall engage in battle echoed through the Ouyang clan. At this moment, regardless of whether one was a son of the clan or an ordinary member, whether an elder or a woman, all within this realm were compelled to fight with their lives for the Ouyang clan and the Tianwang Merchant Association. Alarms reverberated throughout the Tianwang Merchant Association. In this instant, countless figures soared into the air, unleashing their true essence and magical power in response to the call of their lord. Kill. An increasing number of formidable warriors from the Soul Moon realm have gathered, charging fiercely against the assailants of the Wanhua Fortress. United in their struggle, the defenders of Wanhua Fortress may not emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the prison tower, 2 masters stationed at the entrance have also surged forth to join the front line in battle. The opportunity has arrived. Xiang Chen hears the alarm echoing around him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The spectacle is just beginning. He has but a brief moment to accomplish his mission. In half an instant's time, the attacking thousand-legged demon king and his cohorts will retreat. Otherwise, once the city's defending forces arrive, escape will become impossible. Brother, I will rescue you, Xiang Chen declares, raising the dragon-quelling demon blade and striking fiercely at the law chain binding Chen Feng. The blade cleaves through the chain with a resounding clash, shattering the runes. And at that moment, alarms blare throughout the Ouyang clan and the Tianwang Merchant Association. Who can pay heed to this particular disturbance amidst the chaos? Xiao Chun, what have you done? Why is it so tumultuous outside? Chen Feng, now freed, collapses weakly onto Xiang Chen's back. Brother, do not ask anything for now. I am determined to save you, but you must stay in a safe place for a moment, Xiang Chen replies, unable to elaborate. He then channels spatial power from the Qianquan ring, enveloping Chen Feng in a consuming force that draws him into the ring. Quickly, Xiang Chen leaves behind a corpse in Chen Feng's original position, gouging out an eye, severing a finger, and creating wounds akin to those on Chen Feng. Finally, he ignites a patch of demon fire, engulfing the body and rendering it unrecognizable. A false corpse of Chen Feng is thus discarded into the pool. Let us go. He immediately rushes out of the prison alongside Qianlan and Yu Mei, disguising themselves as members of Ouyang Tuo's entourage. They make haste towards a location within the Ouyang clan. Before long, they arrive at a tower-shaped treasury, surrounded by towering structures. This is one of the Ouyang clan's storied vaults, housing numerous precious treasures. The 4 surrounding towers form a protective formation around the treasury. At this moment, a barrier of light has risen from the 4 towers, enveloping the vault. The Ouyang clan and the Tianwang Merchant Association each have 3 such treasuries. At the entrance of the treasury, a contingent of guardians stands vigilant, comprising 4 masters of the lofty Lingxiao realm. even under full mobilization of the clan. For Grandmaster-level protectors remain here. Upon their arrival, the 4 guardians promptly bow to Qianlan, who impersonates Ouyang Tuo. Eldest young master, what brings you here? One inquires. The clan is under siege by intruders, and my father worries about inadequate defenses here, so he sent me to bolster the guard with 2 companions. Ouyang Tuo provides a plausible excuse. The guardians, hearing this, express no suspicion. One of them glances toward the distant area where chaotic energies are erupting within the clan, frowning as he remarks, what audacious intruders would dare openly assault our Tianwang Merchant Association? They are of the demon race. Ouyang Tuo responds, stepping closer. Suddenly, he sprang into action, 2 daggers flashing like lightning, slicing through the throat of one of the individuals. The Grandmaster who had spoken was caught completely off guard, his head severed in an instant. At that moment, Yume also struck, her dagger plunging into another's neck. In such close proximity, 2 tendrils of the devouring sky vine erupted, transforming into spears that swiftly dispatched 2 Grandmasters, ensnaring and devouring them. The flower buds that adorned the devouring sky vine bloomed, revealing blood-red petals that exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. The illusory divine flower, capable of inducing hallucinations and ensnaring its prey within a dreamlike realm. It was a method evolved by the devouring sky vine for hunting. However, Xiang Chen had no time to ponder this, having eliminated 4 foes. He quickly searched their bodies and retrieved 4 jade keys. Inserting the keys into the array's luminous screen, a pathway to the treasury materialized. Let us proceed. The group swiftly cleared away the bodies and rushed forward, arriving before the golden treasury door. The door remained shut, an artifact in its own right, impervious to force without a key. Only Ouyang Jin possesses the key to this door, Qianlan stated. You 2 stand guard. I shall handle this. Xiang Chen's eyes transformed into a silvery hue as a peculiar spatial force surged forth. From his palm, a silver fish materialized, silently dissolving a large opening in space. Stepping into it, Xiang Chen vanished in an instant, traversing the fabric of space to enter the treasury. With this ability, he could access the treasures of the aquatic realm, let alone this place, unless fortified by a spatial array. Yet, who on this continent could command such spatial formations? In the expansive hall, Xiang Chen's figure manifested momentarily. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the neatly arranged, towering chests. Within these chests lay spirit coins crafted from spirit stones. The quantity was staggering, likely exceeding 8 billion, and this was merely the wealth. The treasury was immense, housing countless uniformly cut elemental spirit stones, numbering in the millions. This treasury was composed of these 2 categories. Among the 3 great treasuries, one was dedicated solely to wealth, another to goods, and the last to martial techniques. These constituted the reserve resources of the Tianwang Merchant Guild, their liquid assets. Of course, this was merely a fraction of the guild's financial might. The moment he entered, alarms blared throughout the space, but outside chaos reigned, with no one available to respond. Qinquan Ring, gather. Xiang Chen wasted no time. The Qinquan Ring unleashed its spatial pull, transforming into a vortex that drew in vast quantities of spirit coin chests and spirit stones. In less than 10 breaths, the entire treasury lay barren. Once the plunder was complete, Xiang Chen prepared to leap back through space. We have secured our prize. Let us go, he instructed the others, grasping their shoulders as he was about to traverse away. However, at that moment, a group burst in, catching sight of the 3 figures. They were 5 cultivators clad in the martial robes of the Ouyang family, members of the family's guard. The 5 individuals present are all formidable masters, elite cultivators of the Tianwang Merchants Association. Young master, what brings you here? Chapter 940, finally rescued. Masters are considered elite within the various factions of the imperial capital, occupying a mid to high level status. Do not panic. Xiang Chen quickly regained his composure and instructed Qianlan on what to do. Disguised as Ouyang Tuo, Qianlan responded. Father summoned me to inspect the treasury. Ouyang Lai, what brings you here? The man referred to as Ouyang Lai approached, accompanied by 4 masters, and said, We were also dispatched by the family head to conduct a patrol, young master. Have you seen the guard, Ouyang Yin? We discovered blood at the entrance. Qianlan stepped forward, frowning. We noticed the same thing and entered to investigate upon finding no one present. As the 2 parties were 10 meters apart, Xiang Chen and his companions sprang into action. The 3 suddenly attacked, launching a surprise assault on the 5 adversaries. With such proximity, the opposing party had no time to react. Blood gushed forth as 3 heads were severed. The remaining 2, realizing the danger, quickly retreated and widened the distance, staring in shock and fury at the attackers. "Who on earth are you?" one of the grandmasters bellowed in outrage. The 2 immediately summoned their formidable true essence to shield themselves, realizing that a stealthy attack would no longer be feasible. Xiang Chen emerged, a fierce expression adorning his face, his form swelling and transforming, radiating a mesmerizing light as he morphed into a silver-white celestial wolf, an otherworldly beast. The 2 masters exclaimed, their expressions shifting in alarm. With a thunderous howl, the celestial wolf unleashed a terrifying beastly aura, its spatial power erupting forth. In an instant, its massive form loomed over one of the adversaries, raising its paw to unleash a ferocious strike. The Grandmaster's protective true essence shattered beneath the onslaught of the wolf's paw, obliterating his head in a single blow. "Ouyang-chi!" the other cried in shock, followed by a furious shout as a sword light was hurled towards the celestial wolf. The celestial wolf opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of radiant energy, shattering the incoming sword light. Boom! The explosion of energy reverberated as this strike obliterated the attacking sword light. At this moment, Qianlan and Yumei also joined the fray. Yumei unleashed a barrage of dark needles, which pierced through the body of the master, causing him to scream in agony as he became riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, Qianlan approached, her twin daggers slicing through the air, sending another head flying. "Let us go." The celestial wolf appeared before the 2, gripping their shoulders as its spatial power surged. With a hum, the fluctuations of space coalesced, and the celestial wolf vanished with the 2 in tow. In the instant they departed, the 1,000-feet demon king and others left behind a few corpses and swiftly retreated, as the city guards and specialized demon hunting squads were already rushing to their aid. 40 kilometers away, within a tea house, patrons continued to sip tea and engage in lively conversation, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding at the Tianwang Merchants Association. Suddenly, amidst a spatial fluctuation, 3 figures leaped through the void and landed upon the rooftop of a tea house, shattering the tiles and sending debris cascading down. "Who dares?" a patron shouted angrily, as fragments scattered across the table before him. In an instant, the 3 figures vanished once more, a mere incense stick's worth of time later. Before a tavern displaying a closed for today sign, a woman clad in white paced anxiously at the entrance. Chinya, her face etched with concern and worry, walked back and forth. This tavern was her own, a modest source of extra income. At that moment, 3 figures approached from down the street and arrived at the tavern's entrance. Upon seeing them, Chinya felt a weight lift from her heart, without uttering a word. She swiftly closed the door behind them. Once inside, Xiang Chen immediately retrieved Chun Feng from the Qinkuan ring. Chun Feng lay unconscious, the tension of 2 long years dissipating all at once, leaving him in a state of faintness. Xiang Chen carried him upstairs to a guest room, gently laying him upon the bed. Chinya hurried over to check on her elder brother, but upon seeing the gruesome wound where one of his eyes had been gouged out and the severity of his injuries, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. "Big brother," she cried, caressing Chen Feng's face as her tears flowed freely. "Please, sister, do not weep. Allow me to tend to brother Chen's wounds first," Xiang Chen urged, producing a set of spiritual needles. "Xiao Chun, I beg you, you must save my brother," Chinya implored, throwing herself against him in distress. "Rest assured, I am here," Xiang Chun reassured her, patting her back gently and urging her to step outside for the moment. Once Chinya had exited, Xiang Chun promptly removed Chen Feng's tattered garments and began his treatment with the needles. "Young master, what should I do now?" Qianlan inquired. "Return as planned. Your identity remains undisclosed. Act with prudence, and if any suspicion arises, withdraw immediately," Xiang Chun advised while concentrating on Chen Feng's wounds. "Understood." Qianlan nodded and departed to return to the Ouyang family. Chen Feng's injuries were grave. His physical form was nearly ruined, and his meridians lay in tatters. Xiang Chun applied rejuvenating essence to heal his external wounds and used true energy alongside acupuncture to mend his internal injuries. The most troublesome were his severed fingers and the gouged eye. While the severed fingers could regenerate with the aid of his blood, the lost eye posed a far more daunting challenge. The simplest solution would be to procure another's eye for transplantation, Yet, that would never be a perfect remedy. The ideal course of action would be to locate a ninth-grade spiritual herb, the rejuvenating fruit, to enable the regeneration of the destroyed eye. Xiang Chen had previously sought this fruit, and had received word that an auction would take place in 4 days featuring the rejuvenating fruit, a financial acquisition he could manage. Half an hour later, Chun Feng's external wounds had nearly healed, fresh skin and flesh had formed over the injuries, and he began to awaken. "Xiao Chun," he murmured, his lips barely moving, "did we escape?" Xiang Chun felt a pang in his heart as he replied, "Brother, we have escaped. You are safe now. That is a relief." Chun Feng's face bore an expression of liberation, as if freed from a living hell. "What of my injuries? Will they heal? Can you not trust your brother's medical skills? In just half a month, I assure you, my elder brother will be as good as new." Xiang Chun gently wiped the grime from his face with a towel, noting that the remaining injuries were merely a matter of restoring his meridians and healing his eyes. "As brothers, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude." Chen Feng grasped Xiang Chen's hand firmly, his overwhelming sense of appreciation rendering him almost speechless. "Elder brother." At that moment, Chenya heard the commotion and entered the room. "Third sister," Chen Feng greeted with a smile. "Elder brother." Chenya approached and embraced the seated Chen Feng, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Ya, I leave my elder brother in your care." Xiang Chun handed the towel to Chenya. Understanding the need to step aside and allow this pair of siblings to share a moment together, having not seen each other for a decade. Chapter 941. Anger that causes one to spit blood. Xiang Chen exited the room and closed the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chen Feng had finally been saved. In that instant, the burden on Xiang Chen's heart felt considerably lighter. He needed to return to Wanhua Fortress. Dividing the spoils. One must not act without integrity, even in the realm of demons. The success of this operation was largely due to his infiltration of the Ouyang family's inner circle, bolstered by the support of Wanhua Fortress. Had Wanhua Fortress not drawn attention, the formidable defenses of the Tianwang Merchant Guild would have posed a significant risk during the rescue, with alarms blaring and lockdowns in effect. Although his spatial traversal abilities provided him with a measure of confidence, robbing the treasury was plainly unrealistic. First, he arranged for the silver-sealed Ant King to divert most of the Tianwang Merchant Guild's forces to assist. Then, the thousand-legged Demon King launched an attack to further draw attention, completely disorienting the guild's security forces. Meanwhile, the Ouyang family faced dire consequences. After the thousand-legged Demon King's retreat, tens of thousands of troops from the city guards and demon hunting teams arrived. However, their arrival was futile. The culprits had already made a clean getaway, all according to their meticulously crafted plans. The Ouyang family members were left to assess their losses. "What is the extent of the damages?" Ouyang Jinfeng inquired, his face pale and his complexion poor, having sustained injuries during the battle with the thousand-legged Demon King. A stern-faced elder of the Tianwang level replied, 28 masters from the guild have perished, including 15 from the family. Over 100 disciples at the Soul Moon and Yuanyang realms have been injured or killed. Infuriating. How dare these vile demons act with such audacity? Ouyang Jinfeng's teeth ground together in rage. "Master Ouyang, we sincerely apologize. The city guards will do everything in their power to pursue the demon fiends." A general from the city guards, also a Tianwang-level powerhouse, expressed regret. "General Li, the demon fiends from the sea turmoil are still lurking within the imperial capital, causing chaos. If you cannot provide the Ouyang family with a satisfactory explanation, we will certainly report the matter truthfully to His Majesty." Ouyang Jinfeng replied coldly, asserting his status as a count with the right to an audience with the emperor. Yes, we will work alongside the demon hunting team to track down the fiends," General Li acquiesced, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Such incidents occurring within his defensive perimeter could jeopardize his position as a general. "All demon hunting teams, mobilize. Search every household in the city," he commanded his subordinates. This group comprises individuals who have undergone specialized training, possessing an acute sensitivity to demonic energy, and are part of a team dedicated to hunting demon clans, the Demon Hunting Corps. "Master, it's bad. The family treasury, the soul lamps of the treasury guards have all extinguished." At this moment, a panicked messenger rushed in. "What?" Ouyang Jinfeng's expression shifted dramatically. "The treasury." He immediately became alert and hurried towards the vault, followed closely by a group of anxious individuals. Upon their arrival at the treasury, they discovered bloodstains at the entrance. Ouyang Jinfeng swiftly approached the grand door of the vault, retrieving a palm-sized jade talisman and placing it into the slot. With a resounding boom, the door swung open. As they entered, they stood in stunned silence. The treasury was utterly bare. Nearly 10 billion spirit coins and a vast reserve of spirit stones had vanished without a trace. Where is the money? Where is the family's wealth? In that instant, Ouyang Jinfeng felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendered speechless and frozen in disbelief. At that moment, another man rushed in with distressing news. Master, I report from ahead. Elder Ouyang Xiao has fallen in the line of duty, and 70% of the goods have been stolen. The escort team has been nearly annihilated. Another wave of grim tidings washed over them. The Demon Clan. The Demon Clan. Ouyang Jinfeng's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he roared. He was so enraged that blood surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing from the sheer intensity of his wrath. Master, the Ouyang clan descended into chaos, with sentiments of joy and sorrow intermixed. In the Wanhua fortress, laughter erupted. Ha ha, young Master Chun, I must say, I am truly impressed. This time, we have struck it rich. In the hall, the thousand-legged demon king laughed heartily, his corpulent figure trembling with mirth. Within this privately constructed hall, only a handful of individuals were present. Xiang Chen, the two demon kings, Madame Daying, and Yu Nu, surrounded by mountains of boxed spirit coins and spirit stones. Madame Daying and Yu Nu exchanged glances filled with admiration for Xiang Chen. This time, the Tianwan commerce has sustained serious injuries, their vitality severely depleted. Your strategic prowess is indeed commendable, Madame Daying remarked. Xiang Chun had not hoarded the spoils for himself. Everything he had seized was piled here. Given his background within the demon clan, neither Madame Daying nor the others dared to engage in underhanded dealings. The Tianwan commerce will take years to recover its vitality. The success of this operation was also thanks to the excellent cooperation of the two elder demon kings. As promised, the bounty will be shared. I take half, and you take half, Xiang Chun said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. You are a man of principle. Young master, should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, the thousand-legged demon king replied with a grin. And the silver-sealed ant king nodded in agreement. The fact that Xiang Chun had not engaged in treachery earned him their respect. Xiang Chun smiled. With our collective efforts, the profits will naturally benefit us all. If I ever find myself in need of your esteemed assistance, I shall certainly speak up. Haha. As long as it's not a matter of risking our lives, you may command us as you wish. The two responded enthusiastically, their spirits lifted. This bounty would sufficiently bolster the finances of the Wanhua fortress significantly. Yu Nu, who had been meticulously counting with her spiritual sense, chimed in with a smile. This time, young master intercepted 90 billion spirit coins and 30 million spirit stones. The total value of the resources obtained by Uncle Infeng is estimated to be around 40 billion. Haha, a staggering loss of 13 billion. Ouyang Jinfeng must be bloodied from the ordeal. The 1,000-foot demon king laughed heartily. Following this, the spoils were distributed, with Xiang Chun alone acquiring 45 billion in resources and 20 billion in various supplies. These assets and funds would lay a robust foundation for the imminent rise of the Yanhuang Hall. After enjoying a drink with a few individuals from the Wanhua fortress, Xiang Chun departed by dusk. However, the incident involving the Tianwan commerce being plundered by the demon clan created such a commotion that it could not be concealed. The following day, the news swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital via various minor intelligence agencies and publications. The underworld of the capital erupted in fervent discussions, creating quite a stir. Even more perplexing was the fact that these demons, the very ones involved in the Sea Demon Rebellion, were able to move so freely within the imperial capital and commit such a grand crime. The Desolate Palace had already been eradicated. Previously, it was claimed that the palace's collusion had allowed the sea demons to invade. But now, the Desolate Palace had fallen. Yet the demons had still executed such a significant heist. Surely, this was no fault of the Desolate Palace. The defenses of the imperial capital itself must be in question. With such considerations, was the Sea Demon Rebellion truly the responsibility of the Desolate Palace? Chapter 942. The mysterious Jade Egg having acquired the resources, Xiang Chun resolved to retain only 5 billion spirit coins for himself, arranging for Jin Bai to oversee the transport of the remainder back to the desolate state, Yanhuang Hall, and the Chu Royal Palace. With such an abundance of resources and wealth, he could not possibly consume it all alone. while he indulged himself. He must not forget those who followed him. Although Ergo was despicable, shameless, and cunningly treacherous, he still had some redeeming qualities. Ergo, look, is this even human speech? 4 days later, the Tianwang auction. This event was organized under the auspices of the Tianwang Commerce. The hall was already filled to capacity. The attendees were either affluent or of noble lineage. In box number 3, Xiang Chen sat with Chunya. He had come to auction a precious item, the Chongming fruit, a rare 9th-grade spirit fruit, highly coveted. To seize others' wealth and then use it to bid for their treasures was an audacious act, indeed. At the auction, a woman clad in a black gown, possessing a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, was presiding over the proceedings. The auction had just commenced. The first item was an ownerless 7th-grade spirit sword, suitable for the mastery of those at the Heavenly King realm, with an opening bid of 10 million spirit coins. This spirit weapon immediately drew the attention of several Heavenly Kings eager to claim it, ultimately selling for 23 million. Next was a scroll of 8th-grade martial arts manuscript, which reached a bidding price of 15 million, with competing factions fervently vying for it, driving the price up to 30 million. Martial arts could enhance the strength of disciples, impacting not just one individual, but an entire group, thus holding a value surpassing that of a solitary spirit sword. Numerous items were auctioned, including elixirs, spirit herbs, and precious ores. Xiang Chen also participated, successfully auctioning a spirit herb worth 20 million, a flame poison lotus, an 8th-grade spirit herb capable of neutralizing most fire toxins, while itself containing formidable toxicity. He auctioned off the means to cultivate the elusive heavenly poison hand. Ultimately, there were several exquisite treasures to be revealed. Among them was a 9th-grade protective spiritual treasure, the 9-linked spirit pearl. The defensive spiritual light it released could withstand attacks from formidable beings of the heavenly monarch realm. The starting price for this spiritual treasure was set at 100 million. Protective spiritual treasures are inherently rare, and this particular one was crafted by a renowned master of artifact forging, commissioned for auction. Under the eloquence of the auctioneer, the capabilities of this defensive treasure were described in such grandiose terms that it seemed capable of soaring through the heavens, vanquishing foes, and providing invincible protection. Xiang Chen initially intended to bid on it. However, when a group of influential figures drove the price up to 300 million, he relented. Deeming it excessively extravagant, such a sum could elevate his own physical cultivation to an astonishing level. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the second highlight of our auction, a premium stone source provided by the Yutian Gambling Stone Yard. As the auctioneer spoke, he clapped his hands, and 2 maidens gracefully brought forth a tray. The cloth covering the tray was drawn back, revealing an object encased in a crystal dome. Within this dome lay an oval-shaped item, roughly the size of a human head, composed of a jade-like material, entirely black, emanating an energy reminiscent of black flames, resembling an egg. What is this? It looks like an egg. Many attendees gazed at the object in astonishment. Xiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld this entity. At the instant it was unveiled, a mysterious ancient cauldron within him trembled, emitting a powerful call. Miss Yusin, what is this? A commanding voice emerged from box number 5, reporting to Lord Yan. This is a jade egg, responded the auctioneer, Yusin, with a smile. Seated in box number 5 was none other than Lord Yan, a prominent figure among the 5 lords, his status rivaling that of Lord Jin and Lord Mu. A jade egg? What kind of jade egg? Is it related to spirit beasts? Many voiced their inquiries. This egg radiates an astonishing life force. In box number 7, a beautiful maiden clad in purple, her face partially veiled, revealed a spark of brilliance in her violet eyes. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister and a direct disciple of the National Master, Princess Xuanji. Xuanji, are you interested in this beast egg? A nobleman adorned in luxurious golden robes inquired with a smile. I see within this egg a powerful life energy. The being it nurtures is surely extraordinary, Princess Xuanji replied. Since you are fond of it, I shall bid for you shortly, the golden-robed gentleman said. Thank you, Lord Kuei, for your kind offer, but I can manage it myself. She replied. This golden-clad figure was none other than the eldest son of the current Lord Kuei, young Lord Kuei Changqing. The auctioneer continued with the introduction. This jade egg originates from a meteorite that fell from the heavens over 20 years ago, acquired by the Yutian Gambling Stone Yard. The meteorite is extraordinarily hard, and it took the Yutian Gambling Stone Yard 18 years to successfully extract it. expending immense labor. The life form nurtured within this egg is undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a celestial beast. The starting price for this egg is 80 million, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 5 million. However, as these words fell from the auctioneer's lips, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The starting price of 80 million spirit coins for an egg of unknown origin was beyond the acceptance of the majority. After all, a premium spirit beast egg is priced at a mere 10 million spirit coins. Moreover, if it truly is a formidable beast egg, why doesn't the Yutian gambling house hatch it themselves? Surely, the hatching process presents its own challenges. The individuals present are not fools. Indeed, it is a fact that the Yutian gambling house, after exhausting various methods, ultimately abandoned the hatching attempt and instead opted to auction it off, misleading potential buyers with the investments made over the years. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as no one dared to place a bid. 80 million. A voice emerged from box number 3. The crowd turned their gazes towards the box, surprised. It was the fool with deep pockets making a bid. The bidder was none other than Xiang Chen. His heart raced with excitement, as the ancient cauldron within him pulsed incessantly. When he had once hatched a little white tiger, the cauldron had not displayed such agitation, indicating the extraordinary origin of this jade egg. "Ah, there truly is a fool willing to bid," someone derisively remarked. After Xiang Chen's bid, silence enveloped the surroundings. 90 million. Yet, at that moment, another voice broke through from a different box, a clear and cold feminine tone. The crowd was taken aback. Someone was contesting the bid. Xiang Chen couldn't help but glance towards the bidding box, his eyes narrowing in recognition. It was her, Princess Xuanji. He knew this woman well. She had nearly uncovered her demonic lineage and possessed extraordinary powers. 100 million. Without a flicker of hesitation, Xiang Chen raised the bid by 100 million. Princess Xuanji frowned. Despite her formidable background, she lacked substantial liquid assets. 100 million was nearly her limit. 110 million. Nonetheless, she made one final increment. 120 million. Xiang Chen immediately matched her offer, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the price of this enigmatic jade egg soared beyond 100 million spirit coins. Chapter 943. The extraordinary egg. Princess Xuanji furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting towards Xiang Chen's box. Utilizing her ocular power, she discerned Chunya, yet the Xiang Chun beside her had disguised himself with the 100 Illusions mask, eluding her immediate recognition. This aura felt familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Princess Xuanji scrutinized Xiang Chen closely, perceiving a unique energy, not that of true essence, but rather one of fortune, a rare presence that ordinary souls could not sense. Xiang Chen sensed the woman scrutinizing him with her ocular power. Ergo smirked slightly, bringing his fingers together to blow a kiss, an action deemed quite frivolous. She can see that I am observing him, Princess Xuanji thought, her expression darkening slightly as she huffed in indignation at being teased. She averted her gaze, no longer regarding Xiang Chen. Does Box No. 3's esteemed guest wish to raise the bid of 120 million? Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer inquired excitedly, having anticipated a lackluster auction item, only to be surprised by the high bidding. The auction house was aware that this jade egg was difficult to auction, and thus the commission on its sale was considerably elevated, now far exceeding expectations. At that moment, the young Lord Kuei, beside Princess Xuanji, spoke up. "Esteemed friend in box number 3, might you grant us a favor? I am Kuei Changqing from the Kuei Marquis House, offering 130 million. He discerned that Princess Xuanji yearned for the jade egg, yet her financial resources were insufficient. He contemplated extending a helping hand, offering his support under the guise of generosity. Thank you, Changqing, the princess murmured softly. It was not that she lacked funds. Rather, the item she most coveted had yet to be presented, compelling her to exercise restraint in her expenditures. Nonsense. Your satisfaction is all that matters, Changqing replied, his gaze suffused with tenderness, clearly enamored by the enchanting lady. As the esteemed young lord, Changqing's declaration left little room for misinterpretation. It would be unwise for the other party to ignore his overture. Many auction attendees harbored disdain for Changqing's brazen self-revelation. 140 million. Yet, from the third private box, a nonchalant bid emerged. Changqing's expression darkened upon hearing the sum. Was this an affront to his dignity? The voice did not belong to any familiar acquaintance. The aristocratic circles of the royal capital were neither vast nor insular, and most were well acquainted. Regrettably, The isolation of the box obscured any discernment of its occupants without special powers of perception. My friend, this is quite disrespectful, Xiang Chen asserted, his tone turning frosty. 150 million. A hint of menace laced his words. In response, Xiang Chen merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, Lord Changqing's stature is considerable. However, the auction of such items is not a matter of prestige, but of financial capability. 160 million. Changqing stood abruptly, his countenance ablaze with indignation. Surely, for a jade egg of unknown origin, such an exorbitant amount is unwarranted, the princess interjected hastily. Young man, once this auction concludes, I shall be most curious to ascertain your identity, Changqing retorted coldly, suppressing his fury as he resumed his seat. To offend the esteemed young lord over a mere jade egg was unwise. Who could be the occupant of the third box? Other bidders speculated quietly amongst themselves. The auctioneer, however, wore an even broader smile, for what was expected to be a lackluster item had unexpectedly doubled in value, much to her surprise. Her commission would be substantial, yielding her a personal profit of at least 100,000. 160 million once. Is there a higher bid? 160 million twice. 160 million sold. With a resounding thud, the auctioneer proclaimed, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the third box for acquiring this item. It will be delivered to you shortly." Xinya silently marveled at Xiang Chen's seemingly boundless financial prowess, eclipsing even her own. Xiao Chen, could it be that this jade egg is truly an egg of a celestial beast? Xinya could not help but inquire. Xiang Chen, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, his arm draped over the plush beast-skin sofa, chuckled, "I cannot say for certain. I merely felt an inexplicable affinity for it, believing it to hold great promise." Xinya was speechless. Was it prudent to squander wealth merely on a whim? Shortly thereafter, the coveted item was delivered, encased beneath a crystal dome. "Young master, this is your acquisition," the maidservant announced respectfully, presenting a specialized payment talisman resembling a jade disc. This payment talisman was a creation of the Ministry of Finance of the Great Xia dynasty, which managed household registrations and the national treasury. Funds deposited in the Great Xia Bank were recorded on a spiritual card embossed with arcane patterns, allowing for payment upon inputting one's true essence energy. Although this world does not possess the advanced electromagnetic technology of a previous life, the application of energy laws and mystical arts has permeated every facet of daily existence. The electronic technologies of the past were merely alternative utilizations of energy. Communication, for instance, relied solely on electromagnetic energy streams. Even the intimate transmission of true essence over short distances operates on this very principle. However, in this world, the manipulation of energy is approached through the direct confrontation of the celestial principles. Xiang Chen retrieved his Daxia spirit treasure card, placed it upon the surface, and entered the energy source record for payment, which was subsequently deducted. The transaction was successful, totaling 160 million spirit coins. A voice emanated from the spirit array, expressing gratitude for the support. "This energy crystal shield is complementary. The formidable true flame energy enveloping the jade egg can inflict harm upon celestial kings. Direct contact is not advisable." The maid collected the spirit array and reminded that the jade egg, along with the crystal shield, should be placed upon the table. "Understood. Thank you." Xiang Chen cast a surprised glance at the true flame energy surrounding the beast egg. How formidable it was. The maid withdrew and closed the door to the chamber. Meanwhile, the ancient cauldron within Xiang Chen quivered increasingly, as a surge of memory flooded into his consciousness. Upon realization, astonishment and incredulity washed over his features. What an immense origin this holds. Xiang Chen was left speechless, gazing in disbelief at the jade egg, which soon transformed into excitement and elation, his heart racing with exhilaration. Ha! What a tremendous windfall. Not to mention over 100 million. This world surely cannot equate to its value. Once hatched, won't this world be at my beck and call? Xiang Chen's breath quickened, his demeanor infused with exuberance. The ancient cauldron had imparted crucial information. The emitted true flame energy could indeed harm celestial kings. Perhaps it truly was an egg of a divine beast. But do you know how to hatch it? He pondered, uncertain of its origins and lacking any specialized hatching methods. Xinya was equally astonished by the true flame energy radiating from the jade egg. However, different spirit beasts require unique hatching methods. For example, The little white tiger necessitated a substantial amount of tiger blood, tiger spirit essence, and vitality for nourishment. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's excitement dimmed considerably. Indeed, this entity was extraordinarily formidable. According to the information provided by the ancient Cauldron, the resources required for hatching were equally excessively rare, far beyond his current financial capability. This little creature requires celestial vein source crystals for sustenance, and at the very least, the essence blood of a celestial being for hatching. Celestial beings? Where on earth am I to find one? Even if I do, they could easily extinguish me with a mere slap. Xiang Chen reflected on the hatching energy required, his brow furrowing in distress. The celestial vein source crystal was not merely a celestial crystal. It represented the energy source of the celestial vein, with the entire imperial capital possessing only a singular one within the royal palace. Sigh, even if I were to purchase it, I still could not hatch it. Xiang Chen lamented. Wait, perhaps that could work. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The fallen golden crow's essence blood. The energy level should suffice. Next, the auctioneer announced the third and final item of this auction. At that moment, the auctioneer signaled for the maid to present the third item, within the jade plate. As the red cloth was unveiled, a fruit the size of a fist appeared before all. The fruit, entirely enveloped in a lustrous amethyst hue, glimmered with a crystalline transparency, its dark core resembling a captivating pupil. The entire fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to an eye. The Zhuangming fruit. In box number 7. The expression of Princess Xuanji radiated with fervor. This was precisely what she sought. The auctioneer proclaimed, a 9th-grade spiritual fruit, the Zhuangming fruit, is a rare treasure with a history spanning at least 5 millennia. For those who have lost their sight, it offers the promise of renewed vision. For practitioners like us, consuming it can elevate our sight to the level of extraordinary ocular prowess, awakening innate talents and divine abilities. Its value is immeasurable. Encountering a Zhuangming fruit is a rare occurrence even within a century. I need not elaborate on its worth. The starting bid is set at 200 million spirit coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10 million spirit coins. The Zhuangming fruit, the very treasure I have been awaiting. Achieving ocular prowess through this fruit will undoubtedly advance my mastery of alchemy, he thought, filled with anticipation. Laughter escaped him as he mused on the prospect of becoming a 9th-grade spiritual array master, all hinging on this one fruit. In that moment, the gazes of numerous formidable figures converged upon the Zhuangming fruit. The excitement in Chun Yu's eyes mirrored that of the princess. This was the very purpose of their visit, the restoration of Chun Feng's sight. Xiang Chen envisioned utilizing this fruit to concoct a powerful foundational elixir for Chun Feng's cultivation, with the restoration of sight being merely one of its benefits. 200 million. Instantly, bids began to emerge. 210 million. I bid 250 million. 260 million. In a heartbeat, no fewer than 5 or 6 wealthy individuals entered the fray, igniting a fervent auction. Xiang Chen refrained from bidding, choosing instead to bide his time. This time, he would either refrain from action or seize it with certainty. The Zhuangming fruit approached the realm of divine medicine. However, its valuation was determined by its age. Judging by the fruit's effects, it had even surpassed the efficacy of divine medicine, albeit its potency was applicable only to those below the heavenly monarch realm. 400 million. Ultimately, a potentate called out this price, and the surrounding bidders fell silent for a moment. Lord Yin has bid 400 million. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer surveyed the room with a smile. This valuation was within the expected range. The transaction promised profit without loss. After a brief silence, the auctioneer commenced the countdown. 600 million. At this juncture, Princess Xuanji unexpectedly interjected, halting the auctioneer's words at the initial bid. Box number 7 bids 600 million. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer, suppressing his excitement, inquired. 600 million had now become the highest bid of the event. Lord Yin furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice of Princess Xuanji, and chuckled. Ah, my dear niece. Since you desire it, I shall gift you this Zhuangming fruit. Behind Princess Xuanji stood her father, the Prime Minister and Duke, a figure of immense stature. And her master was the esteemed national master, Yin Shuzi, a prominent figure of the heavenly sect. He had little desire to create enmity. Thank you, Uncle Yin. I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future. Princess Xuanji expressed her gratitude. Haha, splendid. I eagerly await your visit, dear niece. Lord Yin responded with a hearty laugh. maintaining a facade of cordiality within their elite circles. Box number 7 bids 600 million. Is there a higher offer? 600 million once. The auctioneer called out to all corners, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The price had reached a point beyond the reach of most attendees. Moreover, the contender was Princess Xuanji, to whom even the Yin Marquis must show deference, let alone the others. 600 million. Xinya, who had accumulated wealth over the years and possessed several hundred million in total assets, also turned pale at this moment. She never anticipated that the luminescent fruit could fetch such an astronomical price. The capital she could mobilize barely amounted to 300 million. 600 million twice. 600 million had become 1 billion. Just as the deal was about to be finalized, a detached voice resonated from box 3. 1 billion. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. 1 billion. The auctioneer widened her beautiful eyes, gazing toward box 3, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Box 3 had previously bid for the flame poison lotus and the ruined jade egg. Now, it had audaciously offered 1 billion. Xiao Chun. Xinya looked incredulously at Xiang Chen, never having imagined that he was so wealthy. 1 billion. Who was this divine being? Could he possibly be an influential figure from one of the major trading guilds? 1 billion, a value that far exceeded that of the luminescent fruit. Who could possibly be in box 3, exhibiting such extravagant wealth? The crowd was astonished. Most attendees were individuals recognized as possessing assets exceeding 100 million. Yet very few could readily produce 1 billion to purchase a single fruit. Damn, it's that man from box 3 again. In box 7, the young Marquis Kuei's expression darkened. Princess Xuanji wore a displeased countenance as well. After all, her desired items had been snatched away by this individual on 2 occasions. And even her composure had its limits. Chongqing, it's time for you to step in. Princess Xuanji turned to Kuei Chongqing. The Beihai Trading Guild, one of the 4 most formidable trading guilds of the Jiuzhou, belonged to the Kuei Marquisate, and the Kuei Marquis led the Beihai Legion. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will contend with this brat. Kuei Chongqing replied coldly, 11 billion. You little brat, behind me stands one of the 4 great guilds. Let us see how you can compete with me. The young Marquis Kuei chuckled coldly, unabashedly hurling insults. Is being one of the 4 great guilds so impressive? Xiang Chen retorted, his irritation flaring, 15 billion. I just raided the treasury of one of your guilds. Do you truly believe you can match my financial prowess? You. The young Marquis Kuei seethed with rage. The audacity of his opponent to raise the bid by 400 million was a slap in the face. 15 billion. Most attendees gasped in astonishment. The auctioneer momentarily forgot to continue her announcements. 16 billion. The young Marquis Kuei bellowed furiously. 20 billion. Once again, Xiang Chen casually raised the bid. 20 billion. His face turned ashen. While others were raising bids by mere millions, he was being humiliated. 20 billion. Such a sum could accumulate mountains of spirit currency, and it was merely the liquid capital for purchasing a fruit. At that moment, everyone gazed wide-eyed toward box 3, pondering who could possibly possess such wealth. Xinya's mouth fell agape as she stared incredulously at Xiang Chen. Money? I don't mind. After all, I don't produce money. I merely serve as a porter for others' treasures. Chapter 945. The princess's doubt. Xiang ergo epitomized the adage that one cannot amass wealth without seizing opportunities. Who was this little rascal, truly? In that moment, young Master Kuei felt a flush of embarrassment, his expression darkening significantly. Financially, he was not at a loss. His mother was the Duchess of Kuei, presiding over a substantial commercial consortium. Although she supported his pursuit of Princess Xuanji, it was unlikely she would allow him to expend more for merely acquiring a heavy bright fruit. This fruit belonged to the daughter of the Jinho family, a certain gentleman accompanying Xinya. Upon revealing the identity of the individual in box number 3, Princess Xuanji's lovely visage turned icy, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, even exuding an aura of lethal intent. The heavy bright fruit, while precious, was valued at most between 5 to 6 billion. Yet now its price had soared to 20 billion. What she had anticipated as a certain acquisition had slipped through her fingers. The auctioneer, suppressing his excitement, announced, "A distinguished guest from box number 3 has bid 20 billion. Is there a higher offer? 20 billion once. 20 billion twice." The surrounding atmosphere fell into silence. 20 billion represented the entirety of many attendees' fortunes. 20 billion, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 3. With a resounding thud, the heavy bright fruit was claimed under the extravagant weight of wealth. Curiosity stirred regarding the identity of one willing to bid 20 billion for a single fruit. The voices remained concealed, revealing the hidden prowess within the imperial city. The auctioneers could not help but speculate about the identity of the individual in box number 3. With a beaming smile, the auctioneer softly declared, "After a lengthy day of bidding, we now arrive at the final highlight of this auction, the legendary celestial art jade slip." At this announcement, the entire assembly fell into an expectant hush. The Flame Marquis, young Master Kuei, and other notable figures from formidable factions turned their gazes fervently towards the stage. The celestial art. This was the very reason they had gathered here. What is celestial art? It is the application of powers that transcend the mundane, the methodologies employed by celestial beings, surpassing the martial arts and techniques of the highest order. The celestial art jade slip had been entrusted to this auction for sale, featuring fire attribute celestial art, the technique of heavenly fire meteor. Its power was yet to be witnessed by Xiang, but it was known to possess vast destructive capabilities. After all, being referred to as celestial art, it must possess the might to obliterate heavens and annihilate cities, valued beyond measure, with a starting bid of 20 billion. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 billion. As Xiang, the auctioneer, made this pronouncement, a momentary silence blanketed the venue. Soon, a chorus of robust voices began to rise. 20 billion, 21 billion, 23 billion, 25 billion. As bids surged, the price of the celestial art escalated rapidly. Among those voices, several had remained silent throughout the previous auction. 30 billion. Young Master Kuei raised his bid. 32 billion. The Flame Marquis also firmly increased his offer. As fire attribute celestial art aligned with his cultivation. Celestial art. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting on the surprising presence of celestial art at this auction. Though he possessed no celestial art himself, only divine abilities which continued to evolve, he believed their future power could rival, if not surpass, that of celestial art. However, observing the current trend, he realized that securing this celestial art for 40 billion was uncertain, and thus, he felt no desire to participate in the bidding. Indeed, the price of this celestial art skyrocketed, ultimately reaching an astonishing 43 billion, claimed by Lord Yen. In pursuit of this arcane knowledge, Lord Yen nearly depleted the liquid assets of the Yen mansion. The total transaction at this auction surpassed 100 billion, marking an unprecedented milestone in the history of decades of auctions. The rejuvenating fruit was eventually delivered to box number 3 by representatives of the Tianwang Commerce Association, for which Xiang Chen paid 20 billion. It is rather ironic that this sum was essentially pilfered from the very den of the Tianwang Commerce Association. Xiao Chen, thank you. Xinya expressed her gratitude, casting a glance at Xiang Chen, feeling a tinge of guilt for contributing so little. Xiang Chen merely smiled and shook his head, remarking that since it was ill-gotten wealth, it was best utilized. With the rejuvenating fruit in hand, along with a few supplementary ingredients, I shall be capable of assisting Brother Chen Feng in reconstructing a divine pupil. Jiar, let us return, Xiang Chen suggested. Very well, she agreed. They lingered not longer. As the auction had concluded, upon opening the box door, they stepped outside, only to be confronted by several figures blocking their path. Xiang Chen beheld a woman clad in purple with her face obscured, accompanied by a youth in golden robes and 4 guards. It was none other than Princess Xuanji, Li Xuanji, and the young Lord Kuei Changqing. Who might this be? Ah, it is the esteemed Princess Chunya of the Jinho Mansion. Kuei Changqing remarked with a smile. Princess Xuanji, young Lord Kuei, Chunya nodded in acknowledgement, as they were all acquainted. Princess Xuanji's voice was melodious. Princess Xuanji truly possesses remarkable financial resources, effortlessly acquiring such significant treasures. Although she addressed Chunya, her gaze remained fixed upon Xiang Chen. Young Lord Kuei regarded Xiang Chen with a scowl. This brother seems to possess considerable financial power, yet he appears unfamiliar. I wonder from which esteemed family he hails. Xiang Chen replied calmly. I am but a humble individual. I doubt young Lord Kuei would recognize me. The young lord's smile was insincere. Can a mere commoner possess such substantial wealth? Is it possible that this brother's origins are questionable? Chinya's voice turned cold. Young Lord Kuei, what do you imply? He is my ally. What do you mean by questionable origins? Do you harbor doubts about me? Miss Chinya, please do not take offense. I was merely speaking casually. I am quite close with your second brother. How could I possibly question you? Young Lord Kuei said, folding his blue fan and clasping his hands in greeting. Meanwhile, Princess Xuanji's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Chen. Princess Xuanji, do I have something on my face? Xiang Chen teased, stepping forward until only a foot separated them. Princess Xuanji recoiled, while young Lord Kuei's expression turned frigid as he stepped in front of Xiang Chen, bellowing, "Boldness! What were you about to do?" Xiang Chen glanced at him indifferently, retorting, "If the princess wishes to observe me, I shall step closer for her to see clearly. There is no need for young Lord Kuei to be so hasty in guarding his bones. This fellow, does he dare to insult me as a dog?" Young Lord Kuei was about to erupt in anger when Princess Xuanji interjected, "Might I inquire the name of this young gentleman? I find him strikingly familiar, as if I have encountered him somewhere before." Xiang Chen chuckled heartily and remarked, "As the saying goes, fate brings people together from afar. Princess, perhaps in our past life, we were devoted lovers, inseparable and deeply in love. I feel an instant connection with you, a love at first sight." This fellow, with his incessant banter, seemed to twist every word, though it was evidently intentional. In chapter 946, the revelation of identities unfolded. "How dare you speak such nonsense?" Lord Kuei, incensed, realized that this man was audaciously flirting with the woman he admired. "Oh dear, are you about to bite? How frightening." "I shall keep my distance," Xiang Chen retorted, feigning exaggerated fear as he took several steps back. "Someone, silence his insolence," Lord Kuei commanded angrily, "since he does not recognize me. It is clear he does not belong to the circle of the powerful." "Understood." Two master-level bodyguards stepped forward, their presence formidable. With a swift movement, they lunged towards Xiang Chen, their hands charged with true essence, aiming to seize his shoulders. Yet, Xiang Chen revealed a cold smirk, deftly evading them like a fish slipping through fingers, and in a blink, he appeared behind the two masters, gripping their shoulders with an overwhelming force. Crack! Ah! The two masters screamed in agony as Xiang Chen crushed their shoulders from behind. With a sweeping kick, he sent them flying, crashing harshly against the corridor walls, leaving cracks in the wooden structure. Impressive speed. Lord Kuei's expression shifted. His bodyguards were formidable masters within the mid-sky realm. "Lord Kuei, your hounds lack bite. Perhaps you should come and take a bite yourself?" Xiang Chen jested. Lord Kuei's countenance darkened. "Do you understand the repercussions of provoking me within the imperial capital? Repercussions? Are you threatening to storm into my residence to commit murder?" Miss Chinya interjected coldly. "Miss Chinya, if he is indeed under your command, I implore you to rein in his tongue. Otherwise, he may find himself drowning in the waters of the imperial capital," Lord Kuei sneered. "Worry not, Lord Kuei. Brother, let us take our leave," Chinya replied, her demeanor icy as she turned to depart. This was the territory of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. No true battle would ensue here. The two masters, humiliated and furious after being kicked aside, glared at Xiang Chen. "To the princess, who feels an affinity for me. Until we meet again." Xiang Chen blew a kiss to Princess Xuanji, inciting Lord Kuei's face to contort in rage. "Xiang Chen." At that moment, Princess Xuanji unexpectedly called his name. Xiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure, strolling leisurely. "I never anticipated you survived and dared to return to the imperial capital. Your audacity knows no bounds," Princess Xuanji mused, gazing at Xiang Chen's retreating figure. "Xiang Chen. Xuanji, do you mean the notorious rebel from the Wild Palace?" Lord Kuei inquired with astonishment. The name Xiang Chen had gained notoriety in the imperial capital. Had it not been for the chaos wrought by the sea demons, he would have been the celebrated champion of the Nine Palaces War, unrivaled in skill. "Little Chen, she has recognized you," Chinya transmitted, her expression darkening slightly. Xiang Chen, however, remained composed, responding with an echo of calm. "This woman is indeed extraordinary. She has likely discerned something and is merely testing me." He turned to face Princess Xuanji and inquired, "What did you say?" "Xiang Chen." "Who is Xiang Chen?" The face beneath the princess's veil was cold and aloof as she retorted, "Do you still wish to feign ignorance? I have finally recalled your aura. You are the one who triumphed in the Nine Palaces battle, the infamous rebel of the abandoned palace, Xiang Chen." Her voice rang clear, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers both above and below. "Xiang Chen. Princess Xuanji, whom do you claim to be Xiang Chen?" Just then, a burst of flame erupted from below, transforming into a formidable middle-aged figure clad in a resplendent crimson robe. His presence exuded an aura of terror, unmistakably of the heavenly king caliber. Lord Yan, Princess Xuanji gazed at Xiang Chen and asked, "Will you continue to disguise yourself?" Xiang Chen laughed heartily, pointing to his own nose. "Did the esteemed princess just declare me to be Xiang Chen, the victor of the 9 palaces battle? The rebel Xiang Chen of the abandoned palace? How amusing. I am Tang Yu, and here is our identity jade token. Esteemed princess, is it merely because of our competition for the luminous fruit that you resort to such slander against me?" With her hands clasped before her abdomen, Princess Xuanji maintained her steady tone. "Every individual's aura is unique. I have witnessed Xiang Chen in action. Do you dare to unleash your true essence for my discernment?" Xiang Chen stepped forward, offering a respectful salute to Lord Yan, and turned to Princess Xuanji. "If the princess has wronged me, how shall I explain myself?" Princess Xuanji replied with unwavering conviction, "I cannot be mistaken." Lord Yan's pale red eyes were fixed on Xiang Chen, his formidable spiritual perception scanning him without reservation. However, the 100 Illusions mask was indeed an exceptional disguise artifact, seamlessly integrating with flesh and blood, rendering any distinction between true and false impossible. Devoid of any fluctuation in true essence or magical power. Nothing is absolute. Perhaps the princess has indeed erred in her judgment. Very well. I shall demonstrate my true essence to the princess. Xiang Chen extended his palm. Suddenly, a surge of dark thunder coiled forth, pulsating with the essence of lightning. "I am a thunder cultivator. I wonder if that Xiang Chen was also a thunder cultivator?" Xiang Chen inquired nonchalantly. Princess Xuanji furrowed her brows in disbelief. "How could this be? Could I have mistaken him?" "Princess Xuanji, if your displeasure stems from our competition for the bid, feel free to voice it. Do not resort to such unfounded accusations," Qinya interjected forcefully, her gaze unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Xuanji replied, "I apologize. I must have misjudged. Humph. Let us depart." Qinya grasped Xiang Chen's wrist, leading him away. As Xiang Chen turned back, he flashed a grin at Princess Xuanji. "Princess, since we have established a rapport, let us meet again this evening. I shall treat you to dinner, and you may scrutinize me further, gaze wherever you wish." That insufferable young man. Lord Kuei's anger flared at these words, wishing to tear Xiang Chen's mouth apart. "Princess Xuanji, did you truly misjudge?" Lord Yan asked. "Perhaps. I may have overly concerned myself. Farewell. I shall visit again next time," Princess Xuanji responded, bowing slightly. Li Xuanji and Kuei Changqing took their leave, exiting the auction house. Qinya sighed in relief and transmitted, "Fortunately, she did not recognize him. Otherwise, it would have been perilous just now." Xiang Chen's gaze was as frigid as ice. This woman's perceptiveness posed a considerable threat. A flicker of murderous intent stirred within him towards Li Xuanji. Although she was an exquisite beauty, if she posed a lethal danger to him, even a flower must be ruthlessly plucked. "Let us move quickly. We must leave. Your display of wealth at the auction was rather ostentatious, making us easy targets," she urged Xiang Chen as she pulled him onto their carriage. They were already under surveillance. Xiang Chen drew back the curtain and sensed several presences locking onto their carriage. Outside, figures clad in ordinary attire trailed behind them. He could sense at least 20 individuals, likely from various factions, all possessing master-level prowess. Chapter 947. Surrounded were already being watched. Chen Ya's expression shifted as she hurriedly instructed Qin Ming, who was driving. "Brother Qin Ming, let us take a detour. We cannot go through the Dan Mountain Range. Although it is a shortcut back to the Muho Manor, it spans only a few hundred kilometers, while circumventing the surrounding districts would add a significant distance. The Dan Mountain Range is secluded, making it easy for adversaries to strike. If we remain within the city limits, they might not have the audacity to act against me, given my title as a county princess." "Understood." Qin Ming altered the carriage's course towards the west. "Who are those people?" Qinya inquired. "They might belong to Princess Xuanji's faction or others who have taken an interest in me. After flaunting such wealth at the auction without a strong backing, I have become an easy target," Xiang Chen replied, remaining calm and composed as he sensed that some of their pursuers were gradually distancing themselves, while others continued to follow closely. Should they dare to act, he possessed the means to extricate Qinya from peril. A man clad in a black robe observed from a distant tower as Xiang Chen and his companions approached. A chilling smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy rippled from his brow, expanding outward for thousands of meters, enveloping the carriage. Qin Ming, who was driving, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, causing a momentary daze in his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained clarity. Strangely, his driving direction began to shift naturally, veering back towards the Dan mountain range. Seated within the carriage, Xiang Chen feigned sleep, his brow furrowing slightly. His heightened senses detected some presences still locked onto their carriage. Not having retreated, could these individuals truly dare to make a move? Xiang Chen frowned and opened his eyes. Noticing his furrowed brow, Chunya asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are they still following us? Their presence remains fixed upon us. I shall employ my abilities to investigate." As he spoke, Xiang Chen's spiritual energy surged into his eyes, transforming them into a silvery hue, reminiscent of two radiant moons. A powerful, imperceptible gaze emanated from him. "What is happening?" Suddenly, Xiang Chen's expression changed as he realized their carriage had inexplicably ventured into the desolate region of the Dan mountain range. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. This is not good. A formidable force of spatial energy erupted within Xiang Chen, enveloping the entire carriage. With a resounding hum, the carriage, along with its horses and passengers, instantaneously shifted 2 kilometers away. Thunderous booms followed, as waves of powerful spiritual light shot forth, resulting in explosive bursts of force, with formidable thunder and flame runes detonating. More than a dozen spiritual symbols transformed an area of over a mile into a chaotic tempest of energy. Had they not evaded just in time, both the people and the carriage would have been reduced to mere fragments. "Brother Qin, what is happening? Why have you driven the carriage into the mountains again?" Chunya inquired sternly. Isn't this the city?" Qin Ming replied, his face a mask of confusion. Xiang Chen drew back the carriage curtain and gazed at Qin Ming. Noticing the strange, illusory runes adorning his eyes, illusionary obfuscation, Xiang Chen instantly grasped the situation. Qin Ming had fallen victim to a mental distraction technique. "Awaken!" Xiang Chen suddenly bellowed, his voice imbued with soul force, striking fiercely at Qin Ming's spiritual sea. With his moon-gazing eyes, a surge of powerful vision penetrated Qin Ming's gaze. Instantly, the scene before Qin Ming transformed into a dense forest, already 20 miles removed from the city. What is happening?" Qin Ming's expression shifted. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the altered surroundings. Stepping out of the carriage, Xiang Chen spoke coldly. "You just fell prey to their illusionary technique." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's vigilance heightened as a long, dragon-tongued spear materialized in his hand. The carriage and horses hovered more than 10 feet above the ground, suspended in midair, as shadows flickered into view. Xiang Chen regarded these figures with calm composure. There were 6 of them, all clad in black, their faces obscured, save for their cold, penetrating eyes. Most were masters of their craft. Among them was a particularly formidable figure, a grand master of the Lingxiao realm. With a wary expression, Qin Ming gripped his spear, positioning himself at Xiang Chen's side. "Are you here to rob us of wealth or life?" Xiang Chen inquired with a cold smirk directed at the assailants. "We desire both your riches and your lives." One of the Grand Masters replied icily. "How greedy indeed. I fear you may not possess the capacity to consume all that you seek. Should you wish to flee, there is still a chance. However, you 6 have already been ensnared by my presence." Xiang Chen stood with arms crossed, unshaken by the gathering of masters. Surrounded, the 6 exchanged wary glances, but there is no one else here. Xiang Chen chuckled. "There are no others. I meant you 6, encircled by me alone." "Kill this brat," commanded the Grand Master, and the 6 simultaneously unleashed their true essence, charging towards Xiang Chen and the carriage of Qin and Chen. "Brother Qin, protect Sister Ya. Leave these adversaries to me," Xiang Chen declared as he stepped forward. "No, benefactor, you must hurry and take the young lady to safety. I will hold them off." Qin Ming insisted. "Flee. The era where masters must flee is long past for me." A smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as golden wings burst forth from his back. The golden crow divine wings. With a sudden beat of wings, Xiang Chen vanished in an instant, the air erupting with a cacophony of sonic booms. He moved at 15 times the speed of sound. In a blink, a master felt a fleeting blur, as a figure traversed thousands of meters. Following this, a streak of black-red light sliced through the air. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved through flesh, veins, throat, and cervical vertebrae, severing the head from the body. A swift death. The Master's corpse split apart, blood spraying into the sky as he collapsed. More than 10 zhang away, another master was taken aback. At that moment, a golden blur surged forth once again, a concentrated blade of light enveloping him. Thunderous. Hundreds of blade lights appeared in an instant, encasing the master. The speed was astounding. The master was horrified, swinging his sword to block, yet felt his flesh being mercilessly torn apart. With a cry of agony, he exploded into gory fragments. In a single breath, 2 masters had perished. Xiang Chun's speed was unfathomable. In this moment, beneath the Grandmaster level, no one could respond in time. This speed was astonishing. Qin Ming watched in shock. He could only achieve 10 times the speed of sound, yet Xiang Chen surpassed him by a tremendous margin. Each increment of speed brought an immense disparity. You little beast, die? Beyond 100 zhang, a powerful intent of the blade descended. A master unleashed a golden blade of light, which took the form of a golden tiger lunging forward. Xiang Chen smirked, too late to withdraw his blade. He clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating strike. Chapter 948. One man annihilates a group. The roar of the ancient dragon elephant echoed as the colossal fist surged toward the incoming blade. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, as the force of the dragon elephant obliterated the tiger's attack, causing it to shatter. How is this possible? The master's complexion paled. He was a 6th heaven master. Yet this young man's aura only hinted at a 2nd heaven mastery. In the next moment, Xiang Chen closed the distance, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, striking down with both hands gripping the blade. The opponent raised his sword in defense, and the blades collided, producing a shrill metallic clang. Yellow Spring Forbidden Scripture. Yellow Spring Chill. Suddenly, 9 streams of chilling energy erupted from within Xiang Chen, enveloping and controlling the opponent's body. The 6th heaven master felt his soul and body stiffen as the blade's momentum slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Chun's blade ascended swiftly. With a sharp sound, the blade struck his chest, cleaving upward. The man's body was sliced diagonally in 2. At that moment, a Grandmaster's strike also homed in on Xiang Chen. The Grandmaster delivered a kick, channeling his power into a yellow radiance that split the earth. Xiang Chen folded his golden wings in defense. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, creating a large pit in the mountains. However, this strike failed to injure Xiang Chen, as his wings provided protection. Kill. The Grandmaster, with a flourish of his sleeves, unleashed a spirit sword that coalesced formidable sword intent, cleaving downwards with a single stroke. Boom. The ground where Xiang Chen fell was rent with a fissure stretching 1,000 meters. Then he extended his arms, condensing hundreds of beams of sword light with his true essence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sword lights descended like missiles, detonating across a vast area and creating numerous craters. He probed with his spiritual awareness, only to furrow his brow immediately. No one. Swish. From over 10 miles away, a figure suddenly soared from the earth, enveloped in swirling earthy yellow light. The Guhuang character's escape technique. Thunderclap that rends the heavens. Xiang Chen rushed forth, gathering thunderous force into his blade, channeling the power of the lunar essence to cleave. Boom. A blade of thunderous light roared towards him, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. The Grand Master bellowed in fury, thrusting his sword into the void, unleashing a surge of defensive sword energy. Boom. Xiang Chen's thunderous blade was met with an explosion of sword energy. Truly, the strength of a 7th-layer Grand Master who had entered the realm of great heavenly positions was incomparable to the 3 preceding weaklings. Xiang Chen chuckled, stepping lightly through the air. The other 2 masters were left astonished. Their speed could not keep pace with the ferocity of the battle. A 2nd-layer master possesses such terrifying power. The young master underestimated you. The 7th-layer Grand Master spoke icily, his expression turning grave. The 1st to 3rd layers are masters of the small heavenly position, while the 4th to 6th layers belong to the middle heavenly position. The 7th to 9th layers represent masters of the great heavenly position. A cold smile crept across Xiang Chen's lips. Those who underestimate me often meet a dire fate. Swish. Suddenly, he transformed into a beam of golden light rushing forth. The power of the divine soul, activate. The Grand Master's eyes emanated a coincidental mental illusion. Before Xiang Chen, several illusory figures of the opponent materialized, 8 Grand Masters simultaneously launching an assault against him. Kill. Xiang Chen decisively swung his blade at one of the apparitions. However, as he struck, the figure shattered into two, dissipating into nothingness. An illusion. Above him, a beam of sword light descended. Yet, remarkably, Xiang Chen charged toward this unavoidable strike of sword light. His robe tore away on his shoulder, and two vine spears, moving at breakneck speed, shot forth. Thud, thud. Before the opponent's sword energy could arrive, Xiang Chen's vine spears violently struck the opponent's body, blood gushing forth. The Grand Master halted his thrust, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the long vines piercing through his left and right chest. "How could you detect my true form?" he stammered in shock. With his illusionary divine soul, he was seldom matched among equals in the same realm. Xiang Chen regarded the Grand Master, who was impaled just above him at a distance of over 10 zhang, and replied coldly, "Your veiling illusions are as naught in my eyes. Devour." The Grand Master howled in agony as his blood, vitality, and life force were frantically consumed by the sinister vine, his very soul being devoured. The entire figure resembled a deflated balloon, instantly transforming into a lifeless husk. "Captain!" The expressions of the other two masters shifted dramatically, and they immediately fled through the air. Too formidable. This individual was beyond their capacity to defeat. Flee. How laughable. Xiang Chen licked his lips, sharp claws sprouting from his hands. In an instant, he lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to one of the men, and then, with a swift strike, his claw pierced through the man's chest from behind. The engulfing sinister vines coiled around him, consuming him entirely. The second individual attempted to escape in a different direction, heading towards the city, already several kilometers away. However, with a single step into the void, Xiang Chen vanished. The next moment, he reappeared almost instantaneously behind the fleeing man, his wings unfurling as he delivered a devastating blow. The master felt a sudden chill at his back, and in the next instant, a bloody wolf claw erupted from his chest. His eyes widened in terror. Xiang Chen's claw struck down upon his head, extracting his soul energy. The master let out a harrowing scream, suspended in midair by Xiang Chen's grasp, as his soul energy was drawn forth, coalescing into a soul bug. The soul bug burrowed into his spiritual sea, forcefully tearing apart the soul moon and devouring his essence. The man howled as blood streamed from his orifices, and shortly thereafter, his soul was completely consumed, resulting in his demise. With his death, a dark soul bug crawled into Xiang Chen's hand, which he then devoured, absorbing the abundant soul energy to nourish his own spirit, transforming it into vital essence. Simultaneously, fragments of memories were gleaned. So it was them. Xiang Chen was slightly taken aback, yet not entirely surprised, as he discerned the identity of the assassins. He gazed at the lifeless body in his grasp. As a golden scorpion emerged to consume the remains completely, Xiang Chen turned back, and with a ripple in the space, he reappeared beside the carriage. Benefactor. Qin Ming was startled by Xiang Chen's sudden appearance, but relaxed his guard upon recognizing him. "It's all right now, Brother Qin. Let us continue on our way." Xiang Chen smiled, removing his bloodied outer robe. "All done." Qin Ming marveled as he watched Xiang Chen return to the carriage. 6 masters, including those of the great heaven rank, had been so effortlessly eliminated. The strength of the benefactor is truly terrifying. Chapter 949. Reforging the Spirit. Recalling the reports from a few months prior during the Nine Palaces battle, Qin Ming compared Xiang Chen's current prowess to that of the so-called geniuses from the Nine Palaces, realizing it was akin to a father playing with his son. "Young Master Xiang, you are truly impressive." Xiao Luo gazed at Xiang Chen with unwavering admiration. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, storing his bloodied robe in a spatial ring and changing into a clean garment. Chen Ye thoughtfully assisted him in adjusting his appearance. "Xiao Chun, do you know who orchestrated this?" "Thank you, Sister Ye. I have already discerned it." Xiang Chen nodded. "Hundreds of kilometers away, in another carriage, Xuanji, do not worry. A personal guard team from our Marca residence is intercepting them. There will be no unforeseen incidents. And there is also a 7th-level master with spiritual prowess capable of utilizing illusions." The young Marquis Kuei remarked with a smile from beside her. Li Xuanji furrowed her brows and remarked, "I cannot shake off a troubling premonition. That individual named Tang Yu is not as simple as he appears. Are you still suspecting him to be that Xiang Chen? Judging by his powers, it is indeed unlikely. Yet that sense of familiarity lingers." Princess Xuanji's eyes narrowed slightly. "We must return. I intend to investigate the identity of this Tang Yu thoroughly at the observation pavilion." "Very well, Once I acquire the Chongming fruit, I shall deliver it to you. Kuei Chongqing nodded in agreement. Princess Xuanji remained silent, harboring an unspoken thought. The individuals arranged by Kuei Chongqing were likely to encounter failure. Is it the young Lord Kuei? At that moment, within the spirit carriage, Xinya expressed her astonishment upon hearing the news. Xiang Chen gazed at the scenery beyond the rolled-up curtains and said, "Indeed, those individuals are affiliated with the Kuei Marquis. Their intent to kill me is to reclaim the Chongming fruit, which is also connected to Princess Xuanji." Chun Ye's expression darkened. I never anticipated that Li Xuanji, daughter of the Prime Minister, would engage in such actions. Xiang Chen scoffed. In this circle, who can remain untainted? The group arrived safely at the district where the Mu Marquis was located. However, they did not return there. Instead, they accompanied Xinya back to her hotel. Chun Feng's injuries were severe. While healing was not arduous, restoring his vital energy would require time. Upon obtaining the Chongming fruit, Xiang Chun prepared to commence the alchemical process immediately. Within the secret chamber, a black alchemical cauldron was placed upon the ground. Xiang Chun retrieved 3 medicinal ingredients: the blood of the celestial wolf, the baitong grass, and the spirit awakening flower. As these 3 herbs were introduced into the cauldron, the baitong grass, known for its broad leaves adorned with eye-like patterns, was the first to be refined. An 8th-grade spirit herb, it gradually transformed into a medicinal liquid under the controlled flames. Next, the spirit awakening flower, also known as the ghost face flower, was refined. This rare and sinister flower could emit ghostly energy and summon malevolent spirits. Xiang Chun had procured this treasure from the Oceanic clan's treasury. The spirit awakening flower was also transformed into a dark medicinal liquid. Finally, he turned to the celestial wolf's blood, the most precious of all. The true Yin energy within the celestial wolf's blood was refined and merged with the other ingredients, infusing the concoction with vitality. Lastly, Xiang Chun extracted the eye-like Chongming fruit. He cast the Chongming fruit into the medicinal liquid, adjusting the temperature to nurture it with pure celestial energy. A miraculous event unfolded as the medicinal liquid infused with the Chongming fruit, which began to manifest unique veins. Xiang Chen's hands danced with incantations, and beams of celestial energy coalesced into special runic glows that penetrated the Chongming fruit. As it was nourished by the unique medicinal aura and refined by the runes, the fruit, originally a mere botanical entity, began to resemble an eye, brimming with vitality and even a semblance of life. The size of the Chongming fruit, once the size of a fist, gradually diminished. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Chongming fruit had now shrunk to the size of a human eyeball, yet alarmingly, it began to emit its own radiance, spinning incessantly as if it possessed consciousness. Gather. With a swift motion of his grand sleeve, Xiang Chun summoned forth a wandering eye, which flew back into his grasp. Moments later, in Chun Feng's chamber, the scene unfolded. Chun Feng lay restrained, his limbs bound by iron chains, a towel clenched between his teeth. Beside him stood Xinya. Brother, the ordeal ahead will be excruciating. However, you must not allow the will of that eye to overpower your mental fortitude and resolve. Do you understand? Simultaneously, you must nourish it with your blood essence. Xiang Chun urged solemnly. Chun Feng emitted a low, resolute growl from his throat. Do not worry. I have endured far worse in the past. I refuse to believe I cannot withstand a mere eye. Xiang Chun gazed at the eye in his palm, then turned his attention to Chun Feng's vacant gaze before positioning it carefully into the socket. Yet, as the eye settled into place, it radiated an intense heat, causing Chun Feng's eye to emit wisps of smoke. Ah! He cried out, his throat releasing a pained roar as his limbs instinctively writhed against their iron confines. More terrifyingly, a unique spiritual force surged forth from the eye, bombarding Chun Feng's soul. Within his spiritual sea, ghastly apparitions materialized, howling as they lunged towards his soul's essence, seeking to tear and devour. In response, Chun Feng unleashed a series of anguished roars, channeling his mental strength and will to repel these malevolent shadows that threatened his very essence. Simultaneously, he summoned his blood essence, directing it towards the eye, striving to transform it into his own. Brother, Xinya watched anxiously from the side, her heart aching. Such trivial spirits wish to disturb my brother's mind. Fear not. Chun Feng will persevere, Xiang Chun reassured her. They both observed Chun Feng, witnessing the eye's veins and blood vessels intertwining with his soul and brain. After half an hour, Chen Feng's cries of torment ceased. Within his mental space, the ghastly apparitions lay prostrate, trembling in fear before ultimately dissipating. These apparitions were remnants of the deceased's spiritual wills gathered within the spirit-summoning flower. At that moment, Chen Feng opened his right eye, revealing an eerie transformation. The eye bore 3 slender triangular patterns, its hue deep and foreboding. Astonished, Chen Feng realized he could perceive the spiritual forms of Xiang Chen and Chunya. "Brother, how do you feel?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Incredible. What formidable vision." "Xiao Chen, is this the spirit summoning eye you spoke of?" Chen Feng asked in amazement. "This is the power of the eye, akin to a sensory perception of spiritual awareness." "Indeed, this is the spirit summoning eye. Currently, it is at the spiritual eye stage, but with diligent practice, it will evolve into the immortal eye and the divine eye." Possessing unimaginable power, Xiang Chun explained with a smile. "However, viewing the world this way feels peculiar. I see both of you as spiritual entities." Chen Feng replied with a wry smile, struggling to adapt. Chapter 950. Otherworldly Summoning in the Celestial Scriptures of Healing. All medical arts encompass the crafting of various spiritual bodies and even the remolding of Tao bodies, provided one possesses the requisite materials and certain specialized organs. Within this narrative lies a method of grafting limbs from various races, such as surgically attaching parts of demonic beasts to human bodies, thus creating surgical techniques akin to the mythical Kirin arm. The Heavenly Scriptures, a revered medical compendium crafted by an illustrious figure from epochs long past, is also known as the 8 Gu, based on his extensive experience with countless absurd novels from his previous life. Xiang Chen never believed that the 8 Gu was merely an ordinary pig demon. He surmised it was a great being reincarnated, perhaps having inadvertently descended into the realm of beasts and transformed into a pig. The summoning eye is but one method of crafting such ocular enhancements. Xiang Chun fortuitously possessed the requisite foundational materials and thus created this spirit eye for his elder brother. It can revert to its normal state. However, you must explore its control yourself. Brother, try pouring all your soul energy into the spirit eye and observe the outcome, he suggested. Very well. I shall give it a try. By the way, can the chains binding me be removed now? Chen Feng, still restrained upon the bed, inquired. Xiang Chun and Chunya exchanged a knowing smile, having momentarily forgotten this detail, and hastily unshackled him. As Chen Feng rose, he felt a disorientation in his surroundings. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of soul energy surged forth into the summoning eye. Buzz. Within the summoning eye, intricate patterns began to spin, emitting a cerulean light. Suddenly, a unique magical array materialized in the space, enveloped in azure luminescence, measuring approximately 10 feet across, and a vortex of an alternate dimension appeared above it. Both Chunya and Chen Feng gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. What on earth is happening? Chunya exclaimed in surprise. Xiang Chun, sensing the impending emergence, responded with excitement. It is about to appear. Then, at the center of the array, a figure gradually materialized. Upon its appearance, a chilling wave of energy surged through the room. Ah! Chunya recoiled in fright, instinctively stepping back. Before them stood a headless humanoid figure clad in dark armor, wreathed in a ghostly flame, wielding a formidable black sword. An ethereal summoning. Xiang Chun exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. What is this? Chen Feng's countenance shifted, staring incredulously at the entity. This is a being from the realm of ghostly entities. Brother, your spirit eye can bridge the dimensional divide, allowing you to summon beings parallel to our own reality, Xiang Chen elucidated, connecting to alternate dimensions and summoning otherworldly beings. Chen Feng stood agape, incredulous that this being was summoned by him. Summoning master. The headless creature emitted a pulse of soul energy, saluting Chen Feng with its sword. Brother, you have summoned this creature, and it now forms a summoning contract with you, enabling it to aid you in battle. Xiang Chen continued to explain. How do I control it? Chen Feng inquired, regaining his composure. Simply issue commands. Chen Feng tested this, instructing the creature to swing its sword. It complied, executing a powerful strike that cleaved through the room, creating a gaping wound, its might rivaling that of a grandmaster's blow. After several trials, Chen Feng confirmed that the creature indeed followed his commands faithfully. He also discovered that the existence of this creature would continually drain his soul power. Ultimately, Chun Feng sent the creature back and attempted to summon once more, only to astonishingly conjure a moving skeleton, which frightened Chunya into scolding her elder brother for summoning it back. It was truly incredible that such wondrous techniques existed in this world. Chun Feng couldn't help but exclaim, his expression filled with excitement. Xiang Chen remarked, "This is the legend of the summoning eye. I recall some records left by my eighth brother. There are formidable summoners in this extraordinary realm, capable of summoning billions of beings and annihilating entire worlds. It is immensely powerful. Unfortunately, I lack the methods of summoning. I can merely create this summoning eye with the ability to summon. If I possessed the techniques, your eye techniques would undoubtedly be extraordinarily powerful in conjunction with them." Chun Feng replied, "It is already a stroke of luck that my eyes can recover. The fact that they possess such miraculous abilities is an even greater opportunity. There is no perfect solution in this world." Chunya couldn't help but complain, "Elder brother, you must not misuse your eye techniques in the future. The creatures you summon are terrifying." "Haha, very well. I shall refrain from misuse. Now that my injuries have healed completely, let us celebrate with some drinks. Third sister, quickly prepare some food and wine. I wish to drink heartily with my brothers." Chunya nodded, happily going to prepare the feast. Chun Feng then draped his arm over Xiang Chen's shoulder, sighing, "Were it not for you, I fear I would have perished in that place. Xiao Chun, let us not indulge in sentimental words. Your matters are equally mine." The two descended the stairs side by side, and Xiang Chen chuckled, "As you say, my matters are yours, and vice versa." They arrived in the hall and took their seats at a table set for drinking. Chun Feng rubbed his spiritual eye, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "I plan to go to the royal capital and seek justice, then expose Chun Yu's past misdeeds. What suggestions do you have, brother?" Xiang Chun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "I understand your desire to reclaim your rightful position, but you are aware that Chun Yu's actions have the support of the Qing King. I fear that this case may be suppressed before it even gains traction." Chun Feng acknowledged the risk. "I understand this risk. However, if we escalate the matter and make it known throughout the city, even the Qing King would not dare to disregard justice." Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "I have my own plans regarding the Qing King. Brother, listen to my words. We must strategize before taking action." He shared his thoughts with Chun Feng, who looked at him in surprise, his expression revealing reluctance and internal conflict. "I know you feel resentful about this, but in this current dynasty, corruption has become the norm. Without taking such measures, it may be exceedingly difficult to seek revenge," Xiang Chun reassured him. Indeed, it was a deep-seated resentment. 8 years of enduring, 2 years of torment. Chun Feng clenched his fists, his face etched with hatred and anger. He took a deep breath and said, "Yet you are right. It is indeed impossible to remain aloof. I shall heed your advice." Xiang Chen smirked, "Fear not, brother. This is but a temporary phase. Our actions will only lead to a more severe downfall for Chun Yu and the Qing King." Chun Feng nodded, reluctantly accepting Xiang Chen's plan, suppressing the frustration it brought him. "Ah, dear brother, I have a gift for you." Suddenly, Xiang Chen produced a jade egg of emerald hue, roughly the size of a basketball. "What is this?" Chun Feng inquired, his expression one of perplexity. "This is the Qing Feng Jia," Xiang Chen whispered. "What?" Chun Feng gazed incredulously at the jade egg. At that moment, Chunya and Xiao Luo also brought forth food and drink, and the group sat down to celebrate Chun Feng's recovery. It was then that Xiang Chun kindly wove a benevolent falsehood to provide Chun Feng with a plausible explanation, allowing him to accept the presence of the Qing Feng. Chapter 951. The Qingwang Mansion. The following day, outside the Qingwang Mansion, which stood resplendent with golden bricks and azure tiles, exuding grandeur over an expanse of several hundred kilometers, adorned with exquisite gardens and scenic landscapes. It occupied one of the most prime locations in the imperial capital. The entrance tower soared to a height of 1,000 feet, magnificent and imposing. A notice seeking physicians was affixed to the entrance, the reward for information having escalated to an astonishing 50 million. At the entrance of the Qingwang Mansion, a long line of herbalists snaked its way forward. A young man clad in a white robe, his visage strikingly youthful, approached and blended into the queue of waiting healers. "Quacks, begone!" A resounding shout emanated from within the mansion. "Ah!" A man dressed in a white herbalist's robe was unceremoniously hurled out of the Qingwang Mansion. "Next." Number 52. A voice from within commanded. Another herbalist stepped forward from the line. "Hey, my good fellow, what ailment afflicts the Qingwang? So many have come to treat him. Yet none have succeeded, the white-robed youth inquired, assisting the man who had just been expelled. The herbalist rose, dusting off his robe, and with a sigh replied, "Little brother, you may not know, but the Qing Wang's meridians have all been rendered useless. The extent of the damage is so severe that it is beyond the capability of human restoration." Alas! With that, the herbalist departed, carrying his medicinal box. Indeed, it seemed the injuries left by Elder Yang were the cause. Xiang Chen mused silently, joining the queue with utmost sincerity. Inside the Qing Wang mansion, upon a bed draped in fine silks, a handsome, yet pallid young man lay languidly. A herbalist entered, took his pulse, and then, with a rueful smile, remarked, "Your Highness, your ailment is beyond my begone." Before the herbalist could finish, a powerful guard, anticipating his words, delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying. "Damn these quacks. All I hear is the same refrain," the guard cursed. "Am I truly destined to remain a cripple for the rest of my life?" The Qing Wang, pale and weak, coughed, his voice barely a whisper. "Fear not, Your Highness, you shall surely recover." A beautiful young woman clad in a peacock blue gown grasped the Qing Wang's hand reassuringly. "Red Zhao, I cannot accept this. How can I relinquish the position I have fought for over the years so easily?" The Qing Wang roared, his eyes bloodshot with despair. With his cultivation shattered, meridians destroyed, and even the simplest of daily tasks becoming a struggle, aspirations of imperial contention felt insurmountable. The woman, named Red Zhao, though her eyes dimmed with sorrow, could only utter words of comfort to him. "Initially, the injured prince you had already recovered, while the Qing king had deposed his consort, which consequently inflated Prince Yu's power and prestige within the royal court, surpassing that of the Qing king." Suddenly, an announcement echoed from outside. It was the imperial physician Li, returning at last. "Your Highness, there is hope," exclaimed Hong Zhao, rising eagerly to greet him. Outside, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue gown, with a long beard and an ethereal demeanor, entered alongside a young maiden clad in green, her beauty striking and delicate. Li Luoshi, the foremost imperial physician of the dynasty, possessed extraordinary medical skills, rumored to be capable of resurrecting the deceased and mending shattered bones. He was also honored as the greatest divine doctor of the Zhongzhou dynasty. "Imperial physician, you have finally returned from your travels," Hong Zhao said, advancing to pay her respects, filled with excitement. "My lady, I apologize for making you wait," Li Luoshi replied, clasping his fists. "Let me examine the prince's condition at once." "Yes, please, do come in," Hong Zhao urged, hastily ushering him forward. As Li Luoshi entered the inner chamber, he approached the Qing king's bedside. The Qing king managed a wry smile and remarked, "Lord Li, forgive me for not being able to rise to greet you." "Your Highness, please lie back and do not speak," Li Luoshi insisted. "I shall check your pulse first." Seating himself on a small stool beside the bed, Li Luoshi refrained from touching the Qing king. Instead, a few strands of energy coalesced from his fingertips and entwined around the prince's pulse. Suspended thread inquiry. After a meticulous examination, Li Luoshi sighed and said, "Your Highness, the nature of your injury is beyond that of an ordinary person. The one who inflicted this wound possesses an extraordinary cultivation level, leaving behind a terrifying sword intent that has nearly decimated your meridians." With urgency, Hong Zhao inquired, "Can you heal him?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Luoshi replied, "I can restore about 40 to 50% of his condition, allowing him to walk normally and regain a portion of his cultivation. However, it is unlikely that he will progress further in the future." "That is sufficient," Hong Zhao expressed her relief, as this was the most favorable news amidst a series of disheartening revelations. Yet, the Qing king's face still bore a hint of disappointment, grappling with the notion of being unable to fully recover or advance. At that moment, a voice from outside the hall interrupted, declaring, "A group of quacks. With Imperial Physician Li here, what purpose do you serve? Out with you." Hong Zhao, having grown weary of the ineptitude of the other physicians, commanded them to leave. Then, an indifferent yet confident voice resonated from outside, stating, "The sword wound, with its entrenched sword intent, has infiltrated the lungs and heart. Without my intervention, this old man could only hope to restore the Qing king to 40 to 50% of his health. However, I can ensure his complete recovery, without leaving a trace of lingering issues. But since the Qing prince's estate holds such contempt for physicians, I shall refrain from offering my services." Upon hearing this, Li Luoshi gazed in astonishment toward the entrance. "Wait," he called out, "dear friend outside, May I invite you in for a discussion? Hong Zhao, surprised, asked lordly. This person speaks with great bravado. I wish to see what skills he possesses to warrant such confidence. Li Luoshi responded solemnly as a figure entered the hall, a remarkably youthful man. So young, he mused. The girl in the green attire furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Young man, you possess quite the audacity. Are you implying that your medical skills surpass those of my grandfather? The person in question was naturally Xiang Chen. Upon his arrival, he disregarded the girl in green and turned his gaze towards the bed concealed by a beaded curtain where Prince Qing lay. He clasped his fists in salute. Addressing the prince, Your Highness, I am Tang Yu, and I am confident in my ability to fully heal Your Highness's injuries without leaving any lasting repercussions. Upon hearing this, Prince Qing turned to Xiang Chen, astonishment evident in his voice. You possess a method to heal my wounds? Li Luoshi, the Red Zhao princess, scrutinized the young man, finding him rather youthful and thus somewhat unreliable. Indeed, I can restore your health and ensure your cultivation is entirely regained, without impeding your future training. Xiang Chen affirmed with conviction. Li Luoshi replied, Such bold claims, young friend. Pray tell, who is your mentor? To what rank have you ascended as an apothecary? Xiang Chen replied calmly, In terms of apothecary mastery, I am but a 4th-rank apothecary. A 4th-rank apothecary. Such outrageous claims. The Red Zhao princess was incensed and commanded, Someone, throw him out. The guards nearby moved to expel Xiang Chen. A 4th-rank apothecary signifies that Xiang Chun's medicinal essence has only reached the soul moon realm. Indeed, his restorative energy remained at the pinnacle of that realm. A skilled apothecary possesses formidable restorative abilities, typically requiring a practitioner to have either water or wood elemental affinities, as only those can wield the nurturing arts of water or the revitalizing arts of wood, essential for healing. Most apothecaries present were 5th rank at the master level, while Li Luoshi herself was at the peak of 6th rank, a true master of medicine. How dare a mere 4th-rank apothecary boast that his skills surpass those of my grandfather? The girl in green displayed her disdain. Li Luoshi shook her head, dismissing him as a youthful fool. You, young man, should leave at once. A formidable guard barked. Sighing, Xiang Chen replied, I did not anticipate that my goodwill in coming to assist would meet with such disdain. However, Red Zhao princess, I wonder how many months it has been since your last menstruation. 3 months, perhaps? You ought to refrain from taking wushirsen excessively. The princess's expression shifted at his words. A flicker of alarm in her beautiful eyes. How does he know about my consumption of wushirsan? Wushirsan is a potent drug that induces immense pleasure, but is highly addictive and detrimental to one's health. It remained her little secret. And you, young lady, have consumed too much beyond grass for your cultivation. Your Daong meridians have already sustained serious damage. Such reckless depletion of your lifespan for the sake of practice does not align with the apothecary's principles of health, although you often use bean flour to temper it. The accumulating toxicity of bean flour will only exacerbate your menstrual issues. Xiang Chen cast another glance at the girl in green, whose expression immediately changed to one of disbelief. How could he be so aware of her condition without even taking her pulse? It was as if he knew precisely what medicine she had ingested. And you, old man? Xiang Chen cast a glance at Li Luoshi, scrutinizing him before sneering. As a physician, you have succumbed to the toxins invading your kidney meridian, leading to a significant depletion of your vital energy, rendering you impotent. How tragic. Li Luoshi's face flushed crimson as he stared incredulously at Xiang Chen. If he could not heal himself, how could he possibly hope to cure another? Xiang Chen shook his head derisively and turned to leave. Please wait, young sir. The king of Qing bellowed from his sickbed. A man of exceptional intellect, the king recognized the truth in Xiang Chen's words, which rendered those present speechless. He alone was aware of his wife's use of wushir powder, a secret they both relied upon to enhance their intimate encounters, regardless of whether healing is feasible or not. You are undoubtedly a physician of profound expertise. Your Highness, it would be wise to speak less. Your condition, I observe, has been festering within you for nearly 3 months and 29 days. Xiang Chen remarked indifferently, his back turned to the king, exuding an air of haughty aloofness. The king's countenance betrayed astonishment. The man even knew the precise moment of his injury. Others believed he had been wounded 3 months prior, unaware that nearly 4 months had elapsed. Xiang Chen had been present at the time of the injury, thus fully cognizant of the details. Please, sir, I implore you to remain and examine my condition, the king urged urgently. The red-crowned princess immediately altered her demeanor, approaching with an apologetic expression. Sir, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense. I earnestly request that you stay to treat the king. Li Luoshi regarded Xiang Chen silently. The girl in green, however, glared at Xiang Chen with resentment, annoyed that he would so brazenly disclose his shameful predicament before so many. Xiang Chen turned, glaring at a nearby guard who appeared intent on expelling him, and sighed. Very well. Although your demeanor displeases me, a healer's duty is to alleviate suffering, and I shall not quibble with you over it. Old man, shall I proceed, or will you? Please, young friend, go ahead, Li Luoshi replied. Xiang Chen settled himself onto a nearby plum blossom stool, crossed his legs, and said, No, you should go first. Show us your skills. If I act first, it will be of little consequence to you. You are exceedingly arrogant, the girl in green fumed, shooting an angry glare at Xiang Chen. He regarded her with a teasing smile and quipped, Little miss, you might want to consider thicker horse blankets. You seem unable to contain yourself. I have devised something far more effective than what you possess, with additional benefits of enhancing vitality and alleviating pain. Would you like to give it a try? As he spoke, Xiang Chen produced a packet of feminine hygiene products and tossed it to the girl in green, adding in a mocking tone. Should you wish to avoid a veritable river of blood, begin taking it 7 days prior to your cycle. Simmer 100-year-old longan, cinnamon powder, and red dates for an hour. Consuming it for 7 days will suppress symptoms, and a month of this regimen will lead to recovery. As the girl in green caught the packet and examined its contents, her face immediately flushed crimson, rendering her speechless with indignation. Who wants your nonsense? She retorted angrily, though she did not return the packet to him. Then I shall take my turn first, Li Luoshi said, casting a glance at the nonchalant Xiang Chen before turning to the king to begin his treatment. He retrieved a set of spiritual needles, commencing with acupuncture before employing his medicinal prowess to stimulate healing. The technique employed, known as the pulse needle method, seems to be correct. This person is indeed the one, as it is the very method I passed on to Elder Hua. Xiang Chen observed the needlework of Li Luoshi with slight astonishment, and then a smile graced his lips as a thought crossed his mind. The Guhuang felt an immediate sense of relief in his arm and thigh following Li Luoshi's treatment. He could even perceive the restoration of sensation in his limbs, which filled him with delight, as it indicated that the meridians in his body were beginning to heal. After half an hour of treatment, Li Luoshi withdrew the needles. Your Highness, how do you feel? He inquired. Master Li, your medical skills are remarkable. I can already sense my limbs somewhat, the Guhuang exclaimed joyfully, experiencing this sensation for the first time in over 3 months since he had been bedridden. Li Luoshi replied with a smile. With a few more days of my medicinal treatment, your Highness will be able to walk again. The Red Zhao princess chimed in, Master Li, you truly are the national divine physician. Young man, do you see? This is genuine talent and skill, not mere words, the girl in green attire remarked, not missing the opportunity to tease Xiang Chen. You intend to use the revitalization powder, don't you? Xiang Chen suddenly interjected. Li Luoshi's expression changed, and he exclaimed, How do you know? Xiang Chen retorted, It's obvious. This prescription was passed down by me. However, it seems you are only capable of concocting a master-level revitalization powder. With the pulse needle method you are using, you can only achieve a Master S level, which must have been taught to you by Elder Hua, correct? What? You? The revitalization powder was taught by you? Wait, could it be that you are the mentor of Brother Hua? Li Luoshi rose abruptly, gazing at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Xiang Chen's identity was on the verge of being exposed. Chapter 953. Infiltrating the core. Xiang Chen smiled quietly, refraining from further words, as he approached the Guhuang's bedside and placed his hand upon the prince's pulse. Subsequently, he summoned the heavenly restoration true essence, which surged forth violently, akin to a wild bull charging into the Guhuang's recently rejuvenated meridians. The Guhuang screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing control of his bodily functions from the pain. Your Highness, what have you done? The Red Zhao princess cried out in alarm upon witnessing the prince's torment. He is destroying the meridians I painstakingly reconstructed. Does he intend to rebuild them himself? Li Luoshi discerned the situation. At this moment, Xiang Chen suddenly intensified the flow of the heavenly restoration true essence. With a splatter, the Guhuang expelled another mouthful of blood, which transformed into a blood sword, infused with sword intent that struck against the ceiling above. The sound of an explosion echoed as a large hole was torn in the ceiling, expelling the invasive sword intent. Li Luoshi, an expert in the field, recognized this development. Meanwhile, the Guhuang was on the verge of losing consciousness due to the excruciating pain. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xiang Chen summoned a set of spiritual needles. He deftly inserted the needles into the Guhuang's body, targeting several that punctured the heart meridian and the heart itself. The Guhuang moaned in anguish as drops of vital blood were forcibly drawn from his heart. And within his body, they began to coalesce into a shadowy insect form. At that moment, Xiang Chen again directed the heavenly restoration true essence, methodically stimulating the acupoints throughout the Guhuang's body. Gradually, the sensation of pain dissipated. The Guhuang felt as if a clear stream were flowing through a parched riverbed within him, providing an extraordinary sense of comfort, contrasting sharply with his previous suffering. Within the body of the Green King, unique energy meridians were continuously restoring and reshaping themselves. The Green King felt a rapid resurgence of sensation and strength throughout his entire being. This was indeed a higher-level acupuncture technique. Li Luoshi, filled with excitement, gazed at the Green King, who was covered in needles and emanating waves of green light, his eyes glimmering with a hint of yearning. He immediately took out a book and began to sketch fervently. Inside the Green King's body, a special realm formed between the spiritual needles, acupoints, meridians, and techniques, resembling a celestial formation, repairing the foundational elements of the array. Energy meridians reconstructed like a web intricately woven throughout his body. After merely half an hour, Xiang Chen withdrew the needles, exhaling deeply. The Green King's fingers twitched, followed by a movement of his entire arm. With a push of his arms, he sat upright. "Your Highness, you can rise," exclaimed the Red Princess, her eyes alight with joy as she rushed to support his arm. Incredibly, such recovery was achieved solely through acupuncture and genuine energy. Li Luoshi murmured to himself, his gaze towards Xiang Chen now infused with a trace of reverence. How is this possible? Is this individual's medical skill truly superior to my grandfather's? The girl in green also gazed at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Green King had already risen and was able to walk. "Haha, I can feel it. My strength has returned," he exclaimed, taking a few steps and laughing heartily, his spirit exceedingly uplifted. "Wait, Your Highness, you have only regained 70% of your strength. The meridians have just been reshaped and require nurturing and reinforcement. Using your strength now may lead to injury. The remaining 30% will need herbal remedies for recovery. Complete healing is expected within 2 years, addressing all potential risks," Xiang Chen stated, standing with an air of confidence, fully in control. In truth, he only needed 10 days. But he mentioned 2 years to prolong the Green King's reliance on him for his long-term plans. He believed in not revealing everything and not exhausting his options. The Green King looked at Xiang Chen with deep gratitude, approaching to grasp his hand warmly. "You have bestowed upon me a great favor, sir. May I know your name? I shall forever remember your kindness." Xiang Chen smiled gently, glancing at Li Luoshi. "Mr. Li should be aware." Li Luoshi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the esteemed teacher of Guhuang, the renowned Mr. Tangyu?" Over a month ago, during his travels to the abandoned palace, he had visited various esteemed physicians to discuss medical arts, among whom he had naturally encountered the already well-known Guhuang. He discovered that although Guhuang's cultivation was not as advanced as his own, many of his medical techniques surpassed his own. The two had forged a friendship, mutually validating their medical skills, even considering each other as kindred spirits. However, their meeting, coupled with Li Luoshi's unique status, had already been reported to the intelligence department by Hualao. Xiang Chen was aware of this, having prompted Guhuang to intentionally disclose his name, which was indeed Tangyu. Xiang Chen nodded with a smile. Li Luoshi, elated, declared, "It truly is you, master. Please allow me to pay my respects." Saying this, he bowed deeply to Xiang Chen, leaving the Red Princess and the Green King astonished. The girl in green was particularly taken aback. "Grandfather, how could you bow to this man?" The young girl in green widened her eyes as she gazed at the youth who appeared to be of similar age. "How impudent. You must show respect, Yunying. He is the esteemed teacher of your teacher, Guhuang, so you should address him as master," Li Luoshi admonished sternly. "What?" Li Yunying was taken aback, her heart a tumult of emotions. Xiang Chen chuckled teasingly. "Little girl, do not delay in paying your respects to the master." Fuming, Li Yunying retorted, I refuse to bow to someone as arrogant as you. Li Luoshi, incensed, gave her a light smack on the head and declared, "How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Continue your disrespect, and I shall break your legs." With tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly wronged, Li Yunying begrudgingly called out, "Master. Ah, my dear little disciple, so obedient. Come here, let me pat your head." Xiang Chen laughed heartily, playfully ruffling her hair. The Guhuang, smiling, remarked, "I had no idea that Mr. Tang Yu was actually the teacher of Old Li. No wonder his medical skills are unparalleled. Hongzhao, quickly prepare the finest banquet, for I must express my gratitude to Mr. Tang Yu." "Certainly, I shall arrange it immediately. Thank you, sir, for saving our prince. I apologize for any previous rudeness." Princess Hongzhao bowed to Xiang Chen before hastily departing to make arrangements. "Sir, Old Li, please." The Guhuang personally led the two men. "Your Highness, please," they responded as they made their way to the dining hall. Along the way, the Guhuang took the opportunity to inquire about Xiang Chen's background. Li Luoshi was already renowned as a divine doctor, the chief imperial physician of the palace. Thus, anyone he called teacher must be truly extraordinary. However, Xiang Chen merely described himself as a recluse, rarely revealing himself to seek fame or fortune, portraying himself as a great healer living among the common folk. Upon hearing of the Guhuang's ailment, he had come out of compassion to offer assistance. With Li Luoshi's endorsement, the Guhuang harbored no doubts about Xiang Chen's identity. During his time with Guhuang, he had often heard praises of his teacher's remarkable skills and compassionate heart, elevating him to the status of a saintly figure devoted to the healing arts. Although Li Luoshi had yet to meet Xiang Chen, he had already formed an image of him bathed in a divine glow. Guhuang had also imparted some of Xiang Chen's pulse diagnosis techniques to him, which he held in high regard, considering Xiang Chen, or Tang Yu as Guhuang referred to him, as his teacher. Otherwise, the Guhuang's meridian issues were remnants of a formidable power that surpassed even the heavenly kings. His previous medical skills could merely ensure that a person could manage daily life, at best restoring only 10% of their health. Xiang Chen, too, sought to seize this opportunity to integrate himself into the inner circle of the Guhuang. Chapter 954. Infiltrating the royal residence. The most effective method for breaching the most fortified stronghold is, of course, to attack from the sides. Guzi was acutely aware of this. His power could not match the Guhuang's head-on, so he aimed to infiltrate from within. This was merely his entry point. Guzi pondered inwardly. In simpler terms, if I wish to take revenge but lack the strength to confront you directly, I shall resort to cunning. If my strength surpasses yours, I shall not waste words. A single step forward is all it takes. At the banquet, an array of rare and exquisite delicacies was presented, and the Guhuang was exceedingly warm towards Xiang Chen. "Sir, allow me to toast you once more. Were it not for your extraordinary medical skills, my path in this life would surely have come to an end." Once again, the Guhuang raised his glass in salute. Xiang Chen, smiling, replied, "Your Highness is too kind. It is solely due to your own profound fortune and the will of fate that you have survived great tribulations, which in turn yield great rewards." With a hearty laugh, the gentleman's words pleased me greatly. "Come, my dearly, let us share this cup." The atmosphere at the banquet was exceedingly harmonious, with attendants continually refilling the wine. The Blue King set down his cup and inquired, "Might I ask where you reside?" "Esteemed sir, as my ailments have yet to heal, I would be honored if you could stay at my estate. I assure you, the hospitality will not disappoint." With a smile, Xiang Chen replied, "At present, I dwell within the imperial capital. As for my accommodations, I have no particular preference. However, for the sake of treating your Highness, I shall be compelled to frequently visit the royal residence." The Red Princess chuckled, saying, "You would not be a bother at all. We would welcome your continued presence in our palace. A healer of your caliber is revered by all." The Blue King, stirred by her words, felt a spark of inspiration and produced a purple jade token, declaring, "Esteemed sir, this is the upper minister's order from my palace. If you do not mind, I implore you to accept it. This will grant you free passage to and from the royal residence, facilitating numerous conveniences within the capital, along with a commendable monthly stipend." Recognizing the opportunity to win over such a skilled physician, Xiang Chen hesitated, deliberately exhibiting a semblance of reluctance. His persona was that of a wandering healer, dedicated to aiding the world and never aligning with any faction. Accepting this token would imply allegiance to the Blue King, who, in gaining Xiang Chen's support, would also indirectly secure the loyalty of the chief imperial physician, Li Luosher, who frequently visited the emperor. The Blue King smiled. I understand that you refrain from joining any factions. My intention in offering this token is solely to facilitate your endeavors in the capital and your comings and goings to the palace. Your freedom remains untouched. Inwardly, Ergo rejoiced, appreciating this attitude. It was not I who sought to join you, but rather you who sought my favor. With a reluctant sigh, Xiang Chen finally conceded. Very well, since your highness expresses such goodwill, I shall accept it. Thank you, your highness. Upon receiving the upper minister's order, the Blue King's face lit up with joy. As long as the other party accepted, he could continually cater to their preferences, ensuring a complete allegiance. The Blue King, governing a prosperous region, wielded significantly more power than a mere marquis, his status only subordinate to the emperor. To become one of his upper ministers, one would typically need to possess at least the strength of a great king. However, talents like Xiang Chen, with their unique capabilities, held far greater value than those who simply excelled in combat. Li Luosher remained silent, loyal solely to the emperor. Should the Blue King seize the throne, his loyalty would naturally shift to him as well. He could only respect Xiang Chen's choice, yet if he wished to learn more about medical arts from him, he would inevitably lean towards the Blue King. On the surface, the effect of the upper minister's order appeared to draw in two esteemed physicians for the Blue King. The banquet concluded with mutual enjoyment, and the Blue King even arranged for a splendid residence for Xiang Chen within the royal palace. After the festivities, Xiang Chen took his leave and settled into the Blue King's abode, while Li Luosher followed closely behind, eager to advance his knowledge of the pulse method. Xiang Chen, assuming the role of a mentor, sought to cultivate a sense of gratitude within Li Luosher. The Prince of Qing gazed at the departing figure of Xiang Chen, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Truly, the heavens do not forsake my Ji Beixian. Encountering such a renowned physician signifies that the fate of my lineage and the imperial throne is not yet extinguished. Standing beside him, the Princess of Hong Zhao smiled radiantly. Indeed, as Mr. Tang has articulated, achieving great enterprises necessitates encountering significant obstacles. The prince's smile faded slightly as he inquired, What is the recent situation in the imperial court? The smile on Hong Zhao's face dissipated, replaced by a grave expression as she replied, It is not optimistic. Some opportunists, upon learning of your situation, have begun to side with Ji Yuming, who, it is said, has already recovered from his injuries. Humph, I suspected as much, the Prince of Qing retorted coldly. However, now that I have regained my health, all is still salvageable. Fortunately, time has not been overly protracted. Hong Zhao furrowed her brow and said, There is another piece of news that is quite unfavorable for us. However, I refrained from informing you during your illness. Oh, what has transpired? The Tianwang Merchant Association has encountered a calamity. Not long ago, they were suddenly besieged by the Sea Demon, the Thousand-Legged Demon King, and the Silver-Sealed Ant King, resulting in the loss of a significant shipment of vital goods. A treasury was entirely looted, incurring damages of no less than 15 billion. And Qin Feng was also killed by the demons in the prison. The prince's expression shifted dramatically. Such an occurrence. Cursed be the demons. Can Qin Feng's golden marquis order still be retrieved? Hong Zhao shook her head. No, alas, the incident was sudden, merely a few days ago. Curse it. Wealth is of little consequence. It is primarily this golden marquis order that matters. The prince's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Without the golden marquis order, Chen Yu can only inherit the title of golden marquis once, but cannot command the golden marquis legion. A title without power is of no use to me. When he formally ascends, if he cannot produce the golden marquis order, that legion shall be restructured. The Princess of Hong Zhao sought to console him. Your Highness, there is no need to be overly distressed. If Chen Yu can achieve military merit, there remains a possibility of being awarded the golden marquis order anew. The prince replied somberly. It is simply the unwillingness to accept that years of planning could ultimately amount to nothing. Ouyang Jinfeng is utterly incompetent, allowing the demons to raid his domain. Have we dispatched anyone to thoroughly investigate? If we can annihilate this group of demons, it would be a significant achievement. We have already sent people to search the entire city, but there has been no news as of yet. The prince remarked, We must not rush, but we must first locate the estate of the King of Yu. This group of demons has entrenched themselves in the imperial capital, and their identities must be deeply concealed, perhaps linked to some notorious underworld faction within the city. Indeed, Haha, but my dear princess, it has been quite a while, and I have missed you dearly. The Prince of Qing suddenly embraced Hong Zhao, lifting her effortlessly. I have also longed for you, your highness. Hong Zhao's bright eyes sparkled with affection as she entwined her arms around the prince's neck. With a hearty laugh, the prince carried the princess of Hong Zhao toward the inner palace, summoning 2 concubines, indicating that their intentions extended beyond mere leisure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiang Chen's own schemes were commencing. Chapter 955. A flourishing endeavor. The estate of the King of Yu, situated a mere 100 miles from the Prince of Qing's residence, boasted an expansive area and architectural grandeur that rivaled that of the prince's abode. Although both the Prince of Qing and the King of Yu governed the regions of Qing and Yu, they predominantly resided in the central state. The sovereign cultivates 2 individuals, primarily to establish a delicate balance between them, subsequently selecting the most worthy successor from their ensuing rivalry. With merely a decade remaining until the sovereign's abdication, it is likely that the throne will ultimately fall to one of these 2 contenders. Before the grand entrance of the Prince of Darkness's residence, a formidable wall looms, guarded by vigilant sentinels. A man, shrouded entirely in dark garments, obscuring his visage, gazes up at the towering gates, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He then approaches the entrance, but is promptly intercepted by the guards. Within the inner sanctum of the Prince of Darkness's palace, there lies a square pool measuring 10 meters on each side, enveloped in a mist of faint crimson energy. This pool is filled with a viscous, blood-red liquid, reminiscent of fresh blood. Surrounding the pool are numerous corpses, both human and beast, whose flesh has long since dissolved into the depths of the liquid. In the midst of this eerie scene, a robust and handsome man sits cross-legged within the pool, absorbing the flowing crimson energy. As he practices, blood-red scales begin to subtly manifest upon his skin. This is the Prince of Darkness, Ji Yuming. It is widely acknowledged that the prince practices a form of demonic cultivation. Beside the pool, a towering figure observes the prince's training. This individual would be well known to Xiang Chen, the North Ming leopard. This blood demon art is indeed remarkable. I can sense my injuries nearing complete recovery, and my demonic energy is growing ever more potent. The prince muses, his eyes snapping open to reveal blood-red irises. North Ming leopard, I shall remember your significant contribution, he proclaims. The North Ming leopard inclines slightly, responding, as one who has pledged allegiance to your highness. It is only natural that I assist you. This technique was a stroke of fortune for me. Your highness's swift mastery of it reveals that you are its rightful master. Ha ha ha. With this blood demon art, coupled with my formidable great demon technique, I am confident that within 10 years, before my father abdicates, I shall break through to that realm, securing the throne. The Prince of Darkness laughs heartily, rising from the pool, having completely absorbed the crimson liquid. A waiting maid hastily approaches to assist him in donning his garments. From now on, let my attire be changed to this blood-red hue, he instructs, admiring the color of his current black robe, having developed a fondness for it. Yes, my lord, the maid replies, deftly fastening his belt. Just then, a voice calls from outside the chamber. My lord, there is someone seeking an audience. Who is it? The Prince of Darkness asks as he steps out of the pool and takes his seat on the royal throne. With a flick of his sleeve, the chamber doors swing open, releasing a lingering scent of blood. The guard enters and kneels on one knee, stating, I do not know the origins of this individual. He did not reveal his true name, but instructed me to deliver this to your highness, claiming that upon seeing it, you would surely wish to meet him. If you do not, you shall undoubtedly regret it. The guard presents a scroll with both hands. How intriguing. Bring it forth. The prince expresses his curiosity. A nearby maid descends to retrieve the scroll and presents it reverently before the prince. Prince Yu picked up the scroll and, upon opening it, his eyes narrowed, gleaming with a crimson light. He turned to the guard and inquired, Where is this person? Your highness, they are still waiting outside the palace, the guard replied. Prince Yu set down the scroll and commanded, Quickly, bring them in. His personal maid, Hongya, seemed to have questions but hesitated upon glancing at Bai Mingbao. You wish to ask who could provoke such urgency in me, do you not? Prince Yu remarked, aware of her concern for Bai Mingbao. However, Bai Mingbao had already ingested the poison pill that allowed Prince Yu to control him, thus earning his trust. Hongya nodded. Indeed, your highness appeared quite excited just now. Look for yourself. Prince Yu handed her the scroll. As she unrolled it, she beheld an illustration depicting a jade token. The Marquis's Golden Order. Hongya exclaimed, recognizing the image. Indeed, the Marquis's Golden Order, Biming Bao echoed, a hint of surprise in his voice. How intriguing. Why would this individual show me such a thing? Hongya suggested. The Qing prince has long sought the whereabouts of the Golden Order to assist Chunyu in ascending to the throne. Could it be that this person possesses knowledge of its location? Prince Yu smiled faintly. That is precisely why I was so exhilarated. Let us discover who this individual is. At that moment, the person was brought in, directly into the hall. Prince Yu observed a figure shrouded in a black robe that obscured their visage. This so-called spiritual cloak was a common garb among practitioners, designed to conceal spiritual probing. Otherwise, in the presence of spiritual awareness, all would be laid bare. Which would be quite awkward. Why do you not reveal your true face? Prince Yu scrutinized the figure. The cloaked individual replied in a somber tone. I was uncertain if it would be appropriate, Your Highness. Prince Yu glanced around and chuckled. Rest assured, they are all my trusted confidants. Only then did the cloaked figure remove their hood, revealing their true identity. It is you, Chen Feng. Both Prince Yu and Hongya exclaimed in astonishment. For the figure was none other than the long-lost eldest son of the Marquis, the rightful heir, Chen Feng. Chen Feng regarded Prince Yu. Clasping his fists in a respectful bow, Chen Feng pays his respects to Your Highness. Prince Yu, taken aback, surveyed Chen Feng with growing realization. Chen Feng, you have survived. Years ago, Chen Feng had vanished, presumed dead. However, Prince Yu was aware that he had been harmed by the Qing prince's minions, aimed at facilitating Chen Yu's rise. Though he had no evidence to confront the Qing prince at that time. Chen Feng straightened, lowering his gaze slightly. After many years apart, Your Highness still exudes such grace. Prince Yu narrowed his crimson eyes. Young Master Chen Feng, your safe return is indeed a joyous occasion. The entire imperial city believed you had met with misfortune. Yet, why do you come to my palace instead of the Marquis's residence? He had already surmised part of the answer, intentionally posing the question. Kneeling on one knee, Chen Feng clasped his fists. I have returned to seek refuge with Your Highness, and to request that you, Prince Yu, uphold justice for me. What is this? Young Master Chen? Such grand gestures are unnecessary. Please rise, Prince Yu urged, personally assisting Chen Feng to his feet. Chen Feng gazed at Prince Yuang and spoke slowly. Your Highness, I believe you are somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding my sudden disappearance years ago. I have returned to seek your assistance in reclaiming what is rightfully mine. And in return, I shall aid you in acquiring what you desire. Chapter 956. The grand performance begins. Chun Feng's words deepened the smile on Yu Wang's face, and his gaze grew more profound. Without uttering a word, he turned and resumed his position on the throne, looking down at Chen Feng with a penetrating stare. I wish to understand how the esteemed heir Chen Feng has fared all these years. Why do you come to me now? Yu Wang's eyes bore into Chen Feng, as if attempting to discern the thoughts within his heart. Meeting Yu Wang's intense gaze, Chen Feng replied, I was once the target of a covert assassination attempt, narrowly escaping death. Although I managed to evade danger, I sustained grievous injuries and have been on the run ever since. Now that I have recovered, I realize that you are my only hope for assistance. Yu Wang remained silent. Among the 5 great military lords of the royal capital, Mu Ho supported him, while Yen Ho backed the Qing Wang. Lao Jinho had always maintained a neutral stance, as did Chen Feng, whose younger brother, Chen Yu, aligned himself with Qing Wang. As for Kuei Ho, she had also been neutral, while Kuan Ho had long been away, waging war against foreign tribes, distanced from court affairs. Should Chen Feng genuinely pledge his loyalty to him? Assisting in toppling Chen Yu and seizing the forces of Jin Ho's Golden Army would significantly alter the balance of power between him and Qing Wang. How may I assist you, esteemed heir Chen Feng? Yu Wang inquired, clearly reluctant to lose this potential ally. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Feng knelt and performed a deep bow. The following day, news of Qing Wang's recovery was deliberately disseminated, causing a considerable stir among the elite circles of the royal capital. With Qing Wang restored, the previously tenuous struggle for the throne would undoubtedly revert to a stalemate. Those who had hastily sided with Yu Wang began to regret their premature allegiances. Within the palace, at a stately and imposing official residence, 2 grand stone lions stood sentinel at the entrance. The officials within donned the flying fish attire and bore embroidered spring knives. The plaque above the entrance bore the words Eastern Courtsguard Palace. This was a place in the royal capital dedicated to the adjudication of serious cases, accessible only to a select few, with cases here reaching the ears of the heavens. Before the Eastern Court's guard palace stood a colossal drum. Crafted from the hide of a thunderous beast, its sound akin to thunder itself. A figure approached the drum, seized a mallet, and struck it forcefully. Boom! The drum reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the palace and resonating before the Eastern Court's guard palace. Unjust! 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 Chen Feng cried out, pounding the drum with fervor. The sound continuing to resound. Creak! The grand doors of the Eastern Court's guard palace swung open, and a contingent of guards rushed forth. Who dares to cry out for justice? A man clad in a yellow flying fish robe bellowed, leading the charge. It is I, Chen Feng, the eldest son of the Jin Ho, who seeks justice. I implore the Eastern Court's guard palace to report my plea to the sovereign, Chen Feng declared, laying down the mallet and fixing his gaze upon the leader of the guards. The guard captain's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him as he regarded Chen Feng. The esteemed heir Chen Feng. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, Prince Guhuang has arrived. Amidst a throng of people, Prince Yu strode forward with purpose. Your Highness. The captain of the Jinui promptly approached to pay his respects. Captain Gao, I just passed by and heard the sound of thunderous drums. Who dares to voice their grievances? As Prince Yu arrived, his tone adopted the formal cadence of authority. It is from the Jin Marquis' residence, the young Master Chen Feng, Captain Gao replied hastily. Oh, young Master Chen Feng. Was it not said that he had been missing for years, a victim of malevolent forces? Prince Yu exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng approached and bowed deeply, proclaiming loudly, I pay my respects to your highness. I must report to you that I, Chen Feng, have suffered injustice. My uncle, in his quest for the title, has conspired with malevolent beings to orchestrate my downfall. Today, I have come to the Eastern Factory to seek justice, hoping that your majesty will intercede on my behalf. At this declaration, those accompanying Prince Yu, as well as the Jinui, were taken aback. The implications of usurpation and fratricide were grave and alarming. Captain Gao's expression shifted as he discreetly activated a communication jade talisman. Such a serious matter, Captain Gao. Should the Eastern Factory not take charge? Prince Yu inquired, directing his gaze at Captain Gao. Captain Gao replied earnestly, if what young Master Chen Feng has stated is indeed true, this case must be thoroughly investigated. Excellent, Captain Gao, your integrity is commendable. As it happens, I have no pressing matters today and shall listen in on the proceedings, Prince Yu remarked with a faint smile, leading his entourage directly into the Eastern Factory. Young Master Chen Feng, please enter, Captain Gao instructed. Chen Feng offered a respectful salute and followed him inside. The long-lost heir of the Jin Marquis, previously presumed to have perished at the hands of malevolent entities, had suddenly returned, causing a stir within the palace. This news swiftly spread throughout the royal corridors. Meanwhile, the news reached the residence of Prince Qing without delay. What? Chen Feng is alive and has gone to the Eastern Factory? Prince Qing exclaimed, rising abruptly. Beside him, Xiang Chen, who had just assisted in his recuperation, observed the unfolding situation. A man below spoke solemnly. Your Highness, the news comes from my elder brother Gao Tong. It cannot be mistaken. Prince Qing's expression darkened as he descended, exclaiming, was it not said that Chen Feng was dead? How could he have entered the palace and gone to the Eastern Factory? The man, Gao Yan, the chief intelligence gatherer for Prince Qing, faltered, unable to articulate a response. Infuriating. Gather the men. We must enter the palace at once and seize Chen Feng. Prince Qing commanded fiercely. Your Highness, that may not be advisable. Prince Yu is also present, came the cautious reply. Prince Yu is here. Upon hearing this, Prince Qing's demeanor soured, with Prince Yu in attendance. Capturing Chen Feng would not be a simple task. His mind racing, Prince Qing sat down, his countenance dark and pensive as he contemplated the events unfolding. Chen Feng's sudden appearance at the Eastern Factory was perplexing. He had entered unaccompanied, likely intercepted before he could reach the palace. The coincidence of Prince Yu's arrival was too fortuitous. Were they in collusion? Yet, had it not been reported that Chen Feng perished at the Tianwan Commerce due to an incursion by the demon race? How had he escaped? Prince Qing's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Your Highness, who exactly is Chen Feng? Xiang Chen interjected, breaking the silence. The Azure King, with his palm resting in his hair, cast a glance at Xiang Chen. Having gained his trust, Xiang Chen did not conceal the truth. What you may not be aware of, my lord, is that Chen Feng is the eldest son of the Jin Ho family. He was meant to perish a decade ago. His brother, Chen Yu, is in my service. If Chen Feng were to die, Chen Yu would fulfill the requirements to inherit the title of duke. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does your highness imply that with Chen Feng's return, Chen Yu's position is jeopardized, and Chen Feng seeks to become the heir? Is this what troubles you?" "Indeed." The Azure King narrowed his eyes and replied, "Should Chen Feng inherit the dukedom, it would only pose a threat to me." A slight smile graced Xiang Chen's lips. "Such a grave matter. Could it be that the Chen Feng who was meant to die 10 years ago is a result of your highness's actions?" His words struck a nerve, and the Azure King's sharp gaze bore into Xiang Chen. Chapter 957. Compassionate heart. The Azure King fixed his stare upon Xiang Chen, clearly indicating that Xiang Chen had crossed a line. With a wry smile, Xiang Chen said, "Please do not regard me so fiercely, your highness. Based on your description and current state, any discerning mind would harbor such suspicions. I merely inquired out of curiosity." The Azure King, upon hearing this, recognized his emotional outburst. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Xiang Chen and confessed, "Since you are now one of us, I shall not withhold certain truths. A decade ago, it was I who orchestrated the ambush on Chen Feng, yet he managed to escape. Ultimately, he was discovered by my men and confined within the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. I believed he had perished at the hands of demons, with his body remaining where he was imprisoned. Now, the strange turn of events has seen him return. These secrets are known only to my most trusted confidants. Do you comprehend the implications of my disclosure? If these matters were to leak, both you and your family would be ensnared in the ensuing turmoil." The Azure King's words bore a hint of menace, warning of the dire consequences should betrayal occur. Unbeknownst to him, the family of Tang Yu, whom he had investigated, bore no connection to Xiang Chen. He revealed so much to Xiang Chen out of necessity. He required Xiang Chen by his side to aid in the treatment of his ailment for the next 2 years, and many things could not be hidden. I understand the gravity of our situation. Since I have accepted the prince's decree, our fates are intertwined, Xiang Chen acknowledged. With Chen Feng's return, it seemed unlikely that Chen Yu could maintain his position. If the Yu King were to gain Chen Feng's support, Xiang Chen would be at a distinct disadvantage. The Azure King sighed deeply. Chen Feng, the Yu King, the demons assaulting Tianwang, the death of the man who should have perished, yet leaving behind a corpse. Xiang Chen murmured to himself, audible to the Azure King, "Why does this all feel amiss?" "Oh, what seems amiss?" the Azure King instinctively inquired. Suddenly, a revelation struck the Azure King, and he discerned a critical insight. Indeed, something is off. If the demons were responsible for the killings, why would they deliberately leave behind a false corpse? Could it be that Chen Feng has some connection with the demons? Wait, could it be that the demons attacked Tianwang to rescue Chen Feng? In that moment, the Azure King appeared to have stumbled upon a significant clue. Xiang Chen interjected, "If that is the case, there are numerous doubts. If Chen Feng were indeed colluding with the demon clan, how could he have been so easily discovered and captured by your subordinates? I find it improbable that the demon clan has any ties with Chen Feng." Upon hearing this, the Qing Wang furrowed his brow, pondering intently. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, as if he had unraveled a complex riddle. Ji Yuming. If he were to conspire with the demon clan to launch an attack on Tianwang in order to rescue Chen Feng, it would make sense. Furthermore, he is aware that the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce is my financial lifeline. Any losses incurred by Tianwang would also affect me. Rescuing Chen Feng while causing me significant losses, and ultimately toppling Chen Yu. If this were indeed a scheme he orchestrated, it would be a masterstroke of 3 birds with 1 stone. The Qing Wang became captivated by this notion, convinced of its validity. "You are indeed remarkably astute. A mere hint and you perceive it all," he remarked. Xiang Chen smirked inwardly. Often, the more intelligent individuals are, the more they can mislead themselves with their own cleverness. He feigned a moment of enlightenment, stating, "I previously heard of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce being robbed, and the fierce demons have yet to be apprehended, which indicates their deep concealment. If Ji Yuming has such a formidable ally, he could indeed maneuver freely in the imperial capital." The Qing Wang replied coldly, "Precisely. If there is someone within our royal court, it would be exceptionally difficult to capture the demon fiends. Ji Yuming, if you truly have colluded with the demon clan, your fate is sealed." Xiang Chen empathetically advised, "Your Highness, these are merely our conjectures, lacking solid evidence. Since Chen Feng is connected to your subordinate Chen Yu, it would be prudent for us to pay a visit, lest Chen Yu, in a moment of desperation, utter something detrimental to your interests. Indeed, your words hold great merit. I had not anticipated your insights would extend so deeply. Not only can you serve as a physician, but your talents as a strategist are also commendable. The Guhuang acknowledged, casting a satisfied glance at Xiang Chen, as if he had been illuminated by a sudden realization. Xiang Chen chuckled. I have always been compassionate and averse to scheming and conflict. However, one must understand the interconnectedness of all things. A physician requires profound insight and a capacity for flexible application of diverse pharmacology, much like the relationships between individuals. When properly balanced, they can heal. When mishandled, they can destroy. Compassionate-hearted Xiang ergo, a blade for every child. Your metaphors are indeed refreshing. Quickly, let us proceed to the Eastern Factory's guard palace. In the study of the Guhuang mansion, a figure was diligently practicing calligraphy, the brush moving with elegance and vigor, creating beautiful characters. Chen Yu had a profound appreciation for calligraphy and dedicated time each day to practice. Being a skilled talisman master, he understood the necessity of daily refinement. As a grand character depicting vast landscapes took form, a powerful aura emanated from the strokes, encapsulating the beauty of endless mountains and rivers within 4 characters. This was an exceptionally rare aura, calligraphy at its finest. Young master, dire news. Chen Feng has returned. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure rushed in without waiting for formalities to deliver the urgent news. What? The smile of satisfaction on Chun Yu's face vanished in an instant. With a loud thud, his brush fell onto the paper, leaving a dark blotch, as the profound essence of his calligraphy dissipated entirely. The Eastern Factory's guard palace. The Eastern Factory, in essence, serves as the internal supervisory mechanism of the imperial court, tasked with apprehending corrupt officials, traitors, and internal conspirators, as well as overseeing matters of significant concern that ordinary offices are unqualified to handle. In the Grand Hall, 2 rows of the imperial guards stood resolutely, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their swords. Another group, armed and vigilant, comprised the loyalists of Prince Yu, positioned behind him. At the high dais, the master of the Eastern Factory, Ji Xuanma, who belonged to the royal lineage, though not of the direct imperial bloodline, sat in authority, holding a noble title and directly reporting to the emperor. Beside him, Prince Yu sat attentively, ready to hear the proceedings. Bring forth Lord Chen Yu, came the commanding voice from outside the hall. A young man clad in resplendent golden brocade swiftly entered, revealing himself to be Chen Yu. Upon his arrival, he spotted Chen Feng standing within the hall, and his countenance shifted dramatically, his heart sinking. How could this be? He was truly alive. In disbelief, Chen Yu glanced at Chen Feng, quickly regaining his composure. Chen Feng, in turn, looked upon his brother with an icy detachment, devoid of any remnants of their past camaraderie. Ji Xuanma, with a stoic expression, declared, now that both the accuser and the accused have entered, this case shall officially commence. Court is in session. The resounding thud of the gavel echoed, prompting the imperial guards to draw their blades in unison. The glint of steel illuminating the hall and enveloping it in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Chapter 958. The Eastern Factory's court hearing the air was thick with an ominous chill, transforming the grand hall into a realm of stark silence. Outside, a gathering of royal offspring and attendants from the imperial harem congregated, eagerly seeking news and engaging in hushed discussions regarding the proceedings within. Chen Feng, the rightful heir of the Golden Marquis, had previously occupied a prestigious status in the imperial capital. His sudden reappearance, after a decade of being presumed dead at the hands of a monstrous assassin, sparked considerable controversy and intrigue. Who stands as the accuser? What is the nature of the accusation? Ji Xuanma inquired with authority, adhering to the formalities of the inquiry. Speak, commanded the rows of imperial guards, their voices resonating in unison, projecting an overwhelming sense of pressure. The imperial guards, a formidable force consisting solely of masters of the realm, were renowned as the emperor's 2 sharpest swords, alongside the Lingxiao guards. Chen Feng bowed respectfully and announced, I am Chen Feng, son of the Golden Marquis, here to accuse my brother, Chen Yu. At these words, Chen Yu felt a profound weight settle in his heart, indignantly exclaiming, Brother, after your long absence, I had scarcely the chance to rejoice in your return, and yet you seek to accuse me of what? Enough, Chen Yu. Did I permit you to speak? Ji Xuanma interrupted, silencing his display. Chen Yu, be quiet, commanded the rows of imperial guards in chilling unison. With no further retort, Chen Yu fell silent, while Chen Feng regarded him with a cold smirk, stating, "There is no need for feigned sentiments. Esteemed Ji Xuanma, 10 years ago, Chen Yu conspired to murder me by dispatching assassins to ambush me outside the capital. Fortunately, I narrowly escaped with my life. Yet I have since been relentlessly pursued and forced into hiding. Chen Yu's treachery and ambition, disregarding familial bonds and moral law, demand that justice be served. I implore you, Ji Xuanma, to uphold the scales of justice for Chen Feng." What? Chen Feng's disappearance was indeed orchestrated by his own brother. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. The circumstances surrounding Chen Feng's vanishing had been shrouded in mystery, now unveiled as a consequence of fratricidal betrayal. Upon Chen Feng's demise, the esteemed position of the Jin Ho would naturally be inherited by Chen Yu. This sequence of events, while seemingly plausible, reveals the darker motivations behind Chen Yu's actions. It is astonishing that this seemingly amiable individual could resort to such treachery against his own brother. The revelation made by Chen Feng sent shockwaves through the royal disciples gathered outside, eliciting gasps and fervent discussions. "I am being wronged. I protest." Chen Yu immediately cried out in indignation, his voice filled with rage. "Chen Yu!" Ji Xuanma cast a cold, piercing glare in his direction, silencing him instantly. Ji Xuanma turned his attention back to Chen Feng, inquiring, "Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that it was indeed Chen Yu's doing?" "Indeed." Chen Feng affirmed with a nod, continuing, "In the past, I was compelled to evade his relentless pursuit, fleeing from place to place, ultimately finding refuge in the desolate region of Huangzhou. However, even there, I was discovered by Chen Yu's minions. To my horror, I learned that he had colluded with the Lord of Huang, who personally sought to capture me, ultimately handing me over to the Qing Wang. Having already refined the Jin Ho's command token, I was imprisoned by the Qing Wang in the Tianwang Merchant Guild, subjected to relentless interrogations, forced to reveal the token. I steadfastly refused, and during the chaos of the demon tribe's assault on the guild, I seized the opportunity to escape. I possess irrefutable evidence of their conspiratorial collusion, and I can assure you that my words are truth, devoid of any falsehood." Chen Feng's subsequent declarations stirred a considerable uproar. The implications extended even to the Lord of Huang and the Qing Wang. It was no secret within the circles of power that Chen Yu was aligned with the Qing Wang. Ji Xuanma's brow furrowed deeper as he cast a glance towards the silent observer, the Yu Wang. This matter now entangled the very fabric of imperial power struggles. The Yu Wang interjected, "This affair implicates so many individuals. I had not anticipated such a bloody web of intrigue lurking beneath the surface. Lord Xuanma, you must ensure a thorough investigation. We cannot allow the victim to be wronged, nor should the Qing Wang be unjustly accused." His intent was clear. He would keep a vigilant watch over this matter, insisting that all claims be substantiated by evidence. Ji Xuanma calmly posed the question, "Chen Feng, where is the evidence you speak of?" Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, a resounding voice echoed from outside. "The Qing Wang is here." The hall erupted into a flurry of activity as the crowd parted. A strikingly handsome man clad in a blue dragon robe, exuding an air of confidence and vitality, approached, flanked by a group of followers. To his right stood the regal Hong Zhao Wangfei, and to his left was a young and unfamiliar figure, Xiang Chen, accompanied by a cadre of elite guards. "Your Highness, the Qing Wang." The onlookers bowed respectfully. The Jin Wei on either side also inclined their bodies in reverence. Ji Xuanma rose from his seat, bowing slightly as he addressed, "Your Highness, the Qing Wang, I regret not having welcomed you properly." The Yu Wang also stood, clasping his fists in greeting, "Greetings, elder brother Qing Wang." With a warm smile, the Qing Wang responded, "Lord Xuanma, there is no need for such formalities. My younger brother is present as well." The Yu Wang smiled faintly. "I have come to hear an intriguing tale. Perhaps elder brother Qing Wang would also like to listen?" The Qing Wang replied serenely, "That is precisely my intention. I have heard that the young master Chen Feng has returned, and I wish to witness it for myself." His gaze fell upon Chen Feng, a smile gracing his lips. Chen Feng chuckled coldly, "Your Highness, the Prince of Qing, I see you are well. Is it a disappointment to find that Chen Feng has not perished?" The Prince of Qing replied, astonished, disappointed. "What do I have to be disappointed about? The return of the young master Chen Feng brings me nothing but joy." Chen Feng let out a cold laugh and chose not to elaborate further. "Your Highness, please take a seat." A member of the Jin Wei presented a stool, and the prince settled down, listening alongside the Prince of Yu. Ji Xuanma inquired, Chen Feng, you claim you were wronged, implicating both the Marquis of Huang and His Highness the Prince of Qing, Shen Yu. Can you substantiate your allegations with evidence? Chen Feng clasped his fists and responded, indeed, evidence exists. Among those sent by Chun Yu to assassinate me was an individual named Chun Hu, who has also been missing for 10 years. The Jinho mansion is well aware that he was Chun Yu's personal bodyguard. However, when he conspired with a group of assassins to kill me, he ultimately failed and was captured by me, consequently having his cultivation rendered useless. Later, under my care, he and I lived in seclusion in Huangdu. I possess a personal edict written by Chen Yu to him. As he spoke, Chen Feng retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and presented it. The Jin Yiwei brought it forward, and Ji Xuanma opened it to discover a handwritten edict inside, the distinctive brushwork unmistakably belonging to Chen Yu. Upon seeing the edict, Chen Yu's heart sank. Chen Feng continued, this serves as material evidence. But where is the witness, Chen Hu? Just then, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, entered the hall and knelt. Greeting, Chen Hu pays his respects to Master Xuanma, Your Highness, and Your Highness of you. Chen Hu. Chen Yu's expression changed drastically at the sight of the man, who had once been a formidable bodyguard by his side. This was a card Chen Feng had prepared long before encountering Xiang Chen. Now it was played. And for Chen Yu, this card represented a devastating blow to his ambitions of fratricide and usurpation. Chapter 959. Intricately intertwined, the Prince of Qing's gaze darkened. How could Chen Yu have left such a significant vulnerability? Chen Yu, do you have any words in light of this evidence? Ji Xuanma questioned. With both material and testimonial evidence present, the case was evidently clear. Chen Yu had resorted to fratricide in his quest for title, a transgression against brotherhood that defied all moral order. The Prince of Yu, standing by, added his condemnation, with his entourage echoing his sentiments, firmly asserting Chen Yu's guilt. Unjust. Unjust. Chen Yu protested vehemently. Master Xuanma, Chen Hu has clearly been bribed by Chen Feng to frame me. Ji Xuanma coldly replied, you claim the witness is false. What do you say about the material evidence? Guards, immediately proceed to Chen Yu's residence and retrieve samples of his handwriting to compare with the edict. Understood. Two Jin Yiwei members clasped their fists and swiftly departed the hall, unleashing their true essence as they soared towards Chen Yu's estate. Chen Yu's complexion turned pale, his eyes burning with hatred as they fixed upon Chen Feng, who had already lost interest in him. Your Highness, save me. Chen Yu's desperate gaze sought the Prince of Qing, silently pleading for rescue. In the imperial capital, at the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, Ouyang Jinfeng's residence. Young master. A figure hurriedly made his way to Ouyang Jinfeng's estate, where the servants bowed respectfully. Ouyang Tua hastened towards his father's meditation chamber, where formidable personal bodyguards stood watch outside. Young master. The guard bowed respectfully to Ouyang Tua. Quickly inform my father. I have urgent matters to report. Ouyang Tuo's face was etched with anxiety. Yes, the guard replied, not daring to delay, and immediately activated the magical disc on the door to communicate with the training chamber. Before long, there was a resounding thud as the training chamber door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in golden robes. Tuor, what is the matter? Why the haste? Inquired Ouyang Jinfeng. Since being injured by the thousand-legged demon king, he had been recuperating in isolation. Father, there's a grave situation. We must speak in your study. Ouyang Tua insisted, his urgency palpable. Sensing the gravity of the situation from his son's demeanor, Ouyang Jinfeng nodded and proceeded toward his study, the loyal guard following closely behind. This guard was a formidable warrior of the Heavenly King level, a trusted confidant nurtured by Ouyang Jinfeng over many years. Upon reaching the study, the guard stationed himself outside, while the father and son entered within. Father, something critical has occurred. Chen Feng is not dead, Ouyang Tua declared. What? The initial words of Ouyang Tua left Ouyang Jinfeng astounded. What do you mean Chen Feng is alive? He pressed urgently. Father, please sit down and do not panic. Allow me to explain, Ouyang Tua urged as he poured a cup of tea, discreetly letting a fine, crystalline powder fall into the cup from his sleeve. He placed the tea on the desk and continued. The person who was killed by the demon was not Chen Feng. He was merely a substitute. Just now, Chen Feng appeared in the Eastern Factory Sway Palace, accusing Chen Yu, the Marquis of Huang, and the King of Qing, claiming that we conspired against him. The Jinyui are on their way to gather evidence. This is inconceivable. Chen Feng is alive and has gone to the Eastern Factory Wei Palace. How can this be? Ouyang Jinfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing with unease. However, being a man of stature, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Does His Highness the King of Qing have any instructions?" During his recovery, many matters had naturally been entrusted to his son, including communications with the King of Qing. Ouyang Tuo replied, "The Jinyui are coming to investigate, and His Highness has instructed you to destroy all evidence of our dealings with him to prevent any unforeseen consequences." Damn it! How could this happen so suddenly? Chen Feng has managed to escape after being imprisoned and tortured for so long. If he returns to claim the Marquis title, it would spell disaster for us, Ouyang Jinfeng said, his face darkening as he took a sip of tea and stood up. The Jinyui are immensely powerful. We cannot leave any loopholes for them to exploit. He swiftly moved to the northeastern corner of the study, where a pot of purple bamboo stood. Embracing the pot, he twisted it, and with a thunderous roar, a small concealed door appeared in the corner. The door bore a keyhole for the magical disc. He produced a fist-sized magical disc, placing it into the keyhole, and special spiritual energy surged forth. With a resounding crack, the hidden door swung open, revealing a jade box inside. Ouyang Jinfeng retrieved the box and opened it, finding it filled with various receipts and confidential correspondence exchanged with the King of Qing. These items are our leverage to prevent the Qing prince from dismantling the bridge after seizing the throne. In light of the present circumstances, they must not be retained. Ouyang Jinfeng gazed at the contents of the jade box with a heavy heart, which contained correspondence and evidence of bribes exchanged with the Qing prince. Ouyang Tua narrowed his eyes. These items represented the bargaining chip between Ouyang Jinfeng and the Qing prince. As Ouyang Jinfeng ignited the true fire in his hands, prepared to destroy everything, Ouyang Tua quickly interjected, "Father, wait. What is it?" Ouyang Jinfeng inquired. "If we destroy everything, how shall we guard against the Qing prince executing loyal ministers after he seizes power? When the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. When the cunning hare is dead, the hunting dog is cooked," Ouyang Tua expressed, his face etched with concern, though in truth, he was merely stalling for time. "I understand. But it is unavoidable." Ouyang Jinfeng's words were abruptly cut short as a wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed. Witnessing this, Ouyang Tuo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he hastily gathered the items from the jade box. He then called out, "Father! Father! What has happened to you? Someone!" Bang! The bodyguard, Ouyang Guang, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing Ouyang Jinfeng lying on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. "Young master, what has happened to the head of the family?" The personal guard inquired urgently. "I do not know. My father was speaking with me just fine. And then suddenly, could it be that he was poisoned by the thousand-legged demon king and has yet to recover?" Ouyang Tua replied, feigning concern. "You stay here and watch over the head of the family. I will fetch a physician at once," Ouyang Guang stated before swiftly exiting to summon the healer. As Ouyang Tua observed him leave, a cold smile lingered on his lips. He rose and concealed the teacup from earlier within his storage ring. At that moment, the unconscious Ouyang Jinfeng began to convulse, dark blood seeping slowly from his 7 orifices. The poison was indeed the thousand-legged demon toxin, but it had been compounded with other toxic elements, such as the millennium intoxication, enhancing its potency. In his state of unconsciousness, his body's defenses waned, and his true essence lay dormant. The head of the family had indeed succumbed to the thousand-legged demon toxin, the severity of which provided a plausible explanation for his condition. In the East Factory's Great Hall, Ji Xuanma confronted Xinyu, declaring, "Bold Xinyu, how dare you commit such heinous acts that disregard humanity and flout imperial law? Seize him at once and shackle him." In the hall, Ji Xuanma compared the artworks retrieved from Chunyu's residence against the official decree, confirming their authenticity without error. Furthermore, as a talisman master, Chunyu's unique brushstrokes bore a quality that set them apart from those of ordinary individuals. With a command from Ji Xuanma, the Imperial Guard stepped forward to apprehend Xinyu, shackling him. "It is a miscarriage of justice. I am wronged. Chen Feng, you have betrayed me." Xinyu protested defiantly even as he was taken away. Given the weight of the evidence, even the Qing prince could not distort the truth, especially with the Spectre King standing by to enforce order. "Ah!" Xinyu screamed in agony as 2 sharp hooks pierced deeply into his shoulder blades, blood gushing forth. rendering him unable to utilize his cultivation. Xinyu, the truth remains unchanged. No matter how you cry out, it cannot transform into falsehood. Chen Feng gazed at his brother with an expression devoid of warmth. He had long since grown indifferent to the familial bond that had been corroded by power. Chen Feng. Chen Yu's eyes blazed with a ferocity akin to that of a ravenous beast, roaring at Chen Feng, while others lay prostrated on the ground. Yet, this case was far from resolved. Chen Feng continued. The Duke of Huang colluded with Xinyu, the Qingwang, and Ouyang Jinfeng of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce to conspire against me, subjecting me to 2 years of torment within the Tianwang Chamber. I implore Lord Xuanma to continue seeking justice. Upon uttering these words, countless gazes converged upon the Qingwang both inside and outside the hall. This matter involved the Qingwang as well. The Qingwang maintained his composure, replying, Chen Feng, I understand your grievances, but that does not grant you the right to unjustly accuse others. With a frigid smile, Chen Feng retorted, Your Highness, do not be hasty. Ouyang Jinfeng has forsaken the shadows for the light. The correspondence between you and him contains incriminating evidence. A simple inquiry at the Tianwang Chamber will reveal that he will readily confess. Moreover, the Duke of Huang apprehended me within the borders of the Great Chu kingdom, and many cultivators witnessed his chariot's arrival. The Dongshang guards can easily send someone to investigate in the Great Chu kingdom. I can provide the exact location, Wanyao Street, Wanyao Pavilion. Furthermore, Lord Xuanma can summon the Duke of Huang here for a confrontation. Chen Feng's words caused a tremor in the Qingwang's heart. Had Ouyang Jinfeng truly betrayed him? It seemed improbable. How could he dare to do so? Could it be that during his period of recovery, the Yuwang had secretly instigated a rebellion? The Qingwang's expression remained calm, but a tempest brewed within. Ji Xuanma glanced at the Qingwang, refraining from questioning him, and simply commanded, send someone immediately to the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce and to Ouyang's estate. Additionally, dispatch personnel to the Duke of Huang's residence to ascertain his presence in the imperial capital, and instruct the Dongchang branch in Huangdu to promptly send individuals to investigate the scene of the incident on Wanyao Street in the Great Chu Kingdom. Understood. Several Jin Yiwei immediately dispersed to carry out their tasks. What shall we do, Your Highness? Lady Hong Zhao Wangfei inquired anxiously, communicating with the Qingwang. If Ouyang Jinfeng had indeed betrayed him, it could lead to severe repercussions. The Qingwang forced a calm facade, responding, Do not panic. I refuse to believe that Ouyang Jinfeng would dare betray me, unless his family is prepared to abandon their lives. Before long, a group returned, among whom was the Duke of Huang. This nobleman preferred to mingle in the imperial capital rather than remain in his own territory. Upon his arrival, the Duke's gaze fell upon Chen Feng, his expression darkening instantly. The Qingwang looked at him, his lips moving as he clearly communicated something telepathically. The Duke approached, clasping his fists in greeting. I pay my respects to Lord Xuanma, Your Highness Qingwang, and Your Highness Yuwang. Though he was also a nobleman, Ji Xuanma held only a second-grade official title. However, he was directly associated with the emperor, able to speak in his presence, which commanded the Duke's utmost respect and even reverence. Your Grace, we have a case that pertains to you, and I would like to inquire further. Ji Xuanma addressed the Duke. The Marquis of Huang wore an expression of compliance and smiled, saying, Lord Xuanma, please inquire. I, Mo, shall speak without reservation. Ji Xuanma asked, 2 years ago, did you partake in the capture of young Master Chen Feng? Absolutely not. The Marquis of Huang promptly denied. I have not seen young Master Chen for many years. It has been at least a decade since our last encounter. I have heard that he was harmed by a demon and is now safely returned. What a cause for celebration. The old fox, Marquis Huang, even clasped his hands and congratulated Chen Feng. Chen Feng responded coldly, Your talent for fabricating lies is indeed remarkable, Marquis Huang. Had you not intervened to capture me 2 years ago, I would not have endured 2 years of torment at the hands of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. The smile of the Marquis faltered, his brow furrowing as he said, Young Master Chen Feng, have I wronged you in some way that you slander me so? At that moment, outside the grand door, the Jinui returned from the Ouyang residence. I report to you, my lord, the Jinui announced. We visited the home of Count Ouyang. Unfortunately, Count Ouyang has succumbed to the poison from the previous attack by the thousand-legged demon king. He lies on his sickbed, unconscious and in critical condition. What? Ji Xuanma exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking, Count Ouyang has been poisoned? Indeed, it appears he may not last long. The Jinui nodded. The Guhuang was somewhat astonished, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief. With Ouyang Jin unable to attend, this lead was effectively severed. With this thread severed, he could no longer be implicated. A fortuitous turn of events. The Guhuang felt a surge of joy within. Chen Feng cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Chen, who stood beside the Guhuang. The young man's lips curling slightly. Chen Feng feigned skepticism, saying, "How curious it is that he would be poisoned at such a time." The Guhuang interjected with a cold laugh. Could it be that someone has poisoned him to silence him? As he spoke, his gaze scrutinized the Guhuang. The Guhuang retorted with a sneer, "I find it puzzling that the demon race would conveniently attack the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, while young Master Chen managed to escape." His implication was clear. There was collusion between the demon race and Guhuang. Unaware that the blame would fall upon him, Guhuang, who misread the situation, coldly remarked, "It is only to be expected that those who act unjustly would evoke the wrath of both humans and demons." In the grand hall, the two royal princes clashed, and the onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, over 100,000 miles away, at the Marquis of Huang's residence, boom, a ninth-tier exquisite spiritual ship soared into the sky. This vessel, measuring over 10 meters in length, resembled a mighty dragon, adorned with powerful spiritual patterns. Aboard were over 10 figures, one of whom possessed formidable prowess. Having reached the realm of transcendent freedom, a true king of the human race. The others were all masters of at least the 5th tier. Quickly, head towards the Great Chu kingdom, arrive before the Jinui, and eliminate all informants aware of the situation in the royal capital, commanded the leader. The spiritual ship shot forth, achieving an astonishing speed of over 20 times the speed of sound, racing towards Great Chu. Chapter 961. The trap is set with such incredible velocity. It would take merely half an hour to reach Great Chu. The dragon-like spiritual ship roared as it entered the urban vicinity of the Great Chu capital. The king stored the ship away. The individual known as Mo Jun is a formidable figure among the human sovereigns, holding the esteemed title of a third-level king within the ranks of the Huanghe mansion. Accompanied by 10 powerful masters, he ascended to the skies above the royal capital of Chu, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The combined might of these 10 masters and 1 king rendered the annihilation of a small nation's capital an effortless task. Aware that the Jinui were dispatching personnel to investigate leads, the Qing king swiftly commanded this Huanghe to eliminate any witnesses. "My lord, shall we proceed with the annihilation?" inquired one of the masters. The capital of this minor nation likely housed no fewer than several million inhabitants, with Wanyao Street alone accommodating thousands. "This matter must not implicate the lord," Mo Jun replied coldly. "Kill them all." With a swift motion, they plunged towards the Great Chu's royal capital. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura of spiritual consciousness suddenly enveloped the 11 individuals. A striking golden red light surged forth at an alarming velocity, almost instantaneously confronting them. To their astonishment, a beautiful woman adorned in red, with long golden red hair and an icy demeanor, materialized before them. The overwhelming energy emanating from her instilled fear and caused their souls to tremble. "Are you not the people of Lord Mo? He instructed me to await your arrival," she inquired with a chilling tone. "We are, esteemed senior. May I ask who you are?" Mo Jun replied, nodding in inquiry. "Has the Lord sent others?" The woman in red scoffed. "I am the one who will guide you on your journey." With a hum, a crimson spiritual sword shot forth from her hand. Subsequently, as she unleashed the sword, an unspeakably powerful energy, surpassing that of the kings, erupted from her being. A cataclysmic sword aura, ignited by the true fire of the sun, surged forth, cleaving through the air for hundreds of meters. "Not good. We must flee," Mo Jun shouted in alarm. Yet, the blinding red sword light descended upon them with relentless force, engulfing their forms. In an instant, Mo Jun's protective barrier shattered, and he was obliterated without a sound. Reduced to mere fragments, his body incinerated to ashes, and his treasures, including his storage ring, sent flying. The other 10 masters, too, perished without uttering a single cry, their forms reduced to ashes beneath the weight of that singular strike. 10 masters and 1 king, annihilated by a single sword. Such was the horror of that moment. The woman in red sheathed her sword, elegantly collecting the artifacts scattered around her with a flick of her sleeve. She then produced a communication jade talisman and declared, "Young master, I have dealt with the individuals from the Huanghe mansion. After a brief pause, an echo of energy resonated within the talisman. The next group will be the Jinui. Do not concern yourself with them. Ensure my father arranges the necessary personnel for the performance. Understood. The red-clad woman stored away the communication talisman and took a deep breath, expelling a wave of energy. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous gust of heat swept through, dispersing the residual energies and traces of their presence. The woman then descended through the air, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, another group arrived, clad in the garments of the Jinui. Upon their arrival, they landed in the capital and, after a brief inquiry, quickly discerned the location of Wanyao Street. This group of individuals previously conducted an investigation, during which many of the respondents, including some monks, recounted the fire incident from 2 years prior and the formidable practitioner responsible for it. Strikingly, numerous individuals unanimously mentioned one name, the Wild Marquis, with hundreds claiming to have witnessed the event firsthand. The Jinui received the findings of the investigation and subsequently returned. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that all the people on that bustling street were merely actors arranged for the occasion. The Wild Marquis indeed took action that day, but the only true witness to his prowess was Xiang Chen. Within the grand hall, Ji Xuanma sat alone, cradling a cup of tea, sipping the warm liquid while observing the two great princes engaged in a verbal sparring match, hurling accusations at one another. Meanwhile, the Wild Marquis stood calmly below, feigning slumber. His demeanor relaxed, seemingly unperturbed, as if the situation bore no relevance to him. Xiang Chen appeared as though he were a mere spectator. Who could have imagined that the personal apothecary of this blue prince was the mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes? At that moment, a member of the Jinui entered the hall to deliver a report, shattering the atmosphere. All eyes turned upon him. The Jinui stated, "Your Excellency, the brothers from the branch in Huangzhou have reported that the investigation results are in. They have interviewed the entire street's populace, and the majority witnessed the Wild Marquis indeed taking action in that small human nation called Great Chu, resulting in numerous casualties. The records of the investigation and the signatures of the citizens have already been arranged for secure delivery." What? The Wild Marquis's expression shifted noticeably. How could this be? Hadn't he sent individuals to silence the witnesses? The Wild Marquis could no longer maintain his composure. Genuine panic set in. He quickly glanced at the blue prince, whose gaze was equally grim. Ji Xuanma set down his teacup and turned his attention to the Wild Marquis, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "Lord Amo, how do you intend to explain this?" The Wild Marquis was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond, for the truth was undeniable. How could he deflect? Ji Xuanma let out a cold snort and remarked, "I shall not elaborate on the gravity of this matter, Lord Amo. As a marquis of high rank, I shall refrain from passing judgment upon you. I will accurately document the proceedings of this case and present them to His Majesty for a decision." The Wild Marquis's face turned ashen, and he clasped his hands in a respectful bow, remaining silent. Ji Xuanma then turned to Chen Feng, stating, "As for your claims regarding the Blue Prince's involvement, you currently possess no evidence to substantiate this. I deem the Blue Prince blameless. Do you have anything further to say?" Chen Feng bowed in acknowledgement. Chen Feng has no objections and maintains his original stance. Ji Xuanma nodded and then directed his gaze at the kneeling Chen Yu, saying, "Chen Yu, the crimes you have committed are unforgivable, both by human sentiment and imperial law. You are hereby sentenced to the heavenly prison, your cultivation abolished, and you shall be confined indefinitely." His authority allowed him to directly dispose of Chen Yu. "No, I am wronged. I am wronged. Your Highness, save me." Chen Yu exclaimed in sheer terror, crying out for the Blue Prince's assistance. At that moment, a Jinui approached and struck him forcefully at the location of his dantian. With a splatter, Chen Yu coughed up blood, his spiritual core shattered, his cultivation eradicated. He was then dragged away, while the noble offspring and royal relatives outside the hall quickly made way, watching the tragic fate of Chen Yu with muted sighs, lamenting how swiftly retribution had arrived. What retribution was there, after all? It is merely a quest for justice initiated by oneself. If you do not stand up for yourself and seek validation through notarization, few will advocate for you. Chen Feng gazed at Chen Yu, who was being dragged away, and sighed deeply, coming to terms with their grievances. Yet, within his heart, there was no joy or satisfaction. Years of brotherly camaraderie could not withstand the allure of power and position. In contrast, his bond with Xiang Chen felt far more precious. As for the Marquis of Huang, Your movements within the imperial capital are temporarily restricted, and your fate awaits the emperor's decree. Mo Huan, known as the Marquis of Huang, held a high office and wielded significant influence. He lacked the authority to execute justice directly, leaving it to the emperor. The Marquis felt a bitterness within, acknowledging that he had effectively sacrificed himself in this matter. Chapter 962. Gazing down upon the Emperor Ji Xuanma addressed Chen Feng, saying, "Young Master Chen Feng, you shall remain in our Eastern Factory's imperial palace for the time being. The Emperor will surely render a fair judgment regarding your situation." "Thank you, Lord Xuanma, for your impartiality," Chen Feng replied with another bow. With that, the court session concluded. "Lord Mo, you too shall return and await the Emperor's decision." "Indeed," Mo Huan replied. Taking his leave, the Marquis cast a glance at Chen Feng, bowed to Ji Xuanma, and then turned to depart. Ji Xuanma then looked at the two princes beside him and coldly remarked, "Prince Qing, Prince Yu, I shall not detain you any longer." Prince Yu rose with a chuckle, satisfied with the outcome. Lord Xuanma truly lives up to the reputation of the Eastern Factory's fairness. With a disdainful glance at Prince Qing, he departed with his entourage. Chen Feng, casting a sidelong glance at Xiang Chen, followed Prince Yu's group as they exited. Infuriated, Prince Qing watched the triumphant figure of Prince Yu depart, his heart boiling with rage. This time, he had indeed suffered a significant setback. Chen Feng's return would inevitably alter the dynamics within the Jinho residence, and he had lost a crucial ally in the Jinho army. "Let us depart," Prince Qing stated coldly, leading his own group away. The royal disciples outside quickly made way, whispering among themselves, as it was evident to all that Prince Qing had sustained a considerable loss this time. Xiang Chen followed Prince Qing, secretly amused, for who could have known that he was the mastermind behind this series of events? At the Qing prince's residence, fury erupted. Upon his return, Prince Qing was consumed by rage, sweeping a collection of precious antiques to the ground in a violent display. Chen Feng, that accursed Chen Feng. How could he still be alive? He should have been eliminated back then, along with Ouyang Jin Feng. What schemes is he concocting? Prince Qing seethed, and the surrounding maidens remained as silent as the grave. Concubine Hong Zhao furrowed her brows and softly remarked, "Indeed, this time Prince Yu has gained the upper hand, and Ouyang Jinfeng's actions are indeed suspicious. Prepare the carriage. I must go to the Ouyang family immediately," Prince Qing declared, clenching his fists tightly. "I shall uncover what Ouyang Jinfeng is truly up to, whether he lives or dies." "Your Highness, it may not be prudent for you to go at this time," Xiang Chen interjected suddenly. Prince Qing turned to him, bewildered. Such a significant affair cannot be divorced from their involvement. Should I not personally ascertain whether the Ouyang family still holds any regard for me? Hong Zhao quickly interjected, "Your Highness, Mr. Tang Yu is absolutely correct. If we were to act now, would it not solidify the notion that we are colluding with Ouyang Jinfeng?" Upon hearing this, the Blue King also regained his composure. Realizing he had overlooked this critical point, Xiang Chen remarked, "Your Highness, today's events have further aroused suspicion regarding any connections between King Yu and the demon race. We cannot ascertain whether Ouyang Jinfeng has betrayed you. Our immediate course of action should be to uncover evidence of King Yu's collusion with the demons, which would undoubtedly leave him powerless before His Majesty." Hong Zhao wholeheartedly agreed, adding, "Your Highness, Mr. Tang's analysis is sound. I observed the events unfold today. If Chen Feng was not deliberately rescued by the demon race, how could he have possibly escaped the prison tower of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce? Just now, I received word that the prison tower holding Chen Feng experienced an incident, but only the guard assigned to him was affected. Everyone else remains unharmed. If the demons were merely causing chaos, why did they specifically allow Chen Feng to escape?" At this, the Blue King sat down, his fury subsiding. "So you both suggest we refrain from alarming the enemy and instead gather evidence of King Yu's collusion with the demon race?" "Precisely," Hong Zhao affirmed with a nod. Xiang Chen continued, "If your Highness suspects Ouyang Jinfeng may be up to no good, I could investigate on your behalf. Li Luoshi could approach Ouyang Jinfeng under the pretense of seeking medical attention, and I would accompany him as the physician. This way, others would have no grounds for suspicion. If Ouyang Jinfeng is indeed afflicted by demonic poison, it could exonerate him and demonstrate his lack of affiliation with the demons and King Yu. After all, Chen Feng's accusations today would only worsen our situation should Ouyang Jinfeng take the stand." The Blue King nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall trouble you to ascertain what this individual is scheming." A slight smile graced Xiang Chen's lips as he responded, "It is my duty." Within the palace, in the most imposing of locations, stood the human emperor's palace, situated at the very heart of the royal complex. The entire palace was divided into two distinct areas: the outer district, where royal family members resided and the imperial guards were stationed, and the inner district, which spanned over 600 miles, encompassing the private palaces, gardens, and residences of the emperor's 3,000 beauties. Inside the human emperor's palace, beside a massive alchemical furnace, which towered 7 or 8 meters high, a fierce flame blazed within, unmistakably the three true flames. A figure exuding a tremendous aura of true essence and magical power poured into the furnace, transforming into the three true flames. Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in black robes, with white hair and eyebrows, resembling a eunuch, approached respectfully from behind and softly announced, "Your Majesty, the eldest son of Marquis Chun, Chen Feng, has returned. Was he not assassinated by demons years ago? He is still alive?" The figure responded with a detached tone, his voice calm, yet imbued with immense authority, imperial power. This individual was none other than Guhuang, the human emperor of the Great Xia. He has not perished. He has returned and now possesses evidence of the true culprit behind the assassination attempts against him. Ji Xuanma has already uncovered that it was his brother Chen Yu who orchestrated the scheme to seize the title. This matter also involves the Marquis of Huang. And Chen Yu has been stripped of his cultivation and imprisoned in the celestial prison. The Marquis awaits your judgment. The elderly eunuch spoke with lowered eyes. "Oh, so it was Chen Yu's doing. One can only wonder if the true mastermind behind this is Beixian." The emperor, Gu Bo, remained unperturbed, his gaze penetrating. With a single strike upon the alchemical furnace, 8 beams of light soared forth and descended. A jade vial ascended to catch them, revealing 8 elixirs encircled by 9 intricate patterns. This emperor was, indeed, a remarkable alchemist of extraordinary prowess. While the world was aware of the alchemy emperor's astonishing skills, few recognized that this emperor shared an equally remarkable mastery of the craft. Alchemy was, after all, one of his great passions throughout his life. He rose slowly, placing the 9th-grade elixir casually upon a nearby shelf, where such exquisite concoctions were in abundance. Turning around, he exuded an aura of profound strength, his presence formidable, with striking features and a chiseled visage. His golden eyes sparkled brilliantly, giving him the appearance of one scarcely over 30, adorned in a dragon-embroidered imperial robe, with golden dragons leaping majestically. His long golden hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, exuding an air of restrained authority. An elderly eunuch presented a petition, which the emperor of the Great Xia accepted, glancing at it briefly before imprinting its entirety into his memory. In this contest, the northern Xian had found itself at a disadvantage, as Chen Feng returned bearing the Marquis of Gold's decree, rightfully claiming the title of heir to the Golden Marquis army, with the assistance of the Netherworld, bolstering his position with a formidable ally. This sovereign, who commanded the 9 provinces and transcended the mundane realm, appeared to have mastery over the ongoing contest between the two kings and the shifting dynamics of the imperial court. Approaching a golden jade writing desk, he took up a brush to compose an edict. "By the way, has the northern Xian recovered?" He paused before inscribing, recalling something important. Indeed, according to reports, a pharmacist named Tang Yu assisted His Highness, the Prince of Qing, in healing his meridian injuries. Remarkably, this Tang Yu is esteemed by Li Luoshi as a mentor. The eunuch replied softly, holding a feather duster. The emperor of the Great Xia raised an eyebrow. To earn Li Luoshi's respect as a mentor speaks volumes of this person's medical expertise. "What is his background?" The eunuch responded, "I have dispatched individuals from the observation pavilion to investigate on your Majesty's behalf. News should arrive shortly." My loyal servant, you always think ahead, considering every matter for me. Truly, you are a commendable servant." The emperor mused. With such capable subordinates, they have resolved their injuries independently, rendering the 9th-grade meridian-repairing elixirs I crafted for them unnecessary. "That is the worth of my existence, which I take great pride in," the eunuch replied. "However, your Majesty's benevolence as a father undoubtedly touches the hearts of the two princes," he added. "If one were to ponder who best comprehended the emperor among the entire dynasty, it would not be his father, nor his sons, nor the countless concubines within the 6 palaces, but this elderly eunuch, named Zhengxingda. He served as the chief steward of the imperial household. From the emperor's childhood, he had been by his side. Witnessing his transformation from a prince vying for power to the emperor of the continent, the sovereign of the 9 provinces. As the emperor jestingly chastised the eunuch, he began to write the edict. Soon, he completed a decree, reviewing it before presenting it to the elder. After perusal, the elder remarked, "Your Majesty's wisdom shines through. Reducing the rank of the wild marquis by a significant degree will not only display imperial authority, but also elicit profound gratitude from the wild marquis." The emperor strode into the grand hall, pushing open a side door, revealing a breathtaking vista of ethereal mountains and spiritual lakes, enveloped in a mist of celestial beauty. The emperor approached the lakeside and spoke softly. Although the wild province holds little value, it is nonetheless tied to the destiny of the human race across the continent. The destruction of the wild palace has incited public outrage. After all, it was the wild marquis who orchestrated it. Allowing him to remain in his position serves to absorb the blame on my behalf. The civil unrest there still requires his suppression. Suddenly, he took a step and vanished, reappearing high in the sky, thousands of meters above the ground. He seemed like a celestial deity, overlooking the vast land, presiding over everything. He manipulated political machinations and human emotions, wielding control over the realm, achieving a pinnacle of power. It could be said that everything in this world lay within his grasp, a sensation intoxicating enough to ensnare any man. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a cunning wolf had infiltrated his dominion, an unpredictable young wolf, as well as a mischievous creature capable of dismantling his empire. Not long after, a decree emanated from the imperial palace. By the grace of heaven, the emperor declared, Chunyu has murdered his brother and usurped power, disregarding familial ethics and defying imperial law. He shall face the most severe punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Jin, the marquis's eldest son, shall inherit the title and ascend to the throne. Upon receiving the edict, he will attend the court to be formally conferred the rank. The wild marquis, having committed grave offenses in collusion with Chunyu, is demoted from a first-rank foreign marquis to a second-rank marquis, and is henceforth confined to the wild province, prohibited from entering the imperial capital without summons. As a form of punishment, thus it is decreed. In the imperial capital, within the residence of the wild marquis, he knelt to receive the edict. My lord, you have committed such a grave error, yet the emperor still shows you leniency. You ought to be aware of his grace and diligently guard the wild province. Refraining from meddling in the affairs of the capital, whispered the eunuch who delivered the decree. Grateful for the counsel, the wild marquis expressed his understanding, discreetly slipping a storage ring into the eunuch's sleeve as he received the edict. One may lose a horse but gain fortune. The struggle between the two kings intensifies. And my lord, should you make a wrong choice today, you may find yourself ensnared in a quagmire. Is this not an opportune moment to extricate yourself? Suggested the eunuch. Having accepted the bribe, nodding, the wild marquis sighed deeply, casting a glance at his residence behind him. It seemed he would no longer have the fortune to dwell within the imperial capital. In the dungeons, the same decree was conveyed. Chunyu, confined within a cage, his limbs bound, nearly lost his sanity upon hearing the words death by 1,000 cuts. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Your Majesty, Prince Qing, save me, save me. Chunyu's desperate cries echoed, yet at that moment, he felt like an abandoned dog, utterly forsaken, with no one to heed his plight, let alone rescue him. Proceed with the execution, commanded the eunuch, signaling to the 2 executioners behind him. The executioners lunged forward, drawing their razors, and began slicing the flesh from Chunyu's body. The first cut fell upon his hand, severing flesh and eliciting a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. Awaiting him were 3,600 cuts. Over the course of 3 days, he would be methodically stripped of his flesh until nothing but clean bones remained, ultimately succumbing to agony. Before his demise, he was to be administered a potion of prolongation, allowing him to endure until the final blow. Lingqi, one of the most brutal tortures conceived in human history, stands as a testament to the depths of human cruelty. The Ouyang family, in the residence of Ouyang Jinfeng, by the sickbed, a gathering of individuals encircled the bed of Ouyang Jinfeng, gazing intently at a middle-aged man who was attempting to diagnose him. Lordly, how is my husband? Inquired a tearful woman clad in red. Li Luoshi sighed heavily, responding, the poison has completely infiltrated his vital organs and meridians, and it is indeed a demonic toxin. Had the poison not reached the heart's meridian when he was first afflicted, I might have had a chance to save him, but now I am powerless. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiang Chen, uncertain if his mentor could offer salvation. This patriarch, husband, father. The members of the Ouyang family wept bitterly upon hearing the news. Ouyang Tua, the leading actor in this tragic scene, also wept profusely, lamenting, Lord Li, is there truly no way to save him? Please, you must save my father. Li Luosher looked again to Xiang Chen and asked, Mentor, can you save him? Xiang Chen, feigning seriousness, sat down to take the pulse, his brow furrowing. At once, all hopes were pinned upon Xiang Chen. He withdrew his hand, his expression grave, and stated, I can barely preserve his life. However, the poison has already affected his mental faculties. Even if I manage to save him, he may suffer from after effects, such as madness. Is there not a way to achieve a perfect resolution? Ouyang Tua inquired, his face a mask of anguish. There is none. It is either death or survival. Xiang Chen replied firmly. Ouyang's wife pleaded, regardless of the outcome, I beseech you to first ensure my husband's survival. Very well, everyone must leave. I need to perform my incantations to save him. Xiang Chen ordered the others out, and they hastily complied, closing the door behind them, leaving only Ouyang Jinfeng in the room. Heh, old fool, having tormented my brother for so long, how could I allow you a swift demise? Before you perish, I shall extract every last ounce of your utility. De Guzi sneered as he gazed at the prostrate Ouyang Jinfeng, extending his wicked claws. Chapter 964. Every step a trap. Xiang Chen placed his hand upon Ouyang Jinfeng's head. A piercing scream escaped Ouyang Jinfeng's lips, a sound born from the very depths of his soul. From within his essence, waves of spiritual energy were forcefully extracted, while strands of Xiang Chen's own spiritual energy were released, coalescing into ethereal, tadpole-like runes that intertwined with the drawn energy. This mass of spiritual energy gradually transformed into a soul worm, covered in barbs. The heart-bewitching worm. The worm then entered Ouyang Jinfeng's skull, surging into his soul. A sound of unconscious agony escaped Ouyang Jinfeng's mouth. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly before absorbing the demonic poison he had implanted within him, condensing it into a dark, greenish-black source of venom. This venom source was compressed and sealed within Ouyang Jinfeng's brain, manifesting as a tumor that could be detonated at any moment. After a brief moment, Ouyang Jinfeng fell silent, and his vital signs gradually strengthened, as his life force began to slowly revive. Having completed these tasks, Xiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Your Majesty, the show is about to commence. With a wave of his hand, the door that had been closed burst open with a resounding bang. Outside, members of the Ouyang family, including Madame Ouyang, Ouyang Lanlan, and Ouyang Tua, hurriedly entered. Madame Ouyang anxiously inquired, Sir, how is he? Xiang Chen's expression turned grave as he replied, The toxicity is far beyond my imagination. I have merely managed to suppress it for the time being. The head of the Ouyang family is no longer in immediate danger. But to truly save him, we require a 9th-grade soul-entrapping flower to counteract the poison with poison. My husband, Madame Ouyang, heartbroken, sat by the bedside, holding Ouyang Jinfeng's hand and wiping away her tears. I will mobilize the entire Commerce Association to search for the 9th-grade soul-entrapping flower immediately, Ouyang Tua asserted, resolutely determined to save his father. Indeed, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Given the severity of the poison's invasion, the head of the Ouyang family may not survive until tomorrow. It is impressive that you have managed to suppress it, Li Luosher remarked, his admiration for Xiang Chen growing. Xiang Chen shook his head with a sigh, expressing a sense of guilt. Regrettably, I have not been able to completely detoxify President Ouyang. Sir, you have done more than enough. We will certainly do everything in our power to find the 9th-grade soul-entrapping flower. I implore you to save my father when the time comes. Ouyang Lanlan bowed respectfully. Xiang Chen assisted her up, adopting a compassionate demeanor. Rest assured, Miss Ouyang. As long as we procure the soul-entrapping flower, I will undoubtedly be able to save President Ouyang. At that moment, the unconscious head of the Ouyang family slowly opened his eyes, albeit with a hint of confusion. My husband, you are awake, Madame Ouyang exclaimed with joy, gripping his hand tightly. Tuar. President Ouyang murmured. Father, I am here. Ouyang Tua quickly knelt at the bedside. The association shall be entrusted to you from now on. I may not have much time left. President Ouyang spoke as if making arrangements for his final affairs. No, father. You will recover. Ouyang Tuo's eyes filled with tears, his voice trembling, his acting truly remarkable. A cough escaped him, and suddenly his eyes turned bloodshot as he bellowed. Your Majesty, you have wronged me. You conspired with the demon race against me, Your Majesty. His furious shouts startled everyone, leaving them dumbfounded by President Ouyang's words. Your Majesty, the demon race. Conspiracy. Your Majesty, you have wronged me. Ouyang Jinfeng shouted once more before closing his eyes and losing consciousness again. The Ouyang family members stood in shock. Could this matter be related to Your Majesty? In the afternoon, Xiang Chen departed from the Ouyang family. He did not return to the Guhuang mansion, but instead headed to the Wanhua fortress. In the carriage, Li Luoshi was present, looking somewhat awkward. Teacher, are we truly going to Wanhua fortress? It is renowned as a place of indulgence in the capital. Did I not cure that affliction of yours? Why not test its efficacy? Xiang Chen remarked half-jokingly. Cough. Well, you are absolutely right. Teacher, it is time to put your medical skills to the test. Li Luoshi replied with a serious expression. Xiang Chen chuckled. You old fellow, you are quite the hidden flirt. Suddenly, a piece of communication jade in Xiang Chen's embrace emitted a soft glow and trembled slightly. News from Chen Feng had arrived. Xiang Chen's consciousness silently entered the jade, establishing a connection with Chen Feng. Chun Feng's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Chun, the emperor has issued a decree. Chen Yu has been sentenced to death. Alas, the Huanghe has also been demoted and is ordered back to Huangzhou. The emperor did not place too much blame, and I have been restored to my title of Jinho. It is unfortunate that the Huanghe did not pay a heavier price. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing at the scenery outside the carriage, and replied with his consciousness. This was to be expected. His Majesty the Emperor would not execute a regional lord for the actions of a mere military marquis. Chen Feng inquired. Is this also the reason you did not submit the evidence of Ouyang Jinfeng and Qingwan's collusion? Xiang Chen affirmed, indeed, even with the evidence, it would not suffice to topple Qingwang, a prince of the realm. Brother, keep an eye on when the Huanghe departs for Huangzhou and clarify the details of his departure. He paused. By the way, there is another matter. I wish to rescue Chen Yu. Chen Feng hesitated before responding. Haha, I knew you would not want him to face such a severe punishment. Very well, arrange it. Use your connections to find a condemned prisoner to serve as a substitute. After all, he is my brother, despite his wrongdoings. I cannot allow him to face a cruel execution. He has already been rendered powerless. He can live incognito as an ordinary person from now on. Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. Xiang Chen's support reassured him, alleviating his fears of failing to honor their brotherly bond in seeking vengeance. Their communications soon ceased. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of Wanhua Fortress. Xiang Chen and Li Luoshi entered the fortress, where they were greeted, and the two were shown to different private rooms. As for Li Luoshi, the old fellow had long lost his vigor and was naturally prone to some madness. After all, desire is a part of human nature, and cultivators are still human. However, Xiang Chen was not here for indulgence, though he had his own desires. He did not favor such places. Exercising great caution, he altered his appearance before heading to the inner chambers of Wanhua Fortress to meet Madame Daying. In the grand hall, Xiang Chen took a seat. Brother Chun, you've arrived. A stunning beauty adorned in a purple dress entered, instantly illuminating the hall with her presence. The eyes of the jade slave fairy sparkled as she gazed at Xiang Chen. He regarded her with admiration, exclaiming, Jade slave, you have grown increasingly beautiful and captivating. Really? If Brother Chen likes it, then that's wonderful, Jade slave replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. It was evident that Ergo had not come merely for revelry, but rather to pursue romance. Brother Chen, please have some tea. Jade slave poured a cup of tea for him and took a seat beside him. Xiang Chen lifted the cup, took a sip, and asked, is Madame Daying not here? Today is Qing Ming. My mother has gone to pay respects at my father's grave, leaving me to manage matters at Wanhua Fortress, Jade slave replied, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. Sigh, I apologize for inadvertently touching upon your sorrowful matter. Xiang Chen set down his teacup, a look of regret on his face. Yunu's father was once a renowned powerhouse of the demon clan. Yet he was tragically slain by the Great Xia dynasty. Madame Daying manages this flower castle primarily to avenge her husband. Yunu shook her head with a smile, saying, It's all right. Brother Chen has come to see me. Surely there is something important at hand. Please speak directly. Xiang Chen nodded and replied, I wish to meet the silver-sealed Ant King and the thousand-legged Demon King. I have matters to entrust to them. That is quite simple. I shall contact my uncles immediately. Yu Nu readily agreed. No need. I have already reached out. They are en route here. I only wish to inform Madame Dying, but unexpectedly, she is absent. By the way, Yu Nu, how has your health been of late? Has that previous ailment reoccurred? No, it has not. Speaking of which, I must express my profound gratitude to you, Brother Chen. Your medical skills and remedies are truly remarkable. Not only has my illness been cured, but my cultivation has also advanced a level. Haha, that is splendid. You possess great potential, though you may be unaware of it. Given the opportunity, I shall assist you in awakening the true potential within your body. As they conversed, time passed swiftly, and soon two figures, one tall and one short, arrived outside the hall. Haha, young Master Chen. The newcomers were none other than the thousand-legged Demon King and the silver-sealed Ant King, who both clasped their fists in greeting. Xiang Chen rose to welcome them, smiling. Finally, the two esteemed elders have arrived. I have a challenging matter that requires your assistance, and I must trouble you both. The thousand-legged Demon King chuckled. What are you saying, young master? Your affairs are our brotherly concerns. Pray tell, who has troubled you? We shall certainly assist. Xiang Chen responded. This is, in fact, an excellent opportunity for revenge against the Great Xia dynasty to weaken their power. Please lend me your ears. What Xiang Chen discussed with the two Demon Kings remains unclear. However, more than an hour later, he departed from the Flower Castle with great satisfaction. Wali Luosher would likely remain there for several days. On the third morning, in the imperial capital, at the residence of the Marquis of Huang, with a clatter, a golden carriage drawn by 6 dragon horses slowly emerged from the gates of the estate. Surrounding it were dozens of black-clad guards from the Marquis's household, clearing the way, followed by a retinue of servants and maidens. Why are all the people of the Marquis leaving the estate? Ah, brother, are you not aware? The Marquis has been demoted to a second-rank noble by the Emperor and is isolated from the imperial capital, forbidden from audience. He cannot return to the capital anymore. This news has spread throughout the court. How do you know? My elder brother serves in the court. How could I not know? On the street, some resident cultivators gazed at the Marquis's carriage, whispering among themselves. Inside the carriage, Marquis Mo wore a grim expression, evidently having heard some of the chatter outside. Sigh. The imperial capital. I wonder when I shall return. The Marquis exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to rest. He would henceforth be confined to his remote territory, forever distanced from the affairs of the imperial capital. The convoy journeyed forth, soaring into the skies after exiting the southern gate of the imperial capital, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters and hurtling towards the desolate province at supersonic speeds. Below, the treacherous peaks of the central continent raced past, while mighty rivers surged relentlessly. After half an hour, the convoy had traversed beyond the borders of the central continent, reaching the frontier of the fiery province. In the landscape below, numerous mountains emitted billows of black smoke, concealing molten magma beneath their surfaces. Tingxiu, have there been any updates regarding Mo Jun and the others? The desolate duke inquired, gazing out at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. His personal attendant, a graceful beauty clad in azure, had been by his side for countless years, earning his unwavering trust. Tingxiu replied solemnly, Your Grace. News arrived from the duke's mansion 4 days ago. Mo Jun and his companions have likely met with misfortune. Their soul lamps have all extinguished. What? Why did you not inform me sooner? The desolate duke's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Tingxiu, with a hint of bitterness, responded, Your Grace has been in a foul mood these past few days. Sharing this news would only deepen your distress. The duke's countenance darkened, his grip on the prayer beads tightening. As he gritted his teeth, it appears this is the doing of the King of Shadows. He must have anticipated that my people would attempt to silence witnesses, hence he likely laid ambush for them already. Tingxiu frowned. This Qin Feng has indeed caused you to lose years of connections and strategies within the imperial court. Shall we simply let this matter rest? The duke scoffed. Let it rest? How could I possibly do so? I had prepared a gift for him. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds filled the air from below. Hundreds of arrows shot forth from the mountainside. One arrow struck a dragon horse with a sickening thud, piercing its abdomen and causing it to bleed profusely. Ah! A soldier of the Soul Moon realm cried out in agony as the arrows rained down upon them. Ambush! There's an ambush. The convoy erupted into chaos, as various magical artifacts responded instinctively, retaliating against the incoming arrows. Boom! From within the Duke's carriage, a surge of potent royal essence erupted, golden energy rippling across the arrows, shattering them with a resounding force. Who dares to assault my convoy? The Duke bellowed, leaping from his carriage to survey his surroundings, his formidable spiritual sense expanding. At that moment, a colossal silver meteor hammer, wreathed in demonic flames, descended from the heavens with a ferocious might, resembling a mountain crashing down. The sheer terror of its presence warped the very fabric of space. The Duke's expression shifted in alarm, with a mighty shout. The golden prayer beads on his wrist transformed into radiant light. Buzz! 12 spirit beads released a complex array of runes, weaving together into a formidable formation. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the entwined array, causing it to tremble as it absorbed the cataclysmic blow. The celestial hammer. The Duke recognized this famed artifact with dread. A slender figure materialized in the void. The silver-sealed Ant King. The Duke's face turned ashen at the sight of this individual, the 10th legendary sovereign of the continent. This spiritual orb is quite impressive. It can withstand my full-force strike. The silver-sealed Ant King scoffed. Heh, Mo Huan, if you wish to return to the wasteland, it seems you will not be able to. At that moment, another figure emerged, a towering, bald man wielding twin blades, a sinister grin plastered across his face.